I'm in Hollywood chapter 837 to chapter 880. After Eric, who was carrying Kevin, and the other two disappeared around the corner of the stairs, Joanna stepped forward and held her daughter's little hand. She smiled and said, "Okay, baby, Dad has something to do. If you follow him in and ask him a lot of questions, you will drive him crazy. Let's go and see if your birthday cake is ready. We can also go to the supermarket while we're at it." The little girl seemed to have forgotten that she had just been rejected by her father in the blink of an eye. There was no frustration in her tone, but she was also not interested in her mother's suggestion. She raised her little face and said, "Mom, can I watch TV?" Joanna shook her head and said, "No, you can only watch TV at night." The little girl felt a little bored and was about to obey her mother when Virginia came out of the kitchen after clearing away the coffee cups. She heard Joanna's words and said, "Let me go. It's not convenient for you to bring Xianxia with you. You can wait at home for Mr. Jeff Bezos to come over." Joanna did not insist. She sent Virginia and a maid off and took her daughter for a walk on the lawn in the front yard. About 10 minutes later, another black car drove into the manor. Jeff Bezos got out of the car and saw a quiet and intelligent woman walking over with a little girl. Although Joanna had not been in the film industry for years, her appearance had not changed at all from when she was filming Tornado. Jeff Bezos recognized her at a glance and guessed the identity of the little girl who was curiously looking at him. Jeff Bezos smiled and reached out his hand to Joanna. He said, "Hello, Ms. Pakula. I'm Jeff Bezos. Mr. Williams asked me to come over." "Hello, just call me Joan." Joanna shook hands with him and smiled. "Eric is talking to two other gentlemen. Please come with me." The three of them walked into the living room of the villa. Joanna personally served Jeff Bezos a cup of coffee and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll go up and take a look." "Oh, thank you." Jeff Bezos, who was sitting on the sofa, got up slightly and watched Joanna leave before he sat down again. Then, he felt the curious gaze of the little girl sitting on the sofa next to him. Unlike Victor Nelly and Bill Olson, who were excited and busy these days, Jeff Bezos' first thought was to expand the sales of Fireflyer on Amazon's platform. He was not in a hurry to introduce more products. Instead, he planned to use the opportunity of selling Fireflyer, a popular product, to further expand Amazon's influence in the field of e-commerce. He had even been ambitious, proposed to Victor Nelly, to cancel the physical sales and make Amazon the only retailer of Fireflyer. But unfortunately, he was directly rejected. Although Eric did not tell him the so-called reason for coming to New York on the phone, Jeff Bezos still did not give up on this idea. Even if he could not achieve a monopoly of supply in the end, he still hoped that Amazon could have more sales. As Fireflyer's current production capacity was far from meeting the market demand, this was actually the demand of all retailers who worked with Firefly Electronics. Jeff Bezos wanted to think about how to persuade Eric to give more support to Amazon. However, the little girl's bright and clear eyes in front of him, as well as the gaze that seemed to be able to see through people, made him feel very uncomfortable. He could not concentrate at all. Even before the establishment of Amazon, Jeff Bezos had become the youngest vice president of a bank trust company at the age of 25. He could be said to be an absolute elite. Therefore, he realized that he hadn't felt the same way as the little girl in front of him for many years. Jeff Bezos was never a person who was used to being passive. He straightened his back and was about to say a few words to the little girl. The little girl blinked her beautiful eyes and took the initiative to ask, "Other than English, what other languages can you speak?" Although the little girl's voice had the softness of a child, her tone was not childish at all. She did not have the timidity of a child of the same age when facing a stranger. Jeff Bezos felt even more strange. Facing the little girl's eyes that were waiting for his answer, Jeff Bezos even felt that if he did not speak other languages at this time, he would definitely be ignored by the little girl. He subconsciously did not want to be ignored by a little girl, and this passive situation made him feel even more uncomfortable. Therefore, he decided to take back the initiative. He put away his expression and said, "Hey, little guy, that's really rude. You haven't told me your name yet." "Hawaii Williams," the little girl blinked and replied. Jeff Bezos twitched the corner of his mouth. It was not because of the seemingly ridiculous name of Hawaii. Instead, he actually felt from the little girl's expression that the little girl obviously saw that he was just pretending and disapproved of it. Jeff Bezos tried hard to convince himself that everything was an illusion, and then continued, "Well, Hawaii, why did you ask me the question just now? Mom knows Polish and Russian, Aunt Vicky knows Spanish, Natasha and Evgenia know Russian, Drew is an idiot, he can't speak anything except English." The little girl frowned slightly when she mentioned Drew. Her expression finally changed a little and she continued, "Mom said Dad knows Chinese, it's the most difficult language in the world to learn. Unfortunately, he doesn't want to teach me. Aunt Vicky hired a French teacher for Kevin. French numerals and grammar are very interesting. Unfortunately, she was driven away by Dad a few days ago. Dad said Kevin doesn't need to learn so many things. In fact, Kevin is not stupid at all. He knows that as long as he stays by Dad's side, Aunt Vicky won't force him to learn anything." The little girl spoke very quickly and her thoughts were quite jumpy. After she finished blabbering, she continued to stare at Jeff Bezos. "What about you?" I. Jeff Bezos hesitated and said, "I know a little Spanish." The little girl immediately switched languages and asked in Spanish, "Oh, what do you do for a living?" The little girl's Spanish pronunciation was not very standard, but her sentences were quite fluent. Jeff Bezos guessed that this was obviously a problem with the teacher's ability. But what surprised him even more was that since the little girl could switch to Spanish so fluently, could it be that she also knew the other languages that he had just listed? Jeff Bezos knew Spanish because of his family environment. His stepfather was from Cuba, and the lingua franca of that country was Spanish. But in addition, Jeff Bezos also took French as an elective in university. So he tried to answer in French, "I'm a businessman, and now I'm running a website that sells things through the internet." "Oh, I've seen the introduction on TV. Unfortunately, my father didn't allow me to touch a computer before I was 12 years old. I bargained with him until I was 6 years old." The little girl really understood and even switched to French without any difficulty. Her pronunciation was obviously much more standard than the Spanish sentence just now. Then she asked, "Is there any difference between selling things through the internet and a supermarket?" This question was obviously a bit big. Moreover, Jeff Bezos knew that with his little French foundation, he could not explain it. Subconsciously, he no longer treated the little girl in front of him as a little girl, and he did not realize that the little girl had been unknowingly controlling the initiative of this conversation. Frowning slightly, Jeff Bezos was hesitating about how to phrase it when Joanna had already come down from upstairs. Noticing the situation here, she immediately understood what was going on. Her expression was a little helpless and obviously doting. She walked over to touch her daughter's little head and apologized to Jeff Bezos. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bezos. Did Xianxia disturb you?" Joanna's appearance broke the atmosphere that the little girl had unknowingly created. Jeff Bezos also immediately came to his senses and looked at Hawaii with some surprise. He did not expect that one day he would be controlled by a little girl who looked at most 5 years old. He also did not know that he had overestimated the little girl's age. Although he felt a little strange, Jeff Bezos quickly shook his head and smiled. "Of course not, Miss Pakula, Xiaxia is very smart." Joanna smiled and said, "Eric has almost finished talking with the two gentlemen. He said that you can go upstairs. The study is at the end of the corridor on the right." Jeff Bezos nodded and got up to walk to the stairs. On the way, he could not help but look back at the living room. Hawaii had already moved to Joanna's ear, and the mother and daughter were whispering something intimately. Jeff Bezos subconsciously wanted to know what the little girl's evaluation of him was, but soon he shook his head in self-mockery and secretly wondered what was wrong with him today. Jeff Bezos knocked on the door and walked into the study on the second floor. He shook hands with Eric and the other two and sat down on the sofa in the corner of the study. His eyes could not help but fall on the little boy beside Eric. The little guy did not look special. He was quietly playing with the Lego in his hands. When he saw Jeff Bezos coming, he even moved closer to his father. This made Jeff Bezos secretly relieved. Everything seemed to be normal again. Eric did not notice Jeff Bezos's gaze. He picked out a document from the stack of documents on the coffee table and handed it to him. "Jeff, take a look at this proposal first." Jeff Bezos nodded and opened the folder. There were 2 words printed on the cover, hunger marketing. On the other side, Eric flipped through another document in his hand and continued the topic just now. He said to Victor, Mike, Nellie, and Bill Olson, like Firefly Electronics, Nokia also experienced the crisis of the supply chain on the verge of collapse in 1995, but they handled the crisis very well. Last year, they surpassed Motorola and successfully reached the #1 position in the digital mobile phone sales. One of you is in charge of research and development, and the other is in charge of marketing. Both of you do not have enough experience in the supply chain. Therefore, I have already communicated with Yoma Alila. They will send a deputy manager of the purchasing department to be the vice president of Firefly Electronics. He will be responsible for the construction of the supply chain. It is necessary for Firefly Electronics to expand Firefly's production capacity, but the proposal you have given is actually a mess. It is completely expanding production blindly. Therefore, after the other party rushes to San Francisco, I will give you 3 months. In 3 months, in order to ensure the quality of Firefly's products, the monthly production needs to be maintained at 150,000 units. However, after 3 months, I hope to see Firefly's production capacity double. Victor, Mike, Nellie, and Bill Olson looked at each other. Bill Olson said, Eric, Firefly's production capacity should be increased slowly. It cannot be done overnight. Of course, that is why I am giving you 3 months, Eric said. Within 3 months, I do not need to see an increase in Firefly's production capacity because I have other arrangements. You only need to focus on building the new factory and contacting suppliers. Even if production can be achieved in advance, the monthly production can only be maintained at 150,000 units. However, after 3 months, I want to see the results that I hope to see. You know why I separated Firefly from Yahoo Music Store. If you can't complete it, I will authorize Nokia to produce MP3 players. Victor, Mike, Nellie, and Bill Olson were all stunned. They naturally knew how powerful Nokia was. Firefly Electronics had already transferred the full set of patents for MP3 players to Nokia. However, the contract stipulated that Nokia could only develop and produce MP3 music phones. They could not be involved in purely MP3 players. However, if Eric lifted this heavy restriction, it would be difficult for Firefly Electronics to compete with Nokia. They might even be reduced to a purely technical R&D department in the end. Eric had already given Firefly Electronics enough support. Victor, Mike, Nellie, and Bill Olson also knew that Eric was not joking at all. If they did not do a good job, all the bright prospects that they had originally envisioned would vanish into thin air. Without bargaining, Bill Olson took the initiative and said, Eric, we will do our best. Victor, Mike, Nellie, also nodded. Eric smiled. The serious expression from just now gradually dissipated. He said, then, let's discuss the cooperation plan with Amazon now. As he spoke, Eric handed the 2 documents that were similar to Jeff Bezos's to the 2 of them. He said, the reason why I gave you 3 months is to push this plan forward. Victor, Mike, Nellie, and Bill Olson had just opened it for a short while when Jeff Bezos, who had quickly finished reading the information, said excitedly, this is wonderful, Eric. This is simply a genius idea. Eric smiled and nodded. He said, of course, I think so too. The plan in Jeff Bezos's hands was naturally the famous hunger marketing in his previous life. This kind of marketing plan could not only stimulate the consumption desire of potential buyers to the greatest extent but also maintain the popularity of the product for a long time. It could also achieve large-scale promotion of the brand at the lowest price and the fastest speed. In order to carry out hunger marketing, there were usually some necessary conditions. Either the price was lower than similar products, or the product was in high demand. The price of the Firefly was definitely not low. Due to the recent shortage of demand, retailers had already raised the price to more than $300. Strictly speaking, the price increase by retailers would not bring any benefits to the Firefly brand. Therefore, in the discussion between Eric and the 2 people in charge of Firefly Electronics, they had already decided to limit the retailer's price increase to $30. Otherwise, they would stop supplying the product. However, at the same time, the price increase of physical retailers also provided a more favorable opportunity for Amazon to carry out hunger marketing. In the proposed plan, Amazon would obtain a supply of 50,000 Fireflyer units per month, and the sales price would remain unchanged at $299. They would also carry out online purchases once every 3 days, which would be exactly 10 times a month. The entire hunger marketing cycle would take 3 months. Fireflyer had already done an excellent job in traditional marketing, which was also the reason why sales were booming. However, Fireflyer was a brand new electronic product after all. Many traditional portable music players were still in a wait-and-see state. The implementation of hunger marketing would not only maintain Fireflyer's strong popularity for a long time, but it would also create a deep-rooted concept in people's minds in a short period of time. At the same time, it would also completely stimulate the purchasing desire of all potential wait-and-see users. In addition, Amazon's platform could also obtain more traffic and users in a short period of time through this marketing plan. It could also open up the e-commerce market outside of book sales. Therefore, this plan could be said to have the effect of killing multiple birds with one stone. The four of them spent the entire afternoon discussing the details of the implementation of the plan. In the end, Jeff Bezos suggested, "Eric, I think 3 months is too short. In my opinion, even after 3 months, Fireflyer will still be in a state of shortage for a long time. Why don't we extend this plan?" Eric decisively shook his head. He did not want Firefly Electronics to become a company that did not know how to survive without hunger marketing. He said, "Although the effect of this marketing plan is very obvious, it can't be regarded as a traditional marketing method. If we keep doing this, it will definitely cause a strong backlash from users. Therefore, we should focus our energy on developing better products and building our brand. In fact, if it weren't for this opportunity that is very beneficial to both Fireflyer and Amazon, I wouldn't have come up with this plan." By the time they finished discussing everything, it was already evening. However, Victor, Mike, Nellie and the other two didn't stay for long and left East Hampton in a hurry. After the children's lively birthday party, Eric also rushed to New York the next day and began to discuss the details of the establishment of Marvel Pictures with the team of Marvel Entertainment. Midtown Manhattan, in the conference room of Marvel headquarters. All the executives of the various departments of Marvel Entertainment were gathered together today. Even the founder, Stan Lee, had rushed over. The CEO of Marvel Entertainment, Avi Arad, stood in front of a projector and personally explained the Marvel Cinematic Universe storyline that Marvel's creative department spent more than a year developing. Eric had initially provided a simple draft based on his memories from his previous life. Then, Marvel's creative department filled in the content, resulting in today's result. At this time, Marvel had basically recovered the copyrights of all the core heroes, and even Captain America, who had been in a stalemate at the beginning, had been taken back. Therefore, the new Marvel Cinematic Universe plan was grander than the original space-time, and the characters would be more varied. The new Marvel Cinematic Universe plan storyline also began with the Avengers, but then the scope of the story would expand to the entire universe, with various major events as the main storyline and the 6 Infinity Stones as the hidden line. In turn, it would lead to the Guardian of the Galaxy and the Infinity Watchers team similar to DC's Seven Lantern Corps. It took Avi Arad a full hour and a half to explain the overall idea. Stan Lee, who was sitting next to Eric, had been quite excited during Avi Arad's explanation. Putting Marvel's superheroes on the big screen was almost one of the most important wishes in his life. However, after Avi Arad finished, Stan Lee recovered a little and asked Eric with some uncertainty, "Eric, this plan is really exciting, but don't you think that it is too difficult to really implement it? According to my understanding of Hollywood, no one in Hollywood can always guarantee the success of a movie, not to mention this huge plan involving dozens of movies. As long as there are 1 or 2 movies that fail at the box office in the process, the whole plan is likely to be ruined." Everyone obviously heard Stan Lee's question, and they all looked at Eric quietly. Although they were excited about the huge idea of the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan, they also had similar concerns. After all, wishes are usually beautiful, and reality is often cruel. Feeling the questioning and hopeful eyes around him, Eric explained with a smile, "Of course, I am also aware of this problem. Therefore, for a long time in the future, I will be personally responsible for Marvel Pictures to ensure that there will be no implementation problems caused by the disagreement of the senior management during the implementation of the plan." Secondly, this plan can be described in detail as a comic serialized movie plan, which means that the style of the movies in the plan will maintain a high degree of uniformity. As long as the first few movies of the plan are commercially successful and accepted by the audience, as long as the following movies do not suddenly change the style, the possibility of failure will be very low. After Eric's voice fell, someone immediately asked, "Mr. Williams, the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan is so huge that it will definitely need to use many different directors. The personal style of each director is different. This problem seems to be impossible to solve. We will not refuse to cooperate with big-name directors, but the premise is that these directors must adapt to the style of Marvel movies. Otherwise, we would rather not cooperate. There is no room for negotiation on this point. On the other hand, we will also try to use new directors with good potential, because these people will cherish the opportunity more, and therefore it will be easier for them to adapt to the style of Marvel movies." There was a buzz of discussion in the conference room. Eric could roughly guess what everyone was thinking. He just smiled and sipped the coffee in front of him. Stanley did not have other concerns. He was the first to ask, "Eric, if a large number of new directors are used, I think, perhaps, it should be difficult to make an outstanding comic adaptation of the movie, right?" Eric did not evade. He nodded and said, "Generally, according to the standards of film critics, it should be like this." Everyone began to whisper again. This time Eric did not wait for them to ask. He said, "First of all, everyone should be clear that all the movies under Marvel Pictures should only pursue commercial success. Others, such as the evaluation of film critics, the perception of the core comic fans, and so on, are irrelevant. Only in this way can the whole plan be implemented smoothly. At the same time, in order to be able to implement the Marvel Universe plan, we must also sacrifice the diversity of the movie style. Whether it is the director, screenwriter, actor, or producer, of course they can have their own style, but no one's personal style can be above the overall style of Marvel movies. To put it bluntly or cruelly, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe project, all the actors, screenwriters, directors, and other creative personnel are just screws in the Marvel Cinematic Universe project. A machine is absolutely inseparable from the screws, but the screws can never get control of the machine." There was a moment of silence in the conference room. Stanley said again, "Eric, but if that's the case," Eric took the initiative to interrupt the old man's question and said, "Stan, there are two choices in front of us. The first choice is to pursue the quality of the movie and use the best production team we think. The director and actors can use their talents to their fullest, and we will try to limit them as little as possible. But the result is that some of the movies produced will be good at the box office and reputation, some will be good at the box office and reputation, and some will be bad at the box office and reputation. This will lead to some of the superheroes being popular, and some of them being eliminated from the market. In the end, the Marvel Universe plan is destined to be unable to go smoothly. The other choice is to maintain the consistency of the overall style of Marvel movies. Maybe we can't create a classic movie that can be remembered in the movies, but the probability of failure is very low, so we can ensure the smooth implementation of the Marvel Universe plan. Two choices, Stan, which one will you choose?" With that, Eric looked at everyone and asked again, "Which one will you choose?" No one answered, but the answer was self-evident. Of course, if someone objected, Eric would naturally not be stingy with a severance package. After discussing this issue, Stanley asked again, "Eric, what about the cost?" "As far as I know, Hollywood sequels rarely have more than 3 episodes. This is mainly because once the movie is successful, the actors will be paid more and more." Eric realized that old Stanley had obviously done a lot of preparation before, so his question was quite accurate. However, Eric had also considered all aspects of the problem, so he quickly answered, "In terms of actors, it's similar to the selection of directors. We won't refuse to work with A-list superstars, but the premise is that they must be willing to sign a long-term contract. As for the remuneration, as long as the movie's box office is good enough, we won't be stingy, but we must agree on a plan that both parties can accept in advance. However, I'm actually more inclined to use second and third tier potential actors. Hollywood has never lacked actors with good acting skills. If we use newcomers, it'll be easier for us to sign a package contract. Compared to A-list superstars, actors who sign a package contract will also have less uncertainty when shooting a sequel. After Eric finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but feel a wave of doubts in their hearts. If the director used newcomers and the actors used second and third-tier actors, then did the Marvel Cinematic Universe really have any future? Eric also quickly realized this emotion from everyone's expression. He smiled and said, "I know you're worried, but the success of a movie, whether the director and actors are big names or superstars, has never been the most important thing. If you don't believe me, you can recall the history of Hollywood movies. Not to mention a long time ago, even in the last 10 years, there have been countless Hollywood movies where newcomers or unknown actors have created box office or word-of-mouth classics, such as Beverly Hills Detective, Three Fathers and a Baby, Lethal Weapon, Ghostbusters, Jedi Cop, The Matrix, and so on. These movie series that once occupied the top of the box office rankings, the original directors or actors were actually not that famous. On the other hand, A-list superstars with high salaries like Schwarzenegger, Stallone, and Kevin Costner have frequently produced big projects in recent years that have caused the movie companies to lose all their money." After Eric finished speaking, the expressions of many people in the conference room relaxed. Eric explained the doubts in everyone's hearts. Seeing that everyone was no longer asking questions, he opened the memo in front of him and said, "Now, let's discuss some of my suggestions for changes to the plan you have made. First of all, I have already said before that X-Men will be separated and become a sub-universe of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but I still see too many X-Men characters in this plan, and this has to be changed." The meeting continued, and only a small number of topics were discussed until dusk. In the following week, everyone would continue to discuss various details, so Eric was not in a hurry. After work, he specially invited Stan Lee to have dinner with him at a nearby restaurant and listen to the old man talk about a lot of movie suggestions alone. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after sending Stan Lee off, Eric got into his car and drove all the way to a building near Central Park on Madison Avenue. Taking out a birthday cake and a bouquet of flowers prepared by his assistant from the car, Eric entered the building and took the elevator to a duplex mansion on the top floor. This was the residence that Eric had arranged for Giselle and Alexander to live in. He had purchased a large number of luxury properties in New York and Los Angeles over the years. Except for a few that he lived in himself, most of them were taken care of by a luxury rental company under his name. Giselle and Alexander lived in one of these apartments at this time. After collecting the two last year, Eric gave them a bunch of keys. The mansion was located on the top floor of the building, on Madison Avenue. Although it was a block away, they could still see Central Park. The view was very good. Today happened to be Alessandra's 16th birthday. The girl called Eric last month and asked if he was free to come to New York. Eric didn't give an exact answer at the time. After parting with Stan Lee, Eric didn't have any other plans tonight, so he rushed over at the last minute. Taking the elevator to the top floor of the 85-story building, Eric came to the door of the apartment and pressed the doorbell several times. There was no response, so they probably went out to celebrate. Eric also expected this in advance, so he specifically asked someone to send a spare key, so he opened the door and walked in. Because of his deep-rooted instinctive resistance to the small space in his memory, the properties Eric purchased were basically very spacious, and the one in front of him was no exception. The two-story duplex structure had a total area of nearly 1,200 square meters, with 4 bedrooms and 6 bathrooms, a study, kitchen, dining room, gym, and private screening room. The living room was also more than 100 square meters, which was very spacious. This mansion was one of the first properties Eric purchased during the Kuwait war oil crisis. Because it was located in a prime location overlooking the entire Upper East Side, and because it was the top floor of the building, the price at the time was $12 million. With the recovery of the U.S. economy and real estate in recent years, the current price should be close to $20 million, and the future appreciation space was even more unpredictable. The 6 huge double-layered tempered glass windows on the south and west of the living room reflected the lights of the entire Manhattan. The interior decoration was mainly warm and light-colored. There was no need to turn on the lights, so the living room didn't appear dark. There was a faint fragrance in the air, and Eric could also tell that Giselle and Alessandra had made some feminine changes to the living room. After putting the cake and bouquet on the long table in the corner of the living room, Eric didn't turn on the lights in the room. He quietly walked to a window. Every window around the living room had a marble windowsill that could accommodate one person. Eric also saw a pillow on the windowsill in front of him. He thought that Giselle or Alessandra liked to lean on this window to enjoy the scenery of Manhattan. The view at night was nothing, just the brilliant falling stars. If it was daytime, standing in front of the window overlooking the world-class metropolis of New York would indeed give people the feeling of looking down on all living things from the clouds. Eric casually leaned against the pillow and sat on the windowsill. He looked at the scenery outside the window for a while. He raised his wrist and looked at his watch. It was already past 9:30. He didn't know if the two girls would be crazy outside until midnight. After thinking about it, Eric took out his phone. Just as he was about to call Giselle, he heard the door open. Soon, the sound of high heels clacking could be heard from the entrance, accompanied by excited discussions. It sounded like there were quite a lot of people. Eric frowned slightly. When he gave the keys to Giselle and Eric, he reminded them not to bring any random people back. He thought that the two girls knew what rules to follow. The lights quickly turned on, and a group of young and beautiful girls appeared in front of Eric. Because the night in New York was still quite cold in April, the girls were basically wearing slim jackets and jeans. Their devilish proportions gave a strong visual impact of legs as far as the eye could see. Eric also noticed the figures of Giselle and Alessandra walking in front. Obviously, from the standard tall figures of these girls, they should be Giselle and Alessandra's close friends. Some of the girls were holding beer and snacks in their arms. It seemed like they were preparing to have a party in the apartment. All the girls walked into the living room. Eric glanced around and didn't find any male creatures before his expression relaxed. Because they hadn't been together for long, Eric and the two girls didn't have much feelings for each other. The relationship between the two sides was very simple for the time being. Although he promised Giselle that he would make her the second Drew, people's hearts were always fickle. After a few years, if they wanted to leave, Eric wouldn't have any nostalgia. As a person of two lives, coupled with the rise in status and wealth over the years, Eric's temperament inevitably became more indifferent to worldly affairs. If other men appeared in this apartment tonight, Eric would immediately let Giselle and Alessandra move out of this apartment and have no contact with them in the future. Wow, it's so big. God, this is the ultimate dream of my life. If I can live here, I'm willing to do anything. Along with a burst of excited and surprised gasps, the girls also noticed Eric, who was sitting on the windowsill and looking at them. Everyone was instantly startled. But immediately, Alessandra rushed over and said excitedly, "Eric, when did you come?" "I just arrived. I wanted to give you a surprise." Eric sat up, smiled and hugged Alessandra, who rushed into his arms, kissed her on the cheek, and said, "Happy birthday." "Thank you, Eric." Alessandra also kissed Eric on the cheek and said. Giselle also came over. She keenly noticed the displeasure that flashed through Eric's expression just now. Thinking of Eric's initial instructions, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The other girls had already recognized Eric at this time. They were surprised with all kinds of envy and jealousy. After learning that Giselle and Alessandra lived in this building, they guessed that there must be a big shop behind Giselle and Alessandra, but no one thought that this person would be Eric Williams. This was definitely beyond everyone's wildest imagination. But then, they also felt that it was natural. After all, the type of top-floor mansion in front of them was usually only used by the rich as their own residence. Only someone like Eric Williams could so easily and generously take out a Madison Avenue top-floor duplex mansion for his lover to live in. Eric hugged Giselle again and whispered a few words. He raised his head and looked at the group of beautiful women in front of him who were obviously eager to try. He smiled and greeted, "Hey, girls." Eric's tone of voice imitated the usual opening line used by Charlie Townsend, the behind-the-scenes boss of the detective agency, when he contacted the three angels and the Break-In Girls. Obviously, this group of girls had basically watched the Break-In Girls. They responded almost in unison, "Hi, Eric." "Well, it seems that you have all watched that movie." Eric smiled and took a dozen cans of beer from the girl standing in the front row. He looked at it and said, "This is a party, but these beers are not very good. I'll get someone to send some over." With that said, Eric sat back on the windowsill, took out his mobile phone and dialed his assistant's number. He looked up at the girls in front of him and said, "Peter, get someone to send some party drinks over. About 20 people. Hurry up." Seeing Eric hang up the phone, a bold girl rushed to say, "Eric, there are only 15 of us. 20 people. Are you trying to get us all drunk?" Eric showed a somewhat naughty expression and said, "Why not? Maybe I will do something even more outrageous. Those who are afraid can leave early. It may be too late later." "Ah," the girls screamed. There were a few girls who showed hesitation on their faces, but no one was willing to turn around and leave. Eric smiled and clapped his hands. He said, "Okay, go and get ready. Move the set of tables and chairs in the middle to the corner. Also, do you have any good music records at home?" Eric looked at Giselle. Giselle nodded and said, "They are in the living room upstairs." "Eric, let's go change and get the records." With that said, Giselle pulled Alexandria toward the stairs. The other girls consciously began to move the furniture in the living room. Alexandria was pulled upstairs by Giselle. She rubbed her wrist that was hurting and complained, "What are you doing? I don't want to change clothes." Giselle glared at Alexandria and continued to walk toward the bedroom. She said angrily, "It's all your fault. You had to hold a party at home. Now, you sent a group of little bitches to Eric." Alexandria, of course, didn't notice the way the group of girls looked at Eric. She shrank her neck with a guilty conscience. After all, she was only 16 years old. After all, she still had the vanity of a girl. She wanted to show off her luxurious apartment to her friends, but she didn't expect to be so clever. Alexander tiptoed behind Giselle like a kitten and tried to defend himself. You agreed to it." Giselle didn't look back. She went to the bedroom and opened the closet. She picked out clothes and said, "If someone suggested to throw you out of here, I would also agree." Alexandria didn't dare to talk back. She stretched out her small hand and picked out her favorite dress. Just as she was about to change into it, someone knocked on the bedroom door. Giselle and Alexandria turned their heads at the same time. A few girls had already walked over. They looked at Giselle and Alexandria's closet with shining eyes. One of the girls said, "Giselle, can we borrow a few dresses to wear?" Alexandria habitually smiled. She was about to speak when she felt her waist being pinched by Giselle. Giselle warned Alexandria to shut her mouth. She also had a smile on her face. She refused without hesitation. "Sorry, Karen. I'm not used to others wearing my clothes." The girl named Karen wasn't discouraged. She turned to Alexandria. "Then, you." Alexandria quickly shook her head. I am not used to it either." The other girl beside Karen rolled her eyes. She pulled her companion and smiled slyly. "Karen, why don't we go downstairs and be kind to Eric? Maybe he'll ask the Chanel store to send a dozen dresses over. They definitely won't be worse than the ones in Giselle's closet. I've been wanting to buy Chanel for a long time." The other girls weren't stupid. They all smiled and agreed. Giselle wanted to pinch Alexandria again. She helplessly moved aside. "Okay. Pick whatever you want. You little bitches." Haha. The girls didn't mind Giselle's words at all. They giggled and swarmed up. A moment later, the other girls also rushed upstairs to borrow clothes. Out of sight, out of mind. Out of sight, out of mind. She quickly changed into a purple dress and went to the living room to pick out the music records she was going to use later. Seeing Alexander follow her, Giselle said, "Stick to Eric like a piece of gum later. Don't give those guys a chance, okay?" I know. Alexandria quickly nodded, but she didn't forget to mutter. "Chewing gum. TSK, disgusting." Giselle immediately raised a disc in her hand and slapped it on Alexandria's head. "It's all your fault." Alexandria was too lazy to resist. He let Giselle hit him and said, "I just think, do you have to be so nervous? You're now the fastest rising newcomer in the fashion industry. I should be the one who's nervous. You've walked in dozens of top brand shows in the past 2 fashion weeks. You've made a name for yourself. Eric will only give me a chance this autumn. If he takes a fancy to other girls, I'll be in trouble. So you know everything? I'm not a fool. Alexandria curled her lips. She felt a girl's figure pass by outside the door. She subconsciously turned her head and looked back. I just think that since it's already like this, there's no use in regretting. Giselle rolled her eyes at Alexandria and didn't say anything more. However, she wasn't as relaxed as Alexandria. Although Eric pushed her to a position that many models couldn't reach in their lifetime in just 1 year, in fact, she could only be regarded as a newcomer with good potential. Due to age restrictions and other factors, she hadn't gotten any brand endorsement yet. She couldn't compare with the supermodels at the top of the industry pyramid. In recent years, due to Victoria's Secret's rapidly increasing market share from 10% to more than 40%, Ltd spared no effort in the creation of the Victoria's Secret Angel brand. Coupled with the support of Firefly Group's media resources, the dozens of supermodels in the Victoria's Secret Angel Corps not only had the highest exposure and top income in the industry, but also almost monopolized most of the high-end brand resources in the fashion industry. There was a popular opinion in the fashion industry that if you couldn't walk on the runway of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, then you didn't deserve the title of supermodel. Similarly, you couldn't squeeze into the top circle of the industry. The number of people in the Victoria's Secret Angel Corps had always been maintained at about 40, while the industry had hundreds of thousands of workers. One could imagine how fierce the competition was. Without the direct support of Eric, the founder of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, even if you were lucky enough to walk in the Victoria's Secret fashion show, it would be very difficult to go further. The Victoria's Secret Angel Corps also had a clear hierarchy and fierce competition. Giselle had always been very clear that she wasn't beautiful enough. She still didn't understand why Eric had chosen her, but she definitely valued this opportunity more than anyone else. She once swore that she would never experience the feeling of being short of money because she lost $50. It was as if the sky was falling down. If because of today's mistake, other girls around her were to gain Eric's favor, or even replace her and Alisanda's position, then she would probably find a place to cry. Giselle picked a few records and brought Alisanda downstairs. At this time, the fluorescent lights in the living room had been turned off, leaving only a few pale yellow wall lamps on. A long table was already filled with all kinds of drinks, candies, and snacks, and even a dazzling array of party toys. But what bothered Giselle more was that a group of girls had changed into flamboyant long skirts and even hot pants. Most of these were her clothes, and she didn't know how they would be ruined tonight. She had spent most of her income in the past year on this. After all, this was essential for a girl in her profession. Alisanda didn't make any money at all. Although no one would charge them rent for this mansion, living in this environment, the monthly expenses were also thousands of dollars. The two of them didn't live well at all. Of course, Giselle thought about Eric, but she instinctively felt that no matter how rich a man was, he wouldn't like a woman who asked for money. She didn't want Eric to be disgusted with her. Looking at Eric, who was still sitting on the windowsill but was surrounded by several girls, Giselle stuffed the records in her hand to Alisanda and walked straight over. Eric said something that made the girls around him giggle. One of the girls even wanted to softly lean over. Giselle squeezed over and sat on the edge of the windowsill. In the surprised and envious eyes of all the girls, her slender body intimately leaned in Eric's arms. She didn't have the sharpness that she had when she was with Alisanda. Like a little wild cat that had put away its claws, she tilted her head and pecked on Eric's cheek. She asked in a low voice, "Eric, what are you talking about?" Eric didn't mind Giselle's obvious thoughts. He reached out and held the girl's slender waist, bowed his head and kissed her lips. He smiled and said, "We're talking about Hollywood. I know a lot of gossip." Just then, dynamic music sounded in the living room, and the girls began to dance unconsciously. Eric saw that the girls were a little uneasy and said with a smile, "Let's go dance. I like to see you dance." When Eric spoke, the girls were no longer restrained and quickly gathered in the center of the living room. They cheered and screamed to the music and danced to their heart's content. There were also girls who boldly looked at Eric, twisting their bodies and making bold flirtatious movements. Although it was impossible to create a fanatical atmosphere like in a nightclub in a short period of time, looking at a group of girls with looks and figures above 80 dancing like boneless mermaids, That kind of visual stimulation was definitely enough to make a man's blood boil. Seeing Alessandra join the crowd and waving to them, Giselle got up and said, "Eric, let's go dance." "I'll just watch." "You go." Eric smiled and shook his head. Giselle didn't want to give a group of little she-wolves an opportunity. She took the initiative to take off the leather shoes on Eric's feet, pulled his hand coquettishly, and insisted, "Come on, it's boring if you don't dance." Eric didn't resist too much. He took off his coat and walked to the center of the living room with Giselle's strength. The girls quickly surrounded him. Eric held Giselle and gently danced to the music skillfully. After a while, he felt Giselle's warm and soft body pressing closer to him. At the same time, she whispered in his ear, "Eric, let's go to the bedroom, okay?" This body, after all, had the vitality of a young man. It would be abnormal if there was no reaction in the midst of a soft and fragrant body. However, Eric wasn't so impatient. He didn't respond to Giselle's question. Instead, he reached out and pulled Alessandra over. He put Giselle and him together and said with a smile, "You two dance for me." Giselle, of course, knew what Eric's specific request was. She obediently didn't resist and hugged Alessandra. The two of them danced and kissed naturally. There was a burst of laughter and screams around them. Eric looked at the two girls' performance and felt a few girls around him coming closer. He reached out and grabbed one of the girls in his arms. The girl was also tall. She had short blonde hair and a slightly childish baby face. Her eyes were big, her face was small, and her lips were thin. She wore light smoky makeup and looked like a real Barbie. What was even more surprising was the girl's slender waist. It was so slim that Eric could almost wrap his hands around it. "Your waist is so thin." "I'm suddenly curious. Are you 16 years old?" Because they were hugging, the girl could also feel the changes in Eric's body. Her face was slightly red, but she didn't break away from Eric's embrace. Instead, she took the initiative to hug Eric's waist and gently rubbed against it. When she heard Eric's question, she replied, "Eric, I'm going to be 21 years old soon." "Wow, I really couldn't tell. I thought I was committing a crime just now." "Hee hee." The girl smiled and took the initiative to introduce herself. "My name is Xianxia Goff." Eric didn't remember this name and wasn't very interested. Maybe they wouldn't meet again after tonight. However, he still replied considerately, "Goff. Is this a German surname?" Xianxia Goff shook her head and said, "Of course not. It's an Orthodox English surname, just like yours." Eric looked down at the girl's face, especially the shape of her lips. It was obviously similar to Diane Kruger's. "Hence," he said, "but I think you must have German blood, right?" Xianxia Goff nodded and said, "Yes, it's from my mother." "Then she must be a great beauty," Eric said with a smile. "I think so too." Xianxia Goff chuckled and looked at Eric with her bright eyes. After a short conversation, she unconsciously let go of her initial discomfort. She inexplicably had a good impression of Eric. After a moment, the girl even boldly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Eric. Eric wasn't the kind of person who liked to kiss unfamiliar girls. His misophobia was actually quite serious. Although sometimes his relationship with the women around him developed quite quickly, it was mainly because he was quite familiar with them in his previous life. Slightly turning his head to avoid the girl's lips, Eric politely kissed her white and tender cheek gently and said with a smile, "I don't want our relationship to develop too quickly." Xianxia Goff was a little disappointed, but she didn't show it. She still smiled and said, "Eric, I'm tired. Let's go for a drink, okay?" "Okay, but you have to be careful. I like to get women drunk." Xianxia Goff was not afraid at all. She smiled and said, "Why can't I get you drunk?" "Okay, then let's try." After a loop of the record, the girls were also tired from dancing. Just as they were about to take a break, they found that Eric and the girls were already clustered on a sofa. He held a bottle cap in his hand and reached out to throw it at an empty glass on the floor not far away. With a tinkling sound, the bottle cap accurately fell into the glass. "Ah, so annoying. We lost again." The girls around him complained together, but they didn't hesitate to drink the wine in their hands. Then, like a group of crazy kittens, they shouted, "Again, again." "Are you sure?" Eric asked with a smile. Of course, of course. Okay. Eric said and threw another bottle cap. The tinkling sound was heard again. The other girls also gathered around. When they saw Eric throw the bottle cap accurately into the glass twice in a row, they shouted, "Wow, no, no, Eric, you must be cheating." Eric smiled. Strictly speaking, he was cheating. This was because he often played this game when he went to nightclubs in his previous life, so he should be considered to have practiced it. But tonight, his luck seemed to be exceptionally good. Juicy Goff beside him pulled his right hand over, as if she wanted to check if there was a scope or something. Eric laughed and said, "Forget it, I won't bully you. Why don't we change to another game? You can pick whatever you want." Immediately, a girl waved a deck of poker cards in her hand. "How about poker cards?" "This way, Eric, you can't cheat?" Eric nodded and said, "Okay, let's play together. Let's make it simple. Everyone draws a card. Those whose cards are smaller than mine drink. If everyone's cards are bigger than mine, then I drink." "Wow, how can we win? How can we do this?" "Eric, you're too shameless." There was another round of criticism. Eric smiled and said, "How about this, let's add some chips. I'm more confident in this." Juicy Goff laughed and said, "Then we can't afford to play with you even if we sell ourselves." "Okay, you don't have to pay. I'll lose once, $100,000, and a private jet to send you to any city in the world for shopping. London, Paris, Tokyo, anywhere you want. But you have to add some chips too. How about it?" Those who were able to hang out with Giselle and Alexander were naturally not small models. Although the modeling industry seemed glamorous, the income was actually not high. Only a few of them could earn more than $100,000 a year. Eric's bet of $100,000 and a private jet shopping trip immediately made the girl scream. But soon, a girl questioned, "Eric, even if each of us has a 50-50 chance of winning you, the probability of all of us winning is only 1 out of 2 to the 14th power. This probability is almost zero. It's too unfair." Eric looked over in surprise. The one who spoke was a girl with a Latina appearance. She was not very beautiful, but her body was tall and hot. "I didn't expect there to be a math girl here." "Hey, Eric, you're discriminating," Juicy Goff, who was leaning on Eric, immediately protested in dissatisfaction. "Okay, I apologize," Eric smiled and looked at the girl who spoke just now. He said, "What's your name?" Hearing Eric's question, the girl who originally had a slight accent immediately replied carefully, "Fernanda Tavares." Eric patted the thigh of the girl on his left and smiled. "I like girls who know math. Come sit here." Fernanda Tavares walked over without hesitation. The girl who was originally sitting there reluctantly gave up her seat. Giselle and Alexander, who were squeezed not far away, were even more depressed. Fernanda Tavares was from Brazil. Alexander invited her today because they were from the same hometown. He did not expect her to be a little bitch who knew math. Damn it. Speaking of which, what the hell does 1 out of 2 to the 14th power mean? Giselle, whose English was still not very good, thought bitterly. She could not help but stare at Alexander. Alexander shrunk his neck and continued to pretend to be a little white rabbit. Eric gestured to the girl sitting on the carpet next to the coffee table to pass a glass of champagne to Fernanda Tavares. Then he said, "Okay, if I draw A, I lose. This way, you have a 1 out of 13 chance of winning. $100,000 each time. Hey, it's your turn to raise the chips." The surrounding was silent for a moment. The girls began to think involuntarily. Then, a girl suddenly shouted, "Ah, I understand. Eric, you want us to take off our clothes, right? It must be like this." The other girls seemed to have suddenly understood what was going on, and they all started laughing and joking around. Eric also laughed and said, "I'm not interested in A-cup bodies like you. You look better with clothes on." The average cup size of professional models was generally not high. When Eric created the Victoria's Secret show, although he deliberately selected the batch of models with the best figures, in order to achieve the best effect, many of the angels still had to use small tricks like squeezing pads. Although Eric was telling the truth, there was still a dissatisfied protest around him. Goff patted Eric lightly with her small hand and said angrily, "Then what do you want, Eric? Do you want us to accompany you to bed?" Eric turned his head and kissed Goff's small face. He nodded expectantly and said, "That's a good suggestion." Ah. Amidst the screams, a bunch of candy pillows and other small objects flew over. Eric almost reached out to cover his ears. He hurriedly said, "Stop, stop, stop. I can't stand you little vixens swarming me." "Okay, since you don't have any powerful chips, I'll stick a note on it." Goff immediately said, "Eric, that's ugly, and it'll ruin the makeup on my face." Eric reached out to take the deck of cards, shuffled them, and replied with a smile, "How uncreative. I didn't say that it has to be on my face. Other places are fine too." The girls were stunned for a moment, and then there was another round of screams. I knew it, I knew it. Eric still wants us to take off our clothes." Okay, okay. If you keep screaming, I'll be deafened by your little voices. Let's start now. We'll continue until all the drinks are finished." After understanding Eric's intentions, the girls' reactions were very intense, but in the end, none of them retreated. They all gathered around. Because the rules were simple, the game went very quickly. In the end, they still couldn't finish all the drinks. When most of the girls were drunk and on the verge of collapsing, and two of them rushed to the bathroom, Eric timely announced the end of the game. When he woke up again, it was already dawn. Two warm and soft bodies were nestled beside him. It was Giselle and Alessandra. Although he didn't lose many times last night, he was poured a full glass of champagne by the girls every time. Eric wasn't too relaxed. He didn't have the strength to pay attention to a group of drunk girls. He just carried Giselle and Alessandra into the bedroom and fell asleep in each other's arms. Looking at his watch, it was already 8:30. Today, he still had to continue to discuss the affairs of Marvel Pictures, so Eric sat up. As Eric got up, Alessandra snorted twice, changed his position and didn't move again. Giselle opened her eyes and murmured good morning. She leaned over and pressed her body against Eric. Feeling the man's morning desire, she whispered, "Eric, do you want it?" It was past midnight when the game ended last night. Although Eric was still awake, he didn't want to rashly take away the first time of the two girls when they were drunk, so he didn't do anything. Although he also wanted to, Eric kissed Giselle's face and said with a smile, "Now is not a good time. Next time. And I lost a lot of money last night. I have to hurry to work to earn it back." Giselle, of course, could feel that Eric didn't take the opportunity to take her last night. She was a little touched by the man's thoughtfulness. She reached over and grabbed him. She whispered in his ear, "Then let's take a shower. I can help you with my mouth first." Feeling Giselle's little tongue gently teasing his cheek, Eric finally couldn't resist the temptation. He got out of bed and picked Giselle up. The girl chuckled and walked to the bathroom. More than half an hour later, the two came out of the bathroom. Eric knew that he was destined to be late today. Although it didn't matter if he was late, he still hung up the phone with Marvel before going downstairs with Giselle. Because the curtains were drawn, the outdoor sunlight didn't shine into the room. The living room, which was still lit by the wall lamp, was very messy. A group of almost naked girls were lying on the sofa and carpet. Some were hugging pillows, some were hugging each other, all sleeping soundly. Looking at the situation in the living room, Giselle remembered that she was carried to the bedroom by Eric alone last night. A faint sense of superiority grew in Giselle, and her original vigilance dissipated a lot. Since Eric didn't do anything out of line last night, he naturally wouldn't do anything today. What's more, she had just satisfied Eric. Putting down her guard, Giselle was also a lot more considerate. She quietly walked through the living room with Eric and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. However, just as she put the bread into the spit, Giselle remembered something and said, "Eric, you lost 8 times last night. Do you really want to?" Eric held the pan and carefully fried the eggs. He smiled and said, "Do you want me to go back on my word? That's $800,000, and a private jet." Giselle felt a little pain when she thought about it. Because of Eric's support, she had earned more than $100,000 in the past half a year. However, after deducting the various agent commissions and taxes, plus her and Alexander's expenses, there was nothing left. Not to mention the equally expensive private jet, $800,000, whether in the past or now, was a huge sum of money that she could only dream of. Eric put the fried eggs on the plate, cracked 2 more, and continued, "Here, I'll give you a math problem. 987 minus 677, the result is divided by 365. How much is it?" Giselle thought of Fernanda Tavares last night and turned her little head, but she had no clue. She was not that good at math. However, the girl was unwilling to admit defeat, so she put down the milk carton in her hand and walked to the fridge to pick up the paper and pen hanging by the side to calculate. She quickly turned her head and said, "About 0.85? Eric watched Giselle's movements with a smile and said, "That's right. My net worth 2 years ago was $67. 7 billion, and last year it was $98. 7 billion, 365 days a year. So, what is the result of your calculation?" Giselle immediately opened her mouth in surprise. That means you can earn $85 million a day. Yes, $85 million a day, $3. 5 million an hour, $60,000 a minute. Let me calculate. It will take about 13 minutes to earn $800,000, so I can still afford the bet. Giselle felt a little dizzy. This is too exaggerated. Eric smiled and put another fried egg on the plate. He said, "Come, baby, try the fried egg I made in 3 minutes. How does it taste?" "It's very expensive." Eric's little joke made Giselle sober up a little. She tried not to think about the series of numbers that made her feel powerless. She walked over and picked up a piece of fried egg with a fork, put it in her mouth, and deliberately frowned. "It's a little salty. Do you want me to make another 6-minute one?" "Hee, that will definitely be burnt." They chatted and laughed as they prepared breakfast. Instead of going to the dining room, they went to the bar by the window in the living room. They opened the curtains a little and sat on the high stools to eat together. Perhaps it was because there was more light in the room, or perhaps it was the stimulation of the smell of food, but a girl lying on the carpet closer to them woke up in a daze. It was Juicy Goff. The girl sat up, shook her head, and looked down at her chest in a daze. She reached out and peeled off a piece of paper, and subconsciously put it in her mouth to suck it. The paper was stuck on with the cream from the cake Eric had brought last night. It was very sweet. The unique bitterness in her mouth after a hangover dissipated, and Juicy Goff was much more awake. She sniffled and turned to look in the direction of the bar. Eric happened to be sitting across from the living room, and he greeted her. "Good morning, Juicy. Do you want to eat something?" After waking up, it was impossible for her to be as crazy as last night. However, looking around at her companions who were in similar situations, Juicy Goff did not feel too embarrassed. Smiling shyly, Juicy Goff peeled off all the pieces of paper that were still stuck on her body. She casually picked up a dress next to her and put it on before walking over to greet them. "Good morning, Eric, Giselle." Eric gestured for the girl to sit opposite Giselle and pushed the milk in his hand over. "If you don't mind, drink this glass of milk first. It's been warmed." Stimulated by the smell of food, Juicy Goff felt her little stomach turn empty. Of course, she did not mind. After thanking him, she picked up Eric's milk and sipped it in small mouthfuls. Seeing that Eric gave his milk to Juicy Goff, Giselle took the initiative to run to the kitchen to prepare a new one for him. After drinking the milk, Juicy Goff felt much better in her stomach. She looked up at Eric and smiled. "Eric, can I take a shower?" "Of course, the bathroom is over there." Eric pointed. Juicy Goff thanked him and got up to walk to the bathroom. After taking a quick shower, Juicy Goff came out of the bathroom and saw that Eric had already eaten breakfast. He was sitting at the bar with a pen in his hand, writing something. After walking closer, Juicy Goff realized that it was a check. Recalling what happened last night, Juicy Goff's heart suddenly beat faster. Eric had lost 8 times last night. That was $800,000. Even if the 14 girls split it equally, each of them would get more than $50,000. More than $50,000. Oh, and there was also a private jet and a worldwide shopping trip. When Eric proposed this bet, she and most of the other girls did not have much hope that Eric would honor the bet. Especially after Eric gradually lost 8 times, they did not have much hope. In their usual way of thinking, they did not think that anyone would easily fork out $800,000. Thinking of this, Chusi Goff tiptoed closer to the bar, trying to make herself invisible. However, her eyes drifted over to the numbers that Eric was filling in. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Hey, why was the number at the beginning 1? It should have been 8. After Eric finished filling in the check, he looked up at Chusi Goff and smiled. He tore off the check and handed it to Giselle. Here, take the extra as pocket money for you and Alexander. Here's my assistant's business card. Give him a call and he'll arrange a private jet for you. You can go anywhere you want. Giselle held the check in her hand and looked at the string of zeros. Her eyes were also sparkling. However, she hesitated and said, "But, Eric, the company probably won't allow us to go on a holiday. We still have work to do. It's not the fashion season now." "How can there be so much work?" "Just say what I said. It's the holidays, so I won't be working. If anyone disagrees, get John Casablanca of Elite and, who's the president of IMG? Get them to call me." Eric put away the checkbook, got up, and hugged Giselle. He glanced at the girls who were still sleeping in the living room and smiled. "Then I'll go to work. Also, you're the big sister, so keep an eye on them. No matter where they go, don't go too crazy." Last night's indulgence was just a small change in Eric's busy work. He didn't mind signing the $1 million check. After all, just like the math problem he gave Giselle, compared to his current wealth, $1 million was the same as $1 for an ordinary person. However, this check was a completely different concept for the girls. After sending Eric out of the apartment, Chusi Goff immediately turned to Giselle and looked at the check in her hand expectantly. She couldn't help but reach out her small hand and said, "Giselle, it's really $1 million, can you let me see?" Giselle pushed away Chusi Goff's hand and said, "Of course it's real. Would Eric sign a fake check for me?" Chusi Goff didn't dare to snatch it back. She returned to the bar by the window, but she didn't forget to correct Giselle, "This is for all of us." Giselle sat down at the bar again and shook her head, "No, 800,000 belongs to all of us. The other 200,000 is my and Dale's pocket money." "You just heard." Chusi Goff rolled her eyes and asked, "You and Ale want to share the 800,000 with us?" "Of course," Giselle said, "we played games last night." While the two were talking, another girl opened her eyes and sat up. When she saw the check in Giselle's hand, she screamed excitedly and all the girls woke up. They didn't even have time to put on their clothes. They all gathered around Giselle and began to talk. "Wow, 1 million. Eric really redeemed the bet. How much can each of us get? There's a shopping trip, right? What about the private jet?" "Stupid, of course the private jet is at the airport. It can't be parked in the house." Giselle looked at the group of chattering girls and suddenly remembered Eric's last words. Because she just debuted, even with Eric's support, she couldn't reach the top of the industry. From the few contacts she had, she realized that the successful supermodel circles like Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista wouldn't accept them. Most of the girls around her were of similar age. They could be said to be a group of newcomers with more potential in the industry. This was why they could hang out together. In this case, why didn't she establish her own circle? And of course, she had to be the big sister that Eric talked about. As long as Eric supported her, her future development would definitely not be limited to just being a supermodel. Then, the girls around her would definitely become her helpers. After a quick calculation, Giselle reached out and patted the bar counter. She glanced around and raised her voice. "Okay, everyone shut up." Giselle's eyes were filled with the aura she usually had when she was disciplining Alexander. The girls paused for a moment, and as expected, they all tactfully stopped talking. Giselle was satisfied with the effect. She said, $800,000 for a trip around the world on a private jet. Eric promised to honor it. If everyone's passports are fine, we can go anywhere in the afternoon. In the soft cheers, Giselle continued, "But you should know the rules. First of all, no one is allowed to talk about what happened last night. Otherwise, believe me, Eric just needs to make a phone call and the agency will immediately terminate your contract. Your career will also end here. Although they felt that Giselle was a bit intimidating, the girls still nodded obediently. Even though they weren't old, they were able to get contracts with international modeling giants like Elite and IMG. This group of girls certainly weren't inexperienced. If word got out about what had happened last night, it wouldn't do them any good. After all, the models who had dared to jump out and expose things had all disappeared without a trace. However, someone immediately objected, "Giselle, if we don't say anything, the company won't allow us to travel." This was indeed a problem. Giselle thought for a moment and had a bold idea. She said, "How about this, I'll personally call the company's boss and talk to them. As long as they arrange it, even the agents directly responsible for us can't ask anything." "Giselle, will the bosses listen to you?" "Of course," Eric said before he left that if they don't agree, he will directly ask. Giselle nodded with certainty. She saw that the girls were still hesitant. She also knew that the management of the agency was probably the unreachable controller of the entire industry in their eyes, but she was too lazy to explain. From Eric's interest in her and Alessandra, the two big agencies' almost protective reaction to the two of them, it could be seen how much influence Eric had. For example, the Victoria's Secret show had become a training ground for supermodels. Any modeling agency that wanted to send their models to the Victoria's Secret show had to go through Eric's test. "Giselle, can I get my share of the money directly? I mean, I'm short of money recently, and I still owe rent." The girl's voice was a little low, with a little uncertainty. It was Fernanda Tavares. Giselle was already very dissatisfied with her taking the initiative to attract Eric's attention last night. She said, "Of course, I'll give you your share, but you can't travel around the world with us." Fernanda Tavares felt Giselle's dissatisfaction with her, but if she was kicked out of the circle, her loss would obviously be greater, so she decisively shook her head and said, "Forget it, I don't want it." Giselle was stunned, then she smiled and showed her generosity at the right time. Smart choice. The girls who originally had similar thoughts heard the conversation between the two and dismissed the idea. More than $50,000 in cash was of course a huge sum of money for them now. If they could get it, they would never spend it all in one go. But they were still young. Between money and opportunities, they certainly knew how to choose. Seeing that no one had any more questions, Giselle sniffled and pulled a few pieces of paper from Fernanda's naked chest in disgust. She pinched them and said, "You guys look and smell like a group of natives who just ran out of the Amazon jungle. Go take a shower and clean this place up." There were always a lot of bathrooms in Western-style apartments. The girls finally realized their embarrassment at this time. They laughed and quickly got into different bathrooms. After confirming her status as the big sister, Giselle was very satisfied. She picked up the phone on the bar, found the address book, and began to dial the numbers of the bosses of the agencies. Because of work, the girls basically had multinational passports. They flew to Tokyo in the afternoon. Of course, they were definitely first selected by Giselle. Although compared to ordinary people, the girls had more opportunities to go abroad, they were basically working in fashion shows during the fashion season. Under the company's arrangement, they would be busy for more than 10 hours a day. Then they would be so tired that they would fall asleep as soon as they hit the bed. They had no intention of traveling at all. This was the first time they could indulge to their heart's content. Eric had a rough idea of what had happened from John Casabianca, the CEO of Elite, on the phone, but he just smiled and brushed it off. He originally wanted to use a week to confirm the specific plan for Marvel Pictures, but it turned out that a week was not enough. There were too many things to discuss. Marvel Pictures was related to the movie layout of Firefly for at least the next 20 years. Eric did not want to make a hasty decision on any matter. Therefore, he stayed in New York until late April. On the other hand, the two teams of Firefly Electronics and Amazon were very efficient. 3 days after the Hunger marketing plan was confirmed, the plan officially began to be implemented. Due to the limited production capacity and booming sales, the price of the Firefly player in physical retail stores had basically risen to $329. This was the rule that Firefly Electronics had set after they stopped supplying to several retail stores that had raised the price without hesitation. Even so, the Fireflyer in physical retail stores was still in a state of short supply. In this case, Amazon sold 5,000 units of Fireflyer at the original price of $299 every 3 days. This immediately attracted the attention of a large number of consumers. According to Yahoo's statistics, at the beginning of 1997, the number of Internet users in North America who used online payment services had reached 5 million. Although it was still insignificant compared to the total number of Internet users, this number was still unmatched by any other overseas region. Therefore, the first round of Amazon's sales campaign only took 2.5 hours. 5,000 units of Fireflyer were sold out. With the joint efforts of several companies, a large number of media outlets in North America reported on this. Then, the second round of sales was shortened by half. The third round was shortened to 10 minutes. Hunger marketing was not a novel marketing method, but this was definitely the first time it was put on the table on a large scale and became a social topic. With the help of this hot topic, more and more people, regardless of whether they were interested in the Fireflyer or not, inevitably noticed this epoch-making music player product. The potential consumers who were still in a wait-and-see state also joined in the rush to buy this product. When the fourth round of Fireflyer sales began, there was only 1 minute left in the entire process. Amazon's online store page even began to lag due to the influx of customers. The popularity of online sales also stimulated physical sales. Although the price was $30 higher than the Amazon store, due to the scarcity of the product, most retail stores sold out almost immediately after they put the new Fireflyer on the shelves. Unsurprisingly, a large number of scalpers appeared. Immediately, some media outlets began to suspect that this was a joint effort between Amazon and Firefly Electronics. The online store's sales volume was far lower than what was announced to the public. Amazon quickly clarified. Without disclosing customer privacy, they directly posted the transaction records of each purchase on the website's homepage. The situation of Fireflyer being out of stock inevitably caused some users to dislike it. Firefly Electronics spared no effort in public relations. Not only did they explain the cause and effect of Fireflyer's production capacity limitations in detail on the Yahoo portal, but they even opened a dedicated product homepage to report the construction progress of Fireflyer's new factory and other product-related news to users in real time. From time to time, they would also have some interesting and rewarding interactions with fans. Under this close and tacit cooperation, Fireflyer's brand image became deeply ingrained in the hearts of consumers step by step. Amazon also became the biggest external beneficiary of this process. Due to the popularity of hunger marketing, Amazon's average traffic increased by 50% in just 2 weeks. Jeff Bezos decisively changed his original plan and took advantage of this opportunity to introduce more product types. In addition to Firefly Electronics and Amazon, the online music store that Yahoo was in charge of also achieved impressive sales results. Even without Fireflyer, the purchased music could be played directly on the personal computer. It even had the ability to burn music. Therefore, after Yahoo Music Store and Fireflyer started sales at the same time, with the digital soundtrack of Titanic and albums by popular singers such as Superboy and Madonna, it only took 5 days for Yahoo Music Store to sell a total of 1 million songs. This data far exceeded everyone's expectations in the industry. Before this, even the boldest prediction said that it would take at least 2 months for Yahoo Music Store to achieve the first 1 million song sales. But in fact, this process only took 5 days. At this sales rate, Yahoo Music Store could achieve at least $70 million in sales revenue in the first year. It had to be said that this data was very obvious in driving the overall revenue of Yahoo. After all, before the IPO, Yahoo definitely needed a more beautiful annual financial report. The sales data of Yahoo Music Store far exceeded expectations. The most nervous were undoubtedly the major record companies. Although the CD-ROM drive on personal computers had also just appeared, the CD burning function provided by Yahoo Music Box software was almost equivalent to directly destroying the original ecology of the record industry. Before this, the average price of a music album in the market was about $20, but Yahoo Music Store reduced this price by half at once. Even according to the sharing rules, the product companies received a share of about $7 per digital album from Yahoo Music Store, which was not much less than the profit obtained from selling a physical product. but the major record companies were still on high alert. 2 weeks after Sony issued that statement at the beginning of the month, Sony Records, together with 2 other record giants, BMG and EMI, filed a lawsuit in the San Francisco federal court to ban the production and sales of MP3 players on the grounds of encouraging the spread of pirated music. Eric spent the past 2 weeks in frequent meetings with Marvel's management. During this time, Katzenberg personally came to New York to participate in several more important meetings. After repeated discussions during this period, the company preliminarily determined the basic structure of Marvel Pictures and the movie development plan. Marvel Pictures would be completely independent of Firefly Corporation's film and television production system. Together with the planned future Marvel Television Production Company, they would be responsible for the development of all superhero films and television works under Marvel Entertainment. At the same time, Eric would personally serve as the producer of all Marvel's movies in the first stage to ensure the smooth implementation of the plan. In terms of movie production, Marvel Pictures would largely imitate the standardized industrial process of the era of major Hollywood studios. All production personnel such as producers, directors, actors, and so on had to follow Marvel's overall style and will. In order to implement cost control as much as possible and maintain the sustainability of the serialized comic film development plan, all the core characters in Marvel Pictures movies had to sign long-term packaging contracts. At the same time, Eric no longer pursued the radical strategy of Marvel movies. In the preliminary movie universe plan, only the Avengers storyline was confirmed for the time being. As for projects such as X-Men and Fantastic Four, Eric decided to wait for the Avengers plan to be successfully implemented before Marvel movies gained enough influence to start the production of other series. In the original spacetime, it was the great success of Marvel's Avengers plan that completely activated all of Marvel's IP and led all of Marvel's superhero brands to enter the heyday. Before that, other than Sony's Spider-Man, the other Marvel movies could not be considered too successful. This was especially so for the X-Men series. In Eric's opinion, the X-Men series, which had a large number of rich characters, was completely messed up by Fox. The characters were not focused, the timeline was messy, and most of the sequels in the entire series only returned to the original line. Firefly would definitely not be able to dig out the gold mine of Marvel. Eric would still adopt the strategy of cooperating with other studios. However, the premise of all this was that Marvel Pictures still had to have enough control over the project development and more profit sharing. However, even if Firefly had a close relationship with Fox and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, the cooperation between the parties would not be so smooth if they could not prove the huge potential of Marvel superheroes. Therefore, the success or failure of the Avengers became the key to the development of the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe. Firefly had signed a contract with Cameron for Spider-Man. Due to the success of Titanic, using Cameron as the director of Spider-Man seemed to go against the production principles that Marvel Pictures had just established. However, that was not the case. Cameron was the kind of technical commercial film director who paid attention to the visual sense of the film. The films he directed had always focused on the story and not the artistry. The positioning of Marvel movies was also a popcorn movie that relied on superhero IP and movie special effects. Both sides were almost in agreement. Of course, with Cameron, it would be impossible to control the cost of Spider-Man, but compared to the profits that Cameron might bring in, these were still acceptable. However, there were also some disadvantages. That was, in the future, people would definitely credit the success of Spider-Man to Cameron. Therefore, in order to prove the commercial potential of Marvel superheroes, Marvel Pictures must produce a standard Marvel superhero movie according to the established plan while shooting Spider-Man. As for which superhero to choose, Eric naturally did not need any hesitation. Tony Stark is a very anti-mainstream superhero. He is conceited, arrogant, and crazy. At the same time, he is also a genius, an inventor, a billionaire, a playboy, and other identities. This is a very malleable character. As long as he is played properly, he will definitely be very charming on the big screen. During the meeting at Marvel headquarters, Eric summarized his views, looked away from the memo in front of him, looked up at the crowd, and continued, "Moreover, Iron Man is still a second-tier hero. If the movie is successful, it will undoubtedly prove the great value of Marvel superhero characters. I am very confident in this project. Moreover, even if it does fail unexpectedly, it will not have much impact on the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe system. We still have many first-tier characters to try. As he spoke, Eric felt that everyone was looking at him strangely, especially Stan Lee, who was next to him. The old man squinted his eyes and smiled wretchedly. Subconsciously touching his cheek, Eric wondered, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Everyone had an inexplicable smile on their faces. Stan Lee said, "Eric, according to the setting of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Tony Stark was born in 1969. According to the original comic, Tony Stark was born in the 1940s. According to the principle that the timeline of the movie and reality roughly coincided, he should be in his 50s now. This would definitely not work, so a new setting had to be made. In other words, the new Iron Man would be much younger than the Tony Stark version in his previous life. According to the planned release date around 2000, the new Tony Stark would be around 30 years old, which was undoubtedly the most attractive period for men." Eric nodded doubtfully. He had read the movie universe plan drawn up by Marvel's creative department many times in detail, and had also provided a lot of suggestions based on his memory. Of course, he was aware of this point. Seeing Eric nod, Stan Lee continued to guide him with a smile. "So, Eric, you see, you were born in 1970. It's only a few days apart, right?" Eric immediately understood Stan Lee's intention and shook his head without hesitation. "Don't even think about it, Stan." Stan Lee was unwilling to give up so easily and said, "Eric, don't be so hasty to refuse. Everyone knows that my inspiration for Tony Stark came from Howard Hughes. You're exactly the same as him. No, you're better than him. So, why don't you try this role? It's practically tailor-made for you." "Come on, Stan, my salary is now $60,000 per minute. I can't even afford it myself, so don't even think about it." "Hey, see, conceited, arrogant, and a little crazy." Stan Lee smiled even more wretchedly like a big bad wolf. "So, Eric, you're Tony Stark. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen this superhero in the first place. Well, how about this?" Eric didn't intend to pay attention to the old man's nagging anymore. He closed the folder in front of him and said, "In the future, when you advertise, you can use the title Eric Williams once wanted to play Iron Man himself, but was strongly opposed by Stan Lee as a gimmick. Forget about the rest." Everyone laughed. Stan Lee didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Eric, you're twisting the truth." "Of course I'm twisting the truth. Who would be interested in normal news?" "That's settled. I'll return to Los Angeles next week to start the preliminary preparations for the movie. I'll give you a month to come up with the first version of the script." That's it, meeting adjourned. Eric made the final decision and everyone knew that the matter they were secretly discussing was definitely not going to happen. Everyone, who had been looking forward to it, sighed in disappointment and got up to leave the conference room one after another. It wasn't that Eric was completely uninterested in playing Iron Man. However, once he did so, this superhero movie would definitely become his plaything in the eyes of the audience. This was definitely not a good thing and would be very detrimental to the layout of the entire Avengers plan. After comforting the disappointed Stan Lee, Eric stayed at the Marvel headquarters until it was time to get off work before leaving the office with Avi Allard. When he came to the underground parking lot of the office building, Eric saw the gorgeous fiery red Maserati next to his car and Cindy Crawford, who was leaning against the car and waving at him with a smile. Perhaps it was because her career had been revitalized in recent years. The supermodel who had just turned 30 years old looked even more radiant. Avi Allard glanced at Cindy Crawford with envy in his eyes. Then, he took the initiative to leave. Eric walked over and touched the hood of the Maserati. He smiled and said, "Nice car." Cindy was wearing a black windbreaker and high boots. A light-colored scarf was tied around her fair neck. She struck a pose and asked, "Where is she?" "Even prettier." Eric smiled and hugged Cindy. Instead of getting into his black Bentley, he got into the passenger seat of the Maserati. Cindy wanted to get into Eric's car, but seeing him get into her car, she turned to the driver's seat and got into the car. She started the engine and looked at Eric leaning comfortably in the passenger seat. She suggested with interest, "Why don't you drive?" Eric smiled and said, I'm more suited to driving a Hummer now, and it has to be a military one. Why? This way, I'll have an advantage when I hit something. Haha. Cindy smiled and understood that Eric must have rarely driven himself now. She didn't mention this topic anymore. She started the car and slowly drove out of the parking lot before saying, I made a reservation at Jean Georges. Let's go eat first? Eric nodded. Okay, I'll listen to your arrangements tonight. Cindy complained, it's so hard to ask you out. You made me wait for 2 weeks. Being in New York, Eric inevitably received all kinds of party invitations from local tyrants. He could turn down most of them, but there were some he couldn't. These days, he had to entertain almost every night. It was also because they were about to leave that Eric had the time to spare. Hearing Cindy's slightly bitter tone, Eric smiled and said, You're in such a hurry to ask me out. Don't you have a new boyfriend yet? This isn't your style. Cindy turned the steering wheel and looked at him. Don't you want me to be single forever? I want you to get married. That's more exciting. Pfft, damn man. Cindy rolled her eyes and said, I tried dating someone, but I felt it was too boring. We broke up at the end of last year. Haha, it seems that your horizons have widened, Eric joked with a smile. In his memory, Cindy had passed the peak of her modeling career. During this period of time, she worked in Hollywood on Fair Game, which didn't cause any waves. So, she quickly settled down and married a nightclub owner in New York and had children. Compared to most supermodels who couldn't settle down until they lost their glory, Cindy was probably a winner in life. But now, because of Eric's appearance, Cindy's life trajectory completely deviated from her previous life. A series of identities such as the spokesperson of Victoria's Secret and the producer and host of America's Top Model also revitalized her career. Her current annual income was not much worse than those A-list Hollywood actresses. Correspondingly, her heart was destined to not settle down easily. The two arrived at Jean Georges restaurant on Fifth Avenue. After they sat down and ordered, they casually chatted about recent events. After the waiter left with the dishes, Sinclair said casually, I also bought a Fireflyer recently. My assistant got it from the black market for $400. I didn't expect the little thing you made to be treated as a contraband. This was the first time Eric heard of this. He smiled and said, You should have said so earlier. I'll get someone to give you a few. I wouldn't dare trouble you with such a small thing. Cindy smiled and said, I saw yesterday that Firefly Electronics was sued. Yeah, Chris already flew to San Francisco to deal with it. It's not a big problem. I think so too. Cindy nodded and said, I read the article. It said that the record company's revenue from Yahoo Music is not much different from physical records. Because of the convenience of the internet, if online music stores are developed, record companies can earn more revenue. So why are they still so aggressive? This is just the surface. Eric did not know why Cindy was suddenly interested in this kind of thing, but he still explained, the annual revenue of the music industry alone is not more than $20 billion. This is why the major record companies are basically dependent on large corporations. The market capacity is there, and it's impossible to do big business. However, the music player market was much larger, and it also involved the issue of patent monopoly. Traditional portable music player patents were basically in the hands of Japanese manufacturers. The licensing fee for a complete set of music player patents was usually not less than 5% of the overall price of the music player. Based on this alone, Japanese companies could earn more than $1 billion in net income every year. The emergence of the Fireflyer is tantamount to completely breaking the patent monopoly of traditional portable music player manufacturers. Once the Fireflyer becomes popular, the Walkman and other devices will be eliminated. The Japanese manufacturers' patents worth tens of billions of USD will be worthless. That's why their reaction is so aggressive. Cindy sighed and said, tens of billions of USD. I think they will definitely fight the lawsuit for this. I saw in yesterday's article that Sony fought with Disney and Universal over the video recorder for 10 years. Eric smiled and said, You must be reading the kind of newspaper that likes to exaggerate things to attract attention. They did not mention the most important point, which is that the Sony VCR case is very favorable to Fireflyer. Also, if Fireflyer becomes popular, it will provide a lot of tax revenue and jobs for the federal government. Do you think the federal court will help the Japanese suppress their potential taxpayers? Local protectionism existed in any country and region. If the core patents of traditional portable music players were in the hands of American companies, Firefly Electronics might have encountered some trouble because of the huge interest entanglement of tens of billions of dollars. However, these patents happen to be in the hands of the Japanese. Even traditional music player manufacturers in the United States had to pay a large sum of patent licensing fees to Japanese companies every year. In this case, it would be a miracle if the federal court in San Francisco would help the Japanese. Chris had mentioned in the recent calls from San Francisco that the federal court in San Francisco would most likely reject the lawsuit filed by Sony and the other two major record labels and would not file a case. Cindy tilted her head slightly and listened quietly. She then asked with interest, "What's the case law?" "You won't be interested," Eric shook his head and smiled at Cindy. "I'm curious, why are you suddenly asking about this?" "Actually, it's like this." Cindy did not show any embarrassment when Eric saw through her. She said seriously, "Didn't you suggest that I invest in technology stocks last year? That's why I'm paying attention to this information." Eric understood and smiled. "You really bought it?" Cindy waved her two slender fingers and said, $20 million, all for the 4 stocks you mentioned to me last year. Eric could not remember the details, so he asked, "Which 4 stocks?" "It's AOL, Microsoft, Cisco, and Intel," Cindy said. Her eyes suddenly widened. "Oh my God, you forgot, that's most of my savings." Eric quickly gestured, "Don't be so surprised, and you must have made a lot of money, right?" Sinclair also realized that he was overreacting. Due to their status, there were already many customers looking in their direction, and now, a lot of people were looking at them openly. Cindy took a sip of red wine and said excitedly, "Yeah, it's crazy. These stocks have more than doubled in a year. Now, the value of my stocks is close to $50 million. I never thought I'd have so much money." Eric actually felt the same way. The Clover Fund had been continuously investing money in the Nasdaq market, and the current book income was even more amazing than the small plate in Cindy's hands. "So?" Eric asked with a smile. He knew that Cindy would not mention this for no reason. Cindy did not beat around the bush. She slowly cut the cod on her plate and said, "Recently, my stockbroker suggested that I liquidate all my stocks as soon as possible, but I'm not sure, so I wanted to ask for your opinion first." Eric asked, "Did the stockbroker explain why? I mean, why did he suddenly suggest that you liquidate your stocks?" "Yeah," Cindy nodded and said, "He said that the economic crisis in Southeast Asia might affect North America, causing the Nasdaq market to collapse." The Nasdaq index was currently close to 1,500 points, which was almost double of 3 years ago. Therefore, the investment market had long been bearish on the Nasdaq index. Eric was probably the only person in the world who was 100% sure that the Nasdaq index was far from reaching its limit. However, if Cindy's stockbroker used the reason that the Nasdaq index was too high to persuade her to sell her stocks, Eric would not be surprised. It was very common for stockbrokers to encourage their clients to frequently buy and sell stocks to earn more commissions. However, the stockbroker used the reason that the economic crisis in Southeast Asia might affect North America. Eric thought for a bit and said, "Cindy, I don't know how good your stockbroker skills are. But if it were me, I would definitely do the same." Cindy blinked and asked the same question as Eric, "Then what?" Eric took a sip of red wine and said, "Now, no one can be sure if the Southeast Asian economy will really experience a crisis. Therefore, if this prediction is true, I will definitely become a stockbroker with foresight in your eyes, and you will trust me more in the future. In this case, if the North American stock market is not affected and continues to surge, I just need to give you a reasonable reason, and you will definitely continue to listen to my advice and buy again. This way, you will get 2 commissions." Cindy obviously could not keep up with Eric's train of thought. She thought for a long time, and when Eric finished the last bit of food on his plate, she finally figured out something and said, "You're saying that the guy deliberately lied to me?" Eric shrugged and said, "It's just a possibility. I don't know your stockbroker. Maybe he is really thinking about his clients. Who knows?" But, Cindy moved the cutlery in her hand and said, you just said that the economic crisis in Southeast Asia will happen, but it won't affect the North American stock market, right? But that doesn't seem to make sense. Although I don't know much about these things, I also think that it will have an impact. Eric said, of course it will have an impact, but the impact is exactly the opposite of what your stockbroker described. Let's put it this way, do you know the biggest impact of the two world wars on the global economic landscape? Cindy shook her head and said, I don't know. I'm not interested in things like war. Eric said helplessly, didn't you go to university? Cindy raised her beautiful face and said, of course, Northwest University of China Chemical Engineering. Although I only studied for a year, I still remember the molecular formula of water. HO2, right? Okay, the water you drink is really special. Eric did not know if this little minx was maliciously acting cute. He decided not to talk about the heavy topic of hydrogen dioxide. Instead, he continued, the biggest impact of the two world wars on the global economy was the collapse of Europe, which contributed to the rise of the Federation. Similarly, once the Southeast Asian currency system was attacked and caused an economic crisis, the impact was tantamount to a large-scale war. When the emerging economies of the Southeast Asian countries were destroyed, the original capital would definitely choose to escape. Due to the generally high welfare and low-efficiency social system in Europe, coupled with the fact that European countries could almost never achieve integration, it was difficult to attract capital. In this case, North America would once again become the best destination for capital to escape. The most direct manifestation of a large influx of capital would be the arrival of the stock market bull market. So, this is just the beginning. Cindy understood this time. She nodded and said, it seems like I need to change my stockbroker. But, Eric, can I continue to buy now? Also, when do you think is a good time to sell these shares? Of course, it's a good time to sell. Eric thought for a while and said, Yahoo's listing will definitely bring the Nasdaq to a high point. You can start to sell at that time. Don't enter the market after that. In his memory, the Nasdaq stock market collapsed in March 2000. However, since he personally created a group of butterflies, Eric was certain that the Nasdaq index would not follow the original historical trajectory. Yahoo would probably go public between the end of 1998 and the beginning of 1999. As the most high-profile internet technology company, Yahoo's listing would definitely drive the entire stock market up. It was indeed a good time to sell. The shares in Cindy's hands would definitely have appreciated several times by then. There was no need to be too greedy. As for the shares held by the Clover Fund, Eric had a more detailed plan, but he definitely could not reveal this to Cindy. Cindy also saw that Eric was holding back. Although she wanted to know when Yahoo would go public, she also understood the principle of not going too far. She was smart enough not to continue asking. The two of them were almost done with their food. It was still early, so Cindy did not intend to leave. She ordered coffee and continued to chat with Eric. Although she could not keep up with Eric's thoughts most of the time, Cindy also understood that the information she could get from Eric was 100 times better than those guys who only knew how to talk. Others might be infatuated with her beauty, but this trick hardly worked on Eric. It would only become more and more difficult to ask this man out in the future. She cherished this opportunity very much. Cindy added a cube of sugar into the hot coffee and gently stirred it. She then remembered something and asked, speaking of which, Eric, will you still be in New York at the beginning of next month? Today was already April 25th, Friday. Eric planned to return to East Hampton on the weekend and fly directly from there to Los Angeles next week. He shook his head and said, no, I'm leaving in 2 days. Why? Cindy said with some regret, there's a Met Ball ball on the 5th of next month. I was wondering if I could invite you to be my male partner. Eric also remembered. The full name of the Met Ball was the New York Metropolitan Museum of Art Charity Ball. It was a charity party that Anna Wintour personally organized to compete with the West Coast Vanity Fair party. Only the most popular celebrities of each year were invited to attend. Last weekend, when he attended the Hearst family's cocktail party, Anna Wintour, who happened to be there, asked if he was interested. Eric smiled and said, even if I have time, I definitely can't be your male partner. Drew will definitely come to join in the fun. Everyone knew that Eric and Drew had an extremely close relationship. Cindy had met Drew a few times. She definitely did not dare to compete with Drew because she always felt that behind that baby face, there was a crazy factor that could instantly turn on everyone. If she and Drew had a conflict, Cindy was sure that Eric would not help her. When Cindy thought of this, she couldn't help but be curious. Eric, what's your relationship with Drew? Eric did not avoid this question and replied, it's the kind of relationship you think it is. A tree and a vine, entangled together. No one can leave the other. Cindy didn't know why, but she felt a strong sense of jealousy when she saw the scene that Eric had outlined with a few simple words. Then, does she not mind that you go on a date with us? Of course she minds, but her outlook on life is different from other people, Eric replied. He then smiled at Cindy and asked, do you want to know what's different? Cindy instinctively shook her head and said, no. Oh, Eric smiled. Just as he was about to say something, he felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. He took it out and gestured to Cindy. He then got up and walked to the corridor not far away to pick up the phone. The call was from Los Angeles. The two talked for about 10 minutes. Eric returned to his seat, looked at his watch, and said to Cindy, we might have to leave early. Cindy automatically forgot about the topic that she regretted just now. She asked with concern, did something happen? Eric called the waiter and handed him his credit card. He then said to Cindy, it's nothing serious. Today is Friday. The global box office data for the 18th week of Titanic is out. Los Angeles just sent the data over. I want to go back and take a look. Wow, it's already the 18th week. Cindy was immediately interested. She said, I remember last week it was, $1. 75 billion. This is a miracle. How much is it now? $1. 852 billion. Eric reported a number. He was not so calm because this number meant that Titanic had successfully broken the box office record of $1. 840 billion in the first round of screenings in his previous life. It was still sprinting towards the new record of $2 billion. Katzenberg just said on the phone that according to the current box office curve of Titanic, there was no doubt that the global box office would reach $2 billion. The only thing that was uncertain was how far the final potential would go. A month ago, when the global box office of Titanic exceeded $1.5 billion, the company's executives suggested holding a grand celebration party, but Eric rejected it. He preferred to celebrate after the global box office exceeded $1.8 billion, which was a more special goal. In the phone call just now, Eric and Katzenberg had agreed to hold a grand celebration party next Wednesday in the preliminary model of Titanic at Firefly Studios. At the same time, they would officially announce the Titanic theme exhibition to the public. Eric took Cindy back to his apartment on 6th Avenue. It was just past 8 o'clock in the evening. Cindy followed behind Eric and looked around the living room. She said, I don't know why, but it feels weird that you're living here alone. Eric took off his jacket and hung it on the hanger. He walked over to the round table next to the window and sat down. He turned on the computer and asked, what's weird about it? Cindy also hung up her windbreaker and sat on the stairs. She took off her high boots and pondered for a moment before she asked, don't you feel lonely? Eric typed in the password and said, if I remember correctly, you live alone too, right? I think so. Cindy was still thinking about it. She put away her tall boots and walked to the wine cabinet in the corner of the living room. She picked up a bottle of whiskey and said, it's really strange. I feel completely different when you live alone compared to when I live alone. Interesting, let me know when you figure it out, said Eric. He felt like this topic was familiar, but he didn't want to dwell on it. He logged onto his work email and opened the box office data for Titanic from Los Angeles. Cindy tilted her head and opened the small fridge absent-mindedly. She didn't forget to ask, do you want ice? Actually, I don't like to drink. That's a waste. You have enough alcohol in your freezer to buy a nice house in Manhattan, said Cindy. She didn't ask for Eric's opinion. She added ice and walked over with 2 glasses of whiskey. Cindy placed a glass of wine next to Eric's hand, pulled a chair over, and asked, may I take a look? The email contained detailed box office data for Titanic in the past few weeks. Most of it would appear on the public media, so there was no need to keep it a secret. Eric nodded and moved aside. He picked up the glass of whiskey and took a sip. Cindy was quite happy to get Eric's permission. However, when she saw that the 12-inch laptop screen was filled with dense data tables and text, she suddenly felt a little dizzy and lost all interest. After patiently accompanying Eric for a while, Cindy stood up and said, "I want to take a shower." "Eric, do you want to come with me?" Eric patted Cindy's hand on his shoulder and said, "You go first, I'll wait for a while." After Cindy left, Eric looked at the laptop screen again. Titanic began to decline after the global box office reached an unprecedented peak during the week of the Oscars. In the 15th week of its release in North America, due to the lack of popularity, the box office quickly fell below $20 million, reaching $18 million. The overseas box office also did not break $200 million in a single week. Compared to the $236 million in the 14th week, the overall overseas box office fell by 25% in the 15th week, earning another $177 million. In the next few weeks, the drop in the North American box office began to increase. In the last week, the domestic box office reached $571 million, but the box office also fell below the $10 million mark, earning only $9.3 million. However, the drop in the box office in the overseas market remained at a relatively weak 20%. 6 weeks after the overseas market exploded in the 13th week, the total box office in the overseas market skyrocketed from $400 million to $281 billion. This data also pushed the total global box office of the film to $852 billion. Although the North American box office fell into the millions range, this also meant that the North American box office of Titanic would not be too different from the previous world. However, due to the use of a completely different overseas distribution strategy from the original spacetime, a large number of overseas countries released Titanic one after another in the weeks when it was at its peak. Therefore, it aroused more potential audiences' desire to watch the film, making the overseas box office of Titanic even better than before. Although the continuous decline of the North American box office of Titanic in his previous life would certainly have the same effect, because the distributor Fox lacked confidence in the film's overseas promotion and theatrical scale were doomed to be incomparable to now. When Titanic achieved the double miracle of box office and awards in North America, many overseas countries' release rhythm had come to an end. The awards and box office miracle of Titanic in North America could no longer fully stimulate the market. At the same time, Eric also found that because of the different distribution strategy, most of the overseas market had been completely stimulated, and the recovery cycle of the overseas box office was obviously more concentrated. Due to the popularity of Titanic, once it was released, most overseas audiences who were interested in Titanic would choose to go to the cinema to watch it as soon as it was released. This was the main reason why Titanic miraculously set a record of $236 million overseas box office in the 14th week. Moreover, this factor also caused the overseas box office of Titanic to drop significantly more than in North America. The higher 25% drop in the 15th week relative to North America also caused Titanic to fail to continue to achieve the record of $200 million in a week. However, although the overseas box office of Titanic had fallen to $68 million in the past week, the weekly box office decline in the overseas market had also clearly begun to narrow to within 20%. This meant that after the film squeezed out the ordinary passers-by who were purely affected by the box office awards in a few weeks, the core fan base overseas was still working hard compared to North America. It was estimated that in the next 2 months, the overseas box office of Titanic could still earn about $300 million. Coupled with the remaining strength of the box office in North America, this also meant that the total global box office of Titanic was likely to reach $2.2 billion in the end. Thinking back to the end of last year, affected by a large number of negative comments in the media and the lack of confidence of everyone around him, Eric only hoped that the film could recover its cost and everything would be fine. Later, the North American box office of Titanic began to explode. Only then did Eric let go of his anxiety and began to look forward to the film's box office data in his previous life. After the Oscars, the film accumulated popularity for several months and began to be released on a large scale. It also created a miracle of $236 million in the overseas box office in a week. Eric couldn't help but feel that perhaps the global box office of the film could exceed $2 billion. Now, looking at the Firefly Distribution Department's final forecast of $2.2 billion for the film's final box office, Eric had no other thoughts in his mind. Perhaps a miracle should be something that exceeds the limits of everyone's imagination. In the email page, behind the global box office forecast, there was a detailed analysis of several important overseas box office countries by the distribution department. Eric was no longer interested in this information. He scrolled down the page and intended to quickly skim through the rest of the email. However, when he saw the Japanese box office analysis, Eric was suddenly attracted by a number. 30 billion yen. This was the distribution department's estimate of the total box office of Titanic in Japan. The reason why Eric noticed this number was not only because it was 80 million more than the box office in the original universe. It was also because this number was almost the same as the number 1 box office in Japan in the original universe, Spirited Away. However, after the exchange rate conversion, the 30 billion yen was equivalent to $280 million. But he happened to remember that in history, the domestic box office of Spirited Away was $250 million. Where did the other $30 million go? Glancing at the page again, Eric quickly found a set of numbers. 107.1. This was the current exchange rate of the yen to the USD. In an instant, Eric understood a lot of things. In the original universe, Titanic was released in North America at the end of 1997. The release time in Southeast Asia was about the same. At the end of 1997, what time was that? The financial crisis was raging throughout Southeast Asia. In Eric's memory, the currencies of Thailand, Indonesia, the Philippines, and other Southeast Asian countries were almost cut in half. Even Japan, affected by the overall economic situation, currency depreciation reached about 20%. These devastated currency systems obviously could not return to normal in a short period of time. Then, according to this series of information conversion, in 1998, the exchange rate of the yen to the USD should be about 133.1. At that time, the box office of Titanic in Japan was equivalent to $200 million. According to the current exchange rate of 107.1, it should be about $250 million. The 30 million difference this time should be an additional gain due to factors such as the change in distribution strategy, rather than the incredible 80 million just now. Realizing this, Eric immediately operated the mouse again and slid the page to the detailed overseas box office numbers. In addition to Japan, the main Southeast Asian countries and regions such as Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and the Philippines, the current cumulative box office also reached $120 million. The follow-up piecemeal income was expected to be about $30 million. In other words, Southeast Asian countries and regions, including Japan, would eventually contribute about $430 million to the global box office of Titanic. According to the 35% overseas share, Firefly could earn about $150 million. But obviously, this had to be under the condition that the Southeast Asian currency system remained stable. Based on the progress of most of the Southeast Asian theaters, if Firefly followed the usual settlement steps, they would have to wait until September to get a share of the profits. At that time, the economic crisis in Southeast Asia would be in full swing. Due to exchange rate factors, Firefly's $2 billion global box office figure would definitely be lowered. If this was not important, the most direct result would be that Firefly would eventually lose more than $50 million in revenue due to the currency devaluation in Southeast Asia. Even though Firefly was a big company, Eric could not give up $50 million for nothing. Eric organized his thoughts and opened the draft box to write an email. He described his series of findings in detail and hoped that the management of Firefly could discuss and come up with a corresponding solution as soon as possible. On the other side of the living room, the bathroom door opened. Cindy walked out with only a towel wrapped around her body. She swayed her long white legs and walked out flirtatiously. Cindy sat down in her seat and tidied up her wet hair. When she saw Eric typing on the keyboard, she shook her legs restlessly and reached out her toes to scratch Eric's leg. Eric stopped typing and turned his head to look at the woman. He picked up the glass of whiskey and drank the last bit. He shook the glass at Cindy and said, "Here, hold it." The ice cube in the glass had melted to the size of a walnut. It made a crisp tinkling sound as Eric shook the glass. Cindy took the glass with a smile on her face. However, her eyes were watery as she said, again, this ice cube was soaked in whiskey. "Do you want me to die from the spiciness?" "I'd love to see you die from the spiciness," Eric said with a smile as he glanced at the glass of whiskey that Cindy hadn't drunk yet. He then began to type on the keyboard again. Cindy looked at the ice cube in her glass and shrunk her neck. She obediently picked up Eric's glass and poured the ice cube into her mouth. Her cheeks were puffed up as she stared at Eric. Eric ignored the woman's attempt to act cute. He finished writing the email and copied it to Katzenberg, Frank Wales, and several other executives. Only then did he turn off his computer. Cindy saw that Eric was done with his work. She blinked and spat out the ice cube in her mouth. She held it in her hand. The ice cube's original edges were a lot smoother. "It seems a bit big." Eric picked up the woman and walked to the sofa. He smiled and said, "Don't you always like big ones?" Pfft. Oh, when Eric sent the email, some people in Los Angeles were still working. It didn't take long for Katzenberg and the others to call. After spending the weekend in East Hampton, Eric returned to Los Angeles on Monday. The first meeting he attended was to formally discuss Eric's email. "According to our preliminary plan, in the conference room, Katzenberg recounted the results of everyone's discussion over the weekend. We can use hedging methods in foreign exchange transactions to cash out the benefits of the Southeast Asian countries in advance. However, this will definitely cause a certain amount of losses." Eric read the document that Katzenberg had drafted over the weekend. He looked up and said, "Now, our summer movies Finding Nemo, Prison in the Sky, Jedi Cop 2, and Jurassic Park 3 and Rush Hour 2 at the end of the year should have discussed distribution agreements with Southeast Asian distributors, right? Eric, are you saying that we should use the distribution contracts of these films as bargaining chips in exchange for the Southeast Asian companies to settle the box office of Titanic in advance?" As soon as Eric finished his sentence, the president of the distribution department, Robert Thompson, asked knowingly. Eric nodded but quickly shook his head. "We can do that, but it's not limited to that. What I mean is that we need to prepare for the worst for the Southeast Asian economy. While we try to recover our share of Titanic as soon as possible, we should pre-sell the distribution rights of the film to distributors in Southeast Asia at a buyout price in the future." The phenomenon of pre-selling distribution rights of Hollywood films was very common, especially for those second- and third-tier film companies with limited distribution capabilities. Even in the United States, in order to recoup funds as soon as possible, they often adopted the method of pre-selling distribution rights. However, after years of expansion of distribution channels, due to the strong worldwide film distribution network, Firefly Group rarely used this kind of low-yield pre-sale distribution strategy, even for some of its low to medium-budget films. After all, the logic was just like farming. The same piece of land, primitive/unburned farming and complex intensive farming would definitely yield different crops. Sure enough, as soon as Eric finished his sentence, there was an immediate outcry of objection. Robert Thompson said, "Eric, the box office of Titanic is almost confirmed. If we try to recover our share of the profits in advance, there won't be any losses. However, if we sell the distribution rights of the films that haven't been released yet, not only will it be difficult for us to get a high price, but if the box office of some of the films explodes, the decision we made to avoid the economic crisis that may not happen may bring us even greater losses. The entire Southeast Asian region accounts for 30% of the total overseas box office. I strongly recommend against this." Eric recalled the box office data of Titanic that he saw last Friday night. The entire Southeast Asian region did account for about 30% of the total overseas box office of the film. However, Japan accounted for about 20% of the total overseas box office. In his memory, during the Southeast Asian economic crisis, Japan's currency depreciated by about 20%. It was far lower than other Southeast Asian countries whose currency systems were generally cut in half. Moreover, compared to other Southeast Asian countries, Japan's economic recovery speed was obviously faster. Since that was the case, 20% currency depreciation was still acceptable to Firefly. As for the other Southeast Asian votes, there was no need to insist at all. It was conceivable that when the economic crisis broke out, the small Southeast Asian box office share, which originally only accounted for 10% of the overseas box office share, would definitely fall to an insignificant 5% under the impact of currency depreciation. There was no possibility of recovery in the short term. Perhaps, in the next few years, Hong Kong films, which were already on the decline, would completely fall into silence. This should be related to the sharp contraction of the Southeast Asian market. After thinking for a while, Eric said, "Let's do it this way. For Southeast Asia, Japan will maintain the original distribution strategy. As for Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, etc., we will follow the plan I just mentioned." If the Japanese market was excluded, the remaining small market in Southeast Asia was not even comparable to Latin America. The group of senior executives no longer insisted. After discussing the details of the implementation, they began the next topic. The meeting lasted the entire morning. Eric had lunch at the headquarters in Burbank and hurried back to Sharphorn Manor. When he was still in New York, Madonna called several times and wanted to visit Eric after he returned to Los Angeles. At this time, Madonna had begun a lawsuit with Warner Records over the issue of digital distribution rights. Although the outcome was still uncertain, this incident, as a fuse, would obviously attract more musicians' attention to online music sales. Coupled with the close cooperation between the two sides in the Yahoo Music Store, Eric would not hesitate to set aside half a day to meet with Madonna, so he made an appointment for this afternoon. Of course, Eric also knew that Madonna's visit this time might be to urge him to write a song for her. This was what Eric had promised her more than a month ago. Tomorrow was the celebration party for the box office of Titanic breaking $1.8 billion. Katzenberg also had to rush from the headquarters in Burbank to Praia Vista Studios in the afternoon, so he took the opportunity to hitch a ride with Eric and talk about some official business. When Eric mentioned his intention to return to Sharphorn Manor, Katzenberg said, "Speaking of Yahoo Music Store, although Warner Records and Universal Records are not involved in this lawsuit, Barry Weiss from Firefly Records called a few days ago. Warner Records is privately interested in poaching the Backstreet Boys from us." Eric asked, "If I remember correctly, their contract should be 5 years, right?" "Yes, about 2000. Barry said that they were a little tempted, but Warner Records might not be willing to pay them in full for the breach of contract, so they did not reach an agreement. However, if the contract expires," Katzenberg paused and looked at Eric, then said, "I'm afraid they won't stay with Firefly Records anymore." Eric knew that the close cooperation between Firefly Records and Yahoo Music Store would definitely cause some scruples among their artists. Due to the publicity of other record companies, most singers subconsciously felt that the cooperation between Firefly Records and Yahoo Music Store was on the basis of sacrificing their interests. Under the manipulation of several major record companies, the American Music Association was not even willing to admit the sales of digital music albums, which would undoubtedly cause the sales of Firefly Records singers to be much lower than the actual number. Eric did not think so. Due to the impact of the internet, the decline of the physical record industry was almost inevitable. The cooperation between Firefly Records and Yahoo Music Store to open up the online music sales market in advance could, to a large extent, reduce the damage of online music piracy to Firefly Records artists. At the same time, Firefly Records singers would definitely be able to enjoy more media promotion resources on Yahoo's online platform. Eric believed that with the further promotion of Fireflyer, this advantage would quickly become apparent in the next few years. "Whatever Universal Warner wants to do, we'll deal with it as they come," Eric said as he looked out of the window. At this time, the car was shuttling through Venice Boulevard. Eric happened to see a huge movie poster of Godzilla flash past him. If he did not consider the information in his memory, the upcoming summer was still very important. In addition to Finding Nemo, The Lion King 2, and Ice Age, there were also 3 super live-action blockbusters in this summer. James Bond, Casino Royale, directed by Eric himself, Batman and Robin produced by Warner Brothers, and Godzilla produced by Sony Pictures. The production cost of these three blockbusters was more than $100 million. The production cost of James Bond, Casino Royale was $110 million, which was the lowest of the three films. Batman and Robin cost $120 million, and Godzilla cost $150 million. At the same time, as the only blockbuster focused on CG effects this summer, Sony was very confident in Godzilla, perhaps because of the recent success of Titanic. Although the production cost was $150 million, Sony did not hesitate to invest $70 million into the promotion budget, raising the total cost of Godzilla to $220 million. This monster blockbuster needed to earn $600 million worldwide to recover its cost from the box office. Eric did not remember the global box office of Godzilla in his previous life, but according to the bad reviews that were continuously criticized for more than a decade, it was definitely far less than $600 million. Although the producer of Godzilla was Sony, the special effects were completely handled by the digital domain. It was very easy for Eric to see the source material of this film. This version of Godzilla was similar to the Tyrannosaurus Rex in his previous life. Eric did not think that this film had much of a chance of success. As for Batman and Robin, it was not worth mentioning. However, Warner Brothers and Sony were very confident. Perhaps they noticed that Firefly did not have any blockbusters with special effects released this summer, so they followed Universal's strategy last year and set the release date for Firefly's usual June. Obviously, they had something up their sleeves. This could be seen from the specific release dates of the two blockbusters. Firefly's summer release was still a trilogy strategy. However, it was different from the past. Due to the absence of Jurassic Park 3, Firefly only had two films released in June. They were Prison in the Sky, starring Cage, and Pixar's latest animated film, Finding Nemo. The other film was The Forest of Mount Tyke, produced by Disney Pictures. However, this medium-budget animated live-action movie was set to be released in mid-July so as not to compete directly with James Bond, Casino Royale, which was released at the end of June. As for the other two films, Prison in the Sky was released on May 30th, and Finding Nemo was released on June 13th. Perhaps Sony and Warner Brothers still had some concerns about Prison in the Sky, which was produced by Jerry Bruckheimer and starred by Nicolas Cage. Therefore, they decided to release Godzilla on June 6th, and Batman and Robin on June 20th, which was 1 week before and 1 week after Finding Nemo. Obviously, Sony and Warner Brothers wanted to bully Finding Nemo while their blockbusters were sweeping the box office. This was the first time Eric saw the detailed schedule for this summer. He almost had the urge to mourn for the two companies. Two blockbusters teasing a box office seat of $1 billion. Who knows who would bully who? In addition to the major studios, New Line Cinema would also release two films this summer. They were Jedi Cop 2 on July 4th and Final Destination 2 on July 18th. This also increased the total number of Firefly's summer release to 5 films. In previous years, in order to concentrate as much publicity resources as possible, New Line usually did not participate in the summer release with too much fanfare. However, after last year's explosion, New Line also began to officially show its strength. Obviously, from the schedule of the two films, New Line would focus on the summer release in July in the future, achieving a seamless connection with the main studio in June. The fact that Firefly was the dominant company at this time had been completely exposed since Forbes magazine used the word oligarch at the beginning of the year. Thus, Eric didn't mind letting the Fireflies show off even more. At this time, Firefly's film business had already steadily occupied about 30% of the box office every year. However, if this proportion could be increased to 40%, Eric would definitely not hold back. Along the way, Eric chatted with Katzenberg about trivial matters. After sending him to Firefly, they returned to Malibu. It was already 2:00 in the afternoon when they returned to the Sharp Corner Manor. Madonna had already arrived in advance. She was sitting on the sofa by the glass wall and chatting with Drew. This was specially arranged by Eric. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want to be alone with this bold and unrestrained music queen. When they saw Eric walk in, Madonna and the girl stood up at the same time to greet him. Eric hugged the two girls and asked with a smile, "What are you talking about?" The girl intimately held Eric's arm and sat down on the sofa. Her soft little body leaned over and said, "We were just talking about Final Destination 2. Maggie is very curious about who will be killed at the beginning of the movie this time. Final Destination 2" would also be released this summer. Although it was not as big as the blockbusters, it still received a lot of attention. The girl personally played the role of the girl who was killed at the beginning of the first movie. Because of her completely different level of influence from her previous life, this also became a hot topic for many fans. According to the usual practice, MGM would definitely not let go of this publicity stunt. It was very likely that the sequel would also invite other powerful stars to play similar roles. Eric reached out and took the coffee cup from Natasha. He curiously asked, "Oh, I don't know yet." "Who is it? Why don't you guess first?" Eric looked at Madonna and shook his head with a smile. "I can't guess." "Don't tell me you came back to life in the movie and then got killed again?" "Haha, how can I be that bored?" The girl coquettishly shook Eric's arm and said, "It's Rachel." Before Eric could react, Madonna was already surprised. "Rachel Weisz?" The girl nodded. The box office of Titanic exploded, and as the male and female leads, Xiaoli and Rachel, could be said to have soared to the sky. Even Julia and Nicole couldn't be compared to Rachel's strong popularity recently. One could imagine how shocking it would be if the fans knew that Rose was suddenly killed in a horror movie. Eric was really curious. He asked the girl, "How did you get her to come here?" Eric was really curious and asked the girl, "How did you coax her to come over?" Drew giggled and said, "Rachel has always been crazy. She doesn't need me to coax her. Until the beginning of this year, we were still looking for a candidate for the opening role. After the box office of Titanic exploded, I called Rachel. She was very interested, and then it was confirmed." Eric also remembered the interesting things that Carolyn had told him about Rachel Weisz. Such a tough girl who liked to drive a Jaguar King with a large displacement was definitely not as ladylike as she looked. Suddenly thinking of something, Eric said, "Rachel agreed. Her agent must be furious, right?" Rachel had just become an A-list actress with Titanic and had not had time to go further, but she suddenly went to make a guest appearance in a horror film. Not to mention the price, this contrast in image could affect her popularity if they did not pay attention. Yes, they were furious. Even Kapoor called me and told me not to act so recklessly. In the end, you still filmed it? Yes, Rachel was also very angry. She said that she did not want to be a puppet at the mercy of her agent, and then she filmed it. Eric smiled and did not care too much. This was just a willful guest appearance, and the crew of Scream 2 would definitely not overturn Rachel's image. Other than a gimmick, the possibility of a substantial negative impact was not too high. After chatting about a few interesting things, Eric turned to Madonna, who was sitting next to him. After all, she was a guest, and he could not be too cold. "Maggie, what about you? What have you been doing recently?" Madonna leaned lazily on the single-seater sofa, holding a coffee cup and listening to the conversation between Eric and Drew with interest. She replied, "Me? I'm very free. So, Eric, do you think Firefly has a suitable movie for me?" Madonna was definitely one of the singers in the circle who liked to go to Hollywood the most. Not only did she appear and disappear mysteriously in all kinds of bad movies that couldn't even enter the cinema, but she also often teased Hollywood filmmakers. Last year's Mrs. Barron could be said to be Madonna's most famous movie. At that time, this project almost fell into the hands of Firefly. However, considering the quality of Madonna's previous works, the production department rejected the $55 million budget of the main creative team. In the end, they did not reach an agreement. Later on, this decision was proven to be correct. Although Mrs. Barone won the Golden Globe Awards and the Oscars, its North American box office only grossed a little more than $50 million. Warner Brothers, who took over the project, still suffered a small loss. Eric recalled the string of sour plums on Madonna's body and immediately shook his head in fear. "I think it's better for you to focus on singing." "Eric, your words are really hurtful." Madonna glanced sideways at Eric. She didn't sound angry. Although she seemed arrogant and even narcissistic in the eyes of outsiders, she was definitely not the kind of person who didn't know her place. After chatting for a while, Madonna brought up the matter of writing a song. Eric got up and said, "Actually, I already wrote it when I was in New York. Come with me." Madonna immediately stood up with a look of excitement, but the girl did not follow. She waved her hand at Eric and lazily lay on the sofa. She picked up the remote control and turned on the wall-mounted TV not far away. Eric took Madonna to the door of the study on the lower floor. He hesitated for a moment and remembered that there was nothing on the writing board that needed to be kept secret. He opened the door. Madonna followed Eric down the stairs to the study. Like many visitors who came in for the first time, she was surprised by the huge writing board that occupied the entire wall. At this time, many Iron Man armor drawings were attached to the writing board with magnets, and there were some notes handwritten by Eric next to them. Madonna couldn't help but walk to the writing board and browse the Iron Man drawings that had been colored and rendered with a metallic texture. She exclaimed, "These are all Iron Man. It's so cool." The comic image of Iron Man is actually very rough. Therefore, even people who often read comics will inevitably feel amazed when they see these realistic drawings at this time. Eric walked to Madonna and looked at the drawings attached to the writing board. He nodded and said, "Yes, when the movie is made, the effect will be even cooler. I'm really looking forward to seeing these in the movie." "Eric, will you be the director this time?" "No, but I will be in charge of the production." Madonna browsed through the dozen or so drawings with great interest and asked a few questions curiously before she went to the piano in the corner with Eric. Eric sat down in the chair and handed over the written music score and lyrics. "Here, take a look first." Madonna didn't sit down next to him. She took the folder handed over by Eric and leaned against the piano and couldn't wait to open it. "Alive, looking at the name, it has a bit of a rock and roll flavor," Madonna commented subconsciously after just glancing at the name of the song. "This is originally an electronic rock song." Eric also listened to the song Ray of Light that Madonna sent over, which also has a strong rock and roll style. Only then did he remember this song, so after slightly modifying it, he took it out. In the future, after the post-arrangement, the style of the whole song will definitely be more suitable for Madonna's new album, but this is not something that Eric needs to worry about. What Madonna doesn't lack is a professional team. Nodding, Eric replied, "Yes, combined with the song Radiance that you are going to use as the main song, it is, When We Are Alive, Radiance." Madonna immediately took it, and there was a little more excitement in her expression. She said, "This is really ambitious, but I like it." However, after watching the whole song and humming it, Madonna looked up at Eric straightforwardly and said, "Eric, although this song is great, it doesn't seem to be as amazing as your previous songs." Eric didn't mind Madonna's straightforwardness. He spread out his hands and explained, "Maggie, this is the limitation of the style of your album itself. I can't make a round biscuit with a square mold." The album that Madonna was creating was completely different from the style of her previous pop music. It was full of strong electronic music elements and combined classical, rock, bass, and other styles. To put it bluntly, it was actually an experimental mix album. When Eric listened to the sample songs sent by Madonna, he really didn't feel much, and it was impossible to search for a similar style of stunning works from his memory. To be honest, Eric felt that the whole album was quite mediocre. However, he happened to remember that the album Radiance was once rated as one of the best albums in Madonna's personal music career in the original Spacetime. This may be the reason why a top Cantonese chef suddenly made a table of Sichuan dishes inevitably gave people a sense of novelty. Whether it was an actor or a singer, after a long period of being the same, suddenly changing their style would often get good reviews. Due to the sudden change of her previous style, Madonna actually didn't have any expectations for this album, but her original road had reached a dead end, so she had to change. Listening to Eric, Madonna also thought that he was also not very optimistic about this album. However, Madonna still asked with a trace of expectation, "Eric, what do you think of this album?" Eric smiled and said, "You want to hear the truth?" Madonna rolled her eyes at him and said, "Forget it, you can just tell me some lies to make me happy." "Well, no kidding," Eric said seriously. "Although your album is not in line with my personal taste at all, the possibility of success is still very high. This may even become another peak in your music career." Madonna raised her eyebrows excitedly and expectantly. "Are you serious?" Of course, Eric nodded. First of all, the popularity you have accumulated over the years is still very strong, which is the biggest foundation for the success of this album. Secondly, people are always full of novelty to change, and this album happens to cater to this public preference. Finally, with the song I gave you, I think you will definitely not let go of such a publicity stunt, right? So, I bet that this album can sell at least 15 million copies worldwide. As for whether it can hit 20 million, it depends on your luck. 15 million copies, 20 million copies, speaking of which, these were very far away from Madonna. Her last album that sold more than 10 million copies worldwide was 7 years ago, and in recent years, her album's sales were only a few million. Although such sales figures were still unattainable for second and third-tier singers, for her, it could only be described as a failure. If those words were said by someone else, Madonna might just be happy and take it as a compliment. But when it was said by Eric, she almost immediately believed it, so her whole person was a little excited. As an ambitious woman, she was never willing to be silent. In her excitement, Madonna's nature was revealed. She came over and put her hands on Eric's shoulders and began to seduce him. Then, Eric, since it's a bet, what do you want to bet? Eric moved back a little on the swivel chair to avoid Madonna's body that wanted to straddle his lap. He shook his head and said, "Stop, Maggie, I don't want to bet on anything." "Then I'll just admit defeat," Madonna said, moving closer. Her hands slid from Eric's shoulders to his chest, as if she wanted to unbutton his shirt. Eric saw that words could not subdue the vixen, so he reached out and grabbed her 2 wrists, and his body moved back a little. Madonna's hands were restrained by Eric, and her body lost support and suddenly fell in front of Eric. Releasing Madonna's hands, Eric pressed the woman who struggled to get up, pinched her well-maintained face, and said in a very cold tone, "In that case, use your mouth, I can reluctantly accept." Madonna looked up and saw Eric's condescending gaze, and felt the strength of the big hands on her cheeks. The humiliation in the other party's words not only did not make her angry, but she felt weak all over, and almost trembled as she whispered, "Oh, Eric Williams, you are really a bastard." After more than a month of busy work, the model of the Titanic that was originally in Rosarito, Mexico, had been completely transported back and built in Firefly Cineplex. Because Cameron spent a lot of money to almost completely duplicate a large number of furniture, carpets, curtains, and even tableware inside the Titanic, the rearrangement was also very fast. At this time, the first-class banquet hall in the model of the Titanic had been refurbished. The celebration banquet for the global box office of Titanic breaking $1.8 billion was held in the banquet hall of the ship. It was already evening, and the guests attending the celebration party were arriving one after another. Eric, Cameron, and Katzenberg stood side by side on the observation deck outside the ship's steering room, which was the position that the captain of the Titanic used to occupy in the movie. The ship just happened to be oriented east-west, facing Mariandre Bay not far away, occupying a large area in the northeast corner of the Cineplex. This was naturally the result of Cameron's insistence, otherwise the hull would have to conform to the rectangular layout of the Cineplex that was slanted in the northeast direction. However, it was also because of this insistence that at this time, when the sky was covered with burning clouds, the view from the railing was exceptionally magnificent. The 3-meter-high walls of the Cineplex and the low buildings in the outer area could not block the view on the deck at all. At a glance, they could see the densely packed yachts in Mariandre Bay and the sparkling sea level further away. "Eric, see, I said it would be best to build the view like this." Cameron was very high-spirited, holding the railing and looking down at the guests who imitated Jack and Rose's classic pose on the bow deck below, and continued, "I also plan to build an exhibition area for the boiler room inside, and it would be best if we could replicate the huge transmission shaft. It would only cost another $2 million. You know, we still have the original props. However, Jeffrey hopes that the interior of the cabin can be converted into a warehouse." "Oh, can you imagine, the Titanic has become a warehouse?" Eric smiled and looked at the helpless Katzenberg, and said, "Jeffrey also hopes that this model can be used as much as possible. Jim, you have to know, if it is completely useless, maybe, in a few years, we will have to dismantle this model. After all, it occupies a large area." Cameron saw that Eric was not on his side this time, so he retorted, "Are the restaurants, banquet halls, and souvenir shops not enough?" "Of course these are enough, but forget about the boiler room, Jim, people won't be interested in these. Cameron was still unwilling to give up and said, before this movie was released, many people also thought that people would not be interested in such a movie. The two sides bargained for a while, and Eric finally agreed that Cameron could build a small exhibition hall, but most of the bottom area would still be used as a storage warehouse in the Cineplex. After all, the huge hull of more than 270 meters covered an area almost equivalent to 4 large studios in the Cineplex. If it was not used, it would be very likely to be dismantled in the future, as Eric said. With the passage of time, the sky had darkened. The giant Titanic model, which was located in the northeast corner of Firefly Cineplex, had also lit up all the lights. Against the surrounding twilight, it really looked like a huge ship drifting on the sea. As the most high-profile party in Los Angeles after the Vanity Fair dinner in March, the celebration banquet for the global box office of Titanic breaking $1.8 billion had gathered more than 700 Hollywood stars, singers, and celebrities. Because most of the most powerful people in Hollywood were gathered at this party, many people spared no effort to get an invitation to this party. Eric even saw the girl receive a call last night asking for an invitation through her connections. At 7 o'clock, the party officially began. Because everyone was not the kind of person who liked to procrastinate, there was no lengthy speech. Katzenberg and Cameron each gave a simple speech and officially announced the news of the Titanic theme exhibition to the invited media. The party officially began. Although most of the areas of the Titanic model had not yet been opened, due to its inherent large size, more than 700 guests and a large number of service staff were scattered in the banquet hall, dining room, bow, and top deck. It did not seem crowded at all. Eric and Drew exchanged greetings with a group of more important guests, then went to the restaurant to eat something. In order to prepare for this party, Eric had been busy all afternoon, and now his stomach was rumbling with hunger. After taking 2 servings of food from the buffet table, Eric and the girl had just found an empty table when Elizabeth and Julia walked in through the door. The two women did not avoid the strange looks of other people in the dining room. They took the food and walked straight over. "Good evening, Eric." Elizabeth sat down on the seat on Eric's left under Julia's slightly resentful gaze. She nodded to him and looked at the girl. "Good evening, little B***tch." Seeing that the girl picked up the fork and was about to play darts, Eric quickly stopped her. "Okay, stop it. Liz, apologize to Drew. Don't talk like that in the future." Elizabeth was very reluctant. She pursed her lips and said, "I'm sorry, little Drew." "Humph." The girl shook the cutlery in her hand and said, "If there weren't so many people here, I would definitely ask Natasha to beat you up." Elizabeth was not afraid at all. She raised her small chin and said, "If you have the ability, do it yourself. I'm afraid that I'll disfigure you." "Heh, you're not that pretty to begin with." "What if? TSK, that would be too tragic." Eric was helpless against the two women's habitual bickering. He could only threaten them. "If you two continue to bicker, I'll go somewhere else with Julia." Before Elizabeth and Drew could respond, Julia immediately looked at Eric expectantly and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, yes, yes." Elizabeth was very dissatisfied with Julia's reaction. "What are you talking about? You really have no position. Liz, if you dare to yell at me again, I won't film for Fox anymore." The girl immediately took advantage of the situation. "Yes, Julia, come to MGM. I'll give you 20 million yuan as a salary." Elizabeth teased, 20 million yuan. "If you have the ability, bring me the contract now. I'll sign it for Julia." Eric interrupted the two kittens scratching each other in time and picked a slightly more serious topic. He said, "Speaking of which, how much did you pay Julia for this film?" Because of the half-real and half-fake relationship between the two women, Julia had basically been filming for Fox for the past few years. After last year's Shakespeare's Love, Julia quickly collaborated with Fox on a romance film. Eric also had a little hand in it, so he easily picked My Best Friend's Wedding, which Julia had a good reputation for. However, after bringing Claudia Schiffer into the cast, Eric didn't care about this anymore. Recently, he only saw that My Best Friend's Wedding was scheduled to be released in mid-July. Together with Ice Age, they were Fox's summer movies. Julia 15 million yuan, Claudia 5 million yuan, Elizabeth didn't hide it and said, the total cost was only 40 million US dollars, and they took up half of it. The salaries of actors are really getting higher and higher now. I feel that it will be difficult for low-budget commercial films to hire A-level stars in the future, especially after Titanic. Everyone will definitely focus on a few blockbusters every year. A-level actors will also definitely lean towards these movies. Perhaps only these movies can afford A-level stars. Oh, it's only in the past few years. I heard that Germany has begun to discuss the topic of revising the tax laws to prevent capital outflows. Since Jim Carrey received the first 20 million US dollars from Sony Pictures, most A-level stars in the past few years had greatly increased their net worth. However, Eric also knew that this phenomenon was mainly caused by a large number of tax-avoiding funds from all over the world flowing into Hollywood, especially from Germany. In recent years, the funds flowing into Hollywood had exceeded $3 billion US dollars per year, accounting for almost a quarter of all the film production budgets in Hollywood. However, the good days of Hollywood superstars were actually in the last few years. In the next few years, when the new technology bubble burst, some important film capital exporters would tighten their investments, and the salaries of Hollywood superstars would return to rationality. Even if they were still worth 20 million US dollars, there were not many who could really get 20 million US dollars. Eric was casually chatting with the three women when Cameron hurried over from the restaurant door. He nodded to the three women and said to Eric, "Eric, come with me, I'll take you to see someone." Eric got up and asked curiously, "Who?" Cameron smiled and said mysteriously, "Peter Parker." Eric immediately understood. Cameron had recently begun to look for the male lead for Spider-Man. Eric did not have any feelings for the previous Spider-Man actors, so he did not intervene in this matter and let Cameron do what he wanted. He just gestured to the three women, and Eric left with Cameron, feeling assured. In fact, without him, why Elizabeth and Drew could be more harmonious. The two women were very smart and would not really have any conflicts in public. Cameron was mysterious all the way, and Eric was too lazy to immediately get to the bottom of it. The two came to the top deck together, and following Cameron's guidance, Eric immediately saw a family of 4 standing together. A couple, a boy of 16 or 17 years old, and a girl of 5 or 6 years old. Eric recognized them at first glance. He took 2 steps forward and patted the young man's shoulder. Then, he pulled the young man over and hugged him. "Hey, Stu, long time no see." He sighed emotionally. "Hey, Stu, long time no see." The family in front of him was Eric's neighbor when he lived in North Hollywood, Runkle's family. The boy who Eric hugged was naturally the male lead of Home Alone, Stuart Runkle. After filming Home Alone 3, due to his age, Stuart Runkle was no longer suitable to continue the path of child stars, and he had been silent for years. Eric later vaguely heard that his family moved to New York, and he never saw them again. In fact, what Eric was more fortunate was that Stuart Runkle did not follow the path of Macaulay Culkin in the Uehara spacetime. "Eric, I'm so happy to see you again." Stuart Runkle was obviously a little excited. After the hug, the boy immediately turned around, pulled the little girl of 5 or 6 years old over, and introduced, "Eric, this is my sister, Linda." "Hello, little one." Eric reached out his hand. The little girl was obviously carefully taught. She obediently reached out and shook Eric's hand, and said in a childish tone, "Hello, Mr. Williams, I like your movies very much." Eric smiled and joked, "Did you see your brother in the movie?" The little girl nodded, "I saw him, my brother was so good at that time, I also want to be like him." "Oh, then your parents will have a headache," Eric joked, and then greeted the Runkle couple. Although there were some disagreements in the later cooperation, it was the past at this time, and Eric certainly did not care about it. The attitude of the Runkle couple was much more humble and sophisticated than a pair of children, and they carefully complimented each other, and they did not forget to mention some old things in the past. After chatting for a few minutes, Eric was not in a hurry to ask Cameron what was going on. After all, everything was clear. In the original plan, Eric hoped that the new version of Spider-Man would start when Peter Parker was in high school. Although most of the high school students in Hollywood teen movies were basically played by actors over 20 years old, this was also a helpless move to maintain the quality of the actors. After all, the young actors who were really in high school would definitely not be good enough. If there was an actor whose age completely matched the acting skills and met the requirements, the film company would definitely not refuse. At this time, in the face of the upcoming Spider-Man movie, Stuart Runkle, who had risen to fame with Home Alone and was now a 16-year-old boy, was the most suitable candidate. Eric just did not expect Cameron to bring him to him without greeting him at all. Cameron led Eric here and was quickly pulled away by other guests. Eric chatted with the family for a while, then took Stuart to the railing not far away. Casually leaning on the railing, Eric looked at the teenager who was a little reserved in front of him and smiled. "How have you been these years?" "It's okay, mainly going to school, and occasionally taking on 1 or 2 movies." Stuart also leaned on the railing and said, "My parents are quite disappointed, not as glorious as before." "I think it's good. When director Cameron called, I even hesitated whether to go back to my old life." Perhaps it was because of his early experience, Stuart's tone was a bit more mature than a teenager's. Eric nodded slightly and said, "In the end, you decided to give it a try?" "Well, you know my parents," Stuart said, "but, Eric, if I can pass the audition, I hope to sign the contract in 2 months." Eric wondered, in a few months, why? Stuart said frankly, "My 16th birthday in July." Eric also understood. According to federal law, teenagers over the age of 16 could already have financial autonomy. Stuart obviously didn't want his parents to rely on their guardianship to cause any more trouble. "That's not a problem, it's only 2 months. I'll help you delay it." Stuart smiled and said, "Eric, I haven't even auditioned yet." "Oh, I still have a lot of confidence in you." Eric also smiled and said, "But, in fact, this role is not as good as outsiders think. Jim must have told you some of the requirements of this role, right?" "This, he hasn't told me yet. It's like this." Since Cameron did not have time to say it, Eric explained, "We plan to create a very large comic book movie series. So, once this role is confirmed, you have to sign at least 6 contracts at once." Stuart obviously had the intelligence of the past. Although Firefly had not publicly announced the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan, he could guess and said, "Is it like MGM's Secret Service movie universe?" Eric nodded. "Yes, so, if you're sure to participate, you may be tied to this role for at least the next 10 years. Stuart's expression showed some hesitation. Even a slightly idealistic actor would not want to be tied to a role for a long time. Eric would not force anything. In order to ensure the smooth implementation of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it was necessary to sign a package contract in advance. This would not change for anyone. Eric did not want to have to go through all kinds of tug-of-war with actors for every movie in the future. After a while, Stuart asked again, "Eric, isn't 6 movies too much? There are basically no Hollywood movies that can make 6 movies, right? Our rough plan is to make 3 solo movies and 3 crossover movies, just like MGM's Secret Service movie universe. So, if we extend it to the later stages, 6 movies may not even be enough." Eric explained briefly. These details would be mentioned before signing the contract with the actors, so it was not considered a secret. After a pause, Eric added with a smile, "However, there's one more thing. Our remuneration plan is also very generous. This will use a floating mechanism linked to the box office. On the basis of a guaranteed salary, the higher the box office, the higher the salary of the lead actor. Moreover, in order to show fairness and equality, if the contract cannot be executed due to Firefly, the actor will also receive a certain amount of compensation." In the original spacetime, Marvel had always been criticized for its actors' pay. This was mainly because Marvel had a very stingy CEO, Isaac Perlmutter. There was even a joke in the industry that the furniture in Marvel Entertainment's office was second-hand goods and so on. Before taking over Marvel from Ron Perlman, Isaac Perlmutter was also a member of the Marvel Board of Directors. When Firefly completely swallowed Marvel, the original board of directors was naturally dissolved. Eric did not extend an olive branch to Isaac Perlmutter. As a boss, Eric certainly hoped that the senior managers could try their best to increase revenue and reduce expenditure to create more profits for the company, but he also felt that there was no need to be so harsh. It would only be counterproductive. Compared to these details, Eric was more concerned about the overall cost control in the production process of Marvel movies, which was the foundation for the stable continuation of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Therefore, during the 2 weeks in New York, the discussion of the salary plan of the Marvel movie protagonist occupied most of everyone's time. The core of the final plan was actually 2 points: long-term contracts and the link between salary and box office. In the preliminary plan, the core actors participating in Marvel superhero movies must sign a contract for at least 6 movies. As long as the box office was good enough, Marvel could guarantee that they would get the salary of an A-level star, but they would never pay the sky-high price of $50 million per movie. Casually chatting with Stuart Runkle about these things, the two inevitably talked about some of the past, and they both felt a little emotional. The expectant eyes of the surrounding guests made Stuart realize that Eric was not as free as he appeared to be. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, he said that he would carefully consider whether to participate in Spider-Man. The teenager took the initiative to say goodbye to Eric and walked towards his parents and sister who were waiting not far away. Eric still leaned on the railing and gestured to the waiter passing by. Just as he took a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray, a couple came over. The man had gray hair, wore a well-ironed suit, and wore glasses. He had the air of a university professor, but if anyone knew that he had filmed The Exorcist, which was once known as Hollywood's first horror movie, they would definitely not have such an impression. This man was the Hollywood horror movie master, William Friedkin. The middle-aged woman holding his arm was naturally his wife, the current CEO of Paramount, Shirley Lansing. Eric also noticed that Shirley Lansing's expression clearly carried a hint of accusation. Obviously, the other party's purpose for appearing at tonight's party wasn't that simple. Moreover, according to common sense, although Firefly wouldn't reject such an occasion, it was impossible for her to take the initiative to send an invitation to the head of her competitor, Paramount. Obviously, the other party had come uninvited. Pretending not to notice Shirley Lansing's expression, Eric stood up straight and greeted William Friedkin warmly. "Hi, William, good evening." "Good evening, Eric, this is really a moment worth celebrating." William Friedkin didn't seem to be affected by his wife's emotions, or maybe he didn't show it. He greeted Eric with the same enthusiasm and said, "The global box office is $1.8 billion. This is really a miracle. However, Eric, I'm curious why you chose this number to hold the celebration party. Isn't it better to have $2 billion worldwide?" Eric casually found an excuse and said, "Some things are just done when you think about it. It's not good to always be bound by the inertia of thinking." William Friedkin laughed in agreement. Shirley Lansing continued Eric's words, "But, Eric, don't you think that Firefly went a little overboard in some things?" William Friedkin didn't expect his wife to be so direct. He was a little embarrassed and coughed a few times helplessly. From Shirley Lansing's words, Eric was almost 100% sure of the other party's intentions. Presumably, because of Firefly and Fox's joint strategy to ban The Lion King 2, Paramount was desperate. Although Lei Sherdong once said in the media that The Lion King 2 would kill Finding Nemo and Ice Age, since the end of March, The Lion King 2 had almost completely disappeared from the media networks of Firefly and News Corporation. Yahoo portals and print media related to the Firefly Group and News Corporation also rarely appeared any news related to The Lion King 2. Due to factors such as advertising audiences, the marketing of animated films relied much more on TV advertisements than live-action films. Not only did The Lion King 2 lose more than half of its TV advertising channels in North America, but it was also jointly attacked by Firefly and Fox in terms of advertising on NBC and CBS. Almost all of the marketing activities in the past month could only be described as twice the effort with half the result. On the contrary, the promotion of Finding Nemo and Ice Age was in full swing. With the strong combination of TV, newspapers, the internet, and traditional posters and other marketing methods, the influence of these two animated films spread rapidly among the public like a virus. Since Eric guessed the intention of Shirley Lansing's words, he didn't pretend to be stupid. He shrugged and said, "Shirley, I don't think Firefly went overboard. If I remember correctly, at the end of last year, MTV also rejected the trailer of Titanic." "This is different, Eric," Shirley Lansing argued. "Firefly is completely trying to kill us now. This is not good for either of us." don't forget, Firefly still retains the rights to the merchandise of The Lion King 2. If The Lion King 2 fails at the box office, you won't get any benefits either. Eric spread his hands and said, "Surely, it doesn't make any sense for you to say this. Although the 7 major Hollywood companies have never lacked cooperation and occasionally worked together on some things, in essence, we will always be competitors. In this case, we will definitely choose the most beneficial plan for ourselves. But the TV network should be an open public service. Eric, what you're doing is illegal. This is unfair competition." "You're wrong, Shirley. The 4 major TV networks have always been private. ABC is mine, Fox is Murdoch's, CBS is Larry Tish's, and NBC is General Electric's. I saw the live broadcast of Jack Welch's speech on NBC last week. It seemed to be an hour long. Do you think that if NBC didn't belong to General Electric, Jack Welch would be able to get a full hour of personal showtime? So, some high-sounding words should be taken for granted. If you take them seriously, you'd be too stupid." Shirley Lansing's fingers clenched the wine glass in her hand tightly. For a moment, she couldn't think of a rebuttal. William Friedkin, who was standing at the side, saw that his wife, who had always been eloquent, was speechless. He took the initiative to smooth things over and said, "Eric, Shirley, there's no need for us to be so stiff, right? Why don't we find a seat and talk slowly? There will be a solution to everything." "William, there's no need for that. I'm glad you could come tonight. Have fun." Eric raised his glass to William Friedkin and turned to leave. If Hollywood could still maintain the stable structure of the 7 major companies coexisting as it did many years ago, Eric would naturally take the initiative to promote a state of coexistence between competition and cooperation. But now, with the rise of Firefly, this coexistence had been completely broken. Eric didn't think there was a need for reconciliation now. After all, reconciliation definitely meant compromise. Eric really couldn't think of any reason for Firefly to compromise at the moment. With the rapid development and growth of Firefly, the film companies and even media groups that were not part of Firefly's system would definitely be strongly impacted and even face a threat to their survival. When that time came, the competition between the parties would even reach the point of life and death. In this level of business competition, it was very unrealistic to seek reconciliation or even sympathy from the opponent, and it was also unwise to take the initiative to give opportunities to the competitor. Perhaps the negotiation was fruitless. After the celebration party of Titanic, just in May, Paramount took the initiative to stir up the topic of The Lion King 2 being jointly banned by Firefly and Fox during the promotion process. Lei Sherdong personally logged on to NBC's morning news interview program and angrily accused Firefly and Fox of unfair competition. He even vowed to file a lawsuit with the UA Department of Justice. Perhaps sensing the impending media war, a large number of newspapers in the United States immediately began to follow up, reporting the matter and looking forward to Firefly and Fox's response. However, no matter how Viacom provoked and how angry Lei Sherdong was, the senior executives of Firefly and Fox did not respond to this topic. There were no reports on the topic of The Lion King 2 being banned in the media controlled by the 2 companies. It seemed that in the hearts of Firefly and Fox, this matter did not exist at all. In the end, after being chased by a large number of media reporters for more than a week, Katzenberg finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke up, but he only threw out one sentence: "You can't force McDonald's to advertise for KFC." This sentence was simply too powerful. Everyone knew that as 2 world-class fast food chains, McDonald's and KFC had always been competitors. Similarly, Firefly Group and Viacom Group were also undisputed competitors. Refusing to advertise for competitors on one's own media platform. Wasn't this a matter of course? Many media outlets, who were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to seek justice for Paramount, calmed down after hearing Katzenberg's words. Some newspapers felt that Firefly Group was too heartless. After all, The Lion King was an animation brand owned by Disney, which was owned by Firefly Group. However, the initial hubbub quickly cooled down when its competitors did not respond to it at all. Even though Viacom was still very reluctant to fan the flames everywhere, it was difficult to incite the media to follow up. Of course, this naturally allowed The Lion King 2 to show its face in front of the public. However, as the main audience of The Lion King 2, no one thought that children between the ages of 6 and 12 would pay attention to this kind of thing. As for the audience of teenagers or adults, they had too many movies to look forward to this summer. Godzilla, Batman and Robin, Casino Royale, Scream 2, Jedi 2, and so on. Even if it was an animated film, even if there was no difference in publicity, after being influenced by several 3D animations from Pixar, it was obviously easier for them to accept Finding Nemo and Ice Age than the traditional 2D hand-drawn animation like The Lion King 2. After the celebration party, from April 25 to May 15, Titanic earned a total of $163 million in the global box office. On May 16, Firefly officially announced that the global box office of Titanic exceeded $2 billion, and the total box office figure reached $2.15 billion. This time, Firefly didn't hold a celebration party. Instead, they held interactions with fans in the main box office countries around the world. Although these activities couldn't stimulate the box office potential of Titanic, they directly promoted the sales of a large number of Titanic-related products. Since the release of Titanic, the cumulative sales of Titanic-related products had also exceeded the astonishing figure of $600 million, and with the gradual release of related products in the overseas market, this number would also increase rapidly. Firefly's Related Products Operation Department estimated that the related products of Titanic alone would bring no less than $1.5 billion in sales for Firefly in the next few years. This figure was almost half of Firefly's sales of related products last year. In 1996, Firefly's revenue of related products was only $3.3 billion. This series of huge success figures further stimulated almost all the film companies in Hollywood to frantically search for the next project comparable to Titanic. Even for Firefly itself, Eric had received 4 or 5 blockbuster scripts in a row after returning to Los Angeles a few weeks ago. Obviously, the success of Titanic brought an illusion to the entire Hollywood, making many people think that since the first movie with a global box office of $2 billion appeared, there would be a second, a third, or even more soon. Of course, Eric wouldn't let this success go to his head. Instead, he continued to put most of his energy into the formation of Marvel Pictures and the early preparations for projects such as Spider-Man and Iron Man. Since everything had just started, Marvel Entertainment in New York would not make any adjustments. For the time being, Marvel Pictures would only set up a simple office in Firefly Studios to be responsible for the logistics and administrative work of the 2 comic book adaptations, Spider-Man and Iron Man, that had already begun. Although the 2 films would not start shooting until at least next year, the early special effects research and development work had already started. The production goals of CG special effects were simply people, scenery, and objects. In the past few years, the focus of technological research and development in the digital field was mostly involved in the 2 aspects of scenery and object. Moreover, it was more focused on object. Special effects shots such as dinosaurs, behemoths, aliens, and spaceships all belong to this category. Images such as hurricanes, floods, and digitized buildings could be classified as scenery. But this time, whether it was Spider-Man or Iron Man, or The Incredible Hulk, Thor, and other movies in the future, there would be a lot of human-related special effects. First of all, this would definitely involve motion capture technology that was very common in the future. Most of the scenes where Tony Stark wore the Iron Man suit in the movie were actually done in a motion capture suit. Motion capture technology had appeared as early as the 1970s, but in history, this technology really received attention and began to be used on a large scale after the success of Gollum in The Lord of the Rings. According to MGM's plan, the Lord of the Rings series would also be launched in the second half of this year, and motion capture would definitely be used by then. Therefore, Eric deliberately made this technology the focus of the digital field in the future and personally followed up on it. As long as they could accumulate enough technology and experience in motion capture in advance, there was no doubt that in the next few years, even if other special effects companies completed the follow-up on traditional CG special effects, the digital field would still maintain a strong leading position in the entire industry. In addition to motion capture technology, fully digitized large-scale city scenes and mechanical transformation special effects with real texture were also included in the technology research and development catalog in the digital field. It was conceivable that once these two special effects technologies were perfectly implemented, not only could they be applied to Marvel films such as Spider-Man and Iron Man, but Firefly could even start the production of Transformers in advance if the hardware rendering conditions permitted. After their encounter at the celebration banquet of Titanic, Cameron specially arranged several detailed auditions for Stuart Runkle, and the results were very satisfactory. Stuart had outstanding acting talent, and with his years of experience, it was more than enough for him to handle the image of a talkative Peter Parker. However, the process of signing the contract was destined not to be so smooth. Stuart's management contract was still with CAA. His agent directly rejected Firefly's 6-film package contract, stating that he was only willing to sign 3 films at most, and that he would have to renegotiate the remuneration for each film. This was obviously something that Firefly would not agree to, so the two sides were temporarily in a deadlock. Eric told Stuart in detail at the party about the signing strategy of Marvel's super film. He knew that if Stuart was unwilling, he would definitely not participate in Cameron's audition. Perhaps the current situation was as he said at the time. He wanted to wait until his 16th birthday before doing anything else. According to Cameron's temperament, the start of Spider-Man might even be delayed until after Iron Man. Therefore, Eric was not in a hurry to personally intervene in this matter, and let the head of Marvel Pictures and Stuart's agent take their time. On the other hand, Eric himself had also begun to build the framework of the main cast of Iron Man. The director of the original Iron Man, Jon Favreau, was only playing small roles in various independent films. Although it was a pity, Eric could not directly appoint a newcomer who had never touched a guide as the director of Iron Man. However, the replacement was also very easy to choose. It was Joss Whedon. In the original Spacetime, The Avengers, directed by Joss Whedon, had the halo of Marvel superheroes, but the quality of the film itself was also very good. Over the years, Joss Whedon was not only still in charge of the production, director, and screenwriter of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but he had also directed 2 low-budget independent films. In addition, Joss Whedon himself was a super comic book fan, so his ability to handle Iron Man was enough. In addition to the director, the most important person was undoubtedly the male lead. In this regard, Robert Downey Jr. was definitely a hurdle that could not be bypassed. After all, in the original Iron Man, Downey's performance was so successful that it could be said that he was the most perfect character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Although the age of the male lead in the new version of Iron Man was adjusted, Downey still met this condition. However, when Eric asked his assistant to contact the other party, he got the news that he had just been put in prison for the 2nd time this year and had been scheduled to go to a drug rehabilitation center after 6 weeks of prison time. According to the information collected by the assistant, Downey's whole person was completely fat due to long-term addiction to drugs, and he did not have the sense of the vicissitudes of life that he had when he played Tony Stark. Although it was a little sad, Eric could not wait for the other party to be enlightened again. Instead, he asked people to start looking for new candidates for the role. After all, what Hollywood lacked the most was opportunities, and what it did not lack the least was actors. It happened to be the weekend, and the time was already May 17th. Chris's wedding would be held in 3 days. Eric planned to fly to Maryland today, but he received a call from Avi Allard, CEO of Marvel Entertainment, who wanted to visit, so he had to postpone the trip for a day. The purpose of Avi Allard's visit was also for the casting of the male lead in Iron Man. At the same time, there was another person who came with him that Eric did not expect, Paula Wagner, the producer of Tom Cruise. This was obviously the reason why Avi Allard flew from New York in person. In the reception area next to the glass wall of the Pointy Corner Manor, Avi Allard and Paula Wagner looked at the 2 girls in tennis uniforms who served them coffee. They could not help but glance at the petite Christina a few more times, but they were tactful enough not to express any opinions. They only politely thanked Miranda Kerr after she poured them coffee. Compared to Miranda, who was already 1.7 meters tall, Christina, who was only 1.5 meters tall and obviously would not grow any taller, was obviously easy to be mistaken as an underage girl. But God knows, Christina was 3 years older than Miranda. A certain innocent face was already a little charming, which really made Eric feel a little helpless. She grew up so fast, so fast, so fast. He did not feel the slightest sense of accomplishment from raising a lowly, seeing Miranda bending her slender waist and pretending to pour himself a cup of coffee, Eric hurriedly said, "Go play basketball, I don't need your help here." On the other side, Christina put down the coffee pot and asked, "Eric, will the guests stay for lunch?" "Of course, ask the chef to prepare it carefully," Eric said and looked at Avi Allard and Paula Wagner. "Avi, Paula, do you have anything in particular that you like?" Paula Wagner shook her head and said, "Anything is fine." Avi Allard echoed, "Me too." "That's all then." Eric waved his hand again. "You two go play first." After the two girls disappeared, Eric first said to Avi Allard, "You should have talked to Joss Whedon, right? What do you think? A very creative young man." Avi Allard nodded and said, "Although his directing experience is a little shallow, I believe that with you personally checking, there will be no mistakes." Eric smiled and then turned to Paula Wagner. "So, Paula, how have you been? I heard that Cruz is shooting a new film in New York." Avi Allard had arrived in Los Angeles yesterday afternoon and had already discussed Paula Wagner's intentions with him over the phone. Although Firefly had not officially announced the Marvel Cinematic Universe project to the outside world, this matter was no longer a secret in Hollywood due to Firefly's frequent movements. Some media outlets had even carried out small-scale reports. Perhaps stimulated by Warner's 3 consecutive box office hits of Batman in the past few years, Tom Cruise had also become interested in Iron Man. In his memory of his previous life, Iron Man had actually been in Tom Cruise's bag for a time. It was only because Marvel repeatedly delayed and hesitated, coupled with the fact that the script was not to Cruise's satisfaction, that the two sides parted ways. Speaking of which, as an actor, sometimes opportunities were really important. Take Tom Cruise and Kevin Costner for example. In history, after the box office failure of future Waterworld, Kevin Costner gradually left the ranks of the A-list superstars. And because of the protection of the Mission Impossible series, although Tom Cruise had also experienced some failures, he was always able to make a comeback with the sequels of Mission Impossible. But now, the Mission Impossible series belonged to Kevin Costner, which also allowed him to save his career in time after the box office failure of future Waterworld. On the other hand, Tom Cruise was not so lucky. Although he had always been in the A-list, and had tried several big-budget movies in recent years, they could only be said to be mediocre. Gradually, Paramount, who worked closely with Tom Cruise, was not even willing to let Tom Cruise participate in big-budget movies anymore. Instead, they positioned him as a male star in low to mid-budget literary films. After all, although Tom Cruise had not been recognized by the Oscars, the literary films he starred in were still very guaranteed at the box office. The new film that Eric had just mentioned that Tom Cruise was shooting in New York was also a drama film with a budget of about $40 million. But obviously, Tom Cruise was not willing to continue like this. After all, many of Hollywood's big-budget commercial films, even not to mention the miracle Titanic that had just created a miracle, frequently touched the threshold of $700 million or even $1 billion at the global box office. As for literary films, even if they sold well, the global box office usually only maintained about $300 million. The interests involved were naturally incomparable. Paula Wagner took a sip of coffee and nodded. "Yes, this time it's a biographical film. Tom hopes to hit the Oscars again." Eric smiled softly and did not express any opinions on this. He said, "So, this time, why are you interested in Iron Man?" "Eric, don't you think Tom is very suitable for this role?" Paula Wagner said, put down the coffee cup, took out a few photos from her handbag, and handed them over. Eric took a look at them. It turned out to be a rendering of Tom Cruise in the Iron Man armor, which was obviously made with the help of Marvel. After all, the design drafts of the Iron Man armor were currently only available to the senior management of Marvel. Speaking of which, if height was not mentioned, Tom Cruise was very similar to Tony Stark in the comics. After looking at the photos, Eric looked up and said, "Paula, since you have these design drafts, you must have heard of my idea for the role of Iron Man." "Of course," Paula Wagner nodded. "Eric, although it's a little subversive, you must know that Tom is strong enough to play this role. You have worked together in Dark War, haven't you?" Eric nodded with a smile. Except for Tom Cruise's somewhat objectionable desire to control, Eric did not have much prejudice against him. Now, although Tom Cruise was still a Hollywood A-list star, compared with Eric, the two were not in the same weight class. Naturally, he would not care about the small details of the past. In fact, before meeting with Paula Wagner, Eric did not intend to let Tom Cruise play Tony Stark. After all, what he needed was a jerk, not a perfect hero. But Tom Cruise's screen image was exactly the perfect American theme character. His image was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the audience. If he suddenly changed, Eric was not even sure if the audience would buy it. Of course, Tom Cruise's salary was also a big problem. Although Eric had said that he wouldn't refuse to work with an A-list superstar, Tom Cruise was obviously the kind of A-list superstar that was the most difficult to deal with. In the previous life, the Mission Impossible series had been entangled with Paramount for 20 years. Eric didn't know what Tom Cruise's attitude was, but it was clear that Paula Wagner wanted to facilitate this cooperation. To this end, Paula Wagner also said that Tom Cruise could sign 3 Iron Man contracts with Firefly at once, on the condition that he retained the right to negotiate the remuneration of the sequels. Compared to Tom Cruise's status, this condition was very sincere. Due to the explosion of the film market in recent years, the value of Hollywood stars had risen significantly. Now, it was rare for A-list Hollywood superstars to sign multiple contracts with film companies at once. However, this obviously did not meet Eric's requirements. Paula, the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan is a very important layout for Firefly. In order to ensure the implementation of this plan, the bottom line for us to choose a core superhero character is to sign at least 6 contracts. This condition is no exception for anyone, so 3 definitely won't do. Paula Wagner said, Eric, since you attach so much importance to the Marvel Cinematic Universe project, Firefly should obviously be more cautious in selecting actors. I think you must know that no A-list Hollywood superstar will agree to 6 contracts at once. Eric shook his head gently and said, I think you may have misunderstood something, Paula. Firefly hopes to sign long-term contracts, but that does not mean that we are not willing to pay actors more. We have already drawn up a detailed plan for fluctuating the remuneration. Take Cruise for example. If he is willing to sign, we can even adopt a fluctuating remuneration mechanism from the first film. Paula Wagner glanced calmly at Avi Allard, who was sitting next to her. After she contacted Marvel, Avi Allard seemed very enthusiastic about Cruise's participation in Iron Man. They had only briefly discussed it and rushed to Los Angeles. Therefore, she had not heard from Avi Allard about the fluctuating remuneration plan. From this small detail, Paula Wagner guessed that Avi Allard might not be very supportive of Eric's plan. However, it was not hard to imagine that Eric's 6-contract bundling plan would definitely deter more than 90% of A-list superstars in Hollywood. But in the traditional view of Hollywood, how could a big-budget movie succeed without a big star in it? Even so, Paula Wagner didn't show any abnormalities and continued to ask, Eric, can you be more specific? Of course. Eric nodded and explained patiently, take Cruise as an example. Firefly can give him a guaranteed salary of $10 million. Following that, the film's global box office earnings would be within $300 million, and the base salary of $10 million would remain unchanged. Between $300 million and $500 million, the increase in remuneration was not too big. For every $100 million increase, an additional $1 million would be added because this was still within the range of the film's cost. If the global box office reaches and exceeds $500 million, multiply the highest box office number by 3 million. That is to say, if the global box office is $500 million, Cruise can get $15 million. If the global box office is $800 million, Cruise can get $24 million, and so on. Paula Wagner knew that Eric was just giving a simple example. These numbers were definitely not the final plan. The specific salary contract involved detailed rules and regulations that would definitely reach dozens of pages. However, Paula Wagner also realized that the pay package wasn't very generous. In recent years, the number of Hollywood movies that exceeded $100 million annually was close to 20, which was almost double the number in the early 1990s. However, although Hollywood films were thriving in the global market, there were still only a handful of films that exceeded $500 million at the global box office every year. Take last year for example, other than Titanic, the only movies that exceeded $500 million were The Matrix, The Mummy 2, and Mission Impossible 2. Although Sony's Men in Black 2 and MGM's Charlie's Angels 2 also brought in huge profits for the film company, the global box office was only $400 million. Because the production cost of mainstream Hollywood movies was still within $100 million, there were very few movies that exceeded $70 million. If a movie's global box office reached $300 million, including the post-production revenue, it was already a big profit for the film company. A global box office of more than $300 million was the symbol of success for Hollywood movies. Therefore, in Paula Wagner's view, Eric's pay package, although generous on the surface, was more like a pie in the sky. Based on this salary, if an actor wanted to earn $20 million, the global box office would need to reach $700 million. Based on this calculation, last year, the only films that could meet this condition were Titanic and The Matrix. The global box office of The Mummy 2 and Mission Impossible 2 was only slightly more than $600 million. Paula Wagner also did not think that Firefly's plan to mass-produce the Marvel Cinematic Universe had the potential to easily reach $700 million worldwide box office. Although Cruise's career had entered a slump in recent years, because he acted as a co-investor and producer on most of the movies, even if the movies he participated in were not very good at the box office, it was very easy for him to get $20 million from each movie. After thinking for a moment, Paula Wagner said, "Eric, if I remember correctly, last year, there were no more than 5 Hollywood movies that reached $500 million worldwide box office, right? In this case, do you think it's reasonable for the protagonist to only get $15 million for the global box office of $500 million? Eric smiled and looked at Paula Wagner and said, "Paula, you should know that if the Marvel Cinematic Universe project is successful, Cruise will get more than just a salary. At least for the next 10 years, he will be able to rely on the popularity of this movie to stabilize his position as an A-list superstar. I think this is the main reason why you are here today, isn't it?" After missing the Mission Impossible series, Cruise's popularity had been in a state of decline in recent years. If he suffered 1 or 2 more box office failures, he would lose his position as an A-list superstar. John Travolta, Richard Gere, and the like, who had had their moments of glory, had essentially disappeared from the ranks of the A-list. Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Bruce Willis, and the like were also on the verge of the same situation. In order to maintain his popularity, Arnold Schwarzenegger took on the role of Mr. Freeze in Batman and Robin last year, trying to find a new way to play the villain. Even Mel Gibson, who had achieved good results in his directing career, began to look for a reboot of the Lethal Weapon series. Therefore, Tom Cruise's deeper purpose of seeking to act in Iron Man was actually to maintain his position as an A-list superstar for a long time. Paula Wagner was not embarrassed by Eric's words. She still had a decent smile on her face and said, "Eric, I think this is a win-win situation. As long as you can relax the restrictions of the contract, everyone will benefit a lot. What's more, if the Iron Man series is successful, even if the 3 contracts expire, Tommy will be very happy to renew the contract." Eric thought to himself that with Cruise's bidding style, Firefly would be very unhappy when the time came. Shaking his head gently, Eric said, "Paula, I think it will be difficult for us to reach an agreement. However, other than Iron Man, if Cruise wants to cooperate with Firefly, we will still welcome him." Paula Wagner was a little disappointed. If Cruise cooperated with Paramount, Sony, and other companies, he could still get the most production and marketing resources. However, Firefly, which had many high-quality projects, would certainly not give them such preferential treatment. Therefore, Eric's solicitation was not very attractive to her. Paula Wagner remembered the recent dispute between Firefly and Paramount. She thought that Eric might have said this to attack Paramount. After all, the Cruise/Wagner production company was basically affiliated with Paramount. Knowing that Cruise would not agree to Eric's salary proposal, Eric did not have the slightest intention to compromise, so the two sides did not continue the discussion. After lunch, Paula Wagner left in a hurry. She had to fly back to New York in the afternoon to take charge of Cruise's new film. Avi Allard was not in a hurry to return. He would stay in Los Angeles for a few days. However, after Paula Wagner left, Avi Allard was very disappointed. He did not know much about Hollywood, so he was used to the strategy of big productions, big directors, and big stars, just like the peripheral investors in Hollywood. In Eric's memory, Marvel's initial superhero dream team was Tom Cruise as Iron Man, Brad Pitt as Thor, and Edward Norton as Hulk. Everyone knew the final result. The rise of Marvel superheroes proved the correctness of the strategy of using directors with potential and second and third-tier newcomers. If Marvel's initial dream team was achieved, then the result would be unpredictable. Just like Warner's Batman series in recent years, because the strong main creator had to negotiate with the producers about the salary, script, and other factors. For Batman movies, 3 protagonists, 2 directors, and this strong instability of the main creative team eventually led to the Batman series not being as good as the previous one. Eric did not explain too much to Avi Allard. The two talked about some trivial matters regarding the establishment of Marvel Pictures, and Eric sent Avi Allard out of the matter. Christina was a little depressed today. She had received a call from Eric yesterday to come to the manor for the weekend. She had been very happy. However, early in the morning, the girl named Miranda Kerr had come uninvited and forced her way into their 2-person world. Near noon, 2 more guests arrived. Eric had to leave Los Angeles the next day. It could be said that this weekend was a little bad. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the 2 guests had left that Eric was free. But at this time, seeing Miranda pouncing on Eric like a clingy kitten, Christina was even more depressed. She had always been careful in front of Eric and had never dared to be as presumptuous as the girl in front of her. Christina even suspected that the kitten sitting on Eric's lap did not know that she was facing a lion entrenched in Hollywood, or was she too confident that this lion would definitely not eat her in one bite? Miranda Kerr could not be bothered with Christina's entanglement, depression, and other small emotions. She pounced on Eric intimately and hugged his neck coquettishly. "Eric, I saw in the newspaper that the premiere of Casino Royale will be held in London. You'll definitely be there, right?" Eric held Miranda's small waist with both hands and did not let her get too close. He smiled and said, "Yes, but I definitely can't bring you, so don't even think about it. You're so annoying. I haven't even mentioned it yet." Miranda grabbed Eric's shirt collar and pulled gently. She said in dissatisfaction, "You said last year that you would celebrate my birthday with me. I didn't even see your shadow last month. Hey, how are you going to compensate me?" Eric knew that Giselle would definitely not tell Miranda about their trip around the world. He just smiled and said, "Oh, what kind of compensation do you want?" Miranda straightened her body and gently twisted her waist. She said, "The Disney Channel TV series I'm in now is so boring. Eric, do you think I can play Gwen? Gwen Stacy in Spider-Man ? That won't do. How about this? I'll let you play one of Gwen's female classmates." "That's too insincere. I don't want these small roles." Miranda shook her head in dissatisfaction. She rolled her eyes and said, "Then, Christina and I saw a lot of cars in your garage just now." "Oh, so many good cars. What a waste. You haven't even driven them that many times, right?" Eric smiled and pushed the girl away. He held her small waist and stopped her from moving. He said, "If you want, you have to wait until you're 16 years old. You can't do it now." Miranda looked at Christina beside her and rolled her eyes. She said, "Don't I look like I'm 16 years old now? Eric, you can definitely help me get a driver's license, right?" "Yes, so I can't help you." Eric smiled and pinched the girl's face. He said, "Don't be so restless. You're far from the age where you can drive. If something happens, I won't be able to explain it to your parents." Miranda begged for a while more. Seeing that Eric still refused to budge, she changed her condition and said, "Forget it then. You drive me." How about I go for a ride with Christina? Let's do it now." After hearing Miranda's request, Eric did not refuse. He just asked, "Now, where are we going?" Miranda said excitedly, we can go all the way north along Route 1. It's best if we can drive to San Francisco. I haven't been to San Francisco yet. Do you think a car can run on that road?" It might be midnight by the time we get to San Francisco. Eric shook his head and smiled. The road Miranda was talking about was California's Pacific Rim Highway 1, which ran through the entire state of California. The name of this road sounded very impressive at first, but in fact, it was just a small two-lane asphalt road, and the road condition was not very good. Forget about sports cars, even ordinary cars had to slow down when they ran on it. It was impossible to experience any pleasure of driving. Then, Miranda tilted her head and thought for a while. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she hugged Eric's neck tighter. She said, "Let's go to Las Vegas, okay? I heard from my classmates that it only takes 3 hours to drive from Los Angeles to Las Vegas." Eric felt Miranda's soft body close to him again, and he was too lazy to push her away. Miranda had changed out of her tennis uniform in the morning and chose a small t-shirt and shorts that exposed her navel. She exuded an invincible youthful aura. Sensing the faint fragrance coming from the girl's body, Eric began to consider his options. After returning from New York, he once again worked around the clock for half a month. Next, he would go to Maryland. Although it was to attend Chris's wedding, because all the executives in the Firefly system would gather, it would definitely not be much easier. Therefore, it was not a bad choice to take this opportunity to relax. Not to mention, it was a drive. When he refused to drive Cindy's Maserati in New York last time, Eric realized that he was even a little out of touch with normal life. In any case, Eric absolutely did not want to be a person who created a huge industry but imprisoned himself in it. After making a quick decision, Eric reached out and patted Miranda's little butt. He said, "Okay, let's go to Las Vegas." "Wow, Eric, I love you." Miranda was so excited that she almost jumped up. She leaned over and kissed Eric on the cheek a few times. Eric pushed the excited girl away and said, "All right, come down first. I'll make a few calls and make some arrangements." Since he had decided to go to Las Vegas at the last minute, Eric would fly to Maryland from there tomorrow. This matter definitely needed to be communicated with the assistant in charge of arranging his itinerary. In addition, although he was only staying for one night, trivial matters such as entertainment, accommodation, and even security definitely needed to be arranged in advance. After making a few consecutive calls, Eric could not help but laugh at himself. He got up and said to Miranda and Christina, "All right, let's go." Miranda immediately clung to Eric's arm, and Christina could not hide her excitement as she followed Eric. The three of them went to the underground garage together. Eric's group of bodyguards was already preparing to drive together. Miranda looked around the dozens of luxury cars with stars in her eyes. Then, she pounced on a pure black Lamborghini Ghost and clumsily tried to open the door, but did not succeed. The girl was not embarrassed. She turned her head and said, "Eric, this car, let's drive this car, okay?" Eric shook his head and said, "This is a two-seater. There are 3 of us." Miranda knew that it was impossible to get rid of Christina, so she looked at the other cars in disappointment. The spacious underground garage could accommodate at least 30 luxury cars, but all the sports cars in the innermost row were basically two-seaters. Miranda did not want to sit in those old-fashioned Bentleys or Rolls-Royces. She looked around and tried to point at the bodyguards. "Christina can sit in their car." Christina could not take it anymore. "Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I'm small?" Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly paused. A smug smile appeared on her face. She took out a card from her small satchel and waved it at Miranda. Then, she looked at Eric and said, "Eric, actually, I've already gotten my driver's license." Eric smiled and took Christina's driver's license. He looked at it and said, "When did you learn to drive?" "I secretly started learning a long time ago. I got my driver's license not long after my 16th birthday," Christina said. Then, she added, "Now, my mother is very relieved to let me drive the family Chevrolet alone." "All right." Eric smiled and pointed around. "Pick one that you can drive." Christina ignored Miranda's gloomy expression and deliberately walked past her. She came to the side of a purple Lamborghini and patted the hood gently. "Eric, can I drive this car?" Eric looked at the purple Lamborghini. It was a gift from the Lamborghini company after he finished filming Pretty Woman. However, Eric basically did not touch it in the past few years. Other than routine maintenance, the car rarely left the garage. In fact, most of the luxury cars in the garage were like this. This girl would buy some of the latest models every 2 to 3 days. Perhaps the biggest use of these luxury cars was to fill the garage and make people happy to look at them. Eric also walked over and said, "Lamborghini and Chevrolet are different. It's better to pick another car. I know how to drive." Christina hesitated and stuck out her little tongue. Then, she said, "I knew how to drive 2 years ago. Drew asked me to drive." Eric was a little speechless. However, when he remembered that this girl had a glorious story of driving away from home at the age of 12 before she met him, this matter did not seem so ridiculous anymore. Eric finally agreed and said, "All right, but you're not allowed to drive faster than me on the road." Even so, Eric was still not at ease. After all, Christina was only 16 years old not long ago. In the end, Eric asked his bodyguard captain, Carter Moan, to sit in Christina's passenger seat and look after her. Only then did everyone set off together. A group of 7 people, 2 Lamborghinis and 2 Range Rovers. After leaving Malibu, it took more than an hour to reach Highway 15 that led directly to Las Vegas. Although it took a little longer to pass through downtown Los Angeles, it was not even 4 o'clock when they got on the highway. They were only 300 kilometers away from Las Vegas. They would reach Las Vegas at about 7 o'clock. Highway 15 was a very wide 6-lane highway. There were no ravines on both sides of the road. Instead, it was an endless Gobi Desert. Therefore, safety was very guaranteed. If there were fewer cars on the road, it would be a racer's paradise. Eric gradually regained his control as he passed through downtown Los Angeles. After entering the highway, he began to let loose. In some areas where there were fewer cars, he even sped up to 200 kilometers per hour. The adrenaline rush of excitement made him understand why so many people liked to race. To Eric's surprise, Christina drove the purple Lamborghini and followed Eric's car closely at all times. Occasionally, she would even roll down the window and naughtily stick out her little tongue at Miranda, who was sitting in the passenger seat with a gloomy face. Obviously, if it were not for Eric's restrictions, this girl's speed would definitely be much higher. This made Eric realize that this girl's level of indiscretion was definitely far beyond his imagination. She was originally such a well-behaved girl, but she had been taught to be a racer. They sped all the way. Just after 6 o'clock, they had already arrived at a small town on the border of Nevada. Everyone stopped to refuel and take a short break. Eric did not get out of the car and let the bodyguards take care of things outside. Miranda, who was sitting in the passenger seat, got out of the car and wandered around. When she came back, she began to tug at Eric's arm and act coquettishly. "Eric, we're not far from Las Vegas. Let me drive for a while later, okay? I've seen it before." Eric hung up a phone call and shook his head with a smile. "That won't do. Don't even think about it." But, Christina obviously knew how to drive 2 years ago. She was only the same age as me then. If I knew about this, she definitely wouldn't be driving now. Eric shook his head again and comforted her with a smile. "All right, stop fooling around. I just received a call. David Copperfield will be performing magic at Caesar's Palace tonight. My assistant has already booked a private room for us." Before Miranda could answer, Christina, who was sitting in the car window next to Eric, leaned over and said excitedly, "David Copperfield, the guy who made the plane disappear?" "Yes." Eric could not help but pinch Christina's rosy cheeks because of the racing. He said, "We haven't talked about you yet. Driving the Lamborghini so smoothly, you must have broken a lot of traffic rules in the past." Hee hee. Christina's face was pressed against Eric's palm and she rubbed against it. Then, "Eric, punish me tonight." Eric smiled and said, "Of course, you can't run away." "Hey, do you guys think I don't exist?" Miranda looked at Christina with dissatisfaction. "Why don't I punish you tonight too?" Christina chose to ignore Miranda's words. After all, Miranda had treated her like this in the morning. She continued to say to Eric, "Eric, I suddenly thought of something. Why don't you make a racing movie? It would definitely be very cool." Eric was stunned. The name of a movie flashed into his mind almost immediately. The Fast and the Furious. How could he forget this classic series? Before he was reborn, the Fast and the Furious series had already filmed its sixth installment and showed no signs of stopping. Such tenacious vitality also proved that this series could bring in enough profits for the movie company. Eric reached out and kissed Christina's little face. He said, "You reminded me. I'll reward you tonight." Christina was just saying it casually. She didn't expect Eric to have such a big reaction. However, this kind of unexpected result made the girl very happy. She said, "Then, Eric, can you let me play a role too?" "Okay." Eric nodded and said, "If there's a suitable role, I'll definitely let you try it out." Maybe I can even let your role in Casino Royale be linked to this movie. The Fast and the Furious also involved a lot of special agent elements. Although Christina's role in Casino Royale was not a first-rate angel carrying out missions, it was easy for her to link up with the Fast and the Furious. As his mind continued to wander, Eric immediately came up with many ideas to combine the Fast and the Furious with the special agent movie universe. Moreover, this racing series could also enrich the entertainment elements of the special agent movie universe. After all, when top agents fought against evil forces, occasionally interspersed with an adrenaline rush, racing would also greatly relieve the aesthetic fatigue brought by the simple special agent movies. Christina saw that Eric was deep in thought, so she didn't disturb him anymore. She just proudly showed off her power to Miranda, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Miranda also stared at her, and small sparks flew when their eyes met. It wasn't until the bodyguard came over to remind them that everything was ready that they set off again. At around 7:20 in the evening, the sun had just sunk into the horizon when the four cars finally drove into the underground parking lot of the Caesar Palace Hotel in downtown Las Vegas. Eric had just parked his car when he saw a middle-aged man around 40 years old run over and open the car door for him. "Mr. Williams, it's a pleasure to have you here at the Caesar Palace Hotel. I'm the manager here, Richie Black." Eric reached out and shook hands with the other party. He smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Black." Richie Black patiently waited for the people in the other cars to get out. When he saw Miranda and Christina coming to Eric's side, his expression didn't change at all. He gestured with his hand and said with a smile, "Please come with me. The room has been prepared for you." Eric wasn't surprised by Richie Black's hospitality. With his current identity and status, he was completely worthy of it. Moreover, it was his first time staying at the Caesar Palace Hotel. Naturally, the other party would be tactful and pay more attention to him. On the other hand, Miranda, who was originally very lively, held on to Eric's arm a little cautiously. There was less restlessness in her eyes. Christina, on the other hand, obediently followed beside Eric. Since they were staying at the hotel, the bodyguards naturally didn't need to be by their side at all times. Richie Black asked the waiter who followed him to lead the bodyguards to the guest room. He led Eric and the two girls into the private elevator and pressed the button before saying again, "Mr. Williams, David Copperfield's performance will start at 8 o'clock. Would you like to have your meal first?" "Yes." Eric nodded and felt Miranda leaning against him. He smiled and said, "Also, help the two of them prepare some clothes." Compared to Eric's more formal shirt and casual pants, the two girls were still wearing small t-shirts and denim shorts. Even compared to the luxurious decoration of the elevator in front of them, they looked out of place. It was no wonder that the two girls were so reserved. "Of course, no problem." Richie Black nodded. Only then did he size up Miranda and Christina a little. He then whispered a few instructions to his assistant beside him. Caesar's Palace was actually a luxurious entertainment center that included hotels, casinos, theaters, nightclubs, and other entertainment facilities. It covered an area of 30 hectares and consisted of 4 hotel buildings and a large number of ancillary entertainment facilities. Including the Palace Tower that had just opened, the entire hotel had more than 2,000 guest rooms. As it was open to all tourists who came to the casino to have fun, the suites in Caesar's Palace were naturally divided into many levels. There were ordinary rooms that cost a few $100s a night, and luxury suites that cost tens of thousands of dollars a night. Eric did not specifically instruct his assistant to book the best suite for him. Or, to be precise, it could no longer be called a suite, but a villa apartment. The entire apartment was located at the center of the top floor of the palace tower, and it was the largest of the 5 top-grade apartments in this building. Not only was the apartment equipped with a private elevator and 24-hour butler service, the interior was decorated in the style of ancient Roman palaces and a large number of exquisite and expensive art pieces, making it look even more luxurious. Richie Black personally introduced the various facilities in the apartment to Eric, and considerately asked about the needs of Eric and the 2 girls before leaving a business card and respectfully leaving. It was already late, and Eric had no intention of going to the restaurant. He only ordered the private butler of the apartment to send dinner over and let the other party leave the room. After all the outsiders left, Miranda, who had been pretending to be a lady but could not because of the t-shirt and denim shorts she was wearing, finally relaxed. She cheered and pounced on the classic sofa. Feeling the retro table lamp on the short table beside the sofa shake a few times, the girl quickly jumped up and carefully reached out to hold it. Then, she made a face at Eric. Eric also walked to the sofa and sat down with his legs crossed. He flipped open the hotel's entertainment brochure and saw Miranda snuggling over like a kitten. Eric patted the girl's waist and looked at Christina. "You two go take a shower first. They will send the clothes over later. After dinner, we will go watch a magic show." Miranda hugged Eric's arm and shook it. She said coquettishly, "Jewelry and jewelry. I have to at least wear a necklace, right?" Eric couldn't be bothered to waste any more time and said, "Little girls are so pretty and refreshing. Why would they need jewelry?" Miranda still wanted to continue, but when she saw Christina walking toward the bathroom with a smile, she immediately jumped up. "I want the biggest one. I'm not taking a shower with you." Christina ignored him and walked into the biggest bathroom in the apartment. She closed the door behind her and retorted, "I don't want to shower with you either." Miranda glared angrily at the closed bathroom door for a while before pouncing on Eric, who was sitting on the sofa. "Eric, look at her. She's so annoying." Eric ignored the kittens fighting and continued to flip through the book in his hand without raising his head. He said, "The rule is that you are not allowed to scratch the face. I don't care about anything else." "Humph, you're a bad guy too." Miranda patted Eric lightly, and in the blink of an eye, she teased Eric to take a shower with her. Naturally, she was rejected, and she walked to the other bathroom alone gloomily. The shopping area in the plaza attached to the Caesar Palace Hotel almost covered all the famous luxury brands in the world. When dinner was delivered, the private butler of the apartment walked in with a few waiters, pushing racks of clothes and shoes for the 2 girls to choose from. There were even a few boxes of jewelry suitable for young girls. Seeing Miranda carefully pick up a ruby necklace and put it around her neck before looking at him expectantly, Eric knew that the girl remembered what he had said just now. He was just too lazy to go through the trouble. Since someone had thoughtfully taken the initiative to deliver it to him, Eric naturally didn't mind dressing his little vase up a little more prettily. He nodded and said with a smile, "Pick it. Hurry up." Miranda cheered a little and put the necklace around her neck excitedly. In the end, they didn't make it in time for the magic show. After dinner, Miranda and Christina, who had changed into 2 sets of dresses, arrived at the Magic Empire Theater in Caesar Palace. It was already 8:15. Fortunately, the best magic shows were usually saved for the last, so they didn't miss too much. The Magic Empire Theater was located next to the Plaza Tower in the 4 buildings of Caesar Palace. It was an ancient theater-style performance venue. In Eric's memory, this should be the arena theater where superstars such as Celine Dion and Elton John performed in Las Vegas. However, that should be 2,000 years later. Caesar Palace was completely renovated to accommodate Celine Dion's performance. Although there were all kinds of superstars performing in Las Vegas all year round, a long-term performance format had yet to appear. As a contemporary magician who began to rise to fame in the 70s, David Copperfield had already created many magical miracles such as making Boeing planes disappear into thin air, hiding the Statue of Liberty, crossing the Great Wall, escaping from prison, and so on. Eric had only seen videos of David Copperfield's magic shows. This was the first time he saw one in person. Christina, on the other hand, had completely forgotten that she was still holding a glass of fruit juice in her hand. She looked at David Copperfield's head displacement magic with her mouth slightly agape. In the end, she said in surprise, "Eric, how did you do that?" Eric gently put his arm around the girl's waist and said with a smile, "Why are you so curious? This kind of thing is not interesting at all if you figure it out." Miranda also looked at Christina with disdain and mocked, "If even you can figure it out, can Copperfield still perform on stage?" Christina glanced at Miranda and said with a smile, "I'm looking forward to Copperfield's magic show that makes people disappear into thin air later." "Eric, let Miranda go up and be a guest, okay?" Eric smiled but didn't say anything. Miranda snorted and retorted, "It's more suitable for you to go up. She's so small. If she disappears, she may never be found again. You're tall but you're brainless. Don't you know that a black dress is more suitable for a pearl necklace? You only know how to pick expensive ones." Miranda raised her chin. "Who said that a black dress has to be matched with pearls? I saw a black dress with rubies in Vogue last month." Hearing that the two girls were starting to go straight into the professional field, Eric hurriedly interrupted them. "Stop, no more arguing tonight, or I'll chase both of you out on the street." The two girls immediately stopped bickering. Miranda even leaned over and said coquettishly, "Eric, I don't have to return the necklace tomorrow, right?" Eric pinched her cheek and said with a smile, "That depends on my mood." Miranda immediately understood that she didn't have to return the jewelry on her body. She kissed Eric on the cheek fawningly. Although she still had the black card, after that incident, Eric limited her monthly expenses to only $5,000. Such living expenses were definitely very generous for a girl of her age. The daughter of the middle-level management family of Firefly Group that she was lodging with was the same age as her, but her monthly pocket money was only $200 to $300. However, for Miranda, who had already experienced the magic of money, $5,000 a month was simply not enough to spend, let alone buy the expensive clothes and jewelry on her body. After the magic show, Eric was about to leave with the two girls when the hotel waiter sent over an invitation written by David Copperfield. It turned out that it was a party held by the other party. Most of the entertainment activities in Las Vegas, including the casinos, were forbidden. At least on the surface, Miranda and Christina were not allowed to participate at all. Although these rules were useless for guests of Eric's level, he did not want to break the rules too casually. The party at the moment was a good choice. The two girls were also very interested, so they rushed over. The party was held in the banquet hall of the Plaza Tower, and there were many familiar faces who came to join in the fun. Eric exchanged a few pleasantries with David Copperfield, who personally came to greet him, before he was pulled to the dance floor by Miranda and Christina. After dancing for a while, Eric had just left the dance floor with the two girls when he heard a masculine male voice. "Hey, Eric, I just heard that you're in Las Vegas. I didn't expect it to be true, haha." Eric turned his head and saw Larry Ellison, who seemed to always have a beard, walking over with a tall vase girl. Although the other party also had a lot of properties in Malibu, the two of them could only be considered acquaintances. The last time they met was at the Fireflyer conference in early April, and they did not talk much at that time. However, since the other party acted like they were close, Eric smiled and greeted him. He reached out and shook the other party's hand. "Larry, what a coincidence." "Of course, but Eric, you really have to come to Las Vegas a few more times. This is the real paradise," Larry Ellison said, and casually introduced the female companion beside him. "This is Anouk." The girl had the eagerness in her eyes when she looked at Eric, but she still could not help but take the initiative to reach out her hand. "Hello, Mr. Williams, I'm Anouk Lepel." "Hello." Eric gently shook the other party's hand. He felt that Lepel was a bit like a French surname, so he did not ask much. He also did not have the intention to introduce Miranda and Christina. Instead, he turned to Larry Ellison. "What about you, Larry, what have you been doing recently?" Hearing this question, Larry Ellison's expression suddenly became a lot more excited when he looked at Eric. He blurted out, "Eric, are you interested in apples?" Eric paused and said, "I don't really like to eat this. It's too troublesome to peel it." Although the three girls beside the two of them did not quite understand what the two of them were talking about, they could clearly feel that Eric was talking nonsense in a serious manner. They all giggled. "Hey, you." Larry Ellison waved his hand randomly, then said to his female companion, "Baby, can you help us get a few glasses of wine? Anouk Lepel knew that Larry Ellison was sending her away. Although she was a little unwilling, she still tactfully nodded and walked away. Eric also smiled and said to Miranda and Christina beside him, "Okay, you guys go play by yourselves. Let me talk to Larry alone for a while." The two girls giggled and walked away. Eric and Larry Ellison came to the banquet hall's bar and ordered 2 more glasses of wine. Eric then said jokingly, "Larry, do you think I should be interested in Apple now?" They were talking about Apple Computer at this time. However, ever since Microsoft released Windows 95, Apple Computer had been on the decline. In 1995, Apple could still maintain an annual profit of $300 million, and its market value was more than $4 billion. But now, in the first quarter of 1997, Apple's losses were as high as $200 million, and its market value had plummeted to the edge of $2 billion. Larry Ellison said, "Eric, I know that Apple's situation is a little bad now, but it's still a high-tech company with a strong foundation. It's still very valuable." Eric shrugged and said, "Larry, why don't you tell me about your plan?" "Well, it's actually like this," Larry Ellison said. "I've recently been raising funds to fully acquire Apple and then hand it over to Steve. Steve Jobs, you must remember, he was one of the earliest founders of Apple. If Steve wasn't pushed out of Apple back then, the company definitely wouldn't be in this state now." Eric knew that Larry Ellison and Jobs had always been very good friends, and it was interesting in and of itself that these two men, who had so little in common in personality and character, could be friends. "Of course I remember." Eric nodded and didn't show any other emotions. He continued to ask, "So, how much money have you raised now?" Larry Ellison coughed twice and said, "Right now, not much, but Eric, if you are willing to invest a part of it, I think there will definitely be more investors willing to follow. Everyone now admires your investment vision in the high-tech industry." With the explosion of technology stocks in recent years, Larry Ellison, who owned a large number of Oracle shares, was worth tens of billions of USD. However, his personal assets were basically stocks. In order to maintain control of Oracle, these stocks were certainly not to be sold at will. Larry Ellison couldn't use Oracle's funds at will, so he was far from having a large amount of cash at his disposal like Eric. With Apple's current situation, all investors would only be deterred. It would be difficult for Larry Ellison to raise funds to realize a controlling stake in Apple, let alone fully buy Apple. As for Apple, Eric now had an indifferent attitude. Without the halo of Pixar, Jobs was still barely running Next Computer. Moreover, due to the increasingly poor performance in recent years, Jobs had even given up the hardware business and relied only on licensing Next Computer software to maintain the company's operations. Therefore, although Apple was on the verge of bankruptcy, it didn't extend an olive branch to him again. The two chatted for a while, listening to Larry Ellison talk about the bright future after the acquisition of Apple. Eric suddenly thought of another thing and said, "Larry, there seems to be a very important question here. You want to buy Apple and hand it over to Steve, but did he agree?" Larry Ellison was stunned and wondered. Of course Steve would agree. Why wouldn't he agree? Eric shrugged and said, "As a good friend of Steve's, you must know his character better than I do. I happen to know about his house in Woodside. I think maybe Steve would prefer to see Apple disappear like that house." Eric had heard the anecdote about Jobs' house in Woodside, San Francisco, by chance. It also happened to reflect the paranoid and indifferent side of Jobs' character. After becoming a billionaire by founding Apple, Jobs bought a mansion in Woodside. He was dissatisfied with the style of the villa in the mansion and wanted to tear it down and rebuild it. However, because the villa, built in the late 19th century, was considered to be of high historical value by the Woodside City Council, Jobs' request was not approved. So, Jobs took a very extreme approach. He opened all the doors and windows of the house and completely left it to the elements without any maintenance. A few years later, the dilapidated villa was deemed to be in disrepair, and Jobs got what he wanted. Larry Ellison obviously knew about this. He immediately shook his head and said, "Eric, this is completely different. I know Steve. No one cares about Apple more than he does. As long as I buy the company, he will definitely come back." "Well," Eric said, "if you can get a definite answer from Jobs, maybe I can consider a sum of money." If Firefly Electronics did not have a strong enough competitor at all, it was almost inevitable that they would slack off. Or, it would be like raising a dog to bite a rabbit. With Firefly Electronics having the upper hand, Eric was also looking forward to Jobs continuing to come up with something that would change the world. Although he had received Eric's promise, Larry Ellison was still a little impatient. He asked, "Eric, how much can you pay?" Firefly Group and Firefly's investment funds had already been planned. Eric thought of the $300 million invested in the Southeast Asian foreign exchange market and said, "I just happen to have that much money. I plan to buy a Boeing 777 in the near future, and there will be some left over." Larry Ellison was obviously very familiar with private jets. He quickly said, "Eric, you seem to be mistaken about one thing. If you place an order now, you only need to pay a deposit. When the plane is delivered in 2 or 3 years, you will pay the full amount. So, you should have at least $300 million now, right?" Eric had forgotten this point. A private jet was different from a luxury car. It could be picked up at any time. As for a large Boeing aircraft, it would take a few years from the time the order was placed to the time it was delivered. "If that's the case," Eric continued, "maybe we can get $600 million by then." "Wow!" Larry Ellison exclaimed. He looked at Eric with a gaze that he had not used for many years. Although he had a net worth of tens of billions, he could only use tens of millions of dollars most of the time. Larry Ellison originally thought that this year's World's Billionaires list had overestimated Eric's net worth. But now, he could not help but dispel his doubts. Perhaps Eric Williams was the only person in the world who could casually take out $600 million in cash. Eric quickly poured a cup of cold water on Larry Ellison and said, "But, Larry, I will definitely not invest all of this money in Apple." Larry Ellison immediately nodded. His original idea was to use Eric's excellent investment vision in the IT field as a gimmick. As long as he could get a symbolic sum of money from Eric, it would be much easier to raise funds from other investment companies under Eric's name. Larry Ellison did not expect to be able to pull in $600 million in one go. "Then, Eric, as long as you are willing to take out $300 million, I promise to raise all the funds within 3 months." Larry Ellison originally wanted $50 million. If it was less, Eric would not be able to exert his influence. But now, he naturally increased the amount. The more money Eric invested, the more likely it would be for other investment companies to follow. Since Eric decided to participate in this matter, he naturally did not want to just be an insignificant small shareholder. Apple's current market value was $2 billion. If he launched a full acquisition, he would definitely have to pay a certain premium. But $300 million could guarantee that Eric would hold more than 10% of the shares. "Okay, $300 million it is." Eric nodded and added, "Also, don't forget the premise I just said. If Jobs is not willing to return, this matter is over." "Of course." Larry Ellison grinned and raised his glass to Eric. He said, "Then, I wish us all the best in advance." Eric also smiled and clinked his glass with Larry Ellison's. Seeing the other party raise his head and drink it in one gulp, he only took a small sip. Larry Ellison put down the empty glass and stopped talking about Apple. He said, "Eric, do you want to go to the casino to play a few rounds?" Eric pointed to the 2 girls on the dance floor and said, "Forget it this time." Larry Ellison turned his head and looked at the 2 girls. He said, "It's okay, bring them along. I'm sure no one will stop you, the richest man in the world, from entering." When Miranda and Christina noticed Eric's gesture, they thought that Eric was calling them. They immediately gave up dancing and walked over. Larry Ellison's female partner also appeared next to him. Eric put his arm around Christina's waist and said half-jokingly, "Actually, Larry, I'm a person who is afraid of losing, so I try to avoid places like casinos as much as possible." "Haha, okay, in that case, Anouk and I will go play first." Larry Ellison made a phone call again and hugged his female partner. He said, "If there's anything, call me anytime." The 2 sides already had a way to contact each other. Eric smiled and nodded. After watching Larry Ellison leave, Eric withdrew his gaze and saw Miranda sitting on a high stool next to the bar. She skillfully gestured to the bartender for a cocktail. The bartender just glanced at her and glanced at Eric. He did not say anything and quietly mixed a cocktail and sent it over. Miranda saw that Eric was staring at her. She picked up the glass and took a small sip. She smacked her lips and pushed the glass over. She smiled and said, "Eric, actually, I ordered it for you." Eric ignored Miranda's explanation. This girl's whole face was red. It was obvious that she had more than one drink. He looked up at his watch. It was already 10 o'clock when the magic show ended. After chatting with Larry Ellison for so long, it was almost 11 o'clock. It's almost 11 o'clock. Are you tired? Do you want to go back and rest? Christina was a little indifferent, but Miranda said, "Eric, I want to go to the casino to take a look." The girl obviously heard the conversation between Eric and Larry Ellison just now. She added, "We're just going to take a look. We're not gambling, okay?" Eric shook his head and said firmly, "Not at all." Miranda pouted, but soon her eyes lit up. She leaned over and shook Eric's arm sneakily. "Eric, let's go watch the late-night show, okay? I just heard them talking about it." "What late-night show?" Eric asked subconsciously, but he quickly realized what she meant. He smiled and knocked Miranda's head. "Is that something you can see?" Miranda quickly shook her head. No, I heard them say that it's a stage show. I think it's called. Miranda tilted her head and forgot what to say for a moment. On the other side, Christina continued, Helen's face. It's the story of Helen in the Battle of Troy. Eric had never heard of such a stage show. He thought that it might be exclusive to Caesar Palace. After all, this hotel's characteristic was the ancient Greek and Roman style. Seeing that the two girls were curious and looking forward to it, Eric no longer refused. He called the private butler of his suite. In less than 5 minutes, the private butler of the apartment appeared in person and led Eric and the other two out of the party. They rushed to another small theater in Caesar Palace that was more luxuriously decorated. The show started at 11 o'clock. After arranging a private room for Eric and the other two and serving them snacks and drinks, the private butler of about 40 years old left quietly. However, just as Eric sat down on the sofa in the private room and glanced at the stage, he immediately realized that it was obviously that kind of show. Moreover, it was definitely much bigger than the ordinary strip club. The lights in the theater quickly dimmed. After a simple announcement, the music started. When a group of gorgeous girls wearing only red underwear appeared on the stage, Miranda and Christina, who were originally looking forward to the stage show, exclaimed softly. Looking at the extravagant scene on the stage, Eric suddenly remembered a movie in his memory. It was the NC-17 rated No Beautiful Women by the Dutch director Paul van Hoven. However, the gorgeous stage show in that movie was obviously incomparable to the more extravagant show in Caesar Palace. It seemed that the No Beautiful Women in the original Spacetime was filmed in 1995. However, it was now 1997 and Eric had never heard of this movie again. It seemed that it was another side effect of the butterfly effect. However, the movie that almost directly caused the bankruptcy of Carlock Pictures was indeed unnecessary. Smiling and reaching out to cover Miranda's eyes, Eric said, "Okay, are you satisfied now?" The exclamation of the two girls just now was probably just out of the shyness of women. After all, if they did not react in this kind of situation, it would definitely not be solemn enough. Pushing Eric's hand away, Miranda curiously looked at the performance on the stage. This was a palace scene. The story was indeed adapted from the story of the Battle of Troy in Greek mythology. However, the scantily dressed performers on the stage obviously could not let anyone focus on the plot. After watching quietly for a while, Miranda finally stuck to Eric's side. Her eyes were still looking at the stage as she exclaimed, Why are there so many girls willing to perform this kind of thing? It's too. Miranda still couldn't think of any suitable adjectives. Eric pinched the girl's face and said, Do you think everyone is like you, living like a princess? Hee, I'm not a princess. Miranda quickly laughed again. She was tired of Eric and said, Eric, can I be your Helen? Eric nodded with a smile. Of course, but I have more than one Helen by my side. Seriously, you're so annoying. Miranda pouted again. Don't you know how to coax girls? I'm better at coaxing with practical actions. Oh. Miranda dragged her voice and reached over with a smile. She scratched a certain part of Eric's body and suddenly laughed out loud. Hee hee, I'm sure of one thing now. Eric pushed Miranda's hand away and smiled. Stop fooling around. Eric, others can't see us here. That's other people's business. I'm not used to this kind of situation. Okay. Miranda rubbed against Eric's body like a kitten and even moved close to his ear. She seductively said, let's see how long you can last. Eric did indeed watch the 1-hour performance to the end. Apart from the 2 restless little fairies beside him that made him have the urge to turn into a beast from time to time, as a normal man, he enjoyed this kind of extremely stimulating performance. When they left the theater, it was already past midnight. For a city that never slept like Las Vegas, midnight was definitely not the end of the day. However, after a 4-hour drive in the afternoon and a crazy night, Eric and the 2 girls were already very tired. They did not look for other entertainment activities and returned to the suite in the palace tower to rest. The next day, he still woke up at 8 o'clock. It was not that Eric was very diligent, but he had to fly to Maryland on the East Coast today. He had a full 4 hours of sleep on the plane. Miranda and Christina saw that Eric had woken up and forced themselves to get up, but they looked like 2 lazy and sleepy kittens. After breakfast, the 2 girls insisted on sending Eric to the airport. Since they were leaving Las Vegas, Eric was not at ease leaving the 2 girls alone in the city of sin. He simply sent them to the plane to Los Angeles at the airport before taking the Firefly Group's Gulfstream business jet to Maryland with his entourage. It was almost 2 o'clock when he finally fell asleep last night. After the plane took off, Eric began to catch up on sleep. When he woke up again, the Gulfstream business jet had already arrived in the sky above Maryland. Maryland was located on the east coast of the United States and was close to Washington. The area was not too big, only tens of thousands of square kilometers. Looking down from the porthole of the plane, one could see large areas of green woodland and farmland. The terrain seemed to be more like hills than flat plains. Although they set off from Las Vegas at 8 o'clock in the morning, when they landed at the Frederick City Airport in northern Maryland 4 hours later, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The Frederick City Airport was very small. There were no fences, and it was a completely open structure. There were only 2 runways in the airport, and most of the parked around were only mini propeller planes. After the plane landed on the runway, Eric walked down the gangway. Jeffrey, wearing a cowboy hat and plain clothes, had already brought Chris and the others to greet him. At first glance, Jeffrey seemed to have lost some weight, but he was obviously more energetic. If he rode a horse and hung a revolver at this time, he would obviously look like a Western cowboy. As soon as he approached, Jeffrey gave Eric a big bear hug without hesitation. Hey, Eric, you're finally here. Yeah, there are always too many things, Eric explained. He patted Jeffrey on the back and smiled. Jeffrey, you look younger. Jeffrey also laughed without any modesty. Haha, everyone thinks so. After a simple greeting, Eric hugged Chris again and joked. It's the day after tomorrow. How do you feel? I'm numb, Chris said with a self-deprecating smile. He then introduced the 2 young men behind him and Jeffrey, who were his cousins. Eric shook hands with 2 young men who were about the same age as him but were rather reserved. Chris said, everyone is waiting for you in the farm. Let's go. Eric nodded. Together with his assistant Peter Ritchie and 4 bodyguards, he left the airport in 4 separate cars driven by Chris and the others, heading towards Jeffrey's farm. Driving north along the highway that crossed Frederick City, looking from the ground, the surrounding undulating hills became more obvious. Woodlands and farmlands intersected. It was early summer, and the green, full of vitality, made people feel relaxed and happy. Half an hour later, the cars left the highway and drove east for less than 5 kilometers before arriving at their destination. It was a small farm with about a dozen families. Around the farm was Jeffrey's farm, which was about 2,000 acres, equivalent to 8 square kilometers. Along the way, Jeffrey was excitedly introducing the farm. Although it was called a farm, in fact, only a quarter of the land was planted with wheat and other crops. Other than that, there was also a part of the dense woodlands, and the rest was pasture. Horses, cows, and sheep could be seen from afar. The dozen families in the farm were basically the farm's workers and tenants. There were more than a dozen people standing on the asphalt road at the entrance of the farm. After Eric got out of the car, he could roughly recognize most of them. Joanna, Virginia, Emily, and other women were standing together. Of course, there were also the three little ones. Others were John Chambers, Steve Keyes, Yoma Oliveira, Ian Neer, and other senior members of the Firefly system. The others were probably the relatives of Chris and Emily. Just when everyone was about to exchange greetings, a small figure called out for her father and rushed over. Amidst the laughter of everyone with different expressions, Eric did not shy away. He intimately carried Emma and asked, "Have you been naughty recently?" "No, Emma is very obedient." The little one wrapped her arms around Eric's neck and said crisply, "I even learned how to ride a horse." "Daddy, let's go ride a horse together, okay?" "Oh, Emma is great, but not now," Eric praised and handed the little one to Joanna, who was walking over. Only then did he exchange greetings with everyone one by one. He also got to know Emily's parents and some other relatives of Chris's family. Most of the guests would come on the day of the wedding, so there were not many guests in the farm at the moment. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, everyone temporarily dispersed. Jeffrey's house was on the east side of the farm. Eric, Jeffrey, and the others walked towards the house together. Kevin, who was carrying Virginia all the way, passed by the center of the farm. Eric suspiciously noticed a group of people who were obviously special agents checking around the area. He looked at Chris curiously. John Chambers and the others would definitely bring some security, but they should not be so ostentatious. Eric did not need to say anything. Chris understood his doubts and explained, "The president and his wife will be here on the day of the wedding. These people are from the special task force." Eric raised his eyebrows slightly. "You invited them?" Chris shook his head and said, "I received a call from the White House 3 days ago. They said that the president and his wife happened to be free on the 20th, and Washington is very close to here. So, I can't refuse." Eric smiled and did not say anything. In addition to John Chambers and other business executives who had already rushed over, because of the connections Chris had in recent years, there would definitely be heavyweight business bigwigs like Warren Buffett who would come to attend Chris's wedding on the day of the wedding. When the time came, the business executives who gathered in this small farm would control enterprises with a total assets of more than $200 billion. The two people in the White House only needed to donate a sum of money to the government to attend other people's events. Naturally, they would not let go of this opportunity to exert their influence. Although Eric would not completely cut off contact with the political world, he would not take the initiative to make friends with the government's higher-ups either. But if the other party took the initiative to come to him, he would not refuse. Building a good relationship with the president was not a bad thing for Firefly. Many rich people in the United States had the habit of buying land to become farmers. In the media industry, Ted Turner, a major shareholder of CNN, was one of the largest private farmers in the United States. He owned tens of thousands of square kilometers of private land. Jeffrey's farm was also bought from a businessman. The other party originally only wanted to use it as a place to relax. Therefore, there was a very exquisite brick villa in this residential farm. Not only was it beautiful, but its biggest feature was that it had a lot of rooms. It was more than enough to accommodate 10 or 20 guests. However, at this time, the villa was mainly occupied by the relatives of Chris and Emily. John Chambers and the others were arranged to live in a few other residences. Eric was also a relative, so he also lived in Jeffrey's house. After everything was settled, it was already evening. The wedding was the day after tomorrow, and there were many trivial things to prepare for the next day. Everyone just had a simple gathering in the evening and went to bed early. Although they wanted to get rid of their busy work temporarily, it was not an easy thing to do. Early the next morning, it was a new week. Eric had just woken up and did not even have time to eat breakfast when Peter Ritchie sent a document and a few specially marked newspapers to him. It turned out that after nearly a month of review, the federal court in San Francisco, California officially rejected the request of Sony, EMI, and BMG to ban the sale of MP3 audio format players. The official press conference would officially start at 9 o'clock in the western United States. However, the news had already been leaked in advance and was published on the important pages of major mainstream newspapers in the United States. In less than 2 months after its launch, Firefly Electronics' Fireflyer had already sold 250,000 units, far surpassing the promotion speed of portable players such as the Walkman and MD Walkman. Moreover, this was under the condition that the Fireflyer's production capacity was limited. Due to the popularity of the Fireflyer and the wide-ranging social influence formed by hunger marketing and other methods, everyone realized that the Fireflyer player had great potential to replace mainstream portable players. Therefore, from the moment Sony and several other companies jointly filed a lawsuit, the entire music industry was paying close attention to the possible reaction of the federal court in San Francisco. Chris had also woken up early and received the news. It was just past 7 o'clock. Eric and Chris were taking a stroll around the farm. They were flipping through the documents of the San Francisco federal court. After reading a few pages of the document, Chris rolled it up and said to Eric, "Sony will not give up. Although they will not submit the same lawsuit to a higher federal court after this case is rejected, they will still look for other ways to break through." Sony's current market value of more than $50 billion was supported by portable music players and related industries. It was impossible for Sony to give up on Fireflyer so easily. Eric was not too worried. From this lawsuit, he could tell that the US was Firefly's home ground. Even if Sony found other ways to break through, they would be weakened by their home ground advantage. "Actually, if I were Nobuyuki Ide, I would give up on this pointless attempt and push for the development of digital music players. Although we have the upper hand, if Sony is determined enough, they can still pose a threat to us," Chris said. "Maybe Nobuyuki Ide has this idea. But it will be very difficult for him to push for the implementation of this plan. Sony's corporate structure is too fragmented. The hardware department has its own interests, and the entertainment department has its own interests. If Nobuyuki Ide wants to sacrifice the interests of any of the parties to push for an upgrade, he will be strongly opposed by the internal conservative forces. So, this plan is basically impossible." Eric looked at Chris with a smile and said, "Do you think that my plan for the Fireflies is too scattered?" Chris did not answer Fengyu's question directly. He only said, "Victor and Bill had mentioned to me more than once that they want to take back Firefly's online music store." Eric asked, "What do you think?" Chris said, "Currently, Yahoo has close to 50 million registered users in North America. More than 5 million of them used Yahoo Pay's platform to make online payments. This is the reason why the online music store can sell 1 million songs in 5 days. If Firefly Electronics were to do this alone, they would have to waste a few years just to expand their user base. It will take a long time for them to achieve stable revenue. Yahoo's registered users started accumulating after the launch of Internet Explorer in 1992. It took them 5 years to grow to 50 million users. The large number of registered users was Yahoo's most valuable resource. If Firefly Electronics operated the online music store alone, Yahoo would have no reason to open up its user base to Firefly Electronics without any reservations." Chris obviously saw this more clearly than Victor McNally and Bill Olson of Firefly Electronics. Or perhaps, Victor McNally and Bill Olson also knew this, but as the managers of Firefly Electronics, they were instinctively more inclined to fight for more benefits for the company they were in charge of, even if these benefits would even hinder the overall development of the Firefly system. To put it more seriously, selfishness was the nature of everyone. This would not change even if the end of the world came. Eric shook his head slightly and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. How is the operation in Southeast Asia?" Chris said, "The position building is almost done. We can probably build a short position of $3 billion. Most of them are half-year foreign exchange contracts." It was now late May. There was only a month left before the international hot money attack on the Southeast Asian currency system. The size of the short position against the entire Southeast Asian currency system might have exceeded $100 billion. Building a $3 billion position with $700 million was only about 4 times leverage. Although it did not meet Eric's expectations, he also knew that it was not easy to reach this level under the watchful eyes of a pack of wolves. Speaking of this, Eric remembered about Apple and said, "One more thing, I met Larry Ellison the night before yesterday. He is currently raising funds to buy Apple. I think this is a good opportunity, so I agreed to invest a part of it. Well, about 300 million US dollars, that's the money in the foreign exchange market. Chris's face flashed with a hint of surprise, but he quickly calmed down. After all, this was not the first time Eric made an unexpected investment move. However, he still said, about Larry Ellison wanting to buy Apple, there has been news in the industry more than once, but he has not made any substantial moves. He is very good friends with the founder of Apple, Steve Jobs, and he has always wanted Steve Jobs to take over the company again. However, Chris shrugged and said, Eric, although I don't know what you are thinking, I still don't recommend you do this. Although Microsoft won't kill Apple because of the anti-piracy case, with the current strong position of the Windows system, unless Apple takes the initiative to join the Windows camp, it will be difficult for them to have much room for development. Actually, I am optimistic about Jobs' return, so I agreed to invest this money. Perhaps you know that Jobs is a paranoid person. I have always felt that paranoid people are more likely to succeed than others, Eric explained. Moreover, Apple's fixed assets are still very large. Even if it goes bankrupt in the future, we won't lose too much. Chris nodded and said, well, I will take some time to pay attention to this matter. Eric joked, so, you really don't plan to go on a honeymoon with Emily? Chris gestured around with his eyes and smiled. The scenery here is good. We plan to stay here for 2 weeks after the wedding. Treat it as a honeymoon, and we can also spend time with Dad. As the two chatted, they unknowingly walked to the end of the path. In front of them was a dense forest, and it was said that there were wild boars in the forest. They definitely could not walk anymore. Just a few steps back, Joanna's sister, Eva Pakula, waved at them from afar. It seemed that she wanted to have breakfast. Eric and Chris quickened their pace back to the farm. The lawsuit filed by Sony Records, BMG, and EMI on the grounds that Fireflyer encouraged the spread of pirated music was dismissed by the San Francisco federal court. This indicated that this electronic product had an official legal market position and would not be subject to similar legal risks in the future. With the unstoppable development of the Fireflyer player, traditional portable music player manufacturers were almost destined to suffer a strong and even devastating impact. Stimulated by this news, when the New York Stock Exchange opened in the morning, the stock prices of traditional portable music player manufacturers, led by Sony, dropped significantly. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the San Francisco federal court officially held a press conference to announce this news. Sony's stock price had dropped by 2.7%. Within a few hours, nearly $1.5 billion of market value was gone. Coincidentally, the industry's leading financial newspaper, The Wall Street Journal, valued Firefly Electronics at $1.5 billion. Although Firefly Electronics was not a listed company, this news was still reflected in the stock market. It was Seagate Technology, the company that first developed a 1-inch micro hard drive. The original commission development agreement stipulated that Firefly Electronics had exclusive rights to the micro hard disk for 3 years after the company released the first micro hard disk related product. Correspondingly, Firefly Electronics had to prioritize the purchase of micro hard disk products from Seagate Technology. As the largest mechanical hard drive manufacturer in the original universe, Seagate's strength was far from traditional technology giants such as IBM, Hitachi, and Toshiba. Last year, Seagate only shipped 5 million units of mechanical hard drives, which was less than 10% of the overall market share of mechanical hard drives. Although the research and development of micro hard drives was not difficult, IBM and other sophisticated hard drive manufacturers might only need half a year to come up with a mature product. However, because Seagate Technology had the advantage in advance and had a priority supply agreement with Firefly Electronics, it was destined to become the main supplier of Firefly's built-in micro hard drives in the next few years. Almost no one was sure to what extent Firefly's sales capacity would explode to. Although the price of micro hard drives was much cheaper than traditional hard drives, Seagate Technology's micro hard drive business could even reach the scale of traditional hard drives due to the quantity advantage. After a series of news releases that day, while the stock prices of traditional portable music equipment manufacturers such as Sony fell, Seagate Technology's stock price skyrocketed by 12% in just one morning. Perhaps to further stimulate the stock price, the CEO of Seagate Technology held a press conference at noon and showed the media the 2G micro hard drive prototype that Seagate had successfully developed. He also said that this product might be used in the next generation of Fireflyer players. While the market was fluctuating due to the news related to Fireflyer, an unexpected episode occurred. A New York newspaper actually dug up the news that Firefly Electronics had first contacted IBM, hoping to develop a micro hard drive. However, due to IBM's arrogant and slow response, the cooperation invitation was rejected. In recent years, under the leadership of the new CEO, Gerstner, although IBM had begun to recover, its situation was far from what it used to be. Now, Microsoft's market value was on the verge of overtaking IBM. Although the hard drive manufacturing was only a marginal business of IBM, this news revealed that IBM had a lot of internal problems. This traditional high-tech giant had to be cautious. IBM's CEO, Gerstner, even personally appeared in front of the media to explain this small matter. Maryland, Jeffrey's farm. Although the farm was disturbed by all kinds of news from the outside world from time to time, there was still a joyous atmosphere in the small, idyllic farm. The wedding would be held on the lawn behind Jeffrey's house. In order to cater to most of the guests' schedules, the wedding ceremony was set at 11 a.m. tomorrow instead of the traditional afternoon. The wedding venue on the lawn was surrounded by flowers at this time. Some people were still doing a final inspection of the venue, and the pleasant fragrance of the flowers floated in the air. Eric and Chris welcomed the guests who were still arriving. In addition to the guests who would arrive tomorrow, there would still be guests coming from afar today, such as Katzenberg, Victor Mike, Nelly, Bill Olson, Jeff Bezos, and so on. Although it was already summer, the weather in the farm was not hot at all. He was busy until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After a simple meal, Eric took a break and went to the lawn behind the villa. There was a simple rehearsal for the wedding ceremony. Of course, it was mainly a rehearsal for the flower boy and the ring boy. Although they had a good relationship with Emily, Joanna and Virginia were not suitable to be bridesmaids. However, Joanna's sister, Eva Pakula, would join in the fun. For the sake of the two women, Eric also declined the role of the best man for Chris and gave it to one of Chris's cousins. However, the three little guys would be the flower boy and ring boy at the wedding. On the lawn, in addition to Joanna and Virginia, Jeffrey and Emily's parents, Jack and Melissa Britton, were also present. There were other relatives of both parties around them. Everyone was watching the performance of the 5 or 6 little guys with smiles on their faces. Eric greeted Jeffrey and the others and went to sit beside Virginia and Joanna. Looking at the wedding master in the middle aisle, who was racking his brains to coax a group of restless little guys, he smiled and asked Virginia, "Can't we just use a pair of flower boys and ring boys? There are so many little guys. Won't there be trouble tomorrow?" "For this kind of thing, even if there is a little trouble, everyone will laugh it off," Virginia explained, and then added in a low voice, "There are so many relatives and friends. It's not easy to arrange with only 2 children." Eric nodded. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on the little guys, he reached out and hugged Virginia's waist. He smiled and asked, "Are you jealous?" Virginia turned her head and stared at Eric with a smile. "I'm so jealous. What do you plan to do? Why don't we have a wedding too? I haven't taken wedding photos of 3 people. You and Joan can do it together." "Bah, you bastard. I'm too lazy to bother with you," Virginia spat and leaned on Eric. She raised her left hand and shook the rose gold ring inlaid with a ruby on her ring finger. "Joan and I have discussed it. If you don't treat us well in the future, the 2 of us will take Kevin and Xianxia to Europe and never see you again." Eric smiled. "The 2 of you are secretly plotting something like this?" "Yeah." Virginia rolled her eyes at Eric and said, "Also, you still have to pay alimony. $1 billion a year, not a cent less." "Wow." Eric's face was full of shock. His voice was trembling as he said, "How did you calculate this number?" Virginia was very self-righteous. "Of course, we calculated it casually. What if I don't give it to you? Joan and I will find a new father for Xianxia and Kevin." Eric immediately raised his hands and surrendered. "Okay, I admit defeat. Joanna, who had been listening to their soft conversation, reached out and slapped them. She smiled gently and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Virginia smiled as she reached out to hold Eric's arm. She looked at her precious son with a doting gaze and said, "I have something to discuss with you. Kevin and Xianxia should both go to school. There aren't any suitable schools in the Hamptons." Eric thought for a while and said, "Why don't the two of you move to Manhattan? There are more private schools there." However, Virginia shook her head and said, "Joan and I are used to living in the Hamptons. Manhattan is too noisy. But we can't just set up a school for the two of them, right?" Eric's unintentional words happened to poke Virginia's heart. The woman said, "Why not? Back then, Rockefeller set up a school for his children. It's the Browning Private School in Manhattan. Your net worth now is not much worse than the Rockefeller family's, right?" Eric shook his head and said, "Setting up a school is not just a matter of money." Virginia insisted, "Anyway, you can pay for it. Joan and I will do the rest." Eric could only compromise. He knew that Virginia and Joanna valued the education of their children more than him. Therefore, he had nothing to worry about. He said, "Okay, I'll pay for it. You can do whatever you want." After a busy day of preparation, many people did not rest that night. The next day, as soon as the sky brightened, the farm became lively again. After breakfast, the guests who could only stay in Frederick due to the limited space in the farm began to arrive one after another. Although the wedding was not as grand as the so-called wedding of the century that many rich people often bragged about, there were still 200 to 300 guests. 3 hours before the wedding began, the farm was already bustling with noise. Frederick was only more than 60 kilometers away from Washington, D.C. At 9 o'clock, the Clintons arrived at the farm by helicopter. Although Chris could not be regarded as a public figure, his wedding still attracted a lot of media attention because of his rising reputation in the North American business world in recent years. Coupled with the large number of important guests who were present this time. Although the entire farm was private property, it was not easy to prevent reporters from sneaking in and taking photos secretly. Eric only felt that the biggest advantage of the Clintons' arrival was that they did not have to worry about stopping the media reporters who wanted to spy on the wedding. The special task force agents scattered around the farm took the initiative to help them. Everyone originally wanted to completely private the wedding and not accept any media interviews. However, since the Clintons had come, the White House hoped that there would be media reporters present. After a simple discussion, Eric arranged for 3 reporters from ABC, the New York Post, and the Washington Post to come to the wedding. ABC was the property of the Firefly Group. The New York Post belonged to the News Corporation. The Washington Post was introduced by Warren Buffett, and Berkshire Hathaway was the major shareholder of the Washington Post. At 11 o'clock, all the guests were seated. The music started, and the groomsmen, bridesmaids, and flower girls came out one after another. Eric sat near the aisle and watched his son and daughter walk in front. Kevin held a ring pillow in his hand and looked solemn. This was obviously the result of Virginia's repeated teachings. Hawaii carried a small flower basket and looked around curiously. Emma, who was behind Hawaii, threw petals excitedly. It seemed that the little girl's flower basket would be empty before they reached the end of the red carpet. Then, the groom entered the ceremonial stage. Everyone immediately got up to welcome the arrival of the bride. Under everyone's gaze, a series of wedding procedures, speeches, vows, exchanging of rings, hugs, and kisses were quickly completed. When all the ceremonies were over, Chris and Emily temporarily left to take photos. The guests also began to leave the wedding venue and rushed to the adjacent open-air banquet venue. As soon as Eric got up, Emma, who was wearing a pink flowery dress, pounced on him. Compared to his son and daughter, Emma seemed to be more clingy to him. Seeing the little girl stretch out her arms to ask for a hug, Eric smiled and reached out to carry her. "Daddy, I still have petals. They smell so good." The little girl hugged Eric's neck with one hand and opened her other hand to put the petals in her palm next to Eric's nose. "Smell it." Eric sniffed the little girl's palm and nodded. It smells so good." "Emma smells good too." "Hee hee." The little girl smiled happily. She then held her stomach and said, "Daddy, I'm hungry." "Good girl, it's time to eat," Eric said. Seeing the Clintons walking towards him, he handed Emma to Joanna and went up to them. Clinton glanced at the two women and the three little ones before retracting his gaze. With a smile on his face, he asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Eric, you'll definitely stay in Maryland for a few more days, right?" Firefly Group, Nokia, Cisco, Qualcomm, AOL, Firefly Electronics, Amazon, and more than a dozen other companies under the Firefly system gathered in Maryland. Yoma Alala even flew over from Northern Europe. With such a big commotion, it was naturally impossible for everyone to simply eat and drink and leave. Eric naturally had a detailed plan. Next, everyone would stay at the farm for at least 3 days to collectively discuss the development of the various companies in the Firefly system and the issues of cooperation between them. Not understanding why Clinton asked this, Eric nodded. Anyway, this was not considered a secret. Seeing Eric nod, Clinton said, "It's like this. I'm recently planning to hold a high-tech entrepreneur dinner in the White House. I don't know if you're interested?" Although it was impossible for them to be re-elected, the Clintons were obviously far from giving up their ambition to govern. This was also proven in Eric's memory. Firefly Investment had gathered a group of the most popular internet high-tech companies in recent years. If they could attract this group of companies, it would definitely be a strong help for them to continue to realize their ambition to govern in the future. Eric was just a little annoyed. "If we're not interested in what you said, are you going to hold this dinner or not?" However, of course, he would not do such a boring thing to deliberately provoke the president. He quickly nodded and smiled. "Of course, Bill, I will tell them, but we will probably stay in Maryland for another 3 days. Oh, the timing is just right." Clinton's face showed a hint of joy. He said, "By the way, you will come over at that time, right?" Eric was not so straightforward this time. He was really not interested in the Clintons. He said ambiguously, "Maybe, I have too many things to do recently, and I may not have the time." Clinton did not mind. He patted Eric on the shoulder and said, "I hope you can come." 3 days after the wedding, Eric and more than a dozen senior executives of Firefly began a 3-day meeting in an empty barn on the farm. The theme of the meeting was not too formal. Eric just gave everyone the theme of digital life in the internet age at the beginning. He asked everyone to prepare a relevant speech according to the field of the company they were in charge of, and then they would discuss it together. Cisco, AOL, and Yahoo under Firefly Investments had already formed a complete industrial chain in the field of internet technology. The layout of the future mobile internet era based on companies such as Qualcomm, Sprint, and Nokia had also been completed. As long as these companies under Firefly Investments could achieve perfect cooperation and maintain a strong market position in the corresponding fields for a long time, then in the future, Firefly would control a huge high-tech business empire that could be said to be terrifying. This business empire was destined to have a great impact on the global economic structure and the lifestyle of ordinary people in all aspects. However, during the 3-day meeting, Eric also discovered the unstable factors in Firefly's system. On May 24, the day after the meeting, John Chambers, Ian Meir, and others rushed to the White House to attend the banquet on the wedding day. Eric and Chris did not join in the fun. In a small pasture outside the farm, Eric and Chris leaned against the fence of the pasture and looked into the distance. Jeffrey was personally leading a pony on the pasture. Emma was excitedly riding on the pony and waving her little hands. Joanna was carefully guarding by the side. Emily and Virginia were chatting with the other 2 little guys nearby. After quietly looking at this warm scene for a while, Eric patted the thick book of meeting notes in his hand. This was the content of the meeting that Eric asked several assistants to record in real time during the meeting 3 days ago. Among them, AOL CEO Steve Case's speech on the advantages of media development of internet companies was the subject that troubled Eric. In the original layout plan, AOL was to assume the role of an internet service provider in the Information Industry Alliance plan. The future direction of AOL's development should also be toward comprehensive telecommunications operators like AT&T. Eric even talked to Steve Case, hoping that AOL could acquire one of the 2 established telecommunications companies, Verizon or Sprint, in the next few years. If possible, they could also expand into cable television operators. Because Eric knew that web portals, online mailboxes, and other internet businesses would boost AOL's stock price in the next few years, he didn't restrict AOL's development in this area. He even spared no effort to provide a lot of technical support. Currently, in terms of online services such as web portals, Yahoo, which focused on this area, had a market share of 70%, followed by AOL with a market share of around 10%. Microsoft and other latecomers who entered the market later had the last 20%. But perhaps he was stimulated by the crazy explosion of internet concepts in recent years. From Steve Case's speech, it could be seen that he was obviously more inclined to let AOL develop into a content provider. He even wanted AOL to go down the old path of annexing Time Warner in the original Spacetime and make AOL a comprehensive internet media group. Although Eric had the intention of unifying Hollywood, he didn't want to see this happen at all. No one knew better than him that the current prosperous internet industry was just a grand bubble. In his memory, AOL could be said to be the company that fell the fastest after the internet bubble burst due to the deviation from the original development trajectory of internet service providers. More importantly, once AOL deviated from the established trajectory, there would be a fault in the industrial chain that Eric had painstakingly built over the years. Thinking about these things, Eric said first, according to the stock price before the close yesterday, the market value of AOL has exceeded $20 billion, right? Chris nodded and said, the stock price at the close yesterday was $138, with a total market value of $27 billion. We hold 45 million shares, still 30%. Oh, Clover should have also absorbed a lot, right? Eric thought for a while and said, they have about 3 million shares. That's 32%. However, although we are the largest shareholder, we don't have absolute control, Chris said. According to the current market value of AOL, it's impossible for us to take out enough funds to pursue absolute control. Eric also showed a bitter smile. It was a mistake that he didn't hold AOL tightly in his hands. When he first invested in AOL, many things had just started. Eric didn't have the ambition he had now. To a large extent, he only invested with a speculative mentality, hoping that the other party would sell the shares for arbitrage when the stock price soared. The original decision also planted hidden dangers in the fight for control of AOL. At present, internet-related businesses were obviously more popular with investors than the relatively traditional telecommunications business. Therefore, if Steve Case insisted on developing the online media business, even as the largest shareholder of AOL, Eric couldn't guarantee that he could oust Steve Case from the CEO position. Shaking his head self-deprecatingly, Eric asked Chris, if we kick Steve Case out of AOL now and seize control, how confident are we? Chris knocked on the wooden stake next to him, thought for a while, and said, less than 40%. AOL's development momentum is very strong now. The board of directors won't agree to us going to war with the management. AOL's situation was great. Eric also didn't want to create news of discord between the management and the major shareholders. However, if they followed Steve Case's development plan, once AOL focused on the internet media business that was inflated by the bubble but didn't have much development prospects, when the bubble burst, the AOL shares held by Firefly would quickly return to their original state. Although Yahoo also put a lot of energy into internet media content, Eric had always positioned Yahoo as a technology company. The search engine business that Yahoo had been secretly planning was the company's future. However, AOL, whose survival was based on internet access services, obviously couldn't transform in this area. Eric wouldn't allow AOL to transform in this area. After hesitating for a while, Eric asked again, then, what if we choose to cash out in the next few years? If they couldn't control the development direction of AOL in the end, choosing to cash out when the stock price was high was undoubtedly the best result. The total value of the shares we hold is more than $6 billion USD. If we want to sell these shares, directly selling them in the circulation market will have a great impact on the stock price. The best way is to choose an institution to take over, but it involves a huge amount of money of $6 billion USD. This is also not an easy thing to do. Chris shook his head and smiled, then said, what's more, based on the current situation, the stock price of AOL is far from its peak. In the next 1 or 2 years, the market value of this 30% stock will be sky high. In his memory, AOL's market value at its peak was more than $160 billion US. In Eric's view, the degree of bubble was even more than 80%. Therefore, even if he could cash out 10% of the stock at a high price, Eric would be satisfied. If he could cash out a huge sum of $16 billion after the dot-com bubble burst, Eric could still use this money to make up for the damage caused by AOL's deviation from the track of the Firefly Information Industry Alliance. Of course, if AOL could develop according to the track set by the Firefly system, even if the dot-com bubble burst in the future, Eric would still not choose to cash out. However, this would definitely be a matter of 1 or 2 years later. Forget it, what Steve will do is still uncertain. We'd better do what we can now. Chris nodded and said, I will take some measures to win the support of the other shareholder representatives on the board of directors. If necessary, we will try to replace Steve Keyes as soon as possible. In addition, AOL and Yahoo have a very close cooperation in many aspects. Do you think we need to restrict them in this regard? No, AOL is not a threat to Yahoo. Eric shook his head and said, restricting AOL will only affect our own interests and create opportunities for other competitors. Well, that's it for the time being. Although AOL had 30% of the voting rights on the board of directors, in the end, Eric decided to let AOL grow wild for the time being. Everything depended on Steve Keyes' final choice. If the other party insisted on developing the online media business, Firefly would try to replace him. If the change of management failed, Firefly would try to opt out before the bubble burst. Of course, if Steve Keyes allowed AOL to develop in a certain direction, the outcome would naturally be a happy one. After all, AOL would only be able to maintain its strong position in the field of internet service providers after the bubble burst. At the same time, it could also expand its business into mobile communications and other areas. But if it merged with Time Warner like the original Spacetime, once the bubble burst, AOL's business, which was basically incompatible with Time Warner's own business, was doomed to quickly decline. After staying in Maryland for 2 more days, Eric returned to Los Angeles on May 27. At this time, the 1997 North American summer vacation had begun. The opening film of this year's summer in North America should be The Fifth Element, which Luc Besson had been preparing for many years. This sci-fi blockbuster cost 450 million francs, which was equivalent to nearly $90 million. It was the film with the highest production cost in Europe so far. Before it was released in North America, The Fifth Element had already been released in Europe, Southeast Asia, Latin America, and other regions and had achieved decent box office results. Due to the cooperation between the two parties on Lyon, the professional, Gaoming Film Company originally hoped that Firefly could take over the North American distribution of The Fifth Element. However, Eric was not optimistic about the commercial potential of the film. In his memory, the film's reputation was completely polarized, so the box office would not be too good. What's more, the film's copyright was in the hands of Gaoming Film Company. It was not in Firefly's interest to only assume the role of a film's distributor in North America. Therefore, Eric chose to reject. After all, it was a blockbuster with special effects. Although Firefly was not interested in the distribution rights, Eric still introduced it to Fox. If the promotion was done well, such a popular CG special effects film could easily break the 100 million mark in the North American box office. However, Fox and Gaoming Film Company did not reach an agreement on the distribution rights. In the end, the distribution rights fell to Sony Pictures. Gaoming Film Company was obviously screwed over. Because Godzilla was also going to be released during the summer, Sony Pictures used almost all of their distribution resources on this highly anticipated monster movie. Not only did The Fifth Element not get the prime time slot in June or July, but the scale of the film's marketing was also far inferior to Sony's Godzilla. In the end, after The Fifth Element was released on May 16, the box office for the first week was only $22 million. Because of this congenital deficiency, although the box office for the second week fell by only 30%, considering the blockbuster in June, the box office for The Fifth Element in North America was likely to stay between $60 million to $70 million, which was far from Gaoming Film Company's expectations. Gaoming Film Company's hopes of recouping the $90 million production cost were very slim as they failed to perform well in North America, which was the most important box office market. The experience of The Fifth Element was actually one of the reasons why commercial films in Europe could not become popular. The film market in Europe, Britain, France, Germany, and other countries was very limited and could not support the survival of a large film company. Although Gaoming Film Company was the largest commercial film company in France, in Hollywood, Gaoming Film Company was only second or third tier. Such a film company, even in the United States, could not support the production and distribution of a film of The Fifth Element. As an outsider, it was even more difficult for Gaoming Film Company to succeed. Eric returned to Los Angeles. Firefly's first summer release, Prison in the Sky, was going to be officially released on May 30th. At the same time, this film would compete with Paramount's Lion King 2. Some media obviously did not forget the news that Lion King 2 was jointly banned by Firefly and Fox at the beginning of the month. Everyone was looking forward to the result of the confrontation between Prison in the Sky and Lion King 2. However, before Eric's mind completely turned to the film, he had two visitors from San Francisco, Larry Ellison and Steve Jobs. Entering the Point Manor again, Larry Ellison looked at the streamlined villa on the edge of the cliff like a work of art. There was still obvious envy and desire in his eyes. Unfortunately, back then, he was even willing to exchange all of his properties in Malibu for this matter, but the other party had rejected him. Now, Eric's net worth was almost 10 times his, and the chances of him obtaining this matter were infinitely close to zero. Eric walked into the villa with Larry Ellison and Steve Jobs. He noticed Larry Ellison's expression and joked, "Larry, you seem to have more and more properties in Malibu. Are you still willing to exchange all of them with me?" Larry Ellison knew that Eric was joking, but he nodded without hesitation and smiled. "Of course, if you want, I can call the lawyer now and let them handle the handover procedures." "Oh, you really don't hold back at all," Eric said as he led the two to the reception area by the glass wall. He casually asked Jobs, who was sitting on the sofa, "Steve, what do you think of this place?" Jobs looked around and said bluntly, "If it were me, I would clean up all the messy furniture by the glass wall." The glass wall of the villa facing the sea was divided into 3 parts according to the layout of the furniture. On the easternmost side were 2 hanging space chairs, in the middle was a row of long sofas, and on the west side, where Eric and the other 2 were sitting, was a reception area. If the villa was a public place, moving all the furniture out of the way and facing the endless sea would undoubtedly give people a more open view. However, as a personal residence, it would appear empty and deserted. Mr. Jobs said this because of his perfectionist personality. Many of his apartments were said to be empty because of his obsessive choice of furniture. Eric smiled and said, "If all the furniture was removed, we would be sitting on the floor and chatting." Jobs shrugged. "That might be good." As he said that, the sound of footsteps could be heard. The twins came over with coffee. One of them brought 3 cups of coffee to the 3 of them, while the other placed the coffee pot and sugar milkshakes on the coffee table in the middle. After that, Natasha, who was next to Eric, looked up at him and asked softly, "Master, do you need anything else?" Eric shook his head and said, "No, go ahead." Larry Ellison's eyes followed the twins' tall figures until they disappeared. He sighed and said, "Eric, I'm even more envious of you now." "Where did you find them?" Eric joked, "You're already an old man, so don't think about it. Be careful that you don't get hollowed out." "Hey, you're not polite at all." Larry Ellison simply returned what Eric had said not long ago. After a few pleasantries, Eric turned to Jobs and got down to business. "So, Steve, you've decided to come back to Apple?" "No." Jobs shook his head and said, "I'm still thinking about it." Eric picked up the coffee and was not surprised. He asked, "Then why are you here today?" "Here's the thing, Eric," Larry Ellison said, "Steve is looking forward to being in charge of Apple again, but he also wants some guarantees." Eric's eyes flashed and said, "Larry, I don't understand." This time, Jobs took the initiative to answer. "Eric, Apple's PC business is already very dangerous. After you buy Apple, in order to give the company more buffer opportunities, I hope to get the patent for the MP3 player to expand Apple's product line." Eric already had some premonitions. When he heard Jobs' confirmation, he shook his head without hesitation and said, "Sorry, Steve, I can't promise you that." Jobs said, "If that's the case, I might not return to Apple." Eric laughed and said, "Steve, this has nothing to do with me." "No, Eric, I can see that you're very interested in Apple, just like." Jobs paused and continued, just like Pixar. Otherwise, you wouldn't have set the investment conditions for Larry. Steve, I admit that I'm very interested in Apple and you, Eric said. But it's just interest. If this investment doesn't happen, I won't lose anything. I can even invest the money in companies with brighter prospects. Jobs was speechless for a moment and even glared at Eric angrily. Larry Ellison knew his good friend's character. He was worried that he would say something outrageous, so he quickly said, Eric, but you should also know that if Firefly Electronics holds on to the MP3 player patent, they will definitely be subject to federal antitrust investigations in the future. Just like Intel, they licensed their own x86 chip architecture to AMD and other companies. Firefly Electronics is still very small. Even if there is an antitrust investigation, it will be a long time in the future. Eric still smiled and shook his head. He took a sip of coffee and said, moreover, Intel's x86 architecture was mandated by IBM to be licensed to other companies. It wasn't voluntary. Larry Ellison and Steve Jobs didn't give up so easily. They wanted to say something, but Eric waved his hand and said to Jobs, Steve, the reason why I made that investment condition to Larry is that I think you might be able to save Apple. So, what you need to do is to bring the company back to life. After Larry completes the acquisition of Apple, instead of looking for another way out now. If you don't have the confidence to revive Apple, and you need some assurance before you are willing to go back, then I will now take back the investment promise I made a few days ago. Jobs stared at Eric for a while, then suddenly got up and said, well, I think I should leave. With that, Jobs walked straight out. Eric sat on the sofa and didn't move. He smiled as he watched Jobs leave. Larry Ellison got up helplessly and shouted, hey, stop, why can't you be a little more patient? Jobs completely ignored Larry Ellison and continued to walk out of the mansion. Seeing Larry Ellison in a dilemma, Eric put down his coffee cup, got up, patted Larry Ellison on the shoulder, and said, okay, Larry, he agreed, so you should go back and continue to raise funds. Larry Ellison certainly knew that Jobs was more arrogant than many people thought. After Eric's provocative words, Jobs certainly wouldn't put down his reserve and ask for a patent authorization for the MP3 player. Steve cares about Apple more than anyone else. I knew he would go back, but... Larry Ellison shook his head and smiled bitterly, then said, Eric, Steve is very vengeful. You definitely won't be able to get anything good from him in the future. Well, I really don't care. It's hard to get a good look from this guy. Eric shook his head and said, what about you? There happens to be a movie premiere tonight. Do you want to come and join in the fun? Forget it, we'll have dinner together next time. Larry Ellison shook his head and said, I'll go back to San Francisco with Steve. Eric nodded and didn't ask him to stay. He personally walked Larry Ellison to the mansion's parking lot. Jobs got into the car and didn't say goodbye, like a child in a fit of pique. Eric didn't mind. He walked the two of them out and turned to walk back to the mansion. He happened to see the twins coming from the gate of the mansion, each holding a box. When the twins came closer, Eric asked casually, did you buy new clothes? Natasha opened the box in her hand and showed it to Eric. She said, it's Master and the boss's evening clothes. Givenchy just sent it over. Eric saw a black suit inside and nodded. Take it in. Oh, is Drew awake? I don't know. When we came out to get the clothes, the boss was still asleep. Eric looked at his watch. It was just past 2:00 in the afternoon. A few days ago, when Eric was attending Chris' wedding in Maryland, the girl also flew to Europe to deploy the release of James Bond, Casino Royale. She returned to Los Angeles only one day earlier than Eric. She was still jet-lagged these days and would take a few hours of nap at noon every day. He thought he would spend the afternoon entertaining Larry Ellison and Steve Jobs. He didn't expect Steve Jobs to leave in the blink of an eye. When Eric walked into the mansion with the twins, he didn't disturb the girls' sleep. Instead, he went into the study and read the script of Iron Man that Marvel had just completed. They read until 4:00 in the afternoon. After the girl got up, the two put on their clothes and headed to the Hollywood Walk of Fame together. Tonight was the premiere of Firefly's first summer blockbuster, Prison in the Sky. The film would be released the day after tomorrow at the same time as Paramount's The Lion King 2. Prison in the Sky was a story about a retired soldier who was put in prison for manslaughter. He was loaded into a plane full of heinous criminals. However, although the story idea was ingenious, the core was still an imitation of the tough guy action movies like Die Hard. To be honest, Eric wasn't too optimistic about the commercial potential of this traditional Hollywood hero film. Moreover, since Thunderbolt and Mr. and Mrs. Smith adopted more beautiful and visually striking Eastern action movies, North American film fans had gradually lost interest in this type of traditional action movies. However, as the scale of Firefly Group grew, it was impossible for Eric to have enough energy to intervene in the production of all the films. It was inevitable that he would delegate the production power to his studios. This summer, Firefly's 3 movies were Prison in the Sky, Finding Nemo, and The Forest of Mount Tai, as well as the new Jedi Cop 2 and Final Destination 2. Strictly speaking, other than the initial project review, Eric did not intervene much in the detailed production. Prison in the Sky was produced by Bruckheimer and starred by Cage, who had a strong box office appeal in recent years. The production cost was also well controlled at $75 million. Coupled with Firefly's strong marketing and distribution, it was not difficult for the film to recover its costs and generate profits in the global box office. Because the recent showdown between Prison in the Sky and The Lion King 2 was hyped up by the media, although the two films didn't have much competition due to the theme, both Firefly and Paramount did their best to create various topics. Of course, they wouldn't let go of such an important event like the movie premiere. In addition to the main creators of Prison in the Sky, there were also a large number of big stars who were close to Firefly Group that night. The red carpet was full of stars. The reason why Eric brought Drew to the premiere of Prison in the Sky was also for the same reason. Perhaps it was because of the smooth cooperation with Michael Bay. Bruckheimer used another advertising director, Simon West, as the director of Prison in the Sky. Of course, this was also due to Eric's promotion. After all, without Eric's permission, Bruckheimer couldn't appoint a new director as the director of a $75 million budget film. The reason for this was because Simon West was the director of the original Prison in the Sky. Eric didn't have enough energy to intervene in all the films under Firefly, so creating the original cast was undoubtedly a very safe insurance. Eric and Drew arrived at the Chinese Grand Theater in Hollywood at 6 o'clock. As soon as they walked the red carpet, Jerry Bruckheimer and Simon West came to say hello. In his memory, although Simon West was not a prolific director, his movies such as Prison in the Sky, Tomb Raider, and The Expendables 2 were all very popular commercial films. Everyone stood at the end of the red carpet and chatted for a while. Eric came early, so he couldn't stand on the red carpet all the time. Just as they were about to enter the theater together, there was a faint movement behind him. He turned around and saw a tall figure in a red dress posing beautifully on the red carpet. The girl's name was Helena Christensen, and she was also a member of the Victoria's Secret Supermodels. She played the wife of Cage's character in Prison in the Sky. Under Emily's management, the Victoria's Secret Army had become more and more mature in recent years, and the Victoria's Secret supermodels were no longer replaced as frequently as in his previous life. Moreover, even if the ordinary Victoria's Secret angels couldn't receive the same treatment as the 5 spokespersons, compared to other models in the industry, they could still receive much more resources and exposure. Correspondingly, even if the salary for participating in the Victoria's Secret fashion show wasn't high, very few supermodels would voluntarily give up their Victoria's Secret angel status. Because the members of the Victoria's Secret Army were relatively fixed, with the cooperation of Firefly, Ltd began to further increase the influence of the Victoria's Secret Army outside of the Victoria's Secret fashion show every year. In recent years, frequent appearances in Hollywood films and TV series were one of the privileges that the Victoria's Secret angels could receive. Compared to the narrow audience of the fashion industry, the influence of the film industry was much greater. If they could appear in some blockbusters, even if it was a very small role, the influence would be much greater than appearing on the cover of some fashion magazines. However, although Helena Christensen was an A-list supermodel from Victoria's Secret, it was not enough to cause a commotion on the red carpet for the premiere of Prison in the Sky. The reason for this was mainly because Leonardo DiCaprio appeared on the red carpet with Helena Christensen. After Titanic, Little Lee had immediately risen from a little fresh meat in the Arts Cafe to a Hollywood superstar. Looking at the scene in front of him, it was obvious that little Lee, who had soared to the sky, could not wait to evolve in the direction of a supermodel bulldozer. Seeing Little Plum and Helena Christensen walking towards him arm in arm, Eric immediately had a bad feeling about this. There were millions of blonde models in the industry. If Little Lee was dating other models, Eric naturally would not care. However, if it involved the Victoria's Secret Angels, then he could not. Back then, he had spent a year to create this group of beautiful babies. Although Eric would not treat them as his exclusive property, as a man, subconsciously, he was more resistant to the flowers that he had planted being plucked by others. If the person who plucked the flowers was called Little Lee, then it would be even worse. Although Little Lee was only dating Helena Christensen, this guy obviously would not let it go. He would definitely go to other Victoria's Secret Angels. Of course, since he had seen it, this kind of thing obviously would not happen again. The two of them walked over. Seeing Eric, Helena Christensen immediately walked over happily and hugged Eric intimately. She said, "Oh, Eric, I'm so happy to see you tonight." Eric hugged the girl and smiled. "You're very beautiful tonight too." "Thank you." Helena Christensen nodded and warmly greeted Drew, Bruckheimer, Simon West, and the others. Seeing his girlfriend leave him without hesitation and walk over, Little Lee was obviously very unhappy. Although he also walked over to greet Eric and the others, his expression was obviously much more perfunctory. Under normal circumstances, the beyond grade as in Hollywood, such as Tom Cruise, Mel Gibson, Harrison Ford, and so on, were all targets that the upper echelons of the film studios would try to recruit. Little Lee's faint arrogance at this moment was probably the result of being coaxed by the upper echelons of the film studios. Ever since Firefly was established, they had never spoiled any Hollywood superstars, and obviously, they would never do so in the future. After shaking hands with Xiaoli, Eric said to Helena Christensen, "Come find me at the party later. I have something to discuss with you." Eric's voice was not loud, but everyone heard him clearly. Bruckheimer and Simon West's expressions were a little strange. The girl was still smiling and holding Eric's arm, and the displeasure on Xiaoli's face was more obvious. Helena Christensen was stunned for a moment. She glanced at Little Lee and nodded obediently. After Eric said this, he did not stay any longer. He turned around and walked into the theater. After the lively red carpet ceremony, the premiere officially began. In the theater, because they had seen the sample more than once before, Eric and Jerry Bruckheimer, who was sitting next to him, did not pay attention to the screen. Looking at the scene of Cage fighting with the prisoners, Bruckheimer leaned over and asked, "Eric, what do you think the global box office will be?" "Didn't you see the box office forecast report from the distribution department?" Eric smiled and said, "My opinion is similar to theirs. More than $100 million in North America and $300 million worldwide." Bruckheimer said, "I just think that after Titanic, it should be higher, right?" "Jerry, Titanic was a complete accident. I dare say that movies that try to replicate the miracle of Titanic will not have a good ending." Bruckheimer shook his head and said, "Hey, you're too absolute. Can't you do it yourself?" Eric smiled and said, "I can't do it myself. In fact, neither can you. We can only be regarded as film businessmen now. We can basically guarantee that the movie we make will be a commercial success, but it's unlikely that we can create a box office miracle like Jim, because we have too many things to consider, such as budget, cost, marketing, and so on. Jim only thinks about the movie and doesn't have to worry about anything else, so he can make a masterpiece with all his heart." Bruckheimer nodded thoughtfully. Drew, who was sitting on the other side of Eric, leaned over and asked, "Then, Eric, how much box office do you think Paramount's Lion King 2 will get?" Eric shook his head and said, "I really don't know. However, Lion King 2 is not without its disadvantages." Lassie smiled and said, "Are you talking about marketing?" "That's also a very important factor, but there's also another point." Lassie tilted her head and began to stutter. Bruckheimer smiled and said, "I think it should be the cost, right?" Eric nodded with a smile. "Yes, the salary contract that Paramount signed with the hand-drawn animators has basically doubled. The production cycle of The Lion King 2 is almost a year longer than last year's Stranger in the Wind. Although Paramount hasn't announced the production budget of The Lion King 2, according to our estimates, The production cost of this animated film should be about $120 million. In comparison, our Finding Nemo only cost $90 million, and Blue Sky Studios' Ice Age cost even less, only $59 million, less than half of Lion King 2. Therefore, Lion King 2 probably needs to recover about $360 million in box office worldwide to break even. In comparison, Finding Nemo's global box office is $270 million, and Ice Age's is only $170 million. Lassie thought for a while and said, the first Lion King's global box office was more than $900 million. It shouldn't be difficult for the sequel to reach $360 million, right? Of course not. Even if we jointly block it in marketing, with the influence of the first animated film, Paramount can still make a lot of money. Eric nodded and said, but don't forget, Viacom bought Disney's hand-drawn animation department for $2.5 billion. Even if every animated film of Paramount Animation can earn more than $300 million in net profit after all channels, they still need to produce 7 or 8 animated films to recover this part of the cost. What's more, I don't think that 2D animation can maintain its current popularity in the next few years when 3D animation is on the rise. Just like the Blockbuster chain store, the animation studio Eric sold to Viacom was destined to lose money. Because of Firefly and News Corporation's recent ban on the marketing of Lion King 2, Viacom had already spread the news that they intended to acquire CBS. This was obviously another huge trap. Compared with Rupert, Lei Sherdong's business vision was really much worse. After the premiere and the press conference, most of the guests who attended the premiere went to a nearby hotel to attend the premiere party. Eric walked into the party hall with Lassie and was stopped by Cage and Bridget Fonda. As the sons of established Hollywood families, Eric felt that the two of them were really a good match. The tacit understanding between the two of them was very obvious in Ghost. In recent years, Cage had not married his wife in his previous life, Patricia Arquette, but although he and Bridget Fonda had always been very good friends, they did not seem to have any intention of developing into a couple. Over the years, when they met occasionally, Eric liked to tease them about this. They found a seat in the banquet hall and sat down. Before Eric could say anything, Cage couldn't wait to ask, Eric, didn't Firefly start the Iron Man project? Why didn't I receive the news? Eric smiled and took the red wine from Lassie and said, what news do you want? Cage straightened his body and said, don't you think that I'm very suitable to play Tony Stark? I've always been a die-hard fan of the Iron Man comics. Hey, Eric, as long as you're willing to give this role to me, we can still talk about the salary. I've also heard about the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan. I'm willing to sign a long-term contract. Eric did not immediately respond to Cage's words. Instead, he looked at Bridget Fonda and said, so, Bridget, are you also going to play Pepper? Haha, yes, I'm very interested in this role, Bridget Fonda said with a smile. Well, that's just right. You guys have the wedding tomorrow and we'll sign the contract. Bridget Fonda retorted with a smile, Eric, you're instigating other people's relationships again. Nick and I have always been just good friends. Yeah, buddy, can you be serious? Okay. Eric raised his hand and said to Cage, Nick, this is not a simple matter. If you're very suitable for this role, I definitely won't hesitate. But to be honest, you're more suitable to play, well, the kind of wanderer who drifts around the world. But I want Tony Stark to be a playboy, a little crazy, a little neurotic, and even a little bit of a jerk. As soon as Eric's voice fell, Lassie, who was next to him, immediately began to stab him with a smile. Well, just like Eric. Ever since the news that the higher-ups of Marvel wanted Eric to play Iron Man himself reached Drew's ears, Lassie had been very enthusiastic about this matter. She even planned to play Pepper herself, and then let the Natasha sisters play Black Widow. Her original words were that they didn't even need to change the names, and the two sisters could even create some clones or something. Eric's comment was that the idea was good, but it was too messy. However, Cage and Bridget Fonda in front of him obviously did not take Lassie's words as a joke. Instead, they looked at Eric in surprise and asked, really? No. Eric pinched Lassie's white and tender face and said, they're just messing around. However, Bridget Fonda's eyes still swept over Eric's body. She smiled and said, Eric, I suddenly feel that you're really quite suitable. Of course, I think so too. Eric smiled and said, but it's not realistic to implement it. Okay, back to the movies, Nick. You must like other comics besides Iron Man, right? Yeah, a lot. You know, my stage name is based on the superhero character Luke Cage. Eric nodded and said, in that case, I definitely can't give you the role of Iron Man, but I think you'll definitely be very interested in another role. It's just that it's unlikely to start filming in the next few years, so you might have to wait for a long time. Although Cage was a little disappointed, he still asked, oh, what is it? Eric smiled and said a name. Ghost Rider. In the original Spacetime, Cage had starred in 2 Ghost Rider movies in a row, but they were not very successful, which undoubtedly showed his love for this comic series. However, the character of Ghost Rider was also very popular among the Marvel superheroes. As long as he replanned it, with the support of the popularity of the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, the possibility of success in the future was still very high. As expected, Cage was interested again. He said, wow, of course I'm very interested in this. No, I should say that I'm more interested in this character than Tony Stark. Eric, didn't Firefly start filming Spider-Man and Iron Man at the same time? Why can't they start filming Ghost Rider at the same time? By the way, I'm also willing to sign a long-term contract. Because the Marvel Cinematic Universe's production plan is carried out in stages, and this series will be scheduled for the 2nd stage, which is about 10 years from now. In Eric's plan, the first stage of the Marvel Cinematic Universe was mainly set on Earth, and the theme was more towards sci-fi series like Spider-Man, Iron Man, Captain America, and the Hulk. But starting from the 2nd stage, the Marvel Cinematic Universe would start to lean more toward fantasy and cosmic themes. At that time, the Ghost Rider and Doctor Strange series on Earth would also be brought to the big screen, as well as the Guardians of the Galaxy and the Guardians of the Infinite series. 10 years was clearly a little long. Cage obviously didn't have that much patience. He chatted with Eric for a while, hoping that he could slightly change the plan. Eric naturally wouldn't change it so easily. Instead, it was Bridget Fonda who wanted to play the role of Pepper, and Eric solemnly said that he would consider it carefully. Everyone chatted for a while. After Cage and Bridget Fonda left, another tall figure in red walked over. Helena Christensen walked over to Eric with a glass of red wine and sat down beside him. She snuggled up to him naturally and asked coquettishly, Eric, how was my acting? Smelling the feminine scent that was completely different from the lass's, Eric smiled and nodded. Yes, not bad. It's just not bad. Helena Christensen seemed to be a little dissatisfied with this evaluation. She wanted to say something, but her eyes inadvertently noticed the devilish smile on the fair and tender face of the lass beside her. She seemed to have thought of something and immediately put away her coquettish attitude. She even said to the lass in an obviously fawning tone, Drew, when are you coming to New York next time? Let's hang out together? Sure. The lass smiled and nodded, looking harmless. In the blink of an eye, she yawned and leaned against Eric to stretch. She said, Eric, I'm so sleepy. I'm going back to sleep first. Eric could feel that Helena Christensen was a little afraid of the lass. Although he was a little curious, he didn't care. He held the lass's slender waist lovingly and helped her up. He said, I can't leave now. There are many people I haven't greeted yet. You should go back first. The lass leaned over and pecked Eric's lips affectionately. She glanced at Helena Christensen and smiled. I'm going back to Trousdale Manor. I don't care if you want to come over or not. Oh, go ahead. I'll go over later. Eric patted the lass's waist. After watching her leave with the twins, he smiled and asked Helena Christensen, Did Drew teach you guys a lesson? After the lass left, Helena Christensen immediately relaxed again. When she heard Eric's question, she recalled what happened during the Met Ball charity ball at the beginning of the month. She shook her head and said, No, we're just little girls. We don't dare to provoke Drew. Looks like you guys were taught a lesson, Eric said with a smile, but didn't ask further. He believed that the lass still knew her limits. Of course, even if she lost her sense of propriety, it didn't matter. Glancing around, Eric changed the topic and asked, "Are they gone?" Helena Christensen nodded helplessly. "Yeah, she's angry. We'll just have to coax her tomorrow." Eric shook his head and said, "There's no need to coax him. Break up with him." "What?" Helena Christensen asked subconsciously. In the blink of an eye, her expression became somewhat aggrieved and resentful. "Eric, I feel that this should be my private matter." Eric had always found it strange that most of the sprites in the Victoria's Secret Army would show such resentful faces in front of him. Could it be that they had discussed this beforehand? He felt that this kind of thinking was a little exaggerated. Perhaps all beautiful women were like this. Eric tossed this thought aside and said, "Of course it's your personal matter. This is just my personal suggestion. Also, since you happen to be here today, help me spread a rumor in the Angel Corps." Helena Christensen couldn't keep up with Eric's sudden change in topic. Puzzled, she asked, "Rumor? What is it?" "Oh, it said that in the future, all the supermodels who date Leon will be kicked out of the Victoria's Secret Army. Even the 5 spokespeople are no exception." Helena Christensen's emerald eyes widened. She stuttered, is this a rumor?" Eric nodded. "Yes, if you don't believe me, you can try." "But, Helena Christensen stuttered. Suddenly, she was discouraged. Her expression became resentful again. She glared at Eric like an angry kitten and said, Okay, Eric, I'll break up with him tomorrow. Also, I'll help you spread, rumors. But you should at least tell me why, right?" Eric said, "Just do as I say obediently. Women shouldn't ask so many questions." "What a male chauvinist," Helena Christensen said. Her body leaned over again, and her expression became charming again. She said, "Eric, don't tell me you want all of us to keep our chastity for you like the Holy Virgin of the Church. That's too much. You're not God." Eric felt the girl's soft body almost sticking to him. He reached out his hand and caressed her exquisitely made-up face. He said, "You're wrong. I'm your God. I've never forced others to believe in me. But if you give up this belief, you'll be demoted to the mortal world and will no longer be angels." "Oh, Eric, you're not God. You're the devil." Eric's fingertips seemed to be releasing electricity. Helena Christensen felt her body go soft. She forced herself to mutter. She pulled herself together and tilted her head. She opened her small mouth and bit one of Eric's fingers. She bared her small white teeth and looked at him threateningly. Eric teased the soft little tongue a few times, then easily retracted his finger. He patted the girl's waist and said, "Let's go. Follow me to entertain the guests. We'll go dancing together later." The premiere of Prison in the Sky was held on May 28. The next day, The Lion King 2 held a grand premiere in the same theater. Thus, on May 30th, Prison in the Sky and The Lion King 2 were officially released in major theaters in North America. Because the North American media was closely watching the situation of the two movies, many newspapers began to give reviews of the two movies on the day of the movie's release. However, this time, the situation seemed to be very unfavorable for Firefly. According to preliminary statistics, the comprehensive evaluation score of Prison in the Sky in newspapers and on the internet barely reached the passing line of 6 points. The Lion King 2 by Roger Ailes of Paramount Animation did not disappoint many people. The initial film review score was close to 9 points, which could be said to be a tide of good reviews. Moreover, the story of The Lion King 2 was focused on Simba's story after he became an adult. This change was obviously more suitable for the older audience. A long day passed. On the evening of May 30th, although it was Friday, many company executives were still gathered at the Paramount headquarters in Hollywood. Sam Redstone, the chairman of Viacom, sat at the head of the conference table. Although he still maintained his composure, sitting next to him were Paramount CEO Shirley Lansing and the director of The Lion King 2, Roger Ailes, who were on the other side. The people casually discussed some of the recent trivial matters. The movie had already been released. At this time, it was useless to worry about anything. All they could wait for was the final box office results of The Lion King 2. Although the online media and today's evening news were almost one-sided praise for The Lion King 2, Because the early distribution and marketing work was heavily hindered by Firefly and Fox, Paramount was still full of doubts about the box office prospects of The Lion King 2. Lei Sherdong was 74 years old this year. Although he was still very healthy, he rarely stayed up late like today. It was inevitable that he was a little tired. After finishing the cup of coffee in front of him, Lei Sherdong motioned his secretary to pour him another cup of coffee. Lei Sherdong raised his wrist and looked at his watch. It was just past 12 o'clock. It should be June 1st now. Although he had a general idea, Lei Sherdong could not help but ask Shirley Lansing next to him, "Shirley, when will the preliminary box office statistics come out?" Most cinemas have the last screening every day at around 11 o'clock at night. At that time, some cinemas have already begun to calculate the preliminary box office. However, if you want to get the results, you have to wait until at least 1 o'clock in the morning, Shirley Lansing explained. "Sam, why don't you go back and rest first? I'll call you when the results come out." "No, it's okay, I'm not so old that I can't walk." Lei Sherdong stubbornly shook his head and refused. Thinking of the recent experience, a flash of anger appeared on his face again. He said to his assistant sitting not far away, "Jack, is there a reply from Larry Tisch?" "Mr. Lei Sherdong, I called this afternoon. They said that Mr. Tisch is currently in Europe and will be back in about a week." "Humph, he's waiting for the best price," Lei Sherdong muttered. Larry Tisch was the largest shareholder of CBS television network. Over the years, CBS's operating situation had been very bad, and Larry Tisch always had the idea of selling the network. 2 years ago, Larry Tisch also negotiated an acquisition with QVC controlled by Barry Diller. At that time, the deal almost went through, but because Comcast, which was behind Barry Diller, was not optimistic about the deal, they cut off financial support for Barry Diller. This almost successful deal was unexpectedly ruined. Although in recent years, Lei Sherdong had continuously annexed companies such as the Blockbuster chain, Paramount Pictures, and Disney Animation Studio, many shareholders of Viacom hoped that Lei Sherdong could temporarily slow down his expansion. However, due to the joint marketing boycott of The Lion King 2 by Firefly and Fox, Lei Sherdong finally made up his mind to launch an acquisition of CBS to make up for Viacom's shortcomings in media marketing channels. However, due to the rise of new technology in recent years, the television industry had also risen, so the initiative of this acquisition fell to CBS. After Viacom expressed their intention to acquire, Larry Tisch, who had been eager to get rid of CBS, became more cautious this time. The time in the middle of the night always seemed a little long. Time slowly passed by, and after a long time, it was finally 1 o'clock in the morning. The fax machine in the corner of the conference room suddenly made a clicking sound. Everyone was shocked as they looked over with anticipation and anxiety. Brian Barkley, the president of Paramount's distribution department, was sitting next to the fax machine. Seeing that Lei Sherdong and the other two did not move, he got up and took out the data sheet that was just faxed over. Unsurprisingly, the box office of The Lion King 2 appeared at the top of the list. $12. 8 million. When Brian Barkley saw this number, he began to calculate quickly in his mind. Under normal circumstances, the box office trend for the 3-day weekend would be $12. 8 million on the first day. On Saturday, the box office would show a certain amount of increase and drop again on Sunday. According to the box office data on the first day, the box office of The Lion King 2 should be around $40 million for the 3-day weekend. Before Brian Barkley had time to think further, Lei Sherdong coughed softly in his ear. "Hey, Brian, what's the result?" Brian Barkley suddenly woke up. Seeing that everyone in the conference room was looking at him, he quickly smiled and said, "Very good. $12. 8 million on the first day. The box office for the first weekend should be close to $40 million. As Brian Barkley spoke, he handed the box office data to Lei Sherdong and the other two. Lei Sherdong eagerly looked at the fax paper. Shirley Lansing and Roger Ailes, who were on both sides, also leaned over. Since they had already heard the numbers reported by Brian Barkley, the three of them looked down at the same time, looking for the box office number of Prison in the Sky on the first day. They noticed the result at a glance. $7. 7 million. Shirley Lansing murmured, $7. $7 million on the first day and $25 million on the first weekend. We won. Although the other company executives present couldn't see the data, they obviously knew that the second set of numbers mentioned by Shirley Lansing was referring to the movie. They all whispered excitedly at the same time. Roger Ailes didn't care too much about the box office of Prison in the Sky. In fact, many people knew that the two movies with completely different themes were not comparable. Roger Ailes was more concerned about the box office comparison between The Lion King 2 and The Lion King. The estimated box office of $40 million in the three-day weekend was about $10 million lower than the $49 million box office of the first movie. This result was obviously very disappointing. Lei Sherdong listened to Shirley Lansing explain in a low voice the various possible box office trends of The Lion King 2 based on the first day's situation. He looked very satisfied. Noticing Roger Ailes' disappointed expression, Lei Sherdong patted him on the shoulder and said, "Roger, don't be like this. You have done a great job. Everyone knows that the box office of The Lion King 2 is lower than the first movie, not because the movie you made is not good enough. If we have enough marketing resources, the box office of The Lion King 2 will definitely reach or even surpass the first movie's results." "Yes, Roger," Shirley Lansing also said. "Also, according to the reputation of The Lion King 2, it is not impossible for the box office to reverse the next week. No one said that only fireflies can make a movie like Titanic." When Shirley Lansing said this, many people immediately thought of Godzilla, which was going to be released next week. Under the intense marketing bombardment of Sony Pictures, almost no one doubted that Godzilla would be a box office monster. But obviously, no one would say anything to dampen the mood at this time. Looking at the $7 million box office of Prison in the Sky on the first day, many people felt that if Prison in the Sky was hit next week, the audience would obviously be more miserable. In Beverly Hills, Eric had been living in the girls' mansion in Trousdale Manor for the past 2 days. He didn't stay up all night like many of Paramount's executives. Although it was Saturday, he still woke up on time, washed up, did morning exercises, had breakfast, and sat on the balcony overlooking Los Angeles to read the new day's newspaper. As if to make some kind of counterattack, Paramount couldn't wait to publish Friday's box office rankings in the newspaper. The twins quietly cleared away the tableware on the round table. The girl sat opposite Eric and also read the Los Angeles Times on the table. She said in surprise, "If it's estimated to be $40 million in the first 3 days, won't it be more than $60 million in the first week? It's about the same as the first movie. Doesn't that mean our plan to ban it has failed?" Eric shook his head with a smile and said, "Usually, it's correct to calculate that the weekday box office is equivalent to half of the weekend box office. It's different for animated movies, especially 2D ones, because most of the audience are children who need their parents to accompany them. The weekday box office ratio will be lower." The box office of the first Lion King was close to 70% of the first week's box office in the first 3 days. This sequel will definitely be similar, so it's unlikely to exceed $60 million in the first week. It should be around $55 million. $55 million in the first week. How much will the total box office be? Eric read a review of Prison in the Sky. He thought for a moment and said, "That's hard to say. The total box office of Lion King 2 mainly depends on its box office performance in the first 4 weeks. After this week, it'll be Godzilla next week, followed by Finding Nemo and Transdimensional Contact, and then Batman and Robin. These are all movies that can pose a great threat to Lion King 2. If these movies perform too well at the box office, Lion King 2 will definitely be affected. On the other hand, it's not impossible for Lion King 2's box office to be close to the first movies. In fact, Eric already had some ideas based on the memories of his previous life. In the next 3 weeks, Godzilla and Batman and Robin were very likely to flop. Only Finding Nemo was the most direct opponent of The Lion King 2. However, the current Prison in the Sky did not seem to meet expectations. It was $7 million on the first day and could only earn about $35 million in the first week. Under the bombardment of blockbusters in the next few weeks, it was still uncertain whether the North American box office could exceed $100 million. The poor performance of Prison in the Sky made Eric uncertain about the box office prospects of Finding Nemo. He had seen this 3D animation several times. Although the quality was not inferior to the original version, it was released 6 years earlier than the original version. It was very uncertain whether it could still show the amazing box office explosive power. When the girl heard Eric say this, she lowered her head and flipped through the entertainment section. She found the schedule of the summer movies. After looking at it for a while, she looked up and said, "Then, it seems that only Godzilla and our Casino Royale may be close to $1 billion at the global box office during the summer. It seems that you were also stimulated by Titanic. It is so easy to reach $1 billion at the global box office. Hollywood is lucky to have a dark horse with a global box office of $1 billion at the global box office every year." This year, Eric hesitated and did not say the name of Finding Nemo. He paused and said, "There may be one this year, but it will definitely not be Godzilla or Casino Royale." "Ah, you don't have confidence either?" Eric analyzed. "You see, the global box office of the last GoldenEye was $350 million. Without accounting for inflation, this is 007's best result. In fact, this also shows the box office potential of 007 in its original form. For this Casino Royale, I am not sure if the audience will like it because of the changes I made to the plot of the movie. However, with the combination of the 007 brand, my personal box office appeal, and the halo of the secret agent movie universe, it is not a big problem for this movie to exceed $500 million at the global box office. If it explodes a little, it may be able to reach $700 million. However, it will take a lot of luck to reach $1 billion. The girl rolled her eyes and said, "Then, when the final battle between the 3 major secret agent organizations and the Ghost Gang, is it possible to reach $1 billion? Eric remembered that in the original spacetime, after the first Avengers was released, the box office of Captain America and Thor, 2 series of mediocre first box office sequels, almost doubled. The box office of Iron Man, which was already very popular, exceeded $1 billion. The reason for this situation was largely because of the gathering of many superheroes, which increased the popularity and box office appeal of the original hero. The 3 secret agent movie series, 007, Mission Impossible, and The Breakin' Doll, were already very popular. Casino Royale happened to be the first movie where the 3 series intersected. After this movie, the fans of the 3 secret agent movies would definitely merge. Even if Casino Royale did not improve the original series as much as the Avengers, as long as the intersecting plot was maintained in the sequels, there might be a movie that could reach $1 billion at the global box office before the final battle of the Ghost Gang. Of course it is possible. We don't even have to wait until the final battle. Eric nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something. He put down the newspaper in his hand and created a blank document on the laptop next to him. As he typed on the keyboard, he said, "However, I suddenly thought of something. In the next series, you should pay attention to some things. I'll write a memo for you." The girl came over curiously and asked, "What is it?" Eric continued typing on the keyboard and explained, "It's about the supporting roles. Look, whether it's 007, Mission Impossible, or The Breakin' Doll, there are more outstanding supporting roles, such as Mrs. M, Dr. Q, and so on. After Casino Royale, it won't be a problem to film another 10 movies in the Secret Agent movie universe series. However, if that's the case, the production cost will be very high if we want the main characters of the 3 series to make cameos with each other. At this time, it's very cost-effective to let the supporting roles in the series achieve this kind of interspersed effect. Even like Mission Impossible, Kevin Costner's salary is getting higher and higher. If it's difficult for both sides to continue working together in the end, we can even use the original popular supporting role to continue leading the Mission Impossible department and continue the Mission Impossible series." The girl looked at the document that Eric quickly typed out and roughly understood. She nodded with a smile and said, "Just like how you promised Christina to act in that racing movie as Angela Linda in Casino Royale?" Eric's fingers that were typing on the keyboard paused. He patted the round table and said, "Yeah, I almost forgot about this movie. It's all because I've been too busy recently. I'll find some time to write the outline in the next 2 days. You can go and find a few suitable screenwriters to fill in the script." Hee hee, the girl laughed and said, give it back to us. Liz will definitely be angrier. Maybe Jeffrey will have a problem with it too. Eric had indeed given her too many popular movies over the years. Needless to say, the Secret Agent movie universe, Night at the Museum, Resident Evil, Forrest Gump, and other movies were all extremely popular projects that people coveted. Next, there was Thor King's Middle-earth epic series, which was enough to feed a movie company for 10 years. It seemed that even Drew himself hoped that Eric would not be so obviously biased anymore. Eric smiled and kissed the girl's cheek. He said, I'll let it go this time. You can continue to hold on to it. I hope that this racing series can be linked to the Secret Agent movie universe. If it's placed in other movie companies, although they can still achieve a crossover, because the theme is relatively different, doing so will seem too deliberate. There will also be a lot of copyright disputes that can't be resolved. Firefly has never been short of projects. Fox is now working on Star Wars, the prequel. Mira and Mike's performance in the past 2 years has also been very eye-catching. There's also Julia, the box office star, supporting them. Other than lacking some big productions, their movie business is not much worse than yours. Besides, Fox's foundation is much stronger than MGM's. Fox had been taken over by News Corporation for more than 10 years. Although their movie business was not very good, with the support of News Corporation, Fox's operating conditions were still very stable. In comparison, MGM's current business was still limited to movies. Although it began to recover under the stimulation of a series of popular blockbusters, its overall strength was still at the bottom of the 7 major studios. The girl of course knew that Eric wanted MGM to become stronger as soon as possible and play a bigger role in Firefly's media system. She nodded and did not refuse. She said, oh yeah, Eric, last time Amy discussed with me. We happened to have an opportunity to buy a cable television station. If MGM wanted to go further, they definitely needed to expand into the television industry. Eric's original idea was for MGM to buy CBS and Sony's Columbia Pictures. However, due to the rise of new technology, CBS was now worth more than $20 billion. Sony also had no intention of selling their movie business, so these two ideas were not feasible for the time being. Therefore, expanding into the cable television industry was a good choice. In the next 20 years, the North American public television network was destined to decline, but the cable television industry would enter its heyday. Eric sent the written memo to MGM's CEO, Amy Pascal's email, and asked the girl, which TV station is it? E. Entertainment. Eric raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately remembered. It was the TV station in the original Spacetime. Oh no, the TV station with the Kardashians. Eric nodded and said, this TV station, I've heard of it, but I didn't pay much attention. The girl introduced, I've read the information, E. Entertainment mainly broadcasts movies, TV, music, and other programs related to fashion. Oh, and Hollywood gossip. Eric asked subconsciously, is there no reality show? The girl tilted her head, I don't think so, but if we can buy it, we can definitely make our own reality show. It's a waste of resources for this kind of TV station not to broadcast reality shows, but we also need to plan well, Eric said and asked, now, E. Which company owns the company? That's a bit complicated, E. Entertainment was originally set up by 5 companies, Warner Cable, Comcast, Long Distance Communications, Continental TV, and Basic Cable. It has been integrated several times over the years, and Continental TV and Basic Cable have withdrawn. This time, Time Warner also wants to withdraw and is looking for interested buyers. We can buy about 40% of the shares at most, but Con-Nest said that if we take over Warner Cable's shares, we should be able to get E. Entertainment's operating rights. North American cable television started to rise in the 1980s. At that time, in order to avoid investment risks and make full use of each company's resources, it was basically in the form of a partnership, just like Firefly and Hearst Group still jointly owned AE Network and ESPN. Then let's buy 40% first, and if there's a chance in the future, we'll buy the whole TV station. But I think it's a bit expensive, E. Entertainment, including a few sub-channels, has less than 50 million subscribers. Last year's revenue was only $370 million, and they lost $13 million. Warner Cable offered $750 million for less than 40% of the shares, and Amy said that this price is negotiable, but it won't be less than $600 million US dollars. If it was a paid cable TV station, the 50 million subscribers would definitely make a lot of money for the shareholders, but Entertainment obviously relied on advertising and the operator's share of the revenue as the foundation of the cable TV station. In the past 2 years, just like CBS, whether it was a public TV network or a cable TV station, they were stimulated by the wave of new technology, and the price soared. If it was a few years ago, according to the current financial situation, Entertainment's overall value would not exceed the $750 million US dollars quoted by Warner Cable, but now, Warner Cable's price for $750 million US dollars for 40% of Entertainment's shares was not too outrageous. Time Warner's financial situation was not very good in recent years, and Warner Cable was probably thinking of cashing out at a high price while getting rid of the burden. Buy as much as you can, Eric said to the girl after thinking about it. In a few years, even if you want to buy it, no one will sell it. The past few years were the final stages of the integration of the North American media industry. When all the dust settled, the development of cable TV stations would also become better and better. The major media groups that had already become giants would certainly not easily sell their cable TV stations. It could be said that the next few years were almost the last opportunity for MGM to expand into the TV industry. The girl did not doubt Eric's judgment at all. She nodded and said, "Okay, I'll call Amy right now." As they were talking, Natasha came out of the mansion with a cordless phone in her hand. She handed it to Drew and said, "Boss, it's Miss Hudson." When Eric heard Drew take the phone and call out Kate, he could roughly guess who was on the other end of the line. Kate Hudson, still one of Hollywood's second-generation heiresses, the daughter of the first-generation American sweetheart, Cody Hahn. Speaking of which, due to her extroverted and playful personality, Drew's social circle was more than 10 times larger than Eric's. With the revival of MGM in recent years, there were naturally more people who wanted to make friends with Drew, and her social circle was getting wider and wider. Due to her family background and her rising status in Hollywood, the second generation, third generation, and daughters of other rich and famous people in Hollywood who were her age could be considered as her closest group of girlfriends. Drew chatted with Kate Hudson on the other end of the phone for a while. Her words seemed to have rejected some invitation from the other party, and then she hung up the phone. Eric looked over curiously, but Drew thought that Eric was interested in the person on the other end of the phone, so she took the initiative to explain, "It's Kate Hudson. Maybe you don't know her, but you definitely know her mother, Cody Hahn." Eric then realized that in this time and space, it should be the first time he heard the name Kate Hudson. Nodding with a smile, Eric said, "Cody Hahn, I remember that she has a set of pictures full of human graffiti. Short blonde hair, wearing a bikini, and looking pretty. I just forgot where I saw it." As Eric spoke, he opened the browser on his laptop and typed on the keyboard to search. Although there were already many pictures of Cody Hahn on the internet, unfortunately, the picture resources were far less abundant than later. He could not find the set of pictures in his memory, which was quite disappointing. Drew leaned next to Eric, looking at the laptop screen, and said with a smile, "Eric, if you like, I can help you find it." "Forget it, I don't have a hobby of collecting these things." Eric smiled and asked, "Why did she look for you just now?" However, Drew remembered the details of what had just happened. When he heard Eric ask, he said, "She asked me if I was going to the yoga class today. I want to accompany you at home, so I won't be going." Eric asked curiously, "When did you become interested in yoga?" "I've been practicing for 3 months. It's said that I can maintain my body shape." Drew twisted his waist and leaned over to act coquettishly. "Don't you feel that my waist has become softer recently?" Eric thought of the extra yoga mats in the villa's gym. However, Drew had obviously been slacking off these 2 days. He reached out and stroked the girl's small waist to feel it. He smiled and said, "Yes, it's even softer. Since that's the case, you should persevere. Anyway, you have nothing to do with me at home. You can continue with your classes." Drew rolled his eyes and said, "Then come with me." Eric tapped twice on the laptop keyboard and said, "There are still a bunch of unread emails in the mailbox. You can go by yourself. I should be able to finish reading them in the morning." However, Drew became even more interested. He simply closed Eric's laptop and said, "Let's go together. Work will never be finished. If you continue like this, you will become an old man sooner or later." "Okay, stop it. I'll turn off the computer first." Eric was pestered by the girl, so he had no choice but to surrender. He opened the laptop and turned it off. Seeing that Eric agreed, Drew immediately ordered the twins to prepare the car and props. He did not forget to pick up the phone and call Amy Pascal. They briefly talked about the acquisition of E! Entertainment TV station. Then, he called Kate Hudson and said that he would still be going to the yoga class. Eric turned off his phone and closed the laptop. When Drew hung up the phone, he asked, "Will the yoga class last the whole day?" Drew casually placed the cordless phone on the round table and said, "No, it's only 2 hours on Saturday and Sunday. Usually, we only need to practice for 20 minutes at home." "Then what do we do after the yoga class?" "We originally planned to have yoga class together in the morning, have lunch together at noon, go shopping on Rodeo Avenue in the afternoon, and have a party at Kate's house in the evening." Eric clicked his tongue and was a little envious. "Your days are really good. Of course I have to play on the weekend. I won't let myself become a workaholic. What's the point of living if that's the case?" Eric suddenly thought of something and said, "According to what you said, the people with you today should be girls. Is it appropriate for me to join them?" "Haha, I think it will be very interesting." Eric was a little hesitant. A man like him working out, shopping, eating, and having a party with a group of girls would definitely not feel good. However, the twins drove a black Range Rover out of the garage and stuffed the yoga bag and other props into the car. At this time, they had already looked over. Drew giggled and pulled Eric up. "Let's go, haha. Since you're here, we'll definitely adjust the schedule." Eric was pulled away by the girl. He suddenly wanted to bring his laptop with him. If he was too bored, maybe he could find time to write the outline of Fast and Furious. However, before he could do that, he was pulled into the car. The Range Rover left Trousdale Manor and drove less than 2 kilometers south to the bustling business district at the foot of Beverly Hills. The car drove into the parking lot of a yoga club near Sunset Boulevard. The moment the girl got out of the car from the other side, 7 or 8 girls who were chatting in the parking lot gathered around. Eric opened the door on the other side and casually glanced around. He recognized the 2 girls in the lead. They were Gwyneth Paltrow and Kate Hudson. Perhaps noticing that Eric got out of the car from the other side, one of the girls asked curiously, "Hey, Drew, who else is there?" The girl giggled and said, "Guess." Eric walked around the car, and the group of girls' eyes instantly gathered on him. Perhaps it was because they were outdoors during the day, but this feeling was completely different from the night at Giselle's place. After a short silence, a girl shrieked softly, "Ah, it's Eric." Eric could only wave his hand. "Hi, everyone." Seeing that most of the other girls were hesitant, Gwyneth Paltrow felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. Drew had never introduced Eric to them before. Among the group of girls, she was the only one who had interacted with Eric before. Walking over warmly, Gwyneth Paltrow extended her hands to Eric. "Hey, Eric, I didn't expect you to come today." "Yeah, actually, I didn't expect it either." Eric joked and hugged her. Seeing Gwyneth Paltrow's face, he wasn't used to this kind of intimate kiss, but he still kissed her gently on the cheek before separating from her. He looked around at the other girls who were walking over. To Eric's surprise, other than Gwyneth Paltrow and Kate Hudson, there were 2 other familiar faces in the group of girls. Looking at the 2 youthful and reserved faces squeezed out of the crowd, Eric could only sigh at how small the world was. The girl had just mentioned to him that she wanted to buy E! It's about entertainment. Noticing that Eric was looking at them, the taller blonde girl waved her small hand at Eric and boldly introduced herself. "Hello, Mr. Williams, I'm Paris Hilton." Eric smiled and inadvertently glanced at the black-haired girl beside Paris Hilton, who seemed to have some Latino ancestry. He nodded and said, "Hello, Miss Hilton." Drew walked over and intimately held Eric's arm and said, "Okay, Eric, let's go in first. Otherwise, we might be surrounded." The group of girls walked into the yoga club. The receptionist at the front desk saw the girls walk in, and just as she smiled, she was obviously shocked by Eric and was almost speechless. Drew went up and said a few words to the receptionist, and the group went straight to the practice room on the second floor. The receptionist opened the door and respectfully left. Drew walked in with Eric and explained, "I've already booked this place. No one will disturb us." With the girl's current financial status, she could totally get a personal trainer to teach her yoga classes alone. Choosing this place was obviously still a decision of her personality. Eric looked at the hundreds of square meters of space around him and felt even more uncomfortable. He couldn't accompany this group of girls to practice yoga, could he? There should be a lounge here, right? Why don't I wait for you there? The girl pointed to a small lounge in the corner of the practice room, where there was a bench and a bookshelf. With a mischievous smile on her face, she said, "There, we'll go change first." Hee hee. As she spoke, the girl let go of Eric's arm and ordered the twins behind her to follow her to the dressing room. The other girls also followed. Eric shook his head helplessly and walked to the so-called lounge and sat down. He casually took out an entertainment magazine from the bookshelf and looked at the cover. He couldn't help but chuckle. On the cover was a picture of Shaoli and Helena Christensen. There was a lightning-like crack in the middle of the picture. On the page was printed in bold English, "Leonardo's relationship with Victoria's Secret angel girlfriend broke up." It was rumored that the girl took the initiative to break up with him. Just as he was about to open the magazine to read the main text, the door of the practice room was pushed open. A few girls walked in while chatting. Behind them was a tall and beautiful woman wearing a white sports vest and tight pants. She should be the club's coach. Noticing that Eric was sitting in the lounge, the girls' faces were almost filled with disbelief. Obviously, they were doubting whether the person sitting there was really a guy named Eric Williams. Eric had to take the initiative to point to the dressing room and said, "There, go in. Drew and the others have already started to change." "Ah, it's true, it's alive." Hearing Eric's words, a blonde girl blurted out subconsciously. She seemed to realize that her words were a bit inappropriate and immediately covered her mouth. The other girls laughed heartlessly and cheerfully waved at Eric before walking to the dressing room. The girls' figures disappeared, and the woman in yoga clothes behind them walked towards Eric. The woman was about 30 years old. Her skin was slightly dark, and she obviously had the characteristics of a mixed race. However, because of this, the shape of her face was also very soft. She had a head of black hair and light brown eyes. Perhaps because she had been practicing yoga for a long time, she had a gentle temperament. "Hello, Mr. Williams. My name is Victoria Price. I'm the owner of this club." Seeing the woman slightly bowing and reaching out to him, Eric politely stood up and shook her fair little hand. Feeling the fingertips of the other party, intentionally or unintentionally, brushed against his palm, Eric's expression didn't change much. He still smiled and said, "Hello, Miss Price." Victoria Price's expression also didn't change much. She said, "Mr. Williams, we also have men's exercise clothes here. Do you need them?" Eric smiled and shook his head. He waved the magazine in his hand and said, "No, I'll read the magazine for a while and watch Drew and the others practice." Victoria Price didn't give up easily. She said, "Actually, I think you should contact yoga. It's a kind of exercise that can quickly calm people down from nervousness." Eric had a way to calm himself down, so he shook his head again and said, "Forget it, I'm not used to this kind of exercise." Victoria Price obviously still didn't give up. She pulled out a business card from the gap of her thin sports vest and handed it to Eric. She said, "Mr. Williams, this is my business card. Perhaps you will need it one day." Eric watched the woman's movements and slightly raised his eyebrows. He took the business card and put it in front of his nose to smell it. There was a faint fragrance of a woman on the business card. Nodding with a smile, Eric put the business card in his shirt pocket and said, "Okay, I'll call you if I need it." Victoria Price's face finally turned a little red, especially when she heard the sound of the fitting room door opening. She was obviously shocked. She said, "Then, I'll go and prepare first." With that, the woman turned and left. Gwyneth Paltrow and a few other girls walked out first. They suspiciously looked at Victoria Price's back as she hurriedly left. Then, they smiled and walked over to Eric as if they were close friends. She sat down next to him and said, Eric, long time no see. What have you been busy with recently? Eric looked at Paris Hilton and Gwyneth Paltrow who walked out behind her. He said casually, many things. What about you? Gwyneth followed Eric's gaze and looked over. Her expression changed slightly, and she said to Paris Hilton without holding back, Paris, can you help me lay out a yoga mat? Just put it there. Gwyneth said as she pointed to an area about 3 to 4 meters away from them. Paris Hilton had always been pampered and spoiled since she was a child. When she heard Gwyneth Paltrow ordering her around like a servant, her heart instinctively resisted, but she did not dare to refuse. In order to get into this small circle, which was said to be the top group of girlfriends in Hollywood, she had put in a lot of effort. As she was very close to Drew, Gwyneth Paltrow was undoubtedly the queen of this small circle. However, although Paris Hilton nodded obediently, she did not give in. In the blink of an eye, she ordered her little follower, Kim, spread out everyone's yoga mats. After saying that, Paris Hilton immediately smiled fawningly at Gwyneth and said, just let Kim do it. Seeing that Paris Hilton wasn't listening to her, Gwyneth made up her mind to kick her out. She ignored Paris Hilton and moved closer to Eric. She was about to continue the topic from before when she heard Eric's voice. Eric, who had watched the real-life Queen Bee and her follower interact, looked at the black-haired girl who was ordered by Paris Hilton to start spreading out the yoga mats with interest and asked, your name is Kim? When Eric said this, Gwyneth Paltrow, Paris Hilton, and the other girls who had just come out of the changing room all looked at the black-haired girl who was lying on the wooden floor and spreading out the yoga mats. Except for Paris Hilton, the other girls, including Gwyneth, did not even know the black-haired girl's name. They did not even care much about Paris Hilton. Although this girl who had just been approved to enter the circle was also from the famous Hilton family, Hollywood was the world of these natives. If an outsider wanted to enter this circle, it was not possible to do so with just money. If they wanted to enter this circle with just money, they would only be mocked as a bumpkin nouveau riche. Looking at the black-haired girl in front of them, she was just Paris Hilton's follower. She looked young, was a little short, and was not a pure Caucasian. It seemed that the only thing that could be seen was the 2 lumps on her chest. Why would Eric be interested in such a little bumpkin? The black-haired girl had never thought that she would become the focus of everyone's attention today, let alone that Eric Williams would notice her. During the brief contact just now, she only dared to sneak a few glances at the excessively young Hollywood mogul. It wasn't until all the girls in the room turned to look at her that the black-haired girl was sure that Eric was talking to her. She quickly straightened her body and stuttered, why yes, Mr. Williams. My name is Kim Kardashian. Eric's eyes swept over Kim Kardashian, whose body proportions were still considered normal at this time. With a somewhat ambiguous smile on his lips, he nodded and said, very interesting. The other girls came out of the changing room one after another. The girl, who had changed into a pink long-sleeved yoga outfit, was whispering something to Kate Hudson. She had just walked out of the changing room when she heard Eric's words. Her eyes also noticed Kim Kardashian, who was still kneeling on the floor in the middle of the crowd. She walked over with a smile and asked, Eric, what's so interesting? Eric shook his head and said, it's nothing. Drew tilted her head in confusion. A girl beside her secretly glanced at Kim Kardashian when Eric wasn't paying attention. The girl smiled and ignored it. She turned to the group of girls and said, okay, get ready. We'll only practice for an hour today. The girls immediately took action. They took their yoga mats and spread them on the floor. Drew walked over to Eric and sat down beside him. She looked at Kim Kardashian, who had lost her attention in the blink of an eye and was obediently helping to spread out the yoga mats. She saw that the girl seemed to be looking over with some reluctance. She smiled and said, Eric, are you interested in her? Eric smiled and put his arm around the girl's waist. He said, yes, I think it's very interesting. The girl saw that Eric had no intention of explaining, so she didn't ask. She said, I've discussed with everyone. We'll go to Kate's house for barbecue at noon and another Kate's house for a party at night. Her house is in the Coldwater Canyon next to the Trousdale Manor. Also, Gertie is filming out of town, so there's no one at home. We can play all night, okay? Okay, I'll listen to your arrangements today. Eric nodded. He thought that the first Kate should be Gwyneth. However, he looked at the group of girls in the practice room. In addition to the few groups that had just arrived, there were 17 or 18 girls in total. After a pause, Eric glanced at the girls and said, "They won't be the only ones today, right? It's supposed to be a weekend for us girls, but if you want, they can call their boyfriends over." Forget it. Eric thought for a while and shook his head. Although his body was young, he really didn't have much in common with a group of young boys. As for being surrounded by a group of girls, well, even if there was nothing to talk about, it still felt pretty good. The girl smiled. She saw that everyone had already laid out the yoga mats. The yoga instructor named Victoria Price had also entered the practice room. She leaned over and kissed Eric on the cheek. She said, "Then we'll start practicing. It's only an hour, so it won't take long." Eric patted the girl's waist and said, "Go ahead. I'll read a magazine by myself for a while." The 1-hour yoga class, which made Eric feel a little hot, quickly ended. After leaving the yoga club, the group of girls drove 5 cars and personally went to buy ingredients for the noon barbecue. Then, they rushed to Gwyneth Paltrow's mansion, which was also halfway up the Beverly Hills. The old Paltrow couple happened to be at home. However, after greeting Eric, they were urged to leave by Gwyneth. The barbecue started at 11 o'clock in the morning and lasted until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The girls then went shopping on Rodeo Avenue. However, because Eric was there, the girl didn't bring a large group of girls to shop. Instead, she targeted a few specialty stores and went straight back to Kate Hudson's house. However, even so, it still took 3 hours. Eric could only admire the girl's shopping ability. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. There was a mansion halfway up Coldwater Canyon. It wasn't as wide as Drew's mansion in Trousdale Manor, but it was bigger. It was a European-style 2-story mansion with a large swimming pool in the yard. Eric didn't enter the mansion to see the girls count the spoils of war. He just lay on the deck chair beside the swimming pool, enjoying the warm afternoon sun and listening to the girls' faint conversation. Drew quickly came out of the mansion and lay down beside Eric. He handed him a glass of juice and reached out to fan Eric's head a few times. He said, "Eric, are you bored?" "No, it's very interesting." "Oh, really?" The girl could feel that Eric wasn't being polite. She still didn't believe him. She regretted bringing Eric out today. Eric took a few sips of juice with a straw and put the glass aside. He nodded and said, "Of course. It feels, like watching a reality show. It's quite interesting." Drew blinked and said, "Reality show?" "Yes." Eric nodded and suddenly turned his body sideways. He said, "I suddenly feel that this is a good idea." Although he had accompanied a group of girls with an average age of 20 for the whole day, Eric didn't feel bored because he rarely had this kind of experience. Watching a group of girls wandering around Beverly Hills, which was coveted by thousands of people, listening to them chatter about fashion, movies, Hollywood gossip, and other topics, Eric even felt like he was watching a Hollywood reality show of girls' lives up close. At this time, Eric thought of Kim Kardashian, who he had just met in the morning, and suddenly realized why not just do such a reality show. Drew also understood and said, "Eric, you're not saying that we should turn today's experience into a reality show, are you?" As he said that, Gwyneth Paltrow and Kate Hudson walked over with the other girls. Gwyneth Paltrow asked curiously, "What reality show?" Eric sat up slightly and looked at the group of girls surrounding him. He smiled and looked around and said, "I mean, let's turn your lives into a reality show. Is anyone willing to participate?" Gwyneth Paltrow and the other core girls didn't respond. With their families' connections in Hollywood, they all had very good prospects. Even if they couldn't become famous, they wouldn't be reduced to participating in a reality show to increase their fame. However, in a large group of girls, of course, not all of them were like Gwyneth and the others who didn't lack opportunities. A few girls standing outside the crowd immediately nodded excitedly and said, "Okay, Eric, what should we do?" "That, I haven't thought about it yet." A girl asked, "Then, is it like Project Runway?" Eric shook his head and said, "No, Project Runway and Survivor are all competitive reality shows. What we want to do is a lifestyle show." In recent years, reality shows had just become popular. Basically, they were all competitive reality shows. The format of reality shows were far less diverse than after the new era. Hence, a girl immediately asked, "What's a lifestyle show?" A girl added, "How stupid. A lifestyle reality show is, of course, a lifestyle reality show." This girl obviously didn't know much about it. Everyone laughed. Eric said, "It's different from those competitive reality shows. A lifestyle show will use a camera to record all your lives for a period of time. After editing, it will be broadcasted on TV." Gwyneth said, "Eric, if we do that, won't we have no privacy at all?" Eric shrugged and smiled. "If you want to be famous, you have to sacrifice your privacy. So, if you really want to participate, you have to consider it carefully." There was a brief silence. Gwyneth and the other girls had some interest at first, but it was now gone. They were very unwilling to expose their private lives to the public. However, although most of the girls looked hesitant, there was no lack of girls who were obviously eager to give it a try. Drew was lying next to Eric. At this time, he had already realized that such a reality show was obviously very suitable for E. It couldn't be more entertaining. This TV station's main focus was on fashion and entertainment. In fact, it was to satisfy the audience who were interested in entertainment gossip. Directly turning the Hollywood lifestyle that many people yearned for into a reality show would definitely attract a lot of viewers. However, looking at the different reactions of her girlfriends, the girl was not in a hurry to say anything. Acquisition of E. Entertainment was still in the early stages of contact. It was better not to reveal such news in advance. "Alright, Eric, today is entertainment time. Let's not talk about this. Guess what we just found?" Eric looked around in confusion and asked, "What is it?" Kate Hudson, who was on the other side of Eric, looked at her watch and said, "They should have sent it over." Just as she said that, everyone heard the doorbell ring. Kate Hudson immediately got up and walked to the door. After a while, she came back with a photo album in her hand. The girl had just sat up. At this time, she got up and took the photo album from Kate Hudson. "Come, let me see first." "Wow, so hot, hee hee." The group of girls immediately surrounded her and started chattering. "Wow, is this Kate's mother? So cool. This hairstyle is not bad. Maybe I can get one in a few days. I've always wanted to keep my hair short. These aren't tattoos, right?" There was a burst of lively discussion. Eric listened casually and could roughly guess the content of the photo album. It was probably Gotti Hawn's photo album of human graffiti. He did not expect that the girl would really help him find it just by casually mentioning it. As he thought about it, the girl had already shown the photo album to Eric and said, "Eric, look, is this it?" Eric took it and flipped through a few pages. He nodded. In the photo, Gotti Hawn looked like she was in her 20s. Compared to Kate Hudson, who only had average looks, Gotti Hawn was obviously much prettier when she was younger. She even had a playful aura. Kate Hudson also came over and asked curiously, "Eric, why are you looking for my mother's photo album?" "Nothing, I just thought of it," Eric explained simply and handed the photo album to Kate Hudson. He did not have the hobby of collecting other people's mother's photo album in front of a group of girls. That would be too evil. However, before Kate Hudson could reach out her hand, the girl had already snatched it away. She smiled and waved it around, saying, "Everyone, I suddenly thought of the theme of tonight's party. What do you think?" "Drew, you mean, we should also, of course," the girl immediately nodded. The group of girls immediately looked at Eric. Gwyneth Paltrow smiled and said, "Then, what about Eric?" Eric immediately waved his hand and said, "No, don't count me in." "Well, if you want to play, I can be your photographer and take some photos as souvenirs. I'm better at that." However, the girls started to jeer. "No, Eric, we're going to paint our bodies. How can you not come?" That's right, that's right. If you don't play, Eric, we won't come either. At least, Eric, you can't dress like this. Shirt and pants. You don't look like you're going to a party." "Hee hee, I wonder if Eric has abs," a girl said, her small hand already reaching out to touch him. The girl smiled and looked at her friends for a while before saying, "Okay, let's go prepare the paint." Actually, Eric can not only be a photographer, but he's also very good at painting. Later, if you want to paint anything, he can do it. Half an hour later, someone delivered a full set of paint tools. They filled the entire long table in the courtyard, and there was even a mini studio set up on the lawn next to it. This was obviously one of the countless conveniences that rich people could enjoy. Eric was urged by the girls to change out of his original outfit and was only wearing a pair of beach shorts. The girls also changed into beautiful swimsuits and surrounded the long table full of paint tools. Seeing Eric skillfully mix the dyes, Gwyneth Paltrow asked, "Eric, these things won't hurt the skin, right?" The pampered girls were obviously very concerned about this, and there was a worried look in their eyes. Of course not. These are plant-based paints. The toxic ones are chemical paints like acrylic, Eric explained. He mixed the last paint in the palette with water and looked up. "Here, that's it. Everyone, let's do it together. After the paint is mixed, we can start drawing." Kate Hudson said, "Eric, we don't know what to do. What should we draw?" "Graffiti. Of course, I'll draw whatever I think of. The more casual, the better." "This is a good opportunity to practice brainstorming," Eric explained. Seeing that the girls were still confused, he said, "All right, I'll give you a demonstration first. Who's going to be my model?" Before the group of eager girls could open their mouths, the girl giggled and said, "Of course it's me." Since Drew said so, no one dared to compete with her. The girls who were originally around the long table gathered again and surrounded Eric and Drew in the middle. Eric looked at the girl standing in front of him and moved a high stool to sit down. He looked up and down at the delicate body wrapped in a light blue bikini and smiled. "Let's brainstorm together. If you really can't think of anything, go find a dictionary and randomly find a word. Then continue to diverge. Of course, if you can think of a theme, the effect will definitely be better." Gwyneth Paltrow's eyes turned and she blurted out, "Eric Williams." Eric was puzzled. "What?" Gwyneth Paltrow laughed. "Didn't you ask us to brainstorm?" "I just thought of it, Eric Williams." Yes, Eric Williams." The girls regained their senses and started to heckle him. "Eric, how should we draw this?" The girl also looked at Eric with a smile, her face full of anticipation. Eric smiled and nodded. "All right." As he said this, Eric thought for a few seconds. He didn't touch the paintbrush on the table. Instead, he dipped his left finger into a few different paints from the palette and skillfully painted a layer on his right palm. Then, he asked the girl to come closer. He stretched out his hand and pressed it against the girl's small waist. A rainbow-like palm print suddenly appeared on the white skin of the girl's waist. The girls looked over curiously. Although everyone felt that it was very beautiful, someone still questioned, "Eric, does this have anything to do with Eric Williams?" "Of course." Eric nodded and said, "An image can be transformed into anything. Words, comics, anything related to it will work as long as there is a connection. If you say Eric Williams, I'll draw my own portrait on it. How boring would that be, right?" "All right, let's continue." The girls obviously agreed with Eric's point of view. No one said anything else. After Eric finished speaking, Kate Hudson also rushed to say a string of numbers. 10880, all the girls present obviously knew the allusion to 10,880. They all laughed and agreed. "Looks like I'm going to be the theme." Eric smiled. This time, he picked up a paintbrush and drew a string of orange-printed 10,880 on the girl's arm. "What's next?" Pandoran. "Well, this is more difficult." As Eric spoke, he did not hesitate much. He picked up a very thin paintbrush and asked the girl to come closer. He dipped it in some sky blue paint and gently drew two sky blue antennae above the girl's bikini cover. Then, he changed the paintbrush and added a cartoonish baby's head under the antennae. He also added two small hands on the cover's fabric. After finishing, the whole piece of graffiti looked like a Pandoran baby with the same sky blue eyes. It poked its head out of the girl's cover and looked around. "Wow, so cute." "Hee, Eric, is this what you looked like when you were a child? This must be a very perverted Pandoran, hee." They laughed and commented, and the atmosphere became more lively. Words related to Eric popped out of the girls' mouths. Jurassic Park, Shell Villa, Victoria's Secret Angel, Firefly, and so on. After more than half an hour, the girl's body was covered with more than 20 graffiti. After drawing a small dinosaur that seemed to want to climb up the girl's calf, Eric put down the paintbrush and said, "Okay, I can't add any more. This is just right. If it's too dense, it will be ugly." Drew looked at Eric, put down the paintbrush, raised his arm and turned in a circle. He said, "What do you think? It's so cool. Eric is really good at painting. It's even more beautiful than Kate's mother's graffiti." The girls looked at the graffiti on the girl's body and exclaimed in admiration. In Eric's previous life, he started to learn painting from elementary school because he was interested in cartoons. He studied for more than 10 years until he graduated from university. Because of his profession, he basically never stopped practicing. His painting skills were not much worse than a professional painter's. At this time, it was just a simple graffiti, but the visual beauty was still not something an ordinary person's casual painting could compare to. The girl proudly showed it, then pulled Eric up and said, "Eric, help me take a picture. I also want to collect a thick photo album today." Eric was pulled up by the girl. He nodded and said to the other girls, "Then, everyone is free to do whatever you want. I will also help you take a picture later." The girls were already eager to give it a try when they saw Eric's graffiti. At this time, they all walked to the long table and began to choose paints. They were also chattering and discussing. It was already evening, and the light was a little dim. Eric adjusted the lights with the help of the twins beside the simple setup studio. Although they were also wearing bikinis, they were obviously out of place with the girls. He said, "You two go play too." The twins only shook their heads and quietly retreated to the side. Eric did not force them. Regardless of appearance or figure, the twins were much better than the girls present. Because of this, it was hard for them to be accepted. After all, most girls would only choose people of the same age who were not as beautiful as them to be their followers. It was just like how Paris Hilton chose Kim Kardashian to be her follower. Probably only the girl would be so confident to bring the twins around all day, as if she was not worried about her limelight being stolen. The girl was already posing in front of the studio. When she heard Eric's words to the twins, she smiled and said, "Eric, you can also draw some graffiti for them later. I recommend you to use your fingers. When I do my skincare, I always bring Natasha with me. Their skin might be better than mine." Eric adjusted the direction of the additional light. He felt the twins look at him at the same time when they heard the girl's words, but they quickly looked away. He smiled and said, "Natasha and the others are the prettiest when they don't draw anything." The girl wrinkled her nose and said, "Humph, you actually praised other women in front of me. I'll be jealous. I'll really be jealous." Eric walked to the camera and looked at the effect. He said, "Okay, stop fooling around. Let's start shooting. Raise your chin a little higher. Yes, hold it." Amidst the continuous sound of the shutter, the dozens of film rolls were quickly used up. Eric was about to change another roll of film when the two girls at the long table ran over. Gwyneth Paltrow laughed and came to Eric's side. She used his body to block Kate Hudson, who was chasing after her. Kate Hudson chased after her with a soda bottle in her hand. "Gwyneth, stop right there. You drew so ugly. You must have done it on purpose." Gwyneth Paltrow retorted, "I didn't. I drew it very seriously." Eric held the camera stand and looked at Kate Hudson. Most of the graffiti on the girl's body was dark. It didn't match the light pink bikini at all. Although it wasn't too horrible to look at, it definitely wasn't good-looking either. Seeing that the two women had been chasing him for a few laps without any intention of stopping, Eric tried to smooth things over. "Okay, don't break the camera." Kate Hudson stopped and pointed at the graffiti on her body. "Eric, look. Did Gwyneth draw it randomly? It's too ugly." Gwyneth Paltrow stood beside Eric and held his arm. "That's because your figure isn't good to begin with." Kate Hudson immediately raised the soda bottle again. "I'll hit you." Gwyneth Paltrow looked at the girl who was walking over, and then glanced at her own work on Kate Hudson. Compared to the two, her own graffiti could only be described as too horrible to look at. Shaking Eric's arm, Gwyneth Paltrow said unwillingly, Eric, we saw that your drawing was very simple. Why is mine so ugly? Have you practiced English writing? Like cursive? Both Gwyneth Paltrow and Kate Hudson shook their heads. Eric said, actually, it's very simple. People who have practiced calligraphy have a foundation in calligraphy. Even if they write casually, they will look very good. But if they haven't practiced, no matter how seriously they write, their writing won't have any beauty. It's the same with drawing. Because of the commotion, the other girls came over. Hearing Eric's words, they all compared the graffiti on the girl's body with their own work. They realized that Eric's work, whether it was a single graffiti or a whole, looked very comfortable and cool. But their own drawings, although they had put in a lot of effort, lacked beauty no matter how they looked at it. Actually, this wasn't just because of their painting skills. It also involved their personal aesthetic qualities. As a director, Eric's pursuit of visual beauty was almost instinctive. Just like the graffiti on the girl's body. Because she was wearing a light blue bikini, Eric had chosen mostly warm colors. The overall style of the graffiti was also more cartoonish and very uniform. Even if the other girls had learned to draw, they wouldn't be able to do this in such a short time. After hearing Eric's explanation, Kate Hudson understood. She glanced at Gwyneth and said, speaking of which, you're still too stupid. Gwyneth was not to be outdone. If you're so good, why don't you draw the same effect as Eric? Kate Hudson said, of course. Let's go. It's my turn to draw on you. No, I won't let you draw. It'll definitely be uglier. Gwyneth immediately shook her head. In the blink of an eye, she swung Eric's arm. Eric, can you draw for me? I still have to take photos for Drew. You guys, play by yourselves. I see that you've already taken a few rolls of film. Isn't that enough? Gwyneth said, then turned to the girl and said, Drew, can you let Eric draw for me? Drew also wanted to rest for a while. Although she knew that her best friends wouldn't let go of the chance to steal men from her, she had enough confidence in Eric. Moreover, even if Eric was really interested in any girl, she didn't really care. It wasn't certain who would benefit. She smiled and nodded. The girl said, okay, you guys go ahead. I'll go and eat something first. Gwyneth immediately pulled Eric to the long table. Kate Hudson followed beside them. She held Eric's other arm and said, Eric, can you draw for me later? Eric watched as the girl walked to the buffet table. He nodded and said, okay, if there's enough time. Then I'll go and take a shower first. Kate Hudson immediately let go of Eric excitedly and walked into the villa. When the other girls saw Eric nod, they all came over to beg. Eric could only wave his hand and say, don't make a fuss. If I draw for all of you, I might not even be able to finish by tomorrow morning. The girls were all disappointed, but they still gathered around and looked at Gwyneth Paltrow proudly standing in front of Eric. Eric looked at Gwyneth's black bikini and didn't ask for her opinion. He picked a brown brush and started to draw next to Gwyneth's navel. Soon, a picture of a small box appeared on her skin. What's this, Eric? Gwyneth lowered her head to take a look. The girls around her were also curious. Eric smiled and said, let's guess. Of course, there's no reward for guessing correctly. Even though Eric had said so, the girls still started to talk about it. Pandora's box. Apple box. Pet's home. After a round of chatter, Eric just smiled and shook his head. After a while, most of the girls frowned in disappointment. At this moment, a nervous voice sounded from the periphery of the crowd. I just watched 7 Deadly Sins last week. This seems to be the box that contained Trisha's head. The color and style are the same. The girls looked over. It was the black-haired girl named Kim Kardashian. This girl seemed to have caught Eric's attention in the morning, but everyone quickly ignored her. However, it wasn't that no one in the crowd had watched 7 Deadly Sins. Hearing Kim Kardashian's words and looking at the small box on Gwyneth's stomach, it really did look like it. The atmosphere paused for a moment. Then, a girl muttered unhappily, a box that contains a head. How is that possible? It's too scary. Although they somewhat agreed with Kim Kardashian's guess, they were obviously unwilling to let this mystery be guessed by a little follower. Eric just glanced at Kim Kardashian and nodded with a smile. That's right. It's the box that contains Trisha's head. The girls were in an uproar. Gwyneth also felt inexplicably creeped out. She raised her hand and had the thought of erasing the picture. However, she looked at Eric in confusion. Eric, why do you want to draw this? 7 Deadly Sins. Eric smiled without showing any mischievous expression. He said seriously, I plan to draw a horror movie theme. Well, if you're afraid, let someone else do it. Me. Eric, let me do it. Let me do it. I love horror movies. Gwyneth was originally a little creeped out, but seeing that a group of little bitches wanted to snatch it from her, she immediately said, of course not. I also like horror movies. Alright then. Let's talk about the next movie. Scream, That Ghost Face. Eric smiled and nodded. He picked up a brush and stood up. He smiled and said, this is more suitable for the shoulder. Gwyneth Paltrow took the initiative to turn her body sideways and cooperated. From time to time, she would take the opportunity to chat with Eric. This time, the speed was faster. In less than half an hour, Gwyneth Paltrow's body was covered with all kinds of classic Hollywood horror movie logos. Gwyneth Paltrow imitated what Drew did not long ago and turned around to show everyone. She suddenly thought of something and said, Eric, can I also have an Eric Williams handprint? Eric looked up and down and smiled. There's no more space. It won't look good if you add more. Gwyneth Paltrow glanced in the direction of the villa. The girl had just brought the twins in. Every time she thought of the girl's obedient twin attendants, the luxurious Trussdale Manor, and the huge fortune the girl had obtained through her identity as a major shareholder of MGM Pictures, Gwyneth would feel so jealous that her heart felt like it was being scratched by a stray cat. If that little B*TCH can have it, why can't I have it too? Gwyneth took a deep breath and quickly made up her mind. She smiled mischievously and said, why not? There's still space. As she said that, under the surprised gazes of the surrounding girls, Gwyneth reached behind her back to unlace her bikini and took off her bra. She confidently straightened her body and said, Eric, why not? There are still 2 more. Eric raised his eyebrows. Hearing the laughter of the surrounding girls, he smiled and said, are you sure? Of course, Eric. Don't you dare? All right. Eric smiled and nodded. He said, but I think it's better to only print on one side. An asymmetrical graffiti is actually more interesting. Hee, then help me draw something on the other side. No problem. As Eric said that, he picked a die and applied a layer of paint on his palm. Without hesitation, he imprinted it on Gwyneth's chest. On the other side of Gwyneth, a great white shark opened its mouth and attacked. Eric waved his hand around as if he had not had enough. He smiled and said, then, who else wants it? Ah. Haha, Eric, you big baddie. I won't let you take advantage of me. Don't even think about it. The girls played around, but in the end, they all allowed Eric to imprint a Eric Williams handprint on their bodies. However, most of them were imprinted on other parts of their bodies. There were not many who dared to be as bold as Gwyneth Paltrow. They played around until 2 in the morning. Not only were all the paints used up by the girls, but they also ran out of film. They even called someone in the middle of the night to send over 100 rolls, but they were still used up. The European-style 2-story villa in the manor had 8 bedrooms. It was enough for everyone to stay in. In the end, none of the girls left. Everyone rested in the villa. He didn't know if it was because he was familiar with the bed, but Eric woke up before 7 in the morning. The girl in his arms was sleeping soundly. Eric quietly put on his clothes, washed up, and walked out of the guest room. Perhaps it was because it was too early, but the twins, who usually woke up early, were not awake yet. The villa was silent. He walked down the spiral staircase to the living room downstairs. The girls had gathered here to dance. It still looked a little messy. There were alcohol bottles scattered everywhere, and there was a strange buzzing sound coming from the stereo in the corner. Eric walked to the stereo. He could not tell what was wrong with it, so he simply unplugged it. Only then did the sound disappear. When he walked out of the villa, the sky was already bright. The fresh and cool morning air greeted him, instantly clearing his mind. He wondered if Kate Hudson's family had ordered newspapers. Eric walked to the front door and looked. There was a roll of newspapers in the mailbox. He took it out and returned to the courtyard. He heated a glass of milk in the kitchen and sat down at the long table in the courtyard where the paints were placed last night. Like the living room, the courtyard was a little messy. There was some paint scattered on the ground. It would probably be troublesome to clean it up. The studio was still standing on the lawn, but the expensive Lycra camera had been put away. Eric did not pay attention to his surroundings. He slowly drank his milk and flipped through today's newspaper. A figure flashed out of the villa. It was Kim Kardashian. Morning. Eric turned around and casually greeted her. He was not very interested in this girl. He just felt that it was a coincidence. Kim Kardashian didn't sleep the whole night because she had been thinking about Eric asking her name yesterday. Kim Kardashian instinctively felt that Eric must be interested in her. At first, she was quite excited. If she could get close to such a big shot, no one would treat her like air in the future. But for the whole day, Eric's attitude towards her was nothing special, which made her nervous and disappointed. After the party, she tossed and turned in bed for a few hours. Seeing that the light had already come through the window, she walked out. She didn't expect to see Eric awake so early and sitting in the yard reading the newspaper. Hearing Eric greet her, Kim Kardashian quickly responded, Good morning, Mr. Williams." With that, Kim Kardashian stood in place and waited for a moment. Seeing that Eric's attention was back on the newspaper in his hand, she hesitated and quietly walked over to sit on the other side of the long table. She looked around and tried to find something to say. "Mr. Williams, are you reading the Los Angeles Times?" "Yes." Eric responded and took a sip of milk next to him. He casually glanced at Kim Kardashian next to him and saw that she was sitting across the long table. Her body was slightly leaning towards him. Because she was only wearing a tight white tank top, her breasts were bulging as if they were placed on the table. This visual stimulation made Eric choke and spit out a mouthful of milk. Kim Kardashian had noticed Eric's gaze and was a little proud. Seeing that he choked, she quickly got up and came over. "Mr. Williams, are you okay?" Eric waved his hand and saw Kim Kardashian hand over the box of tissues on the table. He quickly took it and pointed to the other side of the long table. "Don't come over. Sit across from me." Kim Kardashian was stunned and stepped back, feeling wronged. But she still deliberately continued to pose. After Eric cleaned the milk stains on his clothes, Kim Kardashian hesitated and suddenly said, "Mr. Williams, this is real." Eric opened another newspaper and casually said, "It looks fake." "No, really." Kim Kardashian shook her head and looked around at the empty surroundings. She mustered up her courage and said, "If you don't believe me, you can touch it. You will definitely be able to feel it." "Forget it. I won't give you an identification certificate even if you touch it." Eric shook his head with a smile and said, "Are you from New York?" When Kim Kardashian heard Eric take the initiative to ask her a question, she quickly said, "Yeah, how did you know?" Eric shrugged. "I just think that the Hiltons must live in New York." Kim Kardashian didn't want Eric to think of her as Paris Hilton's follower. She explained, I'm just classmates with her. We came to Los Angeles together during the summer vacation. And, I'm staying at my dad's house. He's a businessman. He used to run a record company, and now he's running a juice business." Eric felt that something was wrong. He looked up and asked, "Your father is Robert Kardashian?" Kim Kardashian's eyes suddenly lit up and she quickly nodded. "Yes, Mr. Williams." "Do you know him?" "That's right. Robert Kardashian, the famous defender of O. Simpson's wife murder case." But something was wrong. These were obviously the memories of Eric's previous life. According to the information in his mind, O. Simpson's wife murder case should have happened in 1994. Because it involved deep-seated racial issues, coupled with the background of the recent Los Angeles riots, this unsolved case almost touched the nerves of the entire United States in the original spacetime. It could be said to be a sensation. However, in this spacetime, it was already 1997. Eric had not heard any news about O. Simpson's wife murder case. It seemed that some things had changed again. I seem to have heard from someone, Eric said perfunctorily to Kim Kardashian. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. He said, from what you said, your parents should be divorced, right? Yeah, my stepfather is Bruce Jenner. He used to be an Olympic champion, but now he mainly focuses on TV shows. Oh, what about your mother? Her name is Kris, Kim Kardashian said. Then, she said, my mother likes Project Runway very much. She often says that one day, she also wants to participate in a reality show production or something. Eric did not expect Kim Kardashian to suddenly mention this. He remembered the idea of a reality show about Hollywood girls yesterday. This project definitely needed a producer. He and the girl could not do it themselves. Bruce Jenner and Kris Jenner, the husband and wife who single-handedly created Walking with the Kardashians in the original spacetime, were obviously very suitable. Perhaps the two of them lacked some experience in program production, but in Hollywood, where there were millions of people working in the film and television industry, there was never a shortage of technical production talents. What they lacked was ideas that could make these ideas popular and the ability to execute them. In this regard, the Jenner couple, who could be said to be unscrupulous in creating hype, were definitely much better than ordinary producers. After sorting out his thoughts, Eric smiled and asked, is your mother really interested in reality shows? Kim Kardashian was a little confused, but she still nodded and said, yes. In that case, Eric looked around and simply took a piece of paper from the newspaper beside him. He found a pen and wrote a string of numbers on it. He handed it to Kim Kardashian and said, this is the phone number of my assistant's office. Give this to your mother. Of course, didn't you say that your stepfather's energy is currently focused on TV shows? If that's the case, he can also participate. Kim Kardashian took the newspaper with the phone number written on it in a daze. Although she was still in high school, she did not lack life experience because of the environment she grew up in. At this time, she instinctively felt that her family might be turned upside down because of this newspaper. She tightly held the number in her hand and began to stutter again. She said, Mr. Williams, and then? Do you still remember the idea of a Hollywood reality show for girls that I mentioned yesterday? Tell this to them. In a week's time, come up with a reality show proposal and show it to me first. If I'm satisfied, your stepfather and mother can be the producers of this project. Kim Kardashian felt a little incredulous. Producers, in Hollywood, were the most powerful class. Moreover, the producers of TV shows were even more powerful than movie producers. Looking at the number on the paper again, Kim Kardashian still asked with uncertainty, Mr. Williams, you're not joking with me, right? Eric shook his head and said with a smile, your breasts are so big. I'm afraid you won't understand if I'm joking. Kim Kardashian really did not understand this joke. She just blushed and said, but my stepfather and mother are in New York. Moreover, my mother has to take care of my two younger sisters. Kendall and Kelly are not even 3 years old yet. Eric shrugged and said, that's not my problem. If I don't see the proposal in a week's time, I'll forget about it. Kim Kardashian did not dare to bargain with Eric. She nodded obediently and said, then, okay. Because it was summer and a weekend, the girls basically woke up one after another near noon. After the twins got up, Eric asked them to drive him back to the girls' mansion in Trussdale Manor. He dealt with some work emails in the morning and wanted to start writing the outline of Fast and Furious in the afternoon. After the group of girls woke up, they rushed over and forced Eric to go crazy for half a day. 3 days after the weekend, The Lion King 2-inch took first place on the charts with a first weekend box office of $38.9 million. The second place, Prison in the Sky, only had a box office of $24.1 million. There was a difference of more than $14 million between the two. Compared to The Fifth Element, which was screwed over by Sony in May, which only had a box office of more than $22 million in the first week, Prison in the Sky was obviously not that bad. However, even if Firefly's Titanic, which had just exceeded $600 million in North America, compared to The Lion King, the box office figures of Prison in the Sky could only be considered a failure. At the same time, due to the fact that the box office performance in several countries that opened at the same time did not meet expectations, and the reputation of Prison in the Sky barely reached the passing mark, the box office prediction agency and Firefly's distribution department both greatly lowered the original global box office estimate of $300 million. Considering the upcoming blockbusters such as Godzilla and Batman and Robin, The Hollywood Reporter even lowered the North American box office estimate of Prison in the Sky to $80 million, and the global estimate was only $180 million. Firefly also lowered the global box office estimate of Prison in the Sky to $200 million. Based on this estimate, Prison in the Sky was unlikely to bring profits to Firefly in the box office. The company could only pin its profit prospects on later releases of videotapes and peripherals. Although anyone who knew a little about the industry knew that The Lion King 2 and Prison in the Sky did not have much of a box office competitive relationship, it was an indisputable fact that The Lion King 2 far exceeded Prison in the Sky in the box office. Paramount Pictures, which was severely suppressed in the early publicity process, played up the hard-won victory of The Lion King 2. After the box office for the first 3 days was released, they couldn't wait to announce a celebration party. Correspondingly, because Paramount Animation's 2 consecutive animated films, The Wind Princess and The Lion King 2, had achieved box office success, Firefly did not even release an animated film last year. The industry also began to question Eric's decision to sell Disney's hand-drawn animation studio. A newspaper in San Francisco even criticized Eric's move to sell Disney's hand-drawn animation studio as Hollywood's stupidest business decision. Due to the emergence of these opinions, the box office performance of Finding Nemo, which was about to be released in 2 weeks, became more eye-catching. Firefly's executives had naturally seen the Finding Nemo film. However, although everyone affirmed the excellence of Finding Nemo, most people were not confident that this animated film could surpass The Lion King 2. After all, the release date of Finding Nemo was sandwiched between Godzilla and Batman and Robin. But even if they understood this, it was impossible to make any adjustments to the schedule at the moment. Everyone could only secretly hope that the box office of Godzilla and Batman and Robin would not explode so high, leaving more room for Finding Nemo to survive. Although the main cast had not been confirmed, the main creative teams for the 2 projects of Spider-Man and Iron Man had been established. Cameron and his old partner John Landau were responsible for Spider-Man, and Eric was the producer of Iron Man. Marvel Pictures had also officially signed a director's contract with Joss Whedon. After the weekend, Eric began to have frequent meetings with the head of Marvel Pictures and the creators of the 2 teams to discuss the script, casting, budget, and other issues of the Iron Man and Spider-Man projects. According to preliminary estimates, the research and development of the special effects technology and testing of the 2 films would take half a year. At the same time, due to the large scale of the production, once the project changes after the official start of filming, it could bring millions of dollars of losses to the company every day. Therefore, the preparatory work in the early stages also required repeated consideration of all the details. This part of the preparation time would be more than half a year, and it was not impossible for it to be delayed for a few more years. Iron Man in the original spacetime had been in preparation since the 1990s, and the official start of filming was in 2007. Cameron's Avatar sequel was delayed into a Lifetime series. Of course, Eric would not let the 2 projects be delayed for so long. Iron Man had a preliminary project schedule, and the film would officially start shooting in March next year. The shooting was expected to take 4 months, and the special effects production might take 8 months. If everything went well, the film would be officially completed in March 1999 and released during the summer of that year. As for Spider-Man, Cameron basically overturned the original script and began writing a new plot himself. At the same time, Cameron recently had a sudden idea. In order to make the scene of Peter Parker flying between the high-rise buildings in New York more realistic, he asked the Digital Domain to develop a set of special effects software. These obviously would take a long time, and Eric only hoped that the project could start shooting around the end of next year. As long as it could be released during the summer of 2000, everything would be fine. While paying attention to the 2 projects of Marvel Pictures, Eric also took the time to write the outline of The Fast and the Furious and gave it to the girl to find a screenwriter to supplement. In the past, the development of the series had always been stumbling. The success of the first film seemed more like a coincidence, and the subsequent films did not have good box office sales. It was not until the fourth film that the series began to enter the mainstream of Hollywood blockbusters. This time, although Eric did not have to take so many detours, it was impossible to do it overnight. The script for the first episode was still roughly based on the plot of the first film in his previous life. After all, the success of the fourth film in the series was also the result of the gradual popularity of the first few films. The busy workday quickly passed, and on June 6, the box office of The Lion King 2 and Prison in the Sky for the first week was released. Sony Pictures' highly anticipated Godzilla also opened on more than 3,300 screens in North America. Since its birth in 1954, Godzilla could definitely be regarded as the most famous monster in the world. As the first big movie after Godzilla entered Hollywood, and with the most popular CG special effects in recent years as a gimmick, even if Godzilla fans all over the world were not mentioned, just the popularity of this monster alone was enough to attract a large number of audiences to automatically go to the cinema. Therefore, Sony Pictures had high hopes for Godzilla. Not only did they offer Roland Emmerich an unprecedented $20 million salary and 15% of the box office in North America, but they also ambitiously formulated a trilogy plan from the beginning. The production budget for the first film was increased from the initial $120 million to $150 million. Due to the stimulation of the global box office explosion of Titanic, Sony Pictures, who was confident of hitting the $1 billion global box office, increased the film's publicity budget to $70 million. The intensive TV trailer bombardment and overwhelming poster publicity made Godzilla the most talked about super blockbuster of the summer season from the very beginning. The audience's anticipation far exceeded that of Batman and Robin and James Bond, Casino Royale, and other summer blockbusters. Under the lavish marketing campaign of Sony Pictures, almost no one in Hollywood doubted that Godzilla would be the most attractive film in the summer. In order to avoid Godzilla, the week after June 6 was completely monopolized by Godzilla. Even the independent films of small film companies that liked to compete with summer blockbusters did not choose to release this week. The opening of more than 3,300 screens also equaled the opening record set by The Mummy 2 last year. With Titanic having just set an unprecedented box office record, the entire film industry was not sure if another box office monster would appear in Hollywood soon. Therefore, except for Sony Pictures, most of the film companies in Hollywood were anxiously watching the box office data of Godzilla. Even if Godzilla only showed half of the box office potential of Titanic, the other films that followed would also be affected to varying degrees. Godzilla also seemed to live up to expectations. The midnight box office on the day of its opening was a huge $6.25 million. One had to know that Jurassic Park, which broke the midnight box office record a few years ago, only grossed $4.59 million at that time. However, perhaps it was true that the higher you stand, the harder you fall. After the midnight opening, on Friday, the major newspapers in North America poured a bucket of cold water on this blockbuster. It's spectacular, it's really spectacular. It seems that special effects blockbusters are not omnipotent. Early in the morning, in a mansion on the top of Beverly Hills, Elizabeth was obviously a little excited as she flipped through the facts sent by Fox's distribution department. However, there was a hint of jealousy in her tone. Although they had the convenience of an alliance with Firefly, and also owned shares in the Australian branch of Digital Domain, which allowed them to use the best special effects production resources in the industry, Fox did not release any special effects blockbusters this year. Other than Star Wars, Episode 7, which was basically not involved in the production, Fox's other special effects film projects were in the early stages of preparation. Eric took the breakfast from Julia and turned on the laptop on the table. He glanced at Elizabeth and joked, "What era is this? You're still using such an old-fashioned way of communication. Come, let me introduce you to Yahoo's corporate email system." Elizabeth rolled her eyes at Eric and said, "The price is so expensive. When I submitted the budget, it was almost rejected by the board of directors. If I had known, I would have used AOL, why Elizabeth suddenly remembered that AOL was also a company invested in by Firefly, so she said, Microsoft's corporate email system might be good too. Julia went to the kitchen and brought her and why Elizabeth's breakfast over. She sat down at the table and asked, Liz, what did you just say? Is it the movie review of Godzilla? Why Elizabeth was interested again and said, yeah, let me read it for you. This is a portion of the movie reviews that the company just compiled this morning. Entertainment Weekly, although there are some exquisite and exciting scenes, this trashy sci-fi blockbuster that costs $150 million is far more embarrassing than shocking. Variety, let's not talk about the boring scenes. This monster movie as a whole gives off a weird feeling. The director obviously didn't capture the soul of the story. Also, Roger Ebert also wrote a review in the Chicago Sun, you have to use your brain to accept such a movie, but my brain repeatedly insisted on using logic in its unwelcome parts. Haha, Roger is probably in the public relations department. However, although the film review sounds mild, the sarcasm is really embarrassing. This Arizona Daily Star is merciless. Unbearably dull and uninteresting. It's hard to imagine how anyone would like such a pile of excrement. TSK. I wonder if Sony had offended this film critic. Why is he scolding them so harshly? Why Elizabeth read more than 10 newspaper reviews in one go, and Eric only heard 2 reviews that could barely be considered as praises. All the major Hollywood movie companies were paying attention to the box office performance of Godzilla. Eric opened his email and saw that Firefly had also sent some reviews and data analysis of Godzilla. According to the review results of dozens of mainstream newspapers in the United States on Friday, Godzilla had just been released, and the movie's overall score had been pulled down to 3 points, which was not worth watching at all. Although the midnight box office of Godzilla reached $6.25 million, Firefly's distribution department predicted that under the influence of this ultra-low reputation, the box office of Godzilla might not exceed $80 million in the first week, and it would not meet Sony's expectations of breaking $100 million in the first week. Julia listened to why Elizabeth read out a string of reviews and said with some disbelief, a production cost of $150 million, it can't be that bad, right? Future Waterworld spent $175 million on it, but it still got a lot of bad reviews. However, Godzilla seems to be even worse. I remember that Future Waterworld had an overall score of 4 points. Why Elizabeth said as she flipped through the stack of faxes in her hand and said, Godzilla's overall score is now only 3 points, and it's estimated that in a few days, it will only be left with 1 or 2 points. This is so bad that it's ridiculous. Eric, could it be that you're behind this? Eric closed the analysis file of Godzilla and opened the email of last week's box office statistics. He asked with a smile, have you forgotten your surname? Can't you tell if I'm behind this? Who knows what tricks you're playing behind my back, but I'm suddenly a little curious about such a lousy blockbuster. Why don't we go watch it together tonight? Not tonight, Robert Agnew is in New York, and I have an appointment with Jeffrey and the others for dinner. Tomorrow, I'll get someone to book a small hall in advance. It's rare that you're willing to accompany us on the weekend. Why Elizabeth's eyes were filled with joy, and she habitually made a sarcastic remark. In the blink of an eye, she tactfully changed the subject. By the way, how was the box office last week? The Lion King 2 foot ranked first, $55.7 million. Prison in the Sky, $34.2 million, ranked second. Eric only introduced the 2 movies and did not continue. He raised his head and smiled. The box office performance of these 2 movies is not very high, and the total box office for a single week is only $130 million, far from the limit of $200 million for the summer. So, if you had listened to me and placed Ice Age a week before The Lion King 2, the box office performance of Ice Age would have been very good under the stimulation of 2 different animation movies. I don't want to be used as cannon fodder by you. Ice Age is Blue Sky Studios' first movie, and it would be a huge blow if it failed. Why didn't you put Finding Nemo before The Lion King 2? I'm leaving a way out for Paramount, we can't be too much of a bully, right? Ice Age is different, the cost is only $59 million, the investment is not high, and there is not much pressure to make a profit. It's more suitable to coexist with the big guys. Due to the impact of the ultra-low reputation, although the midnight box office performance of Godzilla was good, it only earned $17.5 million on Friday, and the box office on Saturday only slightly increased to $19.3 million. On Sunday, the box office of Godzilla fell to a low of $16.7 million. Although the three-day box office for the first weekend reached $59.75 million, easily taking the top spot for the weekend box office of the summer. However, due to the continuous bombardment of negative reviews from the media for 3 consecutive days, the box office appeal of Godzilla seemed to have suddenly dissipated on weekdays, and the box office for the first day fell to just over $4.3 million. In the next few working days, the box office for Godzilla continued to decline. In the end, the box office of Godzilla for the first week was only $7,366. Although this box office was far higher than the $55.7 million for the first week of The Lion King 2, taking into account Sony Pictures' aggressive advertising campaign and the industry's general expectation that the box office for Godzilla would exceed $100 million in the first week, the box office for the first week of Godzilla was still far from a success. What's more, the extremely poor reputation of the film meant that it was destined to experience a major drop in the box office the next week. After The Lion King 2 grossed $55.7 million in the first week, the next week's box office only dropped by a very small 24%, earning another $42.33 million. In 2 weeks, the cumulative box office for The Lion King 2 reached $98.03 million, only one step away from breaking $100 million. This undoubtedly put more pressure on the upcoming release of Finding Nemo. However, because the market performance of Godzilla was not as strong, the next week's box office for Prison in the Sky also dropped by a considerable amount, only 32.3%. On the basis of the first week's $34.2 million, it earned another $23.15 million. The total box office for 2 weeks was $57.35 million, showing the potential to break $100 million again. Eric watched Godzilla with Elizabeth and Julia on the Saturday when it was released. Although there were many differences compared to his memory, after watching the movie, Eric also felt that the overall quality of the film did not exceed the media's evaluation, even if he did not complain about the weak T-Rex-style Godzilla image. Anyone who had seen Roland Emmerich's works would know that this director was very good at, or rather, liked to use a multi-story narrative structure. To a certain extent, this kind of narrative structure had also promoted the huge box office success of films such as Day of Independence. However, this narrative technique is not without limitations. It is obviously more suitable for global disaster films such as Day of Independence and 2012. By showing the different reactions of people in different social classes and different areas in the face of a devastating disaster, it creates a tense atmosphere before the disaster. However, a monster movie like Godzilla is obviously not suitable for continuing to use this multi-narrative story structure. A monster came and went on a rampage in Manhattan, New York, but the camera kept cutting away, dragging in a bunch of unnecessary characters. In the end, the focus of the story was completely lost, causing the entire plot to be extremely messy and without a clue. In this case, any audience would lose their patience after waiting for a long and boring time. At the end of the movie, the supposedly powerful Godzilla was easily destroyed by a few missiles. The audience, who had been suppressed by the chaotic and boring plot for 2 hours, could not feel any sense of relief. It would be strange if they did not curse in the end. Other than North America, the most important overseas market for Godzilla was Japan. The film was met with even stronger cold reception and criticism. Because the film was far below expectations, and the producers had completely subverted the image of Godzilla, the Japanese fans basically boycotted the film. Sony Pictures originally predicted that the box office of Godzilla in Japan would be comparable to the box office of North America. But in fact, in the same week as North America, the box office of Godzilla in Japan was less than $8 million, which was only 1/7 of the box office of North America. After the film was released, the person in charge of Toho Corporation, who owned the copyright of Godzilla, said that he would consider taking back the production authorization of Godzilla that Sony owned. If necessary, he would even resort to legal means. The first week's box office of more than $73 million was not considered dismal. But everyone knew that this box office was the result of a huge budget of $70 million. With such a one-sided negative review, it would not be surprising if the box office of Godzilla broke another record. The failure of the film was inevitable. Sony Pictures, which had not fully recovered, was once again in turmoil. Morton Restaurant, Beverly Hills. Roland Emmerich sat opposite the CEO of Columbia Pictures, Bill Mechanic. He ate the steak in front of him in silence, trying his best to ignore the glances from the customers around him. He even regretted choosing this restaurant where Hollywood movie stars gathered. It was already the second week of the release of Godzilla and it had been heavily criticized by the media for a week. When the box office figures for the first week of the movie were released in the morning, Roland Emmerich did not feel relieved at all. In the afternoon, he secretly drove to some cinemas in San Fernando Valley to take a look. Compared to last Friday's relatively high attendance rate, in just 1 week, most of the cinemas where Godzilla was screened were empty. He didn't even dare to imagine how much the movie's box office would drop this week. 60%, 70%, or even worse, there was no doubt that Godzilla would be a very disastrous Waterloo for his career. After many years of accumulation, Roland Emmerich already had a net worth of tens of millions of dollars. Even if he chose to retire now, he could guarantee that he would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. But in the Vanity Fair of Hollywood, a person's success was far from limited to the scope of money. Most people cared more about career success and their own status and influence in Hollywood. Everyone wanted to climb to a higher position. As long as it was a slightly popular star in Hollywood, they basically had enough wealth to support their own wealthy or even luxurious lives. But these people would still develop all kinds of mental and physical problems under the pressure of the ups and downs of their careers. Because for most of the celebrities in Hollywood, being suddenly abandoned by Hollywood, without the pursuit of the spotlight, without the pursuit of thousands of people, this kind of loss was definitely more difficult to accept than suddenly losing all of their money. Although Roland Emmerich knew that this failure alone would not cause a devastating blow to his career, it also meant that in the next few years, unless he produced another film of the same quality as Day of Independence and The Clash of Worlds, he would never be able to enjoy the generous treatment he had before the release of Godzilla, such as the strong control over the production of the film, the top director's salary of $20 million, and so on. If it was before the release of Godzilla, he would not have to personally appear here tonight to discuss the follow-up contract with Bill Mechanic. In the past, these things only needed his agent to come forward. If he could do it all over again. When this thought came to his mind, Roland Emmerich immediately shook his head in self-mockery. He suddenly remembered that Firefly had just announced the director of The Day After Tomorrow. This project should have been his. Firefly might not offer a director's salary of $20 million, but since they had worked together on Collision and Day of Independence, Firefly couldn't be too stingy. He believed that with a fixed salary and dividends, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get a total income of $30 million. Equivalent to Day of Independence. At present, Godzilla had a salary of $20 million, plus a 15% box office share in North America, which might still guarantee him $30 million. However, due to the disastrous failure of Godzilla in terms of both reputation and box office, his next film would definitely not be able to receive such a generous salary. The damage that Godzilla had caused to his popularity was immeasurable. Compared to Roland Emmerich's faint self-pity, Bill Mechanic's mood was even more irritable. Godzilla was a project pushed by Sony Pictures from top to bottom. Logically speaking, if the project failed, Sony should not be blamed for it. But this kind of logical reasoning would not happen to a Japanese company like Sony, which had a clear hierarchy in its management. If Godzilla was a success, everyone would be happy and celebrate. But now that it had failed, Sony's chairman Nobuyuki Ide would not be at fault. The CEO of Sony's American branch, Howard Stringer, would also not take the blame. Only Bill Mechanic, the person in charge of the movie business, could take the blame. Luckily, everyone in Sony knew what was going on. Although Bill Mechanic was the scapegoat, there would not be any substantial punishment. This was the only thing that made him feel better. However, there was still another very troublesome matter that he had to deal with, and that was the contract between Sony Pictures and Roland Emmerich. Sony signed a 3-film contract with Roland Emmerich because of the competence of the company's management. Of course, Godzilla will not be able to make the next 2 sequels. But the contract between Sony and Roland Emmerich will not be voided. During the signing of the contract, both parties had discussed the solution if the sequels could not be made. The result of the discussion was that if the sequels to Godzilla could not be made, Roland Emmerich would have the right to choose any 2 films from Sony's other projects to direct. Dongbao's Special Godzilla series had produced a total of 22 films over the past 40 years. No one had expected that after introducing Godzilla to Hollywood, it would be difficult to continue with just 1 film. Therefore, no one took this clause to heart at the time. But now, the total investment for Godzilla was $220 million. Based on the current situation, it would be impossible for the film to recover $150 million in North America. From the poor box office performance in Japan, the overseas market was not optimistic either. This project would definitely cause Sony to suffer a huge loss. As the producer and director who caused the project to fail, Sony's management wanted to strangle Roland Emmerich to death. Naturally, they were not willing to fulfill the terms of the contract. The hard task of resolving the contract naturally fell to Bill Mechanic. There were no directors in Hollywood who had never failed. Even Cameron, who had just created a box office miracle, had caused Fox to suffer a huge loss for The Abyss. But no one could be sure when these directors would make a comeback. Bill Mechanic had been in Hollywood for decades and naturally understood this. That was why he did not want to fall out with Roland Emmerich. When dinner was coming to an end, Bill Mechanic, who had been preparing his speech, finally talked about the main topic. Roland, I remember that Firefly has at least 5 disaster films. Your Crash and Day of Independence had very good box office sales. Williams would like you to continue working with Firefly, right? Roland Emmerich's mood didn't improve at all when he heard Bill Mechanic's words put him in the main seat. Of course, Eric had said that he was welcome to return at any time. However, Roland Emmerich had his own pride. He had given up on a good working relationship with Firefly for a high salary. Now that the project had failed, he naturally couldn't put down his pride and return to Firefly. Roland Emmerich knew why Bill Mechanic had asked him out today. He did not want to hold on to the terms of the contract. If both parties were not willing to work together, he would not be able to complete the project he had taken over from Sony. This situation would only affect the quality of the movie. If the project failed again, the wealthy Sony would only lose some money. But if they failed 2 more movies, Roland Emmerich would have no choice but to retire early. Roland Emmerich put down his cutlery and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Bill, thank you for dinner. So, why don't you tell me what Sony is thinking? Roland Emmerich's attitude made Bill Mechanic heave a sigh of relief. He said, It's like this, Roland. We've been preparing a project recently. It's a story about America's War of Independence. It's called Patriots. We haven't decided on a director yet. If you're interested, you can direct this movie. I have never done a war movie before. Roland Emmerich said. He suddenly realized something and asked, Have you decided on the main lead? Bill Mechanic did not expect Roland Emmerich to react so quickly. He paused for a while and said, We are still in contact. There are 2 suitable candidates. Mel Gibson and Kevin Costner. The atmosphere between the 2 parties became silent again. Mel Gibson and Kevin Costner were not only A-list superstars in Hollywood. They were also nominated for Best Director Oscars for their war movies, and respectively. Regardless of which one of them was the male lead of Patriots, Roland Emmerich's control over the project as a director would be greatly reduced. In fact, even without him as a director, the project would still be able to proceed smoothly. Roland Emmerich felt that Sony had stuffed him into a movie that he was not good at as the director. It was more like they wanted him to be a vase who would not affect the movie. This arrangement was an insult to his status in Hollywood. Roland Emmerich took a sip of red wine from the table and calmed himself down. He asked, Then, what if we terminate the contract directly? $1 million. Bill Mechanic had obviously considered this possibility. However, when he said this perfunctory amount of compensation, he felt a little embarrassed. He added, "This is the highest amount I can make the decision for you. If you want, I can talk to Howard. Maybe we can increase it a little." How much could he increase it by? Roland Emmerich thought about it and felt a little conflicted. The solution given by Sony was very clear. He would be the director of Patriots. The film would have either Mel Gibson or Kevin Costner to back it up. The quality of the film and the box office would be guaranteed. Once the film was completed, both parties would be able to take advantage of the situation to get rid of the subsidiary clause. It was conceivable that if he accepted the director's job, the salary he would receive would definitely not be too high. $20 million or a share of the box office would definitely be out of the question. Even maintaining his $8 million fixed director salary for Godzilla would not be an easy task. But if he wanted to terminate the contract immediately, he could only get a symbolic amount of compensation. Moreover, if he lost this contract, after the failure of the other Hollywood studios would not easily work with him in the next 1 or 2 years. This was not because of his directing ability. It was because the negative reviews would definitely affect the box office appeal of his next movie. The first solution given by Sony was to make use of Mel Gibson or Kevin Costner's influence to minimize the negative impact. Obviously, Sony wanted him to terminate the contract voluntarily, but at the same time, they were not willing to pay too much compensation. That was why they came up with such a difficult solution. Sony also knew that Roland would not resort to drastic measures like a lawsuit to resolve this matter. After all, he had just messed up a big production. If he were to sue Sony, who would dare to work with him in the future? In the end, Roland Emmerich said, "Bill, give me some time. Let me think about it." Roland Emmerich did not mention anything about terminating the contract again. Bill Mechanic knew that Roland Emmerich had decided to be the director of. Roland Emmerich was just not willing to put down his pride and immediately agreed. Bill Mechanic also did not rush Roland Emmerich. He was satisfied that this matter was settled without any unpleasantness. Both of them were not in the mood to continue chatting. When Bill Mechanic was about to wave for the waiter to settle the bill, there was a commotion on the other side of the restaurant. A man and 2 women walked out from a booth not far away, and the other customers started to greet them. Roland Emmerich heard the commotion behind him and turned his head to look. He happened to meet Eric's gaze. There were only 2 weeks left before the release of. Eric could still slack off on the publicity work. But at the last minute, as the director, he had to participate in the publicity work. Today, he brought the girl and Amy Pascal to have dinner together to discuss this matter. Eric politely responded to the greetings of the people around him. He was holding the girl's hand and was walking out with Amy Pascal. He did not expect to bump into Roland Emmerich, and he stopped in his tracks. Recently, Eric was definitely one of the people that Roland Emmerich did not want to meet the most. It was the 2 movies that he worked with Firefly, and that pushed him into the ranks of the super directors. It was also the reason why Sony offered him a huge contract in order to rope him in. Roland Emmerich felt bad about giving up the cooperation with Firefly because of the generous remuneration from Sony Pictures. Now, had a terrible reputation and box office. Roland Emmerich felt even more embarrassed facing Eric. "Good evening, Eric." Although Roland Emmerich did not feel good, he still took the initiative to greet Eric. He hesitated for a moment and did not know if he should get up. "Good evening, Roland." "Oh, and Bill." Eric could see Roland Emmerich's current state of mind from his expression. There were many Hollywood insiders around. If he purposely stopped now, there would definitely be new jokes in Hollywood tomorrow. Eric did not want to embarrass Roland Emmerich too much. He only nodded to the 2 of them softly and they walked past each other. Roland Emmerich felt relaxed but also a little annoyed by Eric's reaction. He and Bill Mechanic looked at each other. Both of them did not want to pay the bill immediately. If they left now and met in the parking lot again, they would not know what to say. In the parking lot outside the restaurant, the girl was still hanging on to Eric. She smiled and said to Amy Pascal, "Haha, Amy, did you notice Roland's expression just now? It was so interesting." Amy Pascal just smiled and didn't agree with the girl's words. "Okay, stop gloating. Eric knocked the girl's head and said to Amy Pascal, regarding E! Entertainment's acquisition plan, you should discuss it as soon as possible. It would be best if you can come up with a result before the end of the month. Eric, Warner Cable saw that we suddenly took the initiative in this transaction and did not seem to be in a hurry to sell their shares. They might have guessed that you are interested in E! He's interested in entertainment. The twins drove the girl's Land Rover over. Eric did not rush to get in the car. He leaned against the car door and said, I recently read some information. Basic Cable's Rainbow Media seems to be interested in selling. You can contact them at the same time. Rainbow Media's Bravo TV station and E! Entertainment are similar in nature. I also noticed this. Amy Pascal nodded and said, however, Basic Cable Company probably won't sell too many shares. Moreover, General Electric is also interested in Rainbow Media. They have been expanding their cable television business over the years. Basic Cable will definitely know which side has more potential to cooperate with. If possible, we don't need to ask for too many shares at once. We just need to get the operating rights. Moreover, your main focus should still be on E! Entertainment, Rainbow Media as a backup plan. Eric thought for a while and said, however, I guess that after Batman and Robin is released next week, Warner Cable will be very willing to dump E! Entertainment's shares as a burden. If Time Warner's losses this year continue to expand, Terry Semmel's CEO position may be replaced. Amy Pascal immediately understood the meaning of Eric's words and asked, Eric, you don't think Batman and Robin is good? I haven't seen the finished film of Batman and Robin, so I'm not too sure. However, if you pay a little attention, you will realize that Warner Cable has kept Batman and Robin under wraps. Until now, except for the trailer, there is very little substantive information related to the film's content. There are also no public reviews of the test screenings. Amy Pascal combed through the information in her mind and found that this was indeed the case. Warner Cable may have sealed the film's content before its release to maintain the film's mystery. However, there was another possibility, which was that they did not have confidence in the film's quality. They were worried that word of mouth would leak in advance and affect the film's box office. Eric actually didn't care about Batman and Robin at all. Ever since Warner released the official TV trailer 3 months ago, Eric knew that the movie would go down the same path as before. In the short 1.5-minute trailer, neither the new Batman, George Clooney, nor Arnold Schwarzenegger, who played Mr. Freeze, moved Eric at all. Some of the lines also gave off a feeling that they were completely out of sync with the scene. The movie made people feel like they were watching a colorful and crude stage play. Eric was most concerned about Finding Nemo now. It was the movie he valued the most this summer. His expectations for this movie were even higher than James Bond, Casino Royale, which he personally directed. Today was the first day of the movie's release. In the morning, the reviews given by major media outlets were on par with The Lion King 2, which made Eric certain that this version of Finding Nemo would still do well at the box office. However, whether it could reach the previous global box office of nearly $1 billion would depend on the detailed box office performance. After saying goodbye to Amy Pascal, Eric and Drew returned to Trussdale Manor together. As soon as they entered the door, they were pulled into the shower by the maid. They soaked in the luxurious bathtub with a soft body in their arms. It was inevitable that they would be interested. After a while, it was already close to 10 o'clock at night. Unlike when Prison in the Sky was released 2 weeks ago, Eric was still looking forward to seeing the first day box office of Finding Nemo before going to bed, so he was not in a hurry to rest. He changed into a casual t-shirt and trousers and sat down on the balcony outside the living room on the second floor with a document in his hand. He could see through the transparent tempered glass fence into the distance without any obstruction. The lights of Los Angeles seemed to be spread out under his feet, magnificent and beautiful. This atmosphere made it difficult to open the document. Eric leaned lazily on the recliner and narrowed his eyes. After a while, the maid, who had finished her maintenance, floated over, wearing only a light tank top and hot pants. She squeezed into Eric's arms coquettishly. With a soft thud, the blue folder that Eric had casually placed on his body fell to the floor next to him. What? Drew's small body moved past Eric's body and curiously picked up the folder that fell on the ground. Just by looking at the cover, he recognized that it was the proposal for the reality show about the Hollywood girls. Although she didn't understand why Eric would find an unfamiliar woman to produce this reality show proposal, she didn't doubt Eric's judgment in her heart. In the past 2 days, she had deliberately flipped through it. She casually tossed the folder onto the table beside her. Just as she was about to stick it onto Eric's body again, she suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, Eric, the set of photos from last time is done." The girl got up and was about to call for her when she remembered that she had sent the twins to rest. So, she jumped up and ran out of the balcony barefoot. In the blink of an eye, she floated back with 2 thick photo albums in her hands. "Hey, this one is mine, and this one is Kate's. It's really cool. Kate told me a few days ago that she wanted to publish her photos in a magazine." Eric got up slightly and opened the girl's photo album. He asked, "Don't tell me you want to publish it in a magazine too?" "No, I only want to show it to you," the girl said. Then, she smiled and said, "It's the weekend tomorrow. Do you want me to ask them to come over again? You go have fun by yourself. I won't go crazy with you." Eric shook his head and pointed to the folder that the girl had just thrown on the table. He said, "This matter has been delayed for a week. I happen to have time tomorrow, so I'll meet with the other party first." "Oh, then I'll come too." "Well, let them come here tomorrow. After all, this is also an MGM matter." Eric nodded and said, "Okay. However, you can also invite them to a party tomorrow night." Listening to the girl's persuasive tone, Eric smiled and said, "You like to push them to my side so much?" The lass rubbed against Eric's body and said, "Do you like it? I know about what happened in New York. That was just a coincidence. I don't have so much time to deal with a group of crazy girls." Eric explained. However, speaking of this, he suddenly thought of another matter. He stared at the girl and asked, "I haven't asked you yet. Last time at the premiere party of Prison in the Sky, why did Helena look at you like a mouse seeing a cat? What bad things did she do?" "No, I'm very obedient," the girl said coquettishly. Seeing that Eric didn't believe her, she didn't try to hide it. She just explained casually, "I happened to hear an insensible little model talking about the party you held in New York. She almost made it to the gossip magazines, so I drove her back to Puerto Rico." Eric subconsciously thought about what kind of place Puerto Rico was. Naturally, he couldn't think of anything. He asked, "That's it?" The girl rubbed against Eric like a kitten again. Then, she still said vaguely, "She was sentenced to 4 weeks in prison for illegal possession of contraband. Then, she was deported. But she was involved in these things anyway, so it wasn't too unjust." Eric sighed and didn't ask any more questions. With such a criminal record, the girl who was deported to Puerto Rico definitely wouldn't be able to easily apply for a foreign passport again. This was equivalent to her career coming to an abrupt end. Eric pinched the girl's face and didn't ask any more questions. He only said softly, "Don't go too far in the future. You know, those insignificant gossip can't affect me much." "Okay." The girl immediately nodded obediently. Her eyes were clear and she looked very sincere. Eric could only helplessly pinch the girl's face again. Seeing that Eric had let this matter pass, the girl relaxed. Her little hand restlessly groped Eric's body. She said, "Eric, I rented a Boeing business jet. It's bigger than the Bombardier and Gulfstream models. It can fly from the West Coast all the way to London. We can take this plane to the premiere of Casino Royale." A few days ago, Drew made a trip to London because of the release of Casino Royale. Since Firefly and MGM's corporate jets did not have the ability to fly across the ocean, the girl decided to save some money and took a passenger flight. In the end, according to the girl, she was so exhausted that she felt uncomfortable going back and forth. After returning to Los Angeles, she was exhausted for a few days. "I happened to hear Larry Ellison mention it last time. I just remembered." Eric thought for a while and said, "Don't you want to buy a Boeing 777? Contact Boeing and place an order." She mentioned it to Eric once out of curiosity. After being rejected, the girl didn't mention it again. Now that she suddenly heard Eric mention it, she was a little excited. She said, "Can we buy it now?" "Yeah." Eric nodded and suddenly smiled. Not just a plane, you can buy anything you want. What's the point of living if you can't spend so much money? Hee, then I'll get someone to contact Boeing. The girl got up and ran out to bring Eric's laptop over. She opened Eric's email and sent an email to his assistant's office. Eric's assistant office was responsible for almost all aspects of his work and life. It was even a bit like a butler team. The girl sent the email at this time as if she was very familiar with it. Obviously, this was not the first time she had done this. Drew also knew what Eric was waiting for. After sending the email, she patiently huddled in his arms and whispered to him. It was past 12 o'clock in the morning when the laptop that was always open sounded a new email notification. Eric got up and opened the email. He smiled and picked up the girl, who was already in a daze, and walked to the bedroom. If it was a lively party, the girl would have no problem staying up all night. However, in this quiet environment, the girl began to feel listless early on. Feeling Eric's gentle movements, the girl snuggled into Eric's body and curled up comfortably like a kitten. She mumbled in a daze, "Eric, Boeing, how much?" Eric smiled and replied in a pampering tone, "Enough for you to buy a plane." Early the next morning, all the major newspapers in North America were buzzing with activity. This was because the Friday box office rankings in North America were all news points. Almost all the mainstream newspapers listed the Friday box office rankings prominently on the front page. Finding Nemo, US $20. 21 million-inch Chrono Contact, US $6. 86 million-inch The Lion King 2, US $6. 22 million-inch Godzilla, US $5. 95 million-inch Crisis in the Sky, US $3. 08 million. Even those who weren't sensitive to the box office figures could easily understand what was going on just by glancing at the various headlines in the major newspapers. Finding Nemo beats The Lion King 2 on the first day. Chrono Contact starts at US $6. 86 million, Paramount's sniping strategy fails. Godzilla drops 66% year-over-year. Amblin Pictures is dissatisfied with Paramount's investment in Chrono Contact. Cracks appear in the cooperation between the two sides. Summer animated films shine brightly, live-action blockbusters that have been released have all failed. Batman and Robin and James Bond, Casino Royale may follow in their footsteps. In this series of news reports, the new issue of The Hollywood Reporter gave a more detailed analysis article. First of all, I have to mention Titanic again. As of last week, the global box office of this legendary film with a total investment of US $265 million has reached US $2.33 billion, and the film has officially closed in North America with US $602.98 million. The amazing box office figures will directly bring $860 million of global box office revenue to Firefly Group. After deducting the costs, Firefly Group's net profit will be close to $600 million. Other than that, the sales of more than 70 kinds of related products for Titanic have also exceeded $850 million. The North American acoustic album of Titanic sold 5.6 million copies in its first 10 weeks of release. Interestingly, this figure only included physical album sales. It was reported that the Recording Industry Association of North America refused to recognize Yahoo Music's 1.25 million copies of Titanic digital sales data. The North American acoustic album of Titanic also easily exceeded 7 million copies in overseas countries. According to industry analysis, the global sales of Titanic may eventually reach 30 million copies. This alone will bring another $900 million of revenue to Firefly Group. Based on the relevant data, the movie Titanic will generate net profits of no less than $2 billion for Firefly Group in the next few years. In the entire Hollywood, only Firefly Group has a net profit of more than $2 billion per year among several major media groups. Stimulated by the huge profits generated by Titanic, in the past 6 months, I have heard more than once that the 7 major Hollywood film companies are planning new blockbuster films. However, in the past month, the box office performance of Hollywood's live-action blockbusters will undoubtedly wake up the hot-headed Hollywood. Among them, the one that can bring Hollywood introspection the most is undoubtedly the monster movie Godzilla, which is a CG special effects blockbuster like Titanic. Sony Pictures' ambitious film with a total investment of $220 million had a global box office of $1 billion before its release. However, after the initial failure and continuous extremely negative reviews, the box office on Friday has been squeezed to fourth place. Compared to the $17.5 million on Friday, the box office number has dropped by 66%. The box office number has dropped rapidly to $5.95 million. It is estimated that the next week's box office will only be between $22 million to $25 million. The total box office number in North America will also be difficult to exceed $130 million. At the same time, the overseas box office performance of Godzilla was also disappointing. The film was even strongly boycotted by Godzilla fans in the most important Japanese market. According to insider information, Sony's top management has urgently stopped the preparation of the sequel to Godzilla. The person in charge of the project may also be forced to resign. As the director and producer of the film, Roland Emmerich is destined to be unable to achieve the same success as Day of Independence. Even before the release of Godzilla, Firefly suddenly announced that Michael Bay would be taking over the director of Firefly's famous disaster film series, The Day After Tomorrow. It is very likely that they were affected by the poor quality of Godzilla. As everyone knows, Roland Emmerich was once rumored to be the director of The Day After Tomorrow. Firefly's digital domain was responsible for most of the special effects of Godzilla. It was not difficult for Firefly to learn about the quality of Godzilla before the film was released. Other than Godzilla, starting from May, the French Gaumont film companies The Fifth Element, which cost $90 million, Firefly's Prison in the Sky, which cost $75 million, and Ambulance's Transdimensional Contact, which also cost $90 million and was released by Paramount. Their box office performance can only be described as lackluster. Among them, The Fifth Element, which was released for 3 weeks, only had a cumulative box office of $47 million. The total box office in North America is expected to be difficult to reach $70 million. The 2-week box office of Prison in the Sky was only $37 million. Although the final box office may reach $100 million, it is still far below industry expectations. Similarly, Robert Zemeckis' sci-fi blockbuster, Transdimensional Contact after Forrest Gump, although the production cost was similar to Finding Nemo, which was released on the same day, this film, which used science fiction to deeply explore religious and philosophical issues, obviously did not gain the audience's approval. The box office on the first day was less than one-third of that of Finding Nemo. It was even lower than the $7 million of Prison in the Sky 2 weeks ago. Perhaps, Amblin Film and Paramount can only hope that Transdimensional Contact will be able to follow the box office curve of Forrest Gump, but based on audience feedback, this possibility is extremely slim. 4 consecutive big production live-action films have failed at the box office. It is inevitable that people will be worried about the highly anticipated Batman and Robin and James Bond, Casino Royale in the next 2 weeks. At the same time, Hollywood may also need to calm down at this time and not overly pursue big investments under the stimulation of Titanic. However, in addition to the live-action films, the box office and word-of-mouth performance of the 2 animated films released one after another during the summer were pleasantly surprising. The second 2D hand-drawn animated film, The Lion King 2, after Paramount Pictures took over Disney's hand-drawn animation studio. Although it was suppressed by competitors in terms of marketing, the box office in the first week still reached $55.7 million. The next week, it only fell by a weak 24%, earning another $42.33 million. The 2-week cumulative box office reached $98.03 million. On the first day of the third week of release, although the year-on-year decline extended to 37% under the impact of Finding Nemo, with the advantage of the long-term release of animated films, the total box office in North America in the future may still reach $200 million, far exceeding the box office potential of several live-action blockbusters that have been released. Finally, the most important topic of today's topic, Finding Nemo. Before the release of Finding Nemo, due to the box office and word of mouth of The Lion King 2, which originated from Disney, the industry generally thought that Eric Williams's move to sell Disney's hand-drawn animation studio was extremely stupid. However, after Finding Nemo, many people had no choice but to shut their mouths. Only The Lion King 2, which cost 3/4 of its production cost, has an excellent word of mouth that is comparable to The Lion King 2. Even if Finding Nemo has much more convenient marketing resources than The Lion King 2, with the outstanding box office result of $7.41 million on the first day, we have to admit that 3D animated films are indeed more popular than 2D animated films. The box office on the first day is $20.21 million. Stimulated by the explosive word of mouth, the box office of Finding Nemo may reach as high as $90 million in the first week. Due to the long-term potential of animated films, Finding Nemo will undoubtedly be the first seeded player in the North American box office this summer that may reach $300 million. Even more boldly, if this box office and word-of-mouth advantage can also be played in the overseas market, Finding Nemo is very likely to catch up with the former The Lion King and become another animated blockbuster with a global box office of $1 billion. With the peripheral profitability of animated films far surpassing that of live-action films, the success of a new set of cartoon images will bring continuous revenue to Firefly's surrounding stores, game parks, and other industries. Here, the author even began to look forward to Ice Age, which will be released on July 4th. This is the first 3D animated film produced by Blue Sky Studios, jointly funded by Firefly and Fox. Although the cost is only $59 million, based on the author's impression of this animated trailer, Ice Age is likely to be another surprise in the summer. Perhaps the executives of other film companies in Hollywood should focus more on the development of animated films instead of catching up with the unreachable Titanic. The article in The Hollywood Reporter inevitably caused some Hollywood executives to reflect, and it would also prompt Firefly's competitors to speed up the deployment of the animated film industry. However, before this, Eric had always been very clear that Titanic was more like an anomaly, so he had never been impulsive about it. Eric originally planned to talk to Kris Jenner about the reality show during the rest day. Although the Kardashians' unscrupulous methods of hype in his previous life were disgusting, Eric was now the controller of a huge media empire, so his perspective on the problem was naturally different. In his position, there were 50 to 60 senior executives of Firefly that he could often come into contact with. There were thousands of senior executives above the level of Firefly's system manager, not to mention that the total number of employees of the entire Firefly group currently exceeded 120,000. In a circle like Hollywood, if there was any mental cleanliness, it would definitely be impossible to live a comfortable day. MGM's acquisition of E! Entertainment, in order to quickly open up the television industry, it was undoubtedly a very effective way to use someone like Kris Jenner who was good at creating hype. However, early on Saturday morning, Eric received a call from Kris from New York. The two talked for more than half an hour, and Eric had to cancel his weekend break and call for an emergency meeting with the senior executives of Firefly's distribution department and finance department, as well as the management of Clover Holdings. The matter was very simple. After 3 months of accumulation, the international financial oligarchy's attack on the Southeast Asian currency system was about to be launched. The two talked on the phone, and Kris would fly from New York to Tokyo, Japan. He might have to personally oversee the situation there for the next month. After the meeting at the end of April, Firefly Group began to speed up the pace of extracting the box office share of Titanic in Southeast Asia. At the same time, Firefly's summer release and upcoming releases in the second half of the year were sold to Southeast Asian film companies. Firefly was also very honest with the Southeast Asian film companies. The company was worried that the economic situation in Southeast Asia in the second half of the year would cause serious exchange rate losses, so they wanted to cash out early. Thai baht had just experienced an attack from international currency speculators in March, and the Southeast Asian film companies also understood Firefly's concerns. However, most of the film companies in Southeast Asia generally did not realize the seriousness of the matter. Logically speaking, even if the local currency depreciated by 10% or even 20%, for these companies whose business scope was limited to the local area, the impact of currency depreciation would not be too big. Stimulated by the box office of Titanic, the Southeast Asian film companies were very welcoming of Firefly's move to sell the distribution rights, so they all offered a price to buy the distribution rights. Since the beginning of May, through some financial means, Firefly had recovered the box office share of Titanic, which was equivalent to $50 million from Southeast Asia. The box office share in Japan had also begun to be settled. At the same time, after Firefly sold the Southeast Asian distribution rights for Prison in the Sky, Finding Nemo 2, and Jurassic Park 3 in the second half of the year, Firefly recovered another $75 million in cash. If it were not for the lack of appetite of these film companies, Eric actually wanted to sell the distribution rights for the entire next year. Of course, this was only a thought. Although $75 million was not a huge sum of money for Firefly, for the Southeast Asian box office market, which was only half of Japan's, this was the highest profit Firefly could squeeze out in a short period of time. Although the finance department of the group calculated that because of this aggressive selling strategy, if there was no economic crisis in Southeast Asia, Firefly could lose $10 million to $20 million, Eric knew that if they did not do this, when the economic crisis in Southeast Asia broke out, Firefly's losses would be far greater. When that happened, the currency in Southeast Asia would depreciate to half, and the box office that could be converted to $10 million would be converted to $5 million. If the Southeast Asian economy was devastated, the film industry would definitely be severely impacted. Although there was a view in the industry that the more depressed the economy, the more prosperous the entertainment industry would be. However, if the economy collapsed, Eric did not believe that people would still be in the mood to watch movies. Otherwise, Hong Kong films would not have completely declined after the economic crisis in Southeast Asia. Over the weekend, Eric checked the state of fund recovery in Southeast Asian countries. At the same time, he began to mobilize funds to prepare for Shamrock Holdings' next step of acquiring more technology stocks. The North American stock market was a very open global financial market. The violent economic shock in Southeast Asia would inevitably affect the Nasdaq index that had been soaring. In the next few months, with the outbreak of the economic crisis in Southeast Asia, the originally high Nasdaq index would definitely have a temporary decline. This was undoubtedly the best time for Shamrock Holdings to invest. While Eric was busy with these matters, on Saturday, the box office of Finding Nemo, which was already eye-catching at the beginning of the week, soared by 38% again, reaching $28.01 million. Although the box office on Sunday fell, the box office remained at a high of $22.03 million. In the first 3 days of the first weekend, the cumulative box office of Finding Nemo had reached an astonishing $70.25 million. This kind of strong box office explosion was amazing. A film critic from the Los Angeles Times even joked that Finding Nemo was reaping the box office of others for a week in one day. In fact, this was indeed the case in reality. This summer's two movies, The Fifth Element and Transdimensional Contact, which had a production cost of $90 million like Finding Nemo, only had a 3-week box office of more than $47 million. The latter was released at the same time as Finding Nemo and had a 3-day box office of only $58 million. Although the box office in the first week might be close to $30 million, even with a conservative 30% weekly decline, Transdimensional Contact could only recover $65 million in 3 weeks. It was still incomparable to the 3-day box office of Finding Nemo. At the same time, Finding Nemo was also more popular than Pixar's previous films such as Toy Story and Bug Crisis in some overseas countries where it was released at the same time. In the United Kingdom alone, the box office of Finding Nemo in the first weekend was $13.5 million. Before this, Pixar's best overseas box office performance, Toy Story 2, only grossed $6.1 million in the first 3 days in the United Kingdom. When this series of statistics was released, Hollywood and the North American entertainment media realized that they had been paying attention to the wrong person from the beginning. The most dazzling box office star of this summer was not The Lion King 2, Godzilla, or the upcoming Batman and Robin and 007, Casino Royale. It was Finding Nemo, which was not eye-catching before its release and was sandwiched between the two blockbusters, Godzilla and Batman and Robin. It was once considered cannon fodder. On the 16th of June, the Wall Street Journal reported on the abnormal situation in Southeast Asia's foreign exchange market. In the major Asian financial centers of Tokyo, Hong Kong, and Singapore, the exchange rates of Thai baht, Indonesian rupiah, and other currencies began to fluctuate significantly. Everyone in the circle felt a sense of urgency, as if dark clouds were pressing down on them. In the past few months, international forex speculators had been secretly buying Southeast Asian currencies, and the currencies of Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, and other countries had experienced rapid appreciation. Thai baht's exchange rate against USD had reached 22:1, and the appreciation was close to 12%. After 2 days of accumulation, Soros's Quantum Fund and Tiger Fund's international forex speculators suddenly revealed their fangs to the Southeast Asian currency system on Wednesday. Since the opening of the major foreign exchanges, a large number of Thai baht orders appeared on the exchanges. The sudden attack caught the Thai government off guard, and they did not even have time to organize an effective counterattack. After that, Thai baht was dumped for 3 consecutive days, and the temporary appreciation of Thai baht returned to its original value. It even fell below the 25:1 average exchange rate in recent years. On Friday, Thai baht's exchange rate against USD had plummeted to 26:3:1, and the depreciation in 3 days had reached a shocking 19.5%. In 1997, Thailand's currency circulation was about 9,200 billion baht, and based on the 25:1 exchange rate in recent years, it was equivalent to $370 billion. But in just 3 days, when the exchange rate fell to 26:3:1, Thailand's currency value had fallen to $350 billion, and $20 billion of wealth disappeared. Many people knew that this was only the beginning. While the Southeast Asian currency market was in chaos, the North American summer box office competition was also fierce. After earning $25 million on the first weekend, the box office for Finding Nemo did not slow down at all. It continued to earn between $6 million to $7 million every day. In the end, the box office for Finding Nemo reached $97.45 million. Not only was it more than $66 million higher than the new movie, Transdimensional Contact, it was almost the same as the total box office for the first 2 weeks of the same genre, The Lion King 2. Affected by Finding Nemo, the second-ranked movie, Transdimensional Contact, only earned $31.29 million in its first week. Following that, The Lion King 2's final drop expanded to 36%, earning only $27.09 million in the third week, with a total box office of $125 million, ranking third. The one with the worst box office performance this week was undoubtedly Godzilla, which was in fourth place. Due to the one-sided negative reviews and the strong impact of Finding Nemo, Godzilla's box office fell by nearly a terrifying 68% in the second week. The box office was only a pitiful $23.57 million. The total box office for 2 weeks was $97.23 million, which was even less than the box office of Finding Nemo in the first week. The dismal box office performance of Godzilla not only made Sony's ambition of $1 billion in the global box office a joke, even the media was too lazy to comment on this lousy movie that was destined to be forgotten. Although Firefly Pictures' Prison in the Sky was ranked 5th, due to the unsatisfactory performance of the 2 live-action blockbusters Godzilla and Transdimensional Contact, Prison in the Sky still maintained a good 34% drop in the third week, earning another $15.28 million. The cumulative box office rose steadily to $72.65 million. Although it was still difficult to predict whether the North American box office could exceed $100 million, Prison in the Sky performed quite well compared to The Fifth Element, Godzilla, and Transdimensional Contact. What's more, Prison in the Sky cost $75 million, which was the lowest among the live-action blockbusters, so there was not much pressure to recoup the cost. With the release of the previous week's box office data, Batman and Robin, which had been tightly suppressed by Warner Brothers, was finally released in more than 2,900 theaters in North America on Friday, June 20th. The quality of the movie did not disappoint many media and film critics' speculations. The word lousy was not even enough to describe it. A review in the Wall Street Journal could roughly express the thoughts of the majority of film critics. In the entire movie, the images of the protagonists such as George Clooney, Uma Thurman, and Arnold Schwarzenegger are undoubtedly very similar to the comic book characters, but as for the story, the movie lines, the characters' acting skills, and other things, I really can't think of any comments. As a superhero character that had been a bestseller in North America for decades, Batman could be said to have the largest fan base in North America. However, with the frequent changes in the entire series and the decline in the quality of the movie, the patience of Batman fans seemed to have finally been exhausted. Although the movie still won the one-day box office with $16.11 million on the first day, Batman and Robin was kicked off the top spot by Finding Nemo on the second day of release. Batman and Robin even set a record for the first Saturday box office drop in the summer. According to the usual box office pattern, for most movies, the box office on Saturday would be higher than the box office on Friday in the first week of release. Even Godzilla, which had also received a lot of bad reviews 2 weeks ago, had a box office on Saturday that was about $2 million higher than the box office on Friday. However, after Batman and Robin grossed $16.11 million on the first day, the box office fell to $15.09 million on the second day. After Finding Nemo was temporarily suppressed by Batman and Robin on Friday with $14.3 million, the box office on the second day bounced back to $17.5 million. The industry expected Finding Nemo to maintain a box office of more than $60 million in the next week. Its box office performance was even better than the first week of many blockbuster movies. In comparison, the box office of Batman and Robin was only expected to be $55 million in the first week. Based on the production cost of this comic book movie of $125 million, because the overseas box office appeal of the Batman series was not even as good as Godzilla, Warner had to recover at least $80 million in the first week to break even with the box office. But now, it seemed that this hope was obviously very slim. The failure of Batman and Robin made many people completely lose confidence in the summer live-action blockbuster. MGM's James Bond, Casino Royale, which was going to be released next week, was naturally the first to bear the brunt. Some entertainment media were even gloating as they waited for the first box office failure of Eric's directorial career. Eric had no time to care about these comments in the media. The official outbreak of the economic crisis in Southeast Asia did not only affect Firefly Group's entertainment business in Southeast Asia, but also the entire Firefly Group. Nokia, Qualcomm, and LTD all had a lot of business in Southeast Asia. Nokia and LTD's main product factories were also located in Thailand, the Philippines, and other countries. Yahoo, Cisco, and other companies had also invested heavily in Southeast Asia in recent years. Once the currencies in Southeast Asia completely collapsed, the local businesses of these companies would be severely impacted. Eric had always liked to be a hands-off boss. Usually, Chris would help him take care of some of the things that he should have done. But this time, Chris went to Tokyo in person, so a lot of things fell to Eric. After all, with a lot of memories of the economic crisis in Southeast Asia in his previous life, Eric was happy to intervene and use his memories to make a more reasonable layout of the businesses of several companies. After being busy with various documents and conference calls for a whole week, Eric returned to Los Angeles from Qualcomm's headquarters in San Diego on Saturday afternoon. Only then did he have a short break and turn his mind to Hollywood again. Kris Jenner's mood for more than half a month could only be described as ups and downs. At the beginning of the month, her daughter, who went to Los Angeles for the summer, suddenly called her home in New York, claiming that she got an opportunity from Eric Williams to supervise a reality show. Kris Jenner's first reaction was naturally that her daughter was joking with her. It was a joke to connect their family with a big shot like Eric Williams. After her daughter repeatedly told her everything that happened that day in detail, and told her the phone number left by Eric, Kris Jenner dialed the number suspiciously. Although she immediately got confirmation from Eric Williams' assistant office, Kris Jenner was still stunned for more than half an hour, and then she was ecstatic. Kris Jenner had always been a woman who yearned for Hollywood fame and fortune. When she married Robert Kardashian, it was because he had his own record company and had a very wide network in the circle of TV, music, and sports celebrities. When Robert Kardashian sold his record company and turned to do an unrelated juice business, Kris Jenner quickly parted ways with him. A month after the divorce, she quickly married TV sports celebrity Bruce Jenner. However, although Bruce Jenner was a famous sports star in the 70s, his influence had long been reduced since his retirement. Now, he could only occasionally attend some TV shows or serve as a commentator on sports channels. He could barely be considered in the entertainment industry and Hollywood. As a loyal viewer of Lifetime TV, the sudden opportunity of being a producer of a reality show made Kris Jenner realize that if she could grasp it, she would definitely be able to reach the top in a single bound. This point, just look at the two producers and hosts of Project Runway and America's Top Model. There was no time to think about anything else. On the day the news was confirmed, Kris Jenner hurriedly dragged her husband and a bunch of children to Los Angeles. She stayed at her ex-husband Robert Kardashian's house and once again asked her daughter about the ins and outs of the matter. Kris Jenner bought a lot of reality show videos and related books. She began to write the proposal for the reality show while consulting and pondering. As for her daughter's information that Eric Williams could let her husband, Bruce Jenner, participate in the show, she automatically ignored it. A week later, Kris Jenner personally rushed to the headquarters of the Firefly Group in Burbank and handed the completed proposal to one of Eric's assistants. What followed was a long and torturous wait. In order to avoid the disgust of Eric's assistant, Kris Jenner only dared to call once every 3 days to ask for news. She originally hoped that her daughter, who had entered Drew Barrymore's circle of close friends, could help to find out some information, but then she found out that because her daughter's companion, the girl from the Hilton family, had inadvertently offended someone, both of them were kicked out of the circle. As for her husband and ex-husband, after asking, she found out that the two men who could barely be considered celebrities in Los Angeles were so far away from the core circle of Hollywood. Their social circle did not have any useful contacts at all. Although the Sharp Corner Manor was located in a prominent location in Malibu, Kris Jenner did not have the courage to take the initiative to go there, so she could only continue to wait. At the end of the second week, news came from Firefly that Eric would take the time to meet her. Before she could be happy, the meeting was temporarily cancelled, and then there was no news for a whole week. On Sunday morning, Eric had a phone call with Kris in Tokyo to learn about the situation in Southeast Asia. In the morning, he rushed to Century City to meet with Harvey Weinstein. After handing over FFM to Weinstein to operate, FFM's headquarters was set up near the Fox Century City set. Last weekend, on June 15, the first season of The Sopranos officially ended after 13 weeks of airing. With Harvey Weinstein's skillful operation, the reputation of The Sopranos continued to spread like a virus. With a good start of 1.76 million viewers, the ratings of the series continued to soar. When the last episode of the first season aired, the highest number of viewers reached 3.25 million, which was almost double the number of viewers of the first episode. Thanks to the influence of The Sopranos, FFM's popularity further increased, and the number of subscribers also increased. By the end of the first season of The Sopranos, FFM's subscriber count was close to 6 million. FFM's subscriber base was only around 4.5 million before The Sopranos began airing. Due to the low starting point and the support of the three media giants, everyone predicted that FFM would quickly grow like a seedling sprouting in fertile soil. However, in just one season, the number of new subscribers was close to 1.5 million. This growth rate was still incredible. In the same period, HBO's subscriber count was less than 500,000. From the moment the idea of establishing FFM was born, Eric wanted to compete with HBO. Therefore, while supporting FFM, Eric did not relax his attention on the operation of the FFM TV station. Since last September, Eric had participated in 2 to 3 operational meetings of FFM TV station every month. After a short period of adjustment, Harvey Weinstein quickly showed his outstanding ability in the TV business operation. In the last quarter, FFM's subscriber count skyrocketed. To be honest, The Sopranos could only be considered 30% of the credit. The remaining 70% was the result of Weinstein's outstanding business operation. Just like the PR process of the Olympic Games, ever since The Sopranos was broadcasted and established, Weinstein used newspapers, TV, and the internet to conduct deeper operations on The Sopranos. During the 3 months of airing, almost every episode of The Sopranos became the focus of the media. After the first season, The Sopranos became a godly drama in many people's minds. Correspondingly, FFM TV station's brand was even more deeply rooted in people's minds, and because of this, it brought in a large number of new subscribers. Weinstein's operation of FFM TV station was very similar to Netflix in his previous life. After 2013 in the original space-time, whenever Netflix was mentioned, most people would think of House of Cards. House of Cards was also a godly drama, but just like The Sopranos, the two series were only catalysts. The real reason for Netflix's rise was the company's outstanding business operation. Of course, some chemical reactions could not proceed without a catalyst. Without House of Cards, Netflix would not have been able to increase its subscriber count from 26 million to 40 million in just 2 years. Similarly, although The Sopranos did not play a decisive role in FFM's development, it was not negligible. However, behind the skyrocketing subscriber count, FFM TV stations' operating costs were also increasing rapidly. Although FFM had the support of the three media giants, it was still an independent company that needed to be responsible for its own profits and losses. Whether it was Firefly or Fox, it was impossible for them to provide the film rights to FFM for free. In order to compete with HBO, FFM not only bought a batch of film and television rights to fill the broadcast time slots, but they also introduced a new film every week on average. In total, FFM would spend more than $300 million on film and television content this year, and the advertising budget for the TV station was also close to $200 million. In addition to the operating expenses of the TV station itself, FFM's annual operating costs would reach $700 million. On the other hand, in order to attract new subscribers, FFM also implemented a large number of discounts. This greatly lowered the average subscription fee. Although the subscriber count was increasing rapidly, FFM TV station's annual revenue was estimated to be less than $500 million, which was only one-third of HBO's annual revenue. This also meant that in 1997, FFM TV station's shareholders would suffer a loss of at least $200 million. In fact, if FFM was less ambitious, they could rely on the three media giants' rich content resources and reduce their content and marketing budget. Even if they only relied on their current subscribers, they could quickly turn a profit and live a comfortable life. However, if they did this, FFM TV station would forever lose the possibility of becoming a premium cable TV station. In the future streaming media era, FFM was destined to be one of the first traditional cable TV stations to be eliminated. Of course, Eric would not let this happen. He would either not do it, or try his best. Even if the end result was not satisfactory, Eric would not allow FFM to be satisfied with the status quo from the very beginning. Not to mention, the average annual loss of $200 million would only be a few tens of millions based on the shareholders' shareholding. In recent years, everyone was doing very well. Paying tens of millions of dollars a year on a premium cable TV station with huge growth potential was not unacceptable. However, Eric also knew that after the dot-com bubble burst, the cable TV companies, who were also beneficiaries of the new technology wave, would have a hard time for a long time. When the time came, losing tens of millions of dollars a year would be difficult for them to accept. Eric also hoped that when the time came, he would be able to take back the 20% shares that he distributed to the major cable TV companies. With FFM TV's current growth rate, the total subscriber count would exceed 8 million by the end of 1997. It was almost certain that they would reach 10 million subscribers next year. However, once the subscriber count reached 10 million, it would be like a fast-growing seedling entering its mature stage. The growth rate would slow down and it would start a more direct battle with HBO. In the conference room at FFM TV headquarters, Eric listened to Harvey Weinstein's report and said, "Harvey, isn't your contract for 5 years? How about this? If you can increase FFM's subscriber count to 20 million by the end of your contract, I can promise to increase your option share by 50%. Harvey Weinstein left the stage and returned to his seat. He smiled and said, "Eric, your offer is very tempting, but it won't be easy. Whether it's Firefly, News Corporation, or MGM, they don't have a national cable TV network like Time Warner. The major cable TV companies are only small shareholders in FFM, so they can't fully support the TV station. Time Warner's cable TV network will definitely crowd out FFM. Telematics is also eager to build their own premium cable TV station, Stars. There's also the Basic Cable Company, which has a very close relationship with Viacom. These factors will limit FFM TV's further expansion. In my opinion, when FFM reaches 15 million subscribers, it will hit a bottleneck. If you want to break through, the three of you will have to buy a national cable TV system that can support FFM TV's further development. Otherwise, I can only promise to increase FFM's subscriber count to 15 million by the end of my term. Harvey Weinstein's contract started in July last year and ended in July 2001. It was a total of 5 years. This period happened to be the most turbulent period for new technology. Although the dot-com bubble would have burst by the time Harvey's contract expired, Eric couldn't be too hasty to make a move. Of course, Eric also couldn't buy a cable TV company before the dot-com bubble burst. That would be a waste of money. Since that was the case, Eric couldn't fulfill Harvey's request. Under Weinstein's expectant gaze, Eric finally shook his head and said, "I don't have this plan for the next few years, but you can discuss it with Rupert." Weinstein shrugged helplessly. He had actually talked about this with Rupert before. News Corporation already had a satellite TV and cable TV network, but the scale was relatively small. Also, News Corporation had been focusing more on the development of the TV station in recent years. They weren't too interested in the cable TV business. They stopped talking about this topic and talked about other things in the conference room. It was close to noon when the meeting finally ended. Harvey Weinstein tidied up the documents in front of him and glanced at Peter Ritchie, who had been sitting beside Eric today. He still had a harmless fat smile on his face as he said, "Eric, let's have lunch together later." Eric smiled and said, "Of course, even if you didn't mention it, I would still ask you to buy me lunch." Other than attending the FFM operations meeting, Eric had another purpose in coming here today. He wanted to formally introduce his assistant, Peter Ritchie, to Harvey Weinstein. Actually, Eric had already talked to Weinstein about this at the beginning of the year and he was already prepared. When he first established FFM, Eric didn't intervene too much in personnel matters. Now, he was just inserting a manager, so it wasn't a big deal. In a restaurant near Century City, most of the management of FFM TV station had already left. There were only 4 people sitting in the room: Eric, Peter Ritchie, Weinstein, and FFM's vice president and head of production department, Brad Gray. As for Harvey's brother, Bob Stan, he was still focusing all of his energy on Mike Mira and was not working at FFM. Eric didn't approve of FFM's acquisition of Weinstein's former assistant, Brad Gray's production company. However, Weinstein eventually brought him into the company to be in charge of the program production department and bought Brad Gray's production company for US $5 million. This deal didn't involve a lot of money. It wasn't even as much as FFM's purchase of the broadcast rights for a popular movie, so Eric didn't object too much. After they ordered lunch, they talked about the arrangements for the September Emmy Awards for The Sopranos. Harvey Weinstein took the initiative to talk about Peter Ritchie's arrangement. "Peter, I want you to be Mark's assistant in the marketing department. Mark Levinson, I introduced him to you this morning. He's currently the manager of the marketing department. You can familiarize yourself with him for a while. If there's a position you're more interested in, I can make the appropriate adjustments." FFM's current scale wasn't that big. They only had less than 200 employees. As a pay TV station, the most important departments were film procurement, program production, and brand marketing. In the future, when FFM's self-produced content became richer, they might even add a copyright operation department. Other departments like finance and human resources were also important, but they wouldn't have much impact on FFM's development. In recent years, due to FFM's rapid expansion, the company's brand marketing department became even more important. If Peter could join this department, he would have more room for development in the future. Although Eric had already discussed it with him, Peter Ritchie was still a little excited when Weinstein officially mentioned it. Deputy manager of the marketing department. One level higher would be FFM's vice president. Although Peter Ritchie had a lot of glory by Eric's side, this was the starting point of his career. After a brief moment of excitement, Peter Ritchie quickly nodded, "Thank you, Harvey. I'll do my best." Wayne Stan's smile didn't change. He looked at Eric and said, "So, when do you plan to start?" "I'll arrange it in advance." Peter Ritchie also looked at Eric. Eric put down the cutlery in his hand and smiled, "Next month. I'm going to the UK soon, so I won't be able to make a change." "Of course, Peter, when you come back from the UK, you can apply for a month's leave. I remember that you haven't taken a break since you started working for me." Peter Ritchie was a little anxious. He shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. I can immediately get back to work." Eric smiled and nodded, "Of course, that's your choice." Wayne Stan also laughed and said, "Actually, young people should be like this. Look at all of us. It's Sunday and we're still working. Actually, I admire Eric for being able to do this. If I had as much money as you, I'd be hiding on a private island enjoying life." Eric shrugged and also laughed, "Okay, it seems that my style doesn't fit in your eyes." They chatted and laughed. After lunch, Wayne Stan asked again, "Eric, the first 3 episodes of Prison have been completed. Do you want to watch it together in the afternoon? I have something to do in the afternoon. It's been 2 weeks." Eric shook his head and said, "How about this, get someone to send a sample to the Sharp Corner Manor. I'll take some time to watch it." "No problem." Wayne Stan nodded and gave Eric a heads up, "But Eric, I don't think this series is too good. At least, it's definitely not comparable to Machida Family." "That's natural. Any production company's work has its ups and downs. I've never expected all of FFM's films to be like Machida Family. The overall strength of a TV station always depended on the overall quality of its series. It was the best state to continuously produce 1 or 2 popular series. If all the series produced were top-notch, not only would it be unrealistic, but it would also become mediocre after raising the audience's aesthetic standards. Eric's expectation for Prison was to exceed the average standard. After bidding farewell to Wayne Stan and Brad Gray, Eric took a car to the Trousdale Manor. He sent away his assistant and bodyguards and walked into Drew's mansion alone. In the living room of the mansion, Drew was lying on the glass coffee table in the middle of the living room, looking at a pile of aircraft information and drawings. There were also piles of paper scattered on the carpet and sofa next to him. The twins knelt on both sides of the coffee table and quietly advised the girl. Seeing Eric come in, the girl immediately waved a drawing in her hand. With a tone that was obviously more excited than annoyed, she said, "Eric, it's so messy. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome to buy a plane." Eric walked over and casually sat down on the carpet next to the girl. He took the drawing in her hand and looked at it. He said to Natasha next to him, "There will be guests later. Clean up the surroundings." "Yes, master," the 2 girls answered and quietly got up to tidy up. When he focused on the drawing in his hand, the girl's little head had already moved closer. "Eric, I suddenly don't want to buy a 777. "Oh? The Boeing 777 has 2 engines. I heard that the 4 engines of the 747 are safer. That's why the presidential plane is the 747. Eric smiled and said, "If you're worried about this, then there's no way to take a plane." "Hee, I'm afraid of death." "Then I'll buy a 747. Eric smiled and followed the girl's idea. In fact, he also read a lot of aircraft information recently. The reason why the 747 used a 4-engine design was mainly because of the lack of power of the aircraft engine at that time. Since the Boeing 757, due to the advancement of aviation materials and engine design, the Boeing company began to commonly use a twin-engine design. As for the reason that 4 engines were safer than 2 engines, this statement did make some sense. But in fact, during the flight process, even if all the engines of the plane suddenly failed, it would not directly fall from the sky. Instead, it would continue to glide. As long as it was done properly, it could still land safely. What's more, in the case of 2 engines failing at the same time, the probability of a plane being struck by lightning was hundreds or thousands of times lower. The probability of a plane being struck by lightning during flight was quite high. As for the failure of a single engine, it would not have much of an impact on flight. In some cases, the pilot would even take the initiative to shut down one engine. But the 777 is bigger. I still want to build a party plane. Then 777 it is. Wow, your tone is too perfunctory. Be careful, I'll buy both. Eric continued to nod, that's fine too. Eric knew that the girl was interested in Boeing's latest Boeing 777-300 wide-body aircraft, which was also Boeing's largest passenger aircraft. Eric hugged the girl who threw herself at him because of his perfunctory attitude. He flipped through the information in front of him and said, "How about this, buy two 747-400s. Although they're smaller than the 777-300, according to the capacity of 400 people, they'll definitely be enough for you to carry hundreds of people in the air after modification. Also, the 747-400 is Boeing's most mature aircraft model, and it has a 4-engine design. According to what you said, it is very safe." Drew never had any objections to Eric's decisions. He was just a little surprised. "You're really buying two?" Eric nodded and said, "Of course. You can't always think about yourself. Kevin and Xianxia are growing up. They can't always stay in New York. Buying two makes it convenient for everyone." The girl raised her face and asked, "But, Eric, what about you?" Eric reached out and hugged the girl's waist. He squeezed and said, "Even you are mine." "Hee," the girl giggled and said, "Even so, you must have your own aircraft. Then buy 3. Yes, you must buy 3. 3 is really not necessary. No one can fly every day. 2 is enough for everyone. Yes, maybe we can add 2 small business jets. They can also be used for domestic short-distance flights." Since he had decided to buy a private jet, Eric planned to let loose and be completely rich for once. In the next few years, whether it was the Firefly Group's own profits or the stock arbitrage taking advantage of the dot-com bubble, they would all bring him a large amount of cash. Even without these, Eric could easily pay for a few private jets if he sold some of the stocks he held in the major companies. According to the growth rate of the Firefly Group's companies in the past 6 months, Eric's net worth must have exceeded $100 billion. With his wealth accumulated to this extent, there was no need to save anything. After all, hundreds of millions of US dollars of expenditure would not have much effect on the further expansion of the Firefly Group. However, as Eric spoke, he thought of another problem. If he were to purchase 4 private jets at once and still use the airline's hosting method, not only would the cost be higher, but it would also be inconvenient to use. Eric instructed the twins to bring over a map. On the other side of Beverly Hills, Chrissy Jenna's family was about to rush to Trussdale Manor to meet Eric Williams. They were almost in a state of chaos. Originally, Robert Kardashian had some complaints about his ex-wife bringing her family to live in his house. However, when he heard that she had received an invitation from Arima Williams, he did not say anything. He was just a little envious of her inexplicable good luck. The eldest daughter, Kourtney Kardashian, looked at her mother tidying her younger sister's hair and the latest Chanel dress she was wearing. She even felt that she was adopted. She could not help but say sourly, "Why not Sharp Corner Manor? Maybe when you get to Trussdale Manor, you'll realize that all this is just a joke." How could Eric Williams like a country bumpkin like Kim? Kris Jenner slapped her eldest daughter's hand that was trying to make trouble and said, "Shut up. I think I heard Kendall crying. Let's go and see." Kourtney Kardashian pointed to her third sister, Khloe Kardashian, and said, "You go." Khloe Kardashian did not move. She looked at her stepfather behind her. Bruce Jenner smiled helplessly and turned to walk out. Kourtney Kardashian tugged at Kim Kardashian unwillingly and said, "Mom, why don't I go with you?" Kris Jenner sprayed some perfume on her daughter and sniffed her. She nodded in satisfaction and said to Kourtney Kardashian, "Don't make trouble. It's a big deal. However, I'll try to invite Williams. If he agrees, you'll be able to see him soon." Kourtney Kardashian pursed her lips and said, "As if he'll agree." Kim Kardashian got up and proudly turned around in front of the full-length mirror. She glanced at her sister and said, "Kourtney, you continue to make sarcastic remarks here. If Mom doesn't get the contract, we'll definitely have to go back to New York." "Do you want to go back to New York?" "I don't care. You're the one who wants to stay in Los Angeles, right? Of course, I've had enough of those girls on the Upper East Side. Kim Kardashian adjusted the straps of her long dress and said confidently, however, they'll definitely treat me differently in the future. Humph, if it weren't for Paris, you wouldn't have seen Eric Williams. If it weren't for her being so insensible, I wouldn't have been kicked out so quickly. Alright, stop arguing. Kris Jenner looked at her watch. It would take about 20 minutes to get from Robert Kardashian's house to the Trousdale Manor. They had agreed to meet at 2 o'clock. Although it was 1:20 now, she still decided to set off early. She sternly glanced at her other children and said, "All of you stay at home obediently. Also, take good care of Kendall and Kelly." "Got it, Mom." Courtney and the others reluctantly responded. They looked enviously at their mother leaving with Kim and their stepfather. Although they set off early, the three of them calculated the time and arrived at the door of Drew's mansion 5 minutes earlier. After parking the car on the side of the road outside the mansion, Kris Jenner gave Kim Kardashian a few last words before she rang the doorbell. A moment later, the door opened. A Russian lady in a lady's blouse and black trousers with an air of an office lady opened the door. She looked at Kris Jenner and the other two and said, "Ms. Jenner, please come with me. The master is waiting for you." Kris Jenner and the other two were stunned when they heard the address in Natasha's words. They only reacted when they saw the lady turn her body to the side. They quickly stepped through the door and followed the twins to the mansion. Looking at Natasha's tall and slender figure and beautiful face, Kris Jenner couldn't help but turn around and take a look at her daughter. When they walked into the living room, Kris Jenner and the other two immediately noticed Eric and Drew standing at a long table in the corner of the living room. They were pointing at something on the table. Eric naturally saw the three of them coming in. He just pointed at the sofa and motioned for them to sit first. Kris Jenner and the other two did not dare to expect Eric to treat them too warmly. They sat down on the sofa and watched another Russian lady serve them coffee. Kris Jenner could not help but look at her daughter again. Kim Kardashian already felt inferior in front of Natasha and her sister. When she saw her mother looking at her with obvious contrast in her eyes, she was very dissatisfied. She thought to herself, "Aren't you the one who gave birth to me?" At the long table, Eric nodded to the three of them and turned his attention to the map in front of him. He pointed at Long Island in New York and the San Fernando Valley in the north of Los Angeles and said, "Here and here, we can build airports in these two places and set up specialized aviation management companies. In this way, not only the 4 planes in our plan, but all the private planes in the entire Firefly system can take off and land conveniently on the east and west coasts. I will contact them in the next few days. I think Chris, Katzenberg, and the others will definitely be interested in buying private planes. Everyone can afford it now. In another 2 years, more people in the Firefly system will be able to afford private planes. According to what you said, maybe Firefly will have more private planes than many airlines in the future. Maybe we should buy a bigger place now." The girl was very excited. Eric had described to her the huge growth potential of Firefly's investment in Yahoo and other companies. The girl believed in Eric's words without a doubt. Her little hand moved away from the United States and pointed to Europe. She waved it near London, England, and said, "Eric, why don't we build a private airport in London?" Eric shook his head and smiled. "It's enough to build an airport on the east and west coasts. There's no need to build one in England now. Okay, let's stop here first. There are still guests waiting." "Okay." Drew ordered Natasha to put away the map and walked to the sofa with Eric. Eric and the girl did not deliberately lower their voices when they spoke just now. Jenna and her family were secretly speechless when they heard their conversation. Bruce Jenner had accumulated a net worth of tens of millions over the years, but they could not afford to rent a private plane, let alone buy one. Not to mention a private airport. They did not even dare to think about it. However, Kris Jenner turned to look at her daughter. Until now, she firmly believed that the reason Eric gave her such an opportunity must have something to do with her daughter. She was not comparing her daughter with the twins just now. She was just curious about what part of her daughter attracted Eric Williams. Seeing Eric walking over with Drew, the three of them quickly got up and glanced at Eric beside Drew. Kris Jenner suddenly felt some eagerness in her heart. Drew Barrymore's background was not much better than her daughter's. If her daughter could hook up with Eric Williams, then private planes and private airports would definitely not be too far away from them. If she could enjoy such a luxurious life in this life, even if she had to sacrifice all her daughters, it would be worth it. Some thoughts ran through her mind. She noticed that Eric was approaching and reaching out his hand to her husband with a smile. Kris Jenna quickly pulled herself together. "Hello, Mr. Jenna. I'm glad you took the time to come over." Eric and Bruce Jenna exchanged pleasantries. Bruce Jenna did not know that Eric had said that he could participate in the reality show planning. Kris Jenna had specifically told her daughter to keep this matter a secret. Therefore, Bruce Jenna consciously put himself in the position of a chaperone. He smiled and shook hands with Eric and said, "Hello, Mr. Williams. Call me Eric." Eric smiled and shook hands with Kris Jenna. They chatted briefly and then greeted Kim Kardashian. "Kim, we meet again." "Yes, Eric." Kim Kardashian wanted to act more familiar, but in the end, she could not think of anything to say. After a simple greeting, both sides sat down again. The twins came over and handed Kris Jenna's reality show proposal to Eric. After flipping through the folder in his hand, Eric said to Kris Jenna, "Kris, I've read the proposal you wrote. Also, I agree with your idea of changing the Hollywood girls to Beverly Hills girls." Kris Jenna's reality show proposal accurately captured the two key points of lifestyle reality shows, tearing and showing off. These were undoubtedly important elements to catch the audience's attention. Not only that, Kris Jenna also suggested that Eric's idea of only Hollywood be expanded and changed into a reality show for rich girls in Beverly Hills. Not only could this still create a connection with Hollywood, but if it was successful, they could also continue to produce similar series in other parts of the United States. After Eric finished reading the proposal, he even thought of another well-known reality show in his memory, Beverly Wives, New York Wives, Miami Wives, and so on. Eric had not seen the Beverly Wives reality show in his previous life. However, since this series could develop so many branches, it must be very successful. Moreover, the Beverly Wives reality show was suitable for both Lifetime TV and MGM's upcoming E! Entertainment. If Kris Jenna could successfully produce this reality show proposal, Eric did not mind letting her continue to be in charge of the Beverly Wives series. As soon as Eric finished speaking, Kris Jenna could not wait and said, "Way, Eric, so, I got this job?" Eric nodded and said, "You can say that. However, I still have some questions." Kris Jenna felt that she had lost her composure just now. She calmed herself down and said, "Of course, please ask." "It's like this," Eric continued, "I'm very satisfied with the production proposal you came up with. However, you seem to have missed one point, which is the problem of publicity." In Eric's opinion, although Kris Jenna had captured the essence of tearing and showing off, her greatest potential should be in hype. In the original spacetime, the Kardashians could appear on the gossip news when they went out for a stroll. That kind of pervasive hype was the foundation of the success of Walking with the Kardashians. The mastermind behind all this was the head of the Kardashian family, Kris Jenna. At this time, Eric naturally wanted to stimulate her potential in this aspect. P.S. Last night, the backend lagged, causing 2 chapters to be uploaded in a row. The content of this chapter has been changed to chapter 883. The author cannot change the title of the chapter. I will contact the editor as soon as possible. Readers who have subscribed to the client, open the table of contents and click on the chapter name to refresh the content. Kris Jenna was stunned and was a little confused. "Eric, shouldn't the TV station be responsible for publicity?" Eric began to guide her patiently. "If it's a TV series, the TV station can naturally take full responsibility for publicity. But for reality shows, if you want to get better ratings, you need the production team to take the initiative to create more topics for the show. Just like Lifetime TV's America's Top Model, in addition to this show, Cindy Crawford, who is the producer and host, also participates in the Victoria's Secret show every year and continuously attends various fashion events. Occasionally, she will also appear in movies or TV series. The contestants who participate in the reality show will also use their personal websites and other channels to showcase themselves as much as possible. These seemingly unrelated details can actually bring more popularity to America's Top Model. Therefore, it has been able to maintain very good viewership ratings. Eric, if you need me to personally promote it, I naturally won't refuse. Xianxia roughly understood and said, however, the girls invited by our reality show will definitely not be celebrities. In this case, there won't be any topics to dig out from them. Moreover, even I am a celebrity. As Xianxia spoke, she looked at Eric with some hope in her eyes. Eric naturally understood Xianxia's thoughts. She wanted him to personally promote the popularity of the reality show. However, Eric didn't have the intention to do so. If he personally promoted the TV programs in the Firefly system too frequently, then gradually, it wouldn't have any effect. I definitely won't do it. Eric shook his head and said, you can only do it yourself. Just like Project Runway and America's Top Model, I didn't do much at that time. Linda and Cindy still did very well. Xianxia was a little disappointed. In this case, it won't be so easy to promote it. Of course it won't be easy. There aren't many things in this world where one can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Xianxia thought that her lack of confidence had displeased Eric, so she quickly tried to remedy the situation. No, Eric, that's not what I meant. Waving his hand, Eric smiled. It's not easy to create a reality show from scratch, not to mention that the main creator and actors aren't famous. But this is a very important opportunity for you and the girls who are participating in this reality show. You have to understand that if it were too easy, these opportunities wouldn't have fallen upon you. I know, Eric. Xianxia nodded and said, then, specifically, what kind of help can I get from the Firefly group? Can you tell me in more detail? Oh, I seem to have forgotten to mention that. Eric said, this reality show will be produced by MGM. Firefly won't be participating, and the broadcast platform hasn't been confirmed yet. However, when the time comes, as long as it's necessary, Firefly will provide sufficient resources. Xianxia quickly sorted out the information Eric revealed. After thinking for a moment, she probed, Eric, in the plan, one of the girls participating in the reality show will want to develop in Hollywood. For the sake of the progress of the plot, can Firefly or MGM provide some additions and allow the crew to film the whole process? Of course, if the other party's acting skills are good enough, not only will they be able to audition, but they will also be able to provide some acting opportunities. Eric understood that Xianxia was testing his support for the reality show, so he nodded without hesitation. Firefly and MGM, and if Fox were included, the total number of films produced and released by the three companies each year would reach hundreds. It was easy to provide such an opportunity. The purpose of the integration of media resources was to achieve a synergistic effect as much as possible, so such cooperation was completely natural. With Eric's promise, Xianxia was also relieved. Everyone began to discuss the details of the reality show's production in detail. The first was naturally the name. According to Xianxia's idea, it would be called Beverly Girls. The program team would select 5 girls from Beverly Hills with different personalities, ages, occupations, and family backgrounds through open recruitment and other forms, and use the camera to record every bit of their lives. Of course, the program team would definitely communicate with the girls in advance and plan a rough plot line for each girl, and try to dig out as many elements that the audience would like to see and hear. On the other hand, although Eric was very confident in Xianxia, he would not be too blind. In order to avoid risks, the first season of Beverly Girls would only have 8 episodes, and each episode would be 45 minutes long. It could be considered as testing the waters. The show was expected to be produced in the second half of the year and broadcast in the spring of next year. Eric did not intend to intervene in the detailed production process, so his expectations for this reality show were not too high. Since the production cost of a lifestyle reality show was much lower than that of a competitive reality show, MGM could continue to produce it as long as the ratings could reach the renewal standard. Of course, this type of reality show had not appeared in the major TV stations yet. The audience liked new things, so the probability of failure was actually very low. After discussing until the evening and finalizing all the details, Eric said, then, that's it for the time being. The person in charge of the MGM TV production department will contact you specifically. Of course, if there are any problems that are difficult to solve, you can also contact me and Drew. It was not dinner time yet. Xianxia also realized that Eric did not intend to keep them for dinner. She sensibly took the initiative to stand up. In that case, we'll take our leave. But Eric, do you have time recently? Bruce and I are planning to hold a party. Eric shook his head and said, that's not necessary. I have to go to the UK next week, so I might not have time. Xianxia saw that Eric directly rejected her, so she did not continue to pester him. She only felt that it was a pity that Eric did not look at her daughter for the entire afternoon. However, she was already very satisfied that she had successfully obtained the position of producer of Beverly Girls. Eric's explanation of the marketing methods of reality shows in the afternoon made her feel as if she had seen a faint opening of a door. At this time, she didn't have too many other thoughts. After all, since she got this job, she will have many opportunities to interact with him in the future. There was no need to be too anxious. After a busy week, it was a new Monday. Eric began to focus all his energy on the final stage of the promotion of 007, Casino Royale. In Southeast Asia, after the weekend, the international currency speculators did not hesitate to launch a fierce attack on the Thai baht. After 2 days of preparation over the weekend, the Thai government also began to counterattack. The exchange rate war might sound like a high-end term, but in reality, the game between the attacker and the defender is more like the cold weapons era. Firstly, to attack Thai baht's exchange rate, the international currency speculators will dump their baht at low prices. Secondly, to stabilize the exchange rate, the Thai government will use their foreign reserves to buy up the baht dumped by the speculators to stop the exchange rate from falling. The international currency speculators will either buy high and sell low or borrow at high interest rates. Every time they dump Thai baht, they will suffer losses. Similarly, the Thai government's forex reserves are limited, and with $90 billion of international debt, it is difficult for them to borrow USD from the outside. Once their forex reserves are depleted, it will mean that they have failed to protect their exchange rate. This war is about who can last until the end. However, there wasn't much suspense about the final result from the beginning of this game. Thailand's forex reserves are only $36 billion, and the Thai government can only use $10 billion. But the international currency speculators are eyeing Thai baht. Just the two funds owned by Soros are worth more than $10 billion. Even if the Thai government uses up all $10 billion, it will only bring $1 to $2 billion of losses to the international currency speculators. But once Thai baht is lost, based on the 50% depreciation rate, the short position of Thai baht, which is worth tens of billions of USD, will bring returns to the international forex speculators. Once the financial crisis breaks out, the other countries in Southeast Asia will devalue their currencies and bring a bigger feast for the international currency speculators. The premiere of James Bond, Casino Royale would be held on Thursday night in London, England. Since it was a working day in Southeast Asia, Eric had no time to spare. He woke up early on Monday morning and spent half a day recording an episode of The Late Show with David Letterman on ABC to promote Casino Royale. At the same time, MGM and Time Warner reached an agreement on E! The negotiations for the entertainment shares also came to a conclusion. Time Warner finally agreed to the 39.5% of E! The entertainment shares insisted on the price of $670 million, and there was no room for compromise. Since that was the case, after communicating with Eric, Amy Pascal agreed. MGM's movie business had brought in huge profits in the past 2 years, and they only have about $500 million left from the $1 billion they acquired through the share issue. MGM could afford a deal of $670 million without any financing. However, the matter did not end there. Originally, it was just a cover for them to send an invitation to Basic Cable to acquire Rainbow Media. They did not expect to receive a positive response. Although the other party said that they were only willing to sell 20% of Rainbow Media's shares, they were willing to compete with Comcast and Telcom. Entertainment's attitude is similar. Basic Cable also said that once the deal is successful, they will hand over the operating rights of Rainbow Media's Bravo TV station to MGM. MGM has been in decline for 20 years. After getting control of the company, to avoid repeating the same mistakes due to rapid expansion, Eric rejected many of MGM's development plans such as rebuilding the studio base. After cooperating with Fox's Blue Sky studio, he did not let MGM start the animation film business. This is the reason why half of the $1 billion financing is still left. Now, in the face of Rainbow Media's olive branch, Eric's heart became a little conflicted. On the one hand, the next few years can be said to be MGM's last chance to develop the cable television business. After the consolidation of media groups is over, it will cost a lot to enter this field. Eric really wants to acquire E! Entertainment and buy a part of Rainbow Media's shares. But on the other hand, acquiring 2 TV stations at once will increase the operational risk. Not to mention, Rainbow Media is much bigger than E! Entertainment TV station. The 20% equity price is almost the same as MGM's acquisition of E! Entertainment's value is the same. If negotiations officially start, MGM will definitely fight for more shares. Then, if MGM wants to complete this deal without affecting the company's operations, it can only issue bonds for financing. But if Rainbow Media's operations are not good after the acquisition, it will definitely drag down the entire MGM group. The debt ratio will increase, profitability will decrease. Once it enters a vicious cycle, MGM is likely to go the same way. However, Eric had a detailed discussion with Amy Pascal before he left Los Angeles. In the end, he decided to start negotiations with the basic cable company. Fortunately, the purchase of a private jet and the construction of a private airport is not something that can be done overnight. Eric only took the time to communicate with Chris Katzenberg and the other senior executives of Firefly, and instructed his assistant office to draw up a detailed plan first. The specific situation will have to wait until this busy period is over. In addition, after last weekend, the box office of Firefly's Finding Nemo dropped only 33%. This weekend, coupled with the high starting point of $70.25 million in the first weekend, Finding Nemo earned $46.58 million in the last 3 days of the second week, firmly occupying the top of the box office rankings. The cumulative box office reached $140 million. In just 10 days of release, it has successfully surpassed The Lion King 2, which had a cumulative box office of $137 million in the fourth week of release, and temporarily became the North American box office champion of 1997. In comparison, Batman and Robin, which was released in the first week, was dragged down by a worse reputation than Godzilla. The box office for 3 days in a row fell. After $16.11 million on the first day and $15.09 million on the second day, the box office on Sunday fell again to $11.66 million. In the end, Batman and Robin only earned $42.87 million at the box office in the first 3 days. Compared to the drop curve of Godzilla, whether or not Batman and Robin's box office could break the 100 million mark would depend on whether Time Warner was willing to pay for the box office. The failure of the fourth live-action blockbuster in the summer caused many media outlets to start to look down on the upcoming James Bond, Casino Royale. Most people didn't seem to have any expectations about whether Eric's new film could escape the curse of this summer's live-action blockbuster. P.S. Yesterday, a chapter was repeated. It has been changed to Chapter 883. Readers who accidentally subscribe to the client can open the table of contents and refresh the content by clicking on the chapter name. Perhaps Titanic attracted too much popularity in the film market at once. This summer is a disaster for live-action blockbusters. The average production cost of The Fifth Element, Prison in the Sky, Godzilla, Transdimensional Contact, and Batman and Robin is $100 million, but the box office performance is worse than the previous one. The 5 blockbusters have failed one after another. People can't help but worry about James Bond, Casino Royale. As we all know, this is Eric Williams' first movie after Jurassic Park set a global box office record of $1 billion. Although in the past 4 years, Firefly Group has continuously produced The Lion King, Lone Man Day, Jurassic Park 2, Titanic, and the current Finding Nemo and other excellent films with global box office performance, and MGM Pictures, which is secretly controlled by Eric Williams, has also gradually taken shape. However, Eric Williams has been away for 4 years after all. The growing scale of Firefly Group will definitely consume too much of his energy. In this situation where he hasn't touched the screen for 4 years and is busy with work, it's hard to imagine whether James Bond, Casino Royale, can still maintain his previous movie standards. What's more, in this summer where blockbusters gather but frequently fail, the audience may have completely lost patience with the continuous bad movies. Although the 007 series has a very stable box office appeal, this series has lasted for more than 30 years after all. The production model is old-fashioned and rigid. It's not easy to find a breakthrough. If James Bond, Casino Royale, can't surprise us on the basis of the original 007 series, it's conceivable that this first blockbuster movie in the history of 007 with a production cost of more than $100 million will usher in the same miserable end as the previous movies. On the medium-sized Boeing 767, the girl tilted her head and looked at the Los Angeles Times in Eric's hand beside him. She said unhappily, "These people are really good at talking nonsense. Why can't they see that you're the one in charge of the movies Titanic and Independence Day?" Eric put down the newspaper in his hand and switched to another one with a smile. "I think that makes sense. Furthermore, if the movie really flops, they're giving me an excuse in advance." "How considerate." "Hee hee." The girl giggled and moved closer to him. She said, "Eric, Casino Royale is so great. This is something that everyone who has watched it agrees with. You won't fail. Not now, but that doesn't mean that it won't happen in the future. Everyone will fail." "That doesn't matter," the girl said. Her small body snuggled up to him and rubbed against him. She said, "Eric, let's go to the bedroom in front. It must be very exciting to do it on the plane." Eric gestured to the light outside the porthole and said, "It's daytime now. If you're tired, go and sleep for a while. This time, you won't have a reason to complain that you're uncomfortable." The two of them were now on a medium-sized Boeing 767-200ER. This was also the largest private jet under the famous Los Angeles Airline Rental Company, ALC. Originally, it was only for group rentals. Although it had been modified, it could still carry up to 50 passengers each time. As there was a very comfortable and luxurious presidential suite in the cabin, the girl took a fancy to it and specially rented it for this cross-ocean voyage. Eric's schedule was tight. The premiere in London was tomorrow night. Most of the main cast members had already rushed to London. Eric only had time to set off today. Other than the crew members, there were less than 10 passengers on the plane. Eric, the girl, the twins, Eric's assistant, and 4 accompanying bodyguards. Hearing Eric's teasing, the girl stretched her small body comfortably. She pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "It's still too small." Eric smiled and said, "It seems that I should hang you outside the plane. There's more space there." The girl smiled and hit Eric. Seeing that Eric deliberately changed the topic and had no intention of going to the bedroom to do whatever he liked, she rolled her eyes and said, "Oh right, Eric, wait a minute." Before Eric could ask anything, the girl had already gotten up and left the suite. She walked to the back of the airport. Eric was a little baffled. He shrugged and leaned comfortably on the sofa as he flipped through the newspaper in his hand. About 10 minutes later, 2 tall figures quietly walked in. Eric caught a glimpse of sky blue from the corner of his eye and thought that it was the flight attendant, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, the 2 women were in front of him in the blink of an eye. Their 4 slender and straight white thighs were intuitively dazzling. The flight attendant's dress was obviously much shorter. Looking up, the sky blue top was too tight, accentuating the curves of their breasts. There were 2 silk scarves tied around their necks. Looking up, there were 2 identical slightly blushing faces. When Eric's eyes met, the twins' expressions became a little more shy. After spending so much time together, Eric also knew that although the 2 girls had good skills, they were very conservative. Before Eric could say anything, Natasha, who was on the left, placed the tray in her hand on the coffee table in front of Eric. She bent down and asked softly, "Master, do you want coffee?" The visual stimulation was already enough to make people's blood rush to their heads. Barbie doll-like faces, white and tender long legs, coupled with the flight attendant uniform, it was already unbearable. Seeing Natasha bend down with her collar open, Eric suddenly felt that something was wrong. He sniffled, hurriedly raised his head, and hurriedly reached out to cover his nose in a panic. The Boeing 767 set off from Los Angeles at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Wednesday. After an 11-hour flight, it landed at Heathrow Airport in the western suburbs of London. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning local time. The 007 series producers, Barbara Broccoli and Michael Wilson, who personally came to pick them up, felt that Drew was very strange. From time to time, they would hang on to Eric, as if they were thinking of something funny. They would laugh for a while without caring about their image. Occasionally, they would whisper a few words in Eric's ear. Although Eric concealed his expression very well, he still showed a little embarrassment from time to time. After exchanging greetings for a while, the Broccoli siblings gave a black Mercedes-Benz to Eric and the girl, and they drove away from the airport. The London paparazzi had obviously received the news a long time ago. Because they used the VIP channel, they could not block Eric and his group from the departure hall. However, as soon as the few cars drove out of the airport, there were people with motorcycles and cameras in their hands who were following them. The girl didn't care about the paparazzi around her. When the car drove smoothly on the road, she suddenly couldn't help but laugh a few times and threw herself on Eric softly. Glancing at the twins driving in front, the girl raised her face and gently bit Eric's ear. She said in a very dissatisfied tone, "Damn it, Eric, you have never had a nosebleed in front of me." "Well, it's been so long. I suggest we forget about this matter, okay?" "Humph, not good at all." The girl ignored the twins' blushing faces in the front seat and continued, "It's a pity. If only I brought a camera at that time. If I sold those photos to these guys outside, maybe I could make a small fortune, hee. Let's think about the premiere tonight. How did you invite Prince Charles?" The girl knew when to stop embarrassing Eric. She said, "I told them that if they don't want to attend the premiere, I'll invite Diana." Eric knew that the girl would definitely not do that, but he still said, That's ruthless." "Of course." The girl laughed a few times proudly. When she saw a paparazzi driving a motorcycle near the car and doing a difficult action of taking a picture of the car window, she was a little dissatisfied. She said to Natasha in the front seat, "Drive faster and shake them off. They are so annoying." Eric glanced out the window and looked at the paparazzi following them on the motorcycle. He suddenly thought of something and said, "You mean, the house you bought last time is next to Kensington Palace?" "Yes, Kensington Garden Street. You will see it later. It's a great house." The lass nodded. Suddenly, she seemed to have understood something, and said, "Diana is still living in Kensington Palace. Hee, Eric, if you're interested, you can go and greet her." Eric just looked at the paparazzi following them again. In his memory, Princess Diana's car accident should be in August 1997. It was almost July now. It was just that he did not know if it would happen again. Eric was not a conspiracy theorist, but he knew that there were too many dirty things in the upper class of society. After thinking about it for a while, Eric decided to ignore it. If it did not happen, then it was naturally a good thing. If it did, then it did not matter. Perhaps, like Marilyn Monroe, when a woman suddenly died at a time of peerless beauty, she could leave a legend in people's hearts. More than half an hour later, the car passed through Kensington Street in the West End of London and turned into a heavily guarded street west of Kensington Park. Naturally, the paparazzi were also blocked out of the street. Only Eric's car drove in. After passing through the Green Street for a while, the car entered the courtyard of a mansion. After getting out of the car in the parking lot, the girl pulled Eric and pointed to the southeast. With a mischievous expression, she said, "There, Eric, it's there." Eric knew that the girl was talking about Princess Diana's residence, but he did not care. He just looked at the white English castle-style building in front of him. Seeing that the Broccoli siblings had also gotten out of the car, several bodyguards began to unload Eric and Drew's luggage from the official car. The girl did not continue the topic. Instead, she hugged Eric's arm and asked, "Eric, how is the house?" "It's very big inside. There are a total of 12 bedrooms. The living room can accommodate 100 people at the same time. There's also a basement. It was originally used to store art, but the previous owner went bankrupt a few years ago and sold it. In the future, we can change it into a screening room." Oh, there was a team of housekeepers here. I know you don't like it, so I dismissed them. When we are not here, there will be professionals to clean and maintain the house once a week. Seeing the twins go forward to open the door of the villa, Eric said to the Broccoli siblings, "Let's go in and talk." To be honest, it's my first time here. The Broccoli siblings nodded with a smile and walked into the villa with Eric. Drew ordered the bodyguards to move several large suitcases into the living room. After a few words, he sent them and Eric's assistant away. Kensington Garden Street was full of super-rich people. The security at the entrance was very strict. It was one of the safest residences in London. There was no need for bodyguards to stay at home all the time. Eric was not used to this. If something unexpected really happened, the twins would be enough. Although the two girls looked harmless, Eric, who had personally been beaten, with the two girls, naturally knew their strength. The girl also specially sent them to receive formal security training. The two girls were not much different from formal bodyguards. The girl took the twins to pack their luggage. Eric and the Broccoli siblings sat down in the living room and talked about the arrangements for the premiere of 007, Casino Royale, tonight. The premiere was planned to be held at London's Royal Albert Hall. Coincidentally, the hall was next to Kensington Park, only a few hundred meters away from Garden Street. In addition to the main creative team of 007, Casino Royale, the crew also invited some British stars and heavyweight guests such as Prince Charles. Considering that Eric and Drew had just taken a 10-hour flight and definitely needed to rest, the Broccoli siblings did not stay for too long. They simply talked about some details of the premiere and took the initiative to leave. After sending the Broccoli siblings out of the villa, Eric returned to the living room. The girl next to him blinked and said expectantly, "Eric, I'm not sleepy. How about we go out for a walk?" Although it was late at night in Los Angeles time, the girl was not tired at all because she had enough rest on the plane. Eric was actually the same, but he still said, "It may be very late tonight. You'd better go lie down first. I still have some things to do here. Peter will send something over later." Drew suddenly looked curious. "What is it?" Eric did not hide and said, "It's some manuscripts. The development of Disney's live-action movies has stagnated in recent years. I plan to select some children's books to develop, but there is nothing satisfactory about the children's books that have been published. Before I came, I asked Liz to talk to the British branch of HarperCollins. They will send some unpublished manuscripts over. I want to see if I can find some interesting stories." HarperCollins was one of the world's largest publishers of English books and was also a wholly owned subsidiary of News Corporation. Eric's purpose of doing this was naturally to find the Harry Potter series, which was once the world's most popular fantasy novel in history. In the original spacetime, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone should have already been published, but although Eric had been secretly keeping an eye on it, he had not found any trace of this book. Considering that J.K. Rowling had been rejected by a series of publishers in the past, Eric planned to first search through the manuscripts that had been rejected by the publishers. If this book was really completely found out, then he would have to find someone to ghostwrite it. No matter what, Eric would not give up on this series that was perfect for Disney in any way. In the original spacetime, the copyright of this series had actually fallen into the hands of Time Warner, which was definitely Disney's biggest mistake. Not long after, Peter Ritchie and the manager of the British branch of HarperCollins publishing house delivered 4 large boxes of manuscripts. Eric chatted with the two of them for a while before sending them away. The girl walked around the 4 boxes of manuscripts and took out a simple book from one of the boxes. She opened it and said, "Eric, there are at least 100 books here. Do you plan to read them all?" Eric waved the folder that the manager of HarperCollins had left behind and said, "How could I have so much time? This is the outline of the story that they've sorted out. I'll see if there's anything that interests me first, then I'll read the entire manuscript." "Oh, then I'll read it together. Maybe there'll be something that interests me," the girl said. She got up and walked over, but she forgot to put the manuscript back. Eric ordered the twins to move the boxes of manuscripts to the study upstairs. When he saw the girl coming over to snatch the folder from his hand, he let go of his hand. However, he still took the manuscript that the girl casually stuffed into his hand. His eyes casually glanced at the cover of the manuscript, and his expression suddenly became a little more surprised, as well as an inexplicable smile. On the cover of the manuscript in his hand were two words clearly written, Harry Potter. Although it was different from the title of the first book in the series, J.K. Rowling's signature at the bottom of the title was definitely not wrong. For a moment, Eric almost pulled the girl's small hand over and kissed it. At the same time, he also wanted to drag her into the game to open the box. Seeing the girl holding the folder and sitting down on the sofa, eagerly flipping through it, Eric also walked over and opened the manuscript in his hand to read it seriously. By noon, Eric had roughly read through the manuscript in his hand. After flying in the air for a full 10 hours, the girl next to him had already fallen asleep on his lap. Eric had not read the original Harry Potter novels in his previous life, but he had watched the movie. At this time, the manuscript in his hand, in Eric's opinion, was probably a compilation of the historical Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone and Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. As the movie would definitely not be able to show the complete plot of the novel, Eric could not tell the difference between the manuscript in his hand and the version in his previous life. However, he only cared about the movie adaptation rights of the novel. As long as the novel was not cancelled, it would be a very simple matter for him to push the novel back on its original track. The twins came over with lunch. Eric handed the manuscript to one of them and patted the sleeping girl. Once the girl fell asleep, she did not want to wake up. She whined and stretched out her two small arms to wrap around Eric's body. After a while, she was carried into the dining room by Eric. She ate in a daze, then pulled Eric to rest with her. In order to finish reading the Harry Potter manuscript, Eric sat for the whole morning. After lunch, he was a little tired. He still had to stay in the UK for a few days, and the copyright of Harry Potter was not urgent. He gave the twins a few instructions and carried the girl to the bedroom. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Eric and the girl got up together and began to prepare for the premiere in the evening. Barbara Broccoli came over in person and discussed some of the details of the premiere again. Although this residence was very close to the Royal Albert Hall, the crew had specially prepared a limousine for them. The red carpet ceremony for the premiere began at 6 o'clock. According to the schedule, Eric and the girl left Garden Street at 6:30. It took less than 5 minutes for them to arrive at the crowded premiere. Because it was midsummer, the sky was not completely dark yet. The long red carpet that led directly to the entrance of the hall was crowded with fans and reporters. The limousine that Eric and Drew were in stopped at the end of the red carpet. As soon as the two got out of the limousine, there were crazy screams on both sides of the red carpet. Eric walked slowly inside with the girl. He heard some girls in the crowd telling the girl to get away from them. He lowered his head and whispered in the girl's ear, "Do you feel pressured?" Drew shook her head with the same smile. "Not at all. I like to hear those envious and jealous voices." Seeing the two of them whispering on the red carpet, the screams and jeers on both sides of the red carpet became louder. The security guards in charge of the security had to be alert to prevent people from rushing onto the red carpet. After walking for more than 10 meters, they passed through the ordinary fans. There were more reporters on both sides, and a few fans were holding all kinds of posters in their hands. When they saw Eric and the girl walking over, they shouted Eric's name as if hoping to get an autograph. Perhaps because there were fewer people, the fans were not as crazy as before. The two of them struck a few poses side by side, allowing the reporters to take some photos. After that, Drew gently nudged Eric and said, "Eric, I still want to take a few more photos. You go and sign for them." Eric nodded. He saw a few fans on the left side of the red carpet waving the posters in their hands. He walked over with a smile, took the pens in their hands, and quickly wrote. Occasionally, he would cooperate and take photos with them. He walked along the red carpet, signing autographs as he walked forward. After walking for about 5 or 6 meters, Eric had just signed autographs for two girls who were flushed with excitement. His eyes drifted not far ahead, and he noticed the figure of a strange woman in the crowd. The other fans were excitedly waving the posters in their hands to take photos. The woman, however, was standing on the outside with her hands empty. She wore a black long-sleeved shirt and white casual pants. She had a head of blonde hair and light makeup. It was hard to tell her age. Perhaps she was in her 30s or 40s. She also had two attendants by her side, trying their best to separate the fans around her from the woman. This made her stand out even more in the crowd. Noticing Eric looking over, the woman, who was originally staring at Eric in a daze, had a look of panic in her eyes. She wanted to avoid his gaze, but there was also a look of reluctance. Eric quickly signed his name on a poster handed over by a fan. He took a few steps forward and was already in front of the woman. He clearly felt that he had seen this woman somewhere before, but he couldn't remember at the moment. The two of them looked at each other. The woman's hand on the railing subconsciously lifted, but she quickly put it down. There was a glimmer in her eyes, and she forced a smile at Eric. He didn't know why, but looking at the woman, Eric also had some indescribable emotions in his heart. Waving the pen in his hand, Eric revealed a smile and said, "Miss, do you need me to sign for you?" The woman was stunned for a moment, then nodded. She reached into her pocket and fumbled around a few times, but only took out a 10-pound note. Her voice was very soft, and Eric could only guess the general meaning from the shape of her lips. "Then, sign here." Eric smiled. Seeing the woman holding the note in her hand, he reached out to hold the back of her hand and quickly wrote a string of letters on it. After Eric finished signing, he continued to walk forward. The woman stared blankly at the note in her hand for a moment, then said to the attendant beside her, "Mark, let's go back." "Yes, Mississippi." The attendant named Mark hurriedly nodded. Together with another attendant, they helped the woman push through the crowd and escorted her out of the scene. When they arrived at the parking lot, Mark diligently helped the woman open the door and escorted her into the car. He then got into the driver's seat and started the car. Through the rearview mirror, he looked at the miss who he hadn't seen for more than 20 years. 25 years, or 26 years? At that time, he was still a hothead. Like many people, he couldn't help but admire his miss, but like many people, he only dared to secretly look at her a few more times. Now, so many years had passed. His daughter was about to get married, and his hair was already gray. However, the miss was still the same as before. It was as if time had suddenly stopped on her. With some sighs in his heart, Mark slowed down the car, turned the steering wheel, and drove the car onto the road. After hesitating for a while, he said, Miss likes Williams very much. I've seen him once. He's a very good young man. However, Madam said that it's unlikely that the two of them will be together. Williams doesn't seem to be a very loyal person." The woman didn't respond. She just looked out of the car window. After a moment, she suddenly asked, "My brother should know that I'm back, right?" Mark's face was a little embarrassed, but he still nodded and said, "I'm sorry, Mississippi. I think I should tell Master. Then send me back." Mark thought he heard wrongly. "Ah?" I said, "I want to go back and take a look." "Oh, of course." Mark finally realized that he didn't hear wrongly. He nodded and said, "We'll go back now. Master and Madam will be very happy." "Oh, I hope he won't beat me out." Mark quickly shook his head. "No, he definitely won't. Master has been missing you all these years. You don't understand." The woman shook her head. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "However, if he dares to hit me, I will fight back." "Ah." Mark was a little stunned. He could only shake his head and said, "No, you won't." As they passed through the red carpet area, the girl noticed that Eric's expression was a little strange. She asked, "Eric, what are you thinking about?" Eric shook his head and said, "I don't know. It's just that I seem to have seen an acquaintance somewhere before." Drew said, "The woman in the black shirt?" "Yes, how did you know?" "Haha, it's rare to see a woman in a black shirt. It's so eye-catching. Also, I noticed that you touched her hand. Do you want me to ask around?" "Don't be ridiculous." Eric shook his head and walked into the concert hall with the girl. He left his name on the signature wall and cooperated with the reporters inside the concert hall to take a few photos. When he saw that Michael Wilson had personally brought Prince Charles over, he put aside the small incident and focused on greeting the guests who had come today. The main actors of James Bond, Casino Royale, were all in London, except for the trio and the other supporting male lead who stayed in the United States to handle the publicity. In addition, a large number of British film stars came to support the movie. Even the first 007 actor, Sean Connery, rushed over. Coupled with celebrities from all walks of life in the United Kingdom, the premiere could be said to be a star-studded scene. At 7 o'clock, the 500 invited guests from all walks of life were seated in the concert hall. The lights dimmed and the movie officially began. The prologue began with an assassination. The plot closely followed the previous movie, GoldenEye. 006 betrayed the company and Bond was sent to hunt down the other moles who had betrayed the MI6. Bond was disheartened by the fact that he had killed his former colleagues whom he had spent a lot of time with. Coupled with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the loss of their greatest enemy, the MI6's role in the British government was weakened. Bond then applied to Mrs. M for retirement. Mrs. M did not want her right-hand man to leave, so she sent Bond to the Bahamas for a vacation. In the concert hall, after the prologue, when the iconic opening of the 007 series appeared, Frank Lipton, a reporter from The Times, could not help but nod slightly. It was just a simple opening, but it made him keenly feel that Eric had abandoned the style of the previous 007 series, which was completely independent of the plot, and began to connect the series. Judging from the increasing popularity of MGM's secret agent movie universe, this change was undoubtedly very correct. The plot of the series was connected, and the audience did not need to accept a new story every episode. This could ensure that part of the box office appeal of the previous series would be passed down. However, Frank Lipton knew very well that these minor changes in the plot were not enough for him to get to where he was now. Considering that MGM claimed that this was the first major movie in the secret agent movie universe to achieve a complete crossover of plots, Frank Lipton could not help but begin to worry that the interweaving of the elements of the multiple secret agent movie series would inevitably lead to the entire movie's plot becoming scattered. Although the 007 series had always had these shortcomings before the secret agent movie universe, if this happened to Williams, it would definitely be more disappointing. The opening soon ended. A private plane landed at the airport in the Bahamas. Bond, in a suit, got off the plane and drove through the Bahamas Ring Road. When he checked into a hotel, his habitual flirtatious personality kicked in. Not only did he easily win over Katerina, the wife played by Terry Hatcher, but he also won her husband's Aston Martin sports car at the gambling table. The plot began to separate here. Katerina's husband, Alex, was a grey transaction middleman. When Bond and Katerina were entangled, Alex met with the villain of the episode, Kyrfor, on a cruise ship. Kyrfor was the asset manager of the Spectre gang. An African warlord had just handed him $100 million to manage. Kyrfor heard that the latest wide-body plane of Heaven's Aero Airlines had just been successfully developed and was about to be tested, so he had the idea of sabotaging the plane test of Heaven's Aero Airlines and using the $100 million he had just received to short the company's stock. Due to his suspicious nature, under Alex's recommendation, Kyrfor hired a bomber who sabotaged the plane test of Heaven's Aero Airlines. Just in case, Kyrfor casually ordered his men to monitor Alex. Unexpectedly, he discovered Bond's figure. Relying on the powerful intelligence network of the Spectre gang, Bond's true identity was soon exposed in front of Kyrfor. Fearing that they would fall into the MI6 trap, Kyrfor issued an order to silence them. Alex and Katerina were quickly assassinated. The unexpected tragic death of his temporary female companion aroused Bond's anger, so he began to actively investigate the ins and outs of the matter. When Ivanka, who was carrying a doll backpack, and the other three beautiful girls passed by Bond, there was a burst of knowing laughter in the theater. Frank Lipton, who had wanted to take advantage of this foreshadowing scene to record some thoughts, could not help but put down his pen with a faint smile. This should be the fourth movie. Although it was a bit tricky for Williams to set such a small Easter egg in every movie he directed, it was really interesting. Cherov had invested all his funds in selling the shares of Aero Airlines. Although he felt that his action might have been exposed, he could not stop the whole plan. He could only send people to hunt down Bond. However, the villain in charge of the chase was easily dealt with by Bond. Through a string of phone numbers left by Alex, Bond used the MI6 intelligence network to track all the way and soon found the bomber who was about to launch an attack at the Miami airport. At the Miami International Airport, with the fast flashing scenes and the tense soundtrack, the audience was also in high spirits. Although they knew that Bond was destined to stop the bomber's attack, when Bond jumped onto the oil tanker and ran all the way along the airport runway with the bomber, many people could not help but feel a strong sense of worry. While the emotions of ordinary audiences were firmly grasped by this plot, many film critics were only excited. From the moment Bond stepped into the Miami International Airport, jumped onto the oil tanker and dealt with the bomber, and then the moment the policeman was thrown into the air by the engine of the diving passenger plane and rushed to the screen, these few minutes of the plot, whether it was the scene scheduling, the scene editing, or the background music, gave the audience a sense of amazement that could be written into the textbooks. It had to be said that although Eric Williams had been away for 4 years, his directing talent had not declined at all. Instead, it showed signs of further improvement. Frank Lipton, a film critic of the Times, felt that his heart was beating faster with this plot. When the bomber detonated the miniature bomb that Bond had hung on his body, there was a loud bang in the sound system. Frank Lipton even had a sense of joy, as if he had personally destroyed the bomber's plot. He could not help but applaud. At the same time, the whole concert hall was filled with applause. In the front row of the concert hall, Eric was relieved to hear the enthusiastic applause. The producer of the film, Barbara Broccoli, breathed a deep sigh of relief. For Eric, Casino Royale might just be an inconspicuous film in his directing career, but this series was all the glory of the Broccoli family. Casino Royale was the first 007 movie that she and her brother produced after the death of her father, Albert Broccoli. Due to the repeated failures of Hollywood's summer live-action blockbusters this year, Barbara Broccoli was also worried that this film would repeat the same mistakes, so she would fail to live up to her father's trust. Now, the film was only a third of the way through and the audience was already clapping. So, no matter what, the film couldn't be too bad. The attack on Sky Arrow Airlines failed, and Kirov lost a huge sum of $100 million. In order to recoup his losses, Kirov planned to hold a winner-take-all bet at the Casino Royale of the Republic of Montenegro. As a terrorist on the list of intelligence agencies of various countries, Kirov's bet attracted a lot of attention. Mrs. M introduced the information about Spectre to Bond and planned for Bond to rush to Montenegro. After winning the bet, he would capture Kirov. The plot finally crossed over with the agent movie universe here. The information that Mrs. M introduced to Bond happened to be intercepted by Ethan Hunt, the male lead of the Mission Impossible series, in Mission Impossible 2 and shared it with other allied intelligence agencies. This plot also appeared in the Easter egg of Mission Impossible 2. After half a year of waiting, they finally saw the plot in the original Easter egg. After the fans of the MGM agent movie universe got an inexplicable satisfaction, they began to look forward to the new Easter egg at the end of the film. For this bet, the MI6 applied for a special fund from the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance specially sent a clerk to assist Bond in carrying out the task, and at the same time to ensure the safety of the fund. The plot changed to an ordinary apartment in the West End of London. In a room full of all kinds of delicate electronic equipment, a petite girl with a geek style was soldering a circuit board with full concentration. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The girl was startled, and the circuit board in her hand was smoking because of a short circuit. Outside the door, a smartly dressed Vesper Lind was dragging a suitcase. When she saw her sister open the door with gray stains on her face, she looked a little helpless. She took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped her sister's face a few times. With a helpless and doting look in her eyes, she said, "Next time, I must talk to the so-called person in charge of the Charlie Townsend Foundation again. I have a feeling that they are up to no good. How can anyone provide a 16-year-old girl with a scholarship of £10,000 a year and those inexplicable training?" Angela Lind was like any child who resisted their old-fashioned parents. She retorted, "Hey, sister, that's because I'm a genius." "Oh, okay, my little genius." Vesper Lind smiled and put away the handkerchief. She kissed her sister's face and said, "I'm going on a business trip soon. It might take a week. Take care of yourself during this time." A flash of joy flashed across Angela Lind's face, but she immediately hid it and answered obediently, "Of course, sister. I'll take care of myself." Vesper Lind pinched the girl's face shrewdly and smiled. "Don't be too proud. I've asked Aunt Carol. She'll help me look after you." Angela Lind seemed to have thought of something terrible and begged reluctantly, "Sister, I'm your sister. Of course, that's why I have to prevent you, this little angel, from flying to the sky when I'm not around. In the concert hall, the audience listened to the amusing conversation between the Lind sisters and smiled. The James Bond series had always lacked humor. The current plot should be regarded as a small breakthrough for the James Bond series. At the same time, in just 2 minutes, Angela Lind's eccentric elf and Vesper Lynd's shrewdness had already left a clear impression on the audience. The brief interaction between the two sisters also paved the way for the subsequent plot. Although Christina Aguilera's performance in a few short scenes was outstanding, the film critics still paid more attention to Cate Blanchett's role as the #1 Bond girl. The new Bond girl from Australia had been highly controversial since the confirmation of the role. Ordinary fans felt that she was not beautiful enough and did not meet the usual standards of a Bond girl. The Circle also felt that Eric Williams was too hasty to suddenly use such a newcomer who had only acted in a few TV series. However, in a few short scenes, Vesper Lynd, who was dressed in a black professional suit, did not lose out to Angela Lind, who was designed to attract the audience's attention. Then, the dialogue between Vesper Lynd and Bond on the train to Montenegro surprised the film critics even more. They could feel that in this performance, Pierce Brosnan was completely suppressed and could not fight back at all. In order to maintain the balance between the two characters, the director obviously paid more attention to Pierce Brosnan. This focus made people look forward to Cate Blanchett's scenes more. As for the ordinary audience, after a few scenes, they had basically unknowingly forgotten their dissatisfaction with Cate Blanchett for getting the role. Most people began to feel that the Australian actress' role as Vesper Lynd was very cool. In the casino scene, Eric deleted some unnecessary details in the original version to make the plot more compact. He also added a second interlude of the Secret Service movie universe in the plot. An assistant of Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible was sent to the gambling game and lent his gambling money to Bond at the critical moment to help him win the final victory. At the same time, at the end of this plot, the film also added a plot where Kirov sent someone to kidnap Angela to threaten Vesper. In the whole gambling game, from the tit-for-tat at the beginning to the tacit cooperation at the critical moment of the game, Bond and Vesper gradually developed feelings for each other. After Vesper helped Bond kill someone, the scene of them hugging in the bathroom made the hazy feelings between the two officially sublimate. At the end of the gambling game, Kirov, who had lost, was desperate. He captured Bond and tortured him in an attempt to get back the $100 million in cash. In a hazy figure in front of him, Bond fainted. When he woke up again, the hazy figure became clear. Vesper was by his side, telling him that Kirov was dead and the whole thing was over. Bond did not delve into what had happened before he fainted. The two officially fell in love. In order to stay with Vesper forever, Bond began to prepare a resignation letter to Mrs. M. However, everything was obviously not over. Kirov's embezzlement of funds was discovered by the Ghost Gang and he was punished. However, Vesper's sister fell into the hands of the Ghost Gang. In order to rescue Bond and his sister, Vesper made a deal with the Ghost Gang to help them get back the $100 million from Bond. However, when Vesper transferred the $100 million to the Ghost Gang's account, he found that he had been deceived. At the same time, Bond, who had discovered Vesper's abnormality, also thought that he had discovered everything. Vesper, who had betrayed his lover and failed to save his sister, had nothing left to live for. He chose to commit suicide in the underwater cage. However, before he left, he still held a glimmer of hope and stuffed the necklace with a photo of himself and his sister into Bond's hands. Why do I need time? The work is over and the B*TCH is dead. On the cruise ship on the coast of Venice, the disheartened Bond was like a wounded lone wolf. He indifferently played with the heart-shaped necklace in his hand as he replied to Mrs. M's concerned words on the phone. At this moment, although Bond had abandoned the hope of returning to the life of an ordinary person and had once again become the cold superagent, everyone felt that Bond at this moment was a real ordinary person, a mortal. On the screen, Mrs. M explained the ins and outs of everything to Bond. Bond opened the heart-shaped pendant and found the photo of Vesper and Angela smiling brightly. He embarked on the journey to rescue Angela. The final battle was about to begin. In the concert hall, Frank Lipton felt that the female fan behind him, who had just been sobbing because of the farewell scene between Bond and Vesper, had gradually stopped sobbing. However, he was still recalling every scene of Cate Blanchett's appearance in the first hour. He was not even in the mood to pay attention to the final battle between the three angels and Bond after their appearance. Due to his interest in this movie, Frank Lipton had collected some information about Cate Blanchett before. However, as she was just an Australian newcomer who had just entered Hollywood, the information he could find was pitifully little. Therefore, after watching Cate Blanchett's performance, Frank Lipton was even more shocked. From the beginning, in just a few scenes, the actress had perfectly supported the image of Vesper Lynd. In every subsequent appearance, in every scene, the actress gave people a perfect feeling of "I am Vesper Lynd." This kind of acting talent had definitely reached the level of an Oscar. She was even better than many Oscar winners who had already won the Oscars. Suddenly, another name popped up in Frank Lipton's mind. Meryl Streep. Perhaps this actress, who had made her debut in Hollywood commercial blockbusters, would become the second Meryl Streep. Thinking of this, Frank Lipton suddenly felt a little regretful. He knew that according to the rules of Hollywood, acting as a Bond girl in a commercial blockbuster like the 007 series was bound to attract strong Hollywood attention. In the future, the development of this amazingly talented actress might be more like Nicole Kidman, who would become a commercial actress again. This was simply a waste of resources. Eric Williams had created so many commercial actresses. There was no need to destroy a potential literary superstar. After thinking for a while, Frank Lipton thought of the film that Alison Owen, a good friend of his in the British film industry, was preparing. Although it was a low-budget film, it was definitely a movie with a leading actress. Maybe he could introduce her to him at the next party. Although Cate Blanchett was from Australia, her London accent in the film was perfect. She was definitely good enough to play the role. Knowing that this was a rare opportunity, Frank Lipton quietly left his seat and went outside the theater to make a phone call. "I'm Bond, James Bond." In the concert hall, after Bond and the Angel Trio destroyed the Spectre's base and rescued Angela, along with 007's iconic line, the scene froze and the credits began to appear. Although it was a premiere, there would usually be some commotion even if the audience didn't leave immediately. But this time, when the subtitles appeared, there was no movement at all. Although 007, Casino Royale, was an out-and-out commercial action blockbuster, other than those thrilling big scenes, the movie still gave people countless details that they could recall over and over again. Of course, the upcoming Easter egg was one of the most important reasons why everyone waited patiently. My dad said that the more mysterious the boss is, the faster it dies. Look, he was right again. I wonder if Charlie will cover his face when the explosion happens. I haven't seen what he looks like yet. After the credits ended, the scene gradually lit up. It was still the chatty voice of Lucy, played by Penelope, but this time, there was a hint of panic and sadness in her tone. The scene became clear. Three tall figures in tight clothes were looking for something in the ruins of a house that had been hit by a bomb. Jill and Selena worked together to lift up a collapsed wall, and Lucy squatted down to clean up a pile of debris. Soon, she found two walkie-talkies tied together. "Well, it seems like we don't have to change bosses. God knows, we haven't even received this month's salary." Lucy sniffled and mumbled a few words while crying and laughing. Jill and Selena also gathered around. The slightly scorched walkie-talkie suddenly made a buzzing sound. When the Angel Trio on the screen and the audience in the concert hall were all waiting for the sound from the walkie-talkie, the scene suddenly went completely dark. Fact. Many of the audience in the concert hall, who had just been wedded, couldn't help but curse in their hearts. But when the lights came on, everyone still applauded enthusiastically. Whether it was the guests at the premiere, the media critics, or the fans at the scene, they were all very satisfied with the movie. Even some film critics who had been instructed to find fault with the movie couldn't help but give the movie an 8 out of 10. Many people were obviously not satisfied. When the simple press conference began, the first reporter called out asked Eric, "Mr. Williams, I'm a reporter from The Guardian. May I ask about the last Easter egg? Is it because the Angel Trio and Bond destroyed the Ghost Gang's base together, causing the boss of the detective agency, Charlie Townsend, to be retaliated against by the Ghost Gang?" "I can't answer this question," Eric said with a smile on the stage. "But since you're obviously a fan of the Secret Service movie universe, the answer is yes." There was a burst of laughter in The venue. The reporter, who still looked a little shy, was a little embarrassed. He was indeed a die-hard fan of the MGM Secret Service movie universe series. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a quick connection with a few clueless scenes. He even gave up on the questions he had prepared and couldn't wait to ask Eric for confirmation. Naturally, there was only one chance to ask a question. He had no choice but to hand over the microphone in his hand. Another reporter from the Daily Telegraph got the chance to ask a question. Mr. Williams, what do you think about the consecutive failures of this summer's big live-action movies? Do you think the box office of Casino Royale will be affected by these factors? The audience is looking forward to good movies. If the studio only has the ambition to catch up with the box office of Titanic, but doesn't put in the sincerity of excellence like Titanic, then they are doomed to failure. As for Casino Royale, I did everything I could, so I'm very confident in the box office prospects of the movie. Then do you think Casino Royale can catch up with the box office of Titanic? Another reporter asked a more biting question. Eric didn't hesitate too much. He beat around the bush and said, that depends on whether the fans want to create another box office miracle. Eric's answers to several questions were somewhat official. The reporters in the audience realized that it was difficult to get too much sensitive information from Eric, so they turned the muzzle and asked questions to Cate Blanchett, the rookie. Although Cate Blanchett's agent had repeatedly told her how to deal with the reporters before the premiere, Cate still found it difficult to resist the siege of these reporters. She inevitably fell into the reporters' trap several times. Eric, Barbara Broccoli, and others had to take the initiative to help Cate block some of the questions. I'm so sorry, Eric. I didn't expect that the question about Charlie and the others was actually directed at you. After the press conference, at the party at the Hyde Park Hotel, Eric had just socialized around when Cate Blanchett took the initiative to apologize with a glass of wine. Eric shook his head with a smile and said, "It's okay. You'll have experience in such occasions in the future. By the way, everyone said that your performance was amazing. Do you have a plan for your next movie?" As a newcomer, when Cate got the role of Vesper Lynd, she naturally signed an option contract with Firefly for 3 movies. Her next 2 movies had to be selected from Firefly's film company, but these details didn't require Eric's personal intervention. Cate shook her head and said, "Not yet. The new line has recommended a few scripts to me, but Ron wants me to wait until Casino Royale is released before making a decision." As soon as Cate finished speaking, she suddenly realized that she shouldn't have mentioned the idea of waiting for the best price in front of Eric. She couldn't help but blush a little. She was so embarrassed that she even wanted to run away. Eric just smiled and didn't mind too much. He even had a good impression of Cate's frankness. Just as he was about to take the initiative to change the topic, a middle-aged man and woman walked over side by side. The man looked to be about 50 years old. He was tall and had a full beard on his face. The woman was about 30 or 40 years old. Unlike the other female guests at the party who were dressed in formal wear, this woman was wearing a professional suit. She had a somewhat shrewd and capable temperament. "Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Frank Lipton, a film critic." Although he came for Cate, Frank Lipton reached out his hand to Eric first. Eric shook the other party's hand. When he saw the woman beside Frank Lipton sizing up Kite without trying to hide it, he could roughly guess the purpose of their visit. He gestured at the woman and asked Frank Lipton with a smile, "And this is?" The woman quickly retracted her gaze from Cate and politely reached out her hand to Eric. She introduced herself, "Mr. Williams, my name is Allison Owen. I'm a producer from Working Title Film Company." Working Title, Eric recalled. He remembered the Coen brothers' Frozen Blood Storm last year, as well as the Oscar hits Walk on the Death Row and 4 Weddings and a Funeral from a few years ago. The name of this company was on the list of production companies. In his mind, some of the other films that had yet to appear seemed to have the imprint of this film company as well. In this way, the status of this company in the United Kingdom should be similar to that of Gaumont Film Company in France. Of course, if it was in Hollywood, it could only be regarded as a second-tier company at most. There were still a lot of guests around that needed to be entertained. Realizing that the two had come for Cate, Eric took the initiative to leave. If the two wanted to invite Cate to act in a film, naturally, they would have to go through Firefly. Eric would not interfere with anything now. The United Kingdom was 5 hours earlier than the United States Eastern Time. Due to the time difference, Eric and the girl did not get much rest after the party. Early the next morning, the first batch of film reviews for James Bond, Casino Royale appeared in the British newspapers. Near noon, the film reviews from the United States also came in one after another. The plot of the film is tight and smooth. The 145-minute plot can be said to be completed in one go. Eric Williams, after Jurassic Park, has returned as the king. The Guardian, after a series of bad summer movies, Casino Royale has finally brought us a popular visual feast. The Daily Telegraph, the performance of the new Australian actress, Cate Blanchett, is amazing. Desper Lind is destined to be the most classic Bond girl in the James Bond series. Christina Aguilera, the youngest Bond girl in the history of James Bond, also gave us a satisfying performance during her brief appearance. The arrival of the three angels from the sky was a pleasant surprise. Of course, there is also the long-awaited Ragdoll girl. Williams never disappoints the fans. However, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I can only say that Casino Royale is definitely the most popular Bond movie in the history of James Bond. News of the world even without the interlude of the secret agent universe, Casino Royale, directed by Eric Williams, can be said to have redefined the James Bond series. In the film, James Bond finally stopped wearing a suit and leather shoes. He started to get hurt, tired, in love, and started to pursue the life of an ordinary person. Perhaps, this is the Bond that everyone really wants to see. Bond and Vesper's farewell under the water was heartbreaking. The sentence, "The work is over, the bitch is dead." It gave people a feeling of despair. Although Bond was reborn in the end and became the super agent that frightened the enemy, we can be sure that from now on, Bond will become a real mortal, and no longer a high and unrealistic screen symbol. New York Times, there is no doubt that MGM's Secret Agent Universe project is officially on track after James Bond, Casino Royale. Eric Williams has a perfect grasp of the intersection of the three series. The overall style of the James Bond series is not affected by the two series at all, but the intersection of the three series brings more entertainment to the fans. San Francisco Chronicle. In the mansion on Kensington Garden Street, Eric and the girl had just finished lunch. They were still sitting in the dining room looking at the movie review summary that Peter Ritchie had just sent over. After patiently flipping through the movie review summary in her hand, the girl looked up excitedly. The overall score is 9 points. "Eric, how much do you think we can get at the box office this time?" In Eric's hand was the North American box office data that had just been tabulated last week. In the second week of its release, Finding Nemo once again earned $65.63 million at the box office. In 2 weeks, the total box office had reached $163 million, and it continued to lead the entire summer season under the envious eyes of everyone. The major box office statistics agencies no longer doubted that Finding Nemo had the ability to hit the $300 million box office in North America. In comparison, the box office of Batman and Robin in the first week was only $59.47 million. The media's comprehensive rating for this $125 million comic adaptation had not only dropped to 1 point, but the box office in the first week was also far less than the $70 million that Godzilla earned a few weeks ago. Time Warner Group had publicly announced that they would stop all of DC's comic adaptation projects. Due to the box office failure of Batman and Robin, the industry also showed signs of decline in the Spider-Man and Iron Man projects that were launched at the same time by Firefly. Avi Allard even called to say that some of the actors who were interested in appearing in the two comic adaptations suddenly became cold. Even CAA, the agency of Stuart Runkle, took the opportunity to raise their offer and asked to reduce the number of contracts from 6 movies to 3. While thinking about these things, Eric heard the girl's words. He put down the box office data in his hand and roughly browsed through the movie review of Casino Royale. He said, "This is hard to say." Although North America has always been the biggest box office market for the James Bond series. But on the other hand, the James Bond series is actually not very popular in North America. I think based on the current reputation, plus my personal box office appeal and the halo of the Secret Agent movie universe, the box office of Casino Royale in North America should be able to reach $200 million. It might be better overseas at $400 million. After all, the influence of Jurassic Park was still there. Eric, why are you not as confident as us? I just talked to Amy. She thinks that the box office of this film in North America might be able to reach $300 million. Eric smiled and said, it's meaningless to say this now. When the box office of the first day in North America comes out tomorrow, we should be able to make a rough judgment. Okay. The girl also put this topic aside for the time being. She blinked and said, then what are we doing in the afternoon? Los Angeles. In the wealthy district halfway up the mountain in the north of Santa Monica, although it was already late at night, Amy Pascal was still reading the negotiation materials with the basic cable company about Rainbow Media. As a woman, although she gave up a high-paying position at Columbia Pictures to help Drew set up Flower Pictures, which gave her the opportunity to be in charge of MGM, one of the 7 major film companies, Amy Pascal didn't want to slack off at all. No matter what field it was always more difficult for a woman in a high position to gain recognition than a man. After so many years, Amy Pascal no longer cared about how others looked at her, but she still wanted to prove to everyone that she was not inferior to any man. On the other side of the study, Amy Pascal's husband, Bernard Weinlaub, was checking the draft he had just finished. He looked at the electronic watch on the table, and it was already midnight. Usually, they would be asleep at this time. However, he also knew that his wife wouldn't be able to sleep until she saw the box office data of Casino Royale. After hesitating for a moment, Bernard Weinlaub didn't want to disturb his wife who was reading the documents seriously. He picked up a book from the table and started reading quietly. Amy Pascal noticed her husband's action and looked at her watch. She turned around and said, Bernie, why don't you go and rest first? I might have to wait a little longer. Bernard Weinlaub shook his head and smiled. No, I actually want to know how much Casino Royale can get on the first day of the movie. Amy Pascal smiled gently and didn't try to persuade him anymore. She got up and went to the kitchen to make a pot of hot coffee. She poured a cup for herself and her husband. Bernard Weinlaub picked up the coffee cup and looked at his wife who was sitting on the other side of the table. He said, from today's reviews, this should be the best live-action movie in the summer. How much do you think it can get at the box office? Amy Pascal shook her head. She had always been full of confidence when discussing this topic with others, but in front of her husband, there was no need for her to pretend to be confident. She said, it's really hard to say. 2 years ago, GoldenEye also scored about 8 out of 10 in all aspects, but the global box office was only $350 million. This was mainly because the 007 series was not that popular in the most important North American market. Although Casino Royale has a better reputation this time, and there are many other positive factors, we're not sure if the audience will buy it. Also, starting from The Fifth Element in May, the consecutive disappointing live-action movies with poor reviews may also reduce the audience's interest in Casino Royale. Bernard Weintraub was a playwright and a film business reporter for the New York Times. Hearing his wife's pessimistic tone, he thought for a moment and said, I think the truth might be the opposite of what you think. The audience's demand for live-action movies was definitely greater than for animated movies. The continuous impact of bad movies will make the market even more hungry for commercial movies with high scores. Amy Pascal smiled and said, I hope the situation is as you said. However, the total investment for the production and marketing of Casino Royale is $160 million, which is equivalent to twice the total investment for GoldenEye. The company is still under a lot of pressure. If the box office performance of Casino Royale isn't good enough, even if it's just average, the implementation of the subsequent production plans may not be so smooth. Oh, is it the Lord of the Rings trilogy you mentioned last time? Amy Pascal nodded and didn't say anything more. Although he was her husband, it wasn't convenient for her to disclose too many details to him. Bernard Weintraub didn't ask any more questions and casually changed the topic. Unknowingly, they waited for more than half an hour before Amy Pascal's phone on the desk finally vibrated. She picked up the phone and chatted with the person on the other end for a while. Gradually, she raised her eyebrows and asked about some details with uncertainty. Bernard Weintraub had already heard a set of numbers from his wife's conversation. He also raised his eyebrows in surprise. Although he felt that the box office performance of Casino Royale would be better than expected after a series of bad movies released during the summer, he still didn't expect the box office number to be so high on the first day. After Amy Pascal hung up the phone, Bernard Weintraub couldn't wait and asked, $35 million US? Amy Pascal put the phone back on the desk and breathed a sigh of relief. With obvious excitement on her face, she nodded and said, yes, including the $5.3 million US from the night show in the morning. The box office on the first day is $35 million US. God, $35 million US. It's unbelievable. I've been thinking that if we can get $20 million US on the first day, everyone should be very satisfied. You know, the last movie GoldenEye only got a little over $9 million US on the first day. God, $35 million US. It's unbelievable. Bernard Weintraub heard his wife's constant exclamations, but he didn't feel that she had lost her composure at all. As a film business reporter who was very familiar with Hollywood, Bernard Weintraub was no less shocked than his wife. One had to know that the best-performing movie on the first day of the summer, Godzilla, only had a box office of $75 million US on the first day due to the high midnight box office data driven by the bombardment of publicity in the early stages. Even the biggest dark horse of the summer, Finding Nemo, only had a box office of $22 million US on the first day. With its excellent reputation, Casino Royale would definitely not walk out of the dismal box office curve of Godzilla or Batman and Robin. Then, with a box office of $35 million US on the first day, the box office on Saturday and Sunday would definitely not be much worse than the first day. Even with an average of $30 million US per day, the box office of Casino Royale would reach a high of $90 million US in the first weekend, and there was no doubt that it would break $100 million US in the first week. In fact, Casino Royale would definitely set a series of box office records again. Because this box office data was too unexpected, when Amy Pascal received the news, many film company executives and newspaper reporters inside and outside Hollywood were also awakened by the ringing of their phones in the middle of the night. Some people had mixed feelings, some were too excited to sleep, and some even suspected that this was a prank. Countless newspapers in North America even rewrote their press releases overnight. In the case of the dismal box office of the summer live-action blockbuster, the high box office of Casino Royale on the first day was undoubtedly a bit dazzling in the eyes of many people. Therefore, the next day, there were even a lot of news questioning the box office of Casino Royale on the first day in the North American media. However, reality quickly shut these media outlets up. After the first day of $35 million US on Saturday, the box office of Casino Royale not only did not fall, but it also reached a new high, reaching $85 million US. On the following Sunday, although the box office drop was a bit obvious, the box office was still as high as $26.7 million US. In the 3 days from June 27 to June 29, the box office of Casino Royale reached an unprecedented $91.05 million US in the first weekend. Even Finding Nemo was affected by Casino Royale. At the end of the third week of its release, the box office dropped by 40%, only earning $38 million US. The box office of Batman and Robin in the second week of its release was even worse. Compared to the first weekend, the box office dropped by 63%, only earning $73 million US in the first 3 days of its release. The box office accumulated to $75.2 million US in the first 10 days of its release. It was not even as good as the box office of Casino Royale in the first weekend. When the box office of Casino Royale was released for the first weekend, the media, who were prejudiced against the box office, had to put down their doubts in the face of reality. They began to analyze the reason for the box office of Casino Royale in the first weekend. Perhaps, from the beginning, we have greatly underestimated the commercial potential of MGM's Agent cinematic universe. Now that I think about it, when the new James Bond jumped off the cliff in the first Easter egg of Charlie, Eric Williams had already begun to plan for this huge movie. For the sequels of Mission Impossible, Charlie, and James Bond series, MGM had been using Easter eggs to allow the three agent movies to interact with each other. Through this subtle influence, the popularity of the three agent movies that were originally unrelated began to gradually merge. In the end, when MGM officially announced the Agent Cinematic Universe project to the public, the fans of the three agent movies had already formed a very large potential audience. Here, we have to mention that in July 1995, when MGM announced the Agent Cinematic Universe project to the public, another seemingly insignificant incident happened. According to the media during that period, MGM bought all the rights of Ghost Gang from Kevin Mike Gaylor for $2 million. The twists and turns behind this incident can be traced back to a few decades ago, so let's not talk about it for now. However, I'm sure that Kevin Mike Gaylor will definitely regret this deal in the future. Back to the topic at hand. While buying the copyright of the Ghost Gang, MGM, Flower Pictures, and DreamWorks Productions merged into one under the control of Eric Williams. With the Ghost Gang as the ultimate villain of the three major agent franchises, starting from Mission Impossible 2, the plan to integrate the agent movie universes officially began. Before the release of James Bond, Casino Royale, MGM's Agent Cinematic Universe had actually built a strong foundation of popularity with Charlie's Angels 1, Mission Impossible 1, GoldenEye 007, Charlie's Angels 2, and Mission Impossible 2. The explosive box office data of James Bond, Casino Royale's explosive box office data was the manifestation of the strength of the three agent movies that originally had strong box office appeal, after years of intermingling and merging popularity with each other. The article on The Hollywood Reporter deeply analyzed the deep-seated reasons for the high box office of Casino Royale. This article made Hollywood, which had yet to cool down from the box office of Titanic, once again heated up. They all began to search their film copyright library to see if there were any blockbuster series that could build a cinematic universe. Although Firefly's plan to build a Marvel Cinematic Universe had not been officially announced to the public, this news was no longer a secret in the circle. Inspired, a producer under Warner Brothers quickly submitted a report to the group's top management about the establishment of a DC Cinematic Universe. Unfortunately, Batman and Robin had just experienced a fiasco, and Warner Brothers would not be able to start a DC Comics adaptation for the next few years. The report that the producer wrote after staying up late was directly thrown into the trash can by Time Warner's top management. While The Hollywood Reporter was analyzing the reasons for the box office of Casino Royale, when the first week of Casino Royale ended, another important Hollywood magazine, Variety, also published their opinions on the super high box office of Casino Royale on their official website. The audience is looking forward to good movies. If the studio only has the ambition to catch up with the box office of Titanic, but doesn't put in the sincerity of Titanic, then they are doomed to failure. Eric Williams's answer to a reporter's question at the London premiere of Casino Royale is undoubtedly the truest commentary on the box office performance of this summer's live-action blockbuster. Admittedly, when any studio invests tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars in a movie, it is impossible not to want to make the movie well. But as we all know, since the birth of movies, the amount of production budget has never been directly related to the quality of the movie. The ability of the screenwriter, actor, director, producer, and other film personnel has a strong impact on a movie. Before Casino Royale, the other two ambitious movies, Godzilla and Batman and Robin, had a production budget that exceeded Casino Royale. But among these movies, only Casino Royale perfectly achieved all the elements that a commercial blockbuster should have, such as a smooth plot, hot scenes, well-written lines, three-dimensional characters, and so on. Through Casino Royale, Eric Williams, who returned after 4 years of silence, once again perfectly showed his amazing talent in directing and film production. Over the past 4 years, when we thought that this young man, who had relied on Home Alone, Ghost, Tornado, Jurassic Park and other films to reach the peak of Hollywood step by step, would retire and enjoy life after accumulating a huge amount of wealth, relying on the redefinition of a veteran agent series that has lasted for 30 years, Eric Williams once again showed us what the return of the king is. Although the two animated movies The Lion King 2 and Finding Nemo performed very well in the box office in June, this didn't change the market position of live-action movies as the mainstream demand of the movie public. However, during this summer, which was supposed to be the best time for live-action movies, a series of mediocre, rough, or obscure live-action movies repeatedly hit the confidence of movie fans when they walked into the cinema. According to statistics, from the beginning of the summer on May 30th to the release of Casino Royale, compared to last year, the number of people who went to the cinema in North America dropped by 18%. And this was without excluding the two animated movies The Lion King 2 and Finding Nemo. However, although we were disappointed with the summer live-action movies, as a necessary entertainment in people's lives, the demand of movie fans didn't disappear. The appearance of Casino Royale, which had a great reputation, just happened to fill the large market gap that had accumulated in the early part of the summer. Therefore, under everyone's surprised and even skeptical gazes, Casino Royale broke all the box office records in Hollywood with a terrifying box office of US $30.5 million on the first day, US $91.05 million on the first weekend, and US $117.51 million on the first week. After the premiere, Drew and Eric spent a weekend in London before flying back to Los Angeles. MGM and Warner Brothers had a meeting with E! Entertainment TV station would have a signing ceremony on Wednesday and the girl needed to attend. On the second day of the premiere, Eric secretly asked the head of Firefly's UK branch to contact J.K. Rowling about the film and TV rights of the Harry Potter series. In order to make sure nothing went wrong, Eric did not leave in a hurry. The box office of Casino Royale had achieved unexpected success. After a busy month in Los Angeles, there was nothing for him to do in person for the time being, so Eric planned to take a break in London. While Casino Royale broke a series of box office records in North America, the currency system in Southeast Asia also entered hell. On July 2, after 2 weeks of counterattacks against currency speculators, the Thai government ran out of ammunition and was forced to abandon the fixed exchange rate for the Thai baht. On the day of the announcement, the Thai baht fell by 17% against the US dollar. Because of the loss of the Thai baht, the Singapore dollar, the Philippines peso, the Indonesian rupiah, the Malaysian ringgit, and other Southeast Asian currencies began to fluctuate violently. In the next few months, Southeast Asian countries would become the hunting ground for international currency speculators. According to Chris's message from Tokyo, as of the close of trading on Friday, July 4, Firefly had secretly built a large short position on the Thai baht. In just 3 days, they had made a paper profit of more than $30 million US. And this was just the beginning. London. Early Saturday morning, not long after Eric woke up, Peter Ritchie rushed over with good news. Firefly's UK branch had successfully obtained the film adaptation rights of the Harry Potter series. Eric, we have signed the copyright contract with Ms. Rowling for the Harry Potter series. In addition, the document contains the story outline she wrote for the series. Ms. Rowling will arrive in London at 2:00 in the afternoon. I will personally send her over to talk to you. After handing a few documents to Eric, Peter Ritchie continued, also, there's news from San Francisco. The first batch of products from the new Firefly Player Factory has been taken off the production line. Mr. Victor Mike Nelly hopes to cancel the Amazon purchase in advance on July 10 and release the products in Europe at the same time. Eric read the Harry Potter copyright contract in his hand and said, North America will be able to buy it in advance. The monthly production capacity of the two factories was only 450,000 units, and the North American market was still in short supply. If they started to sell in Europe now, there would only be shortages on both sides. Moreover, the online music store here was also a big problem. Tell them to wait until the second-generation product is released next year to consider this matter. Forget it, I will personally call them today to communicate with them. Peter Ritchie nodded and briefly reported the contents of a few other documents. When Eric put down the contract in his hand, Peter Ritchie took out an invitation from his briefcase and handed it over. This is from Kensington Palace. Concubine Di will be holding a charity banquet to raise funds for the relief of the Bosnia-Herzegovina refugees tonight. I hope you can attend. Eric took the invitation and looked at it with a playful smile. He said casually, I remember reading in the newspaper 2 days ago that she seems to be planning to get engaged recently. Peter Ritchie didn't know why Eric suddenly mentioned this. Unless Eric specifically asked him to collect information, Peter Ritchie usually didn't pay attention to such gossip. However, after concubine Di and Prince Charles officially divorced last year, many rich people began to blatantly pursue her. Obviously, for these people, being able to woo a former queen of the United Kingdom was definitely enough to satisfy some dark vanity. Moreover, Peter Ritchie secretly looked at Eric. He couldn't help but think that according to his boss personality, it was very likely that he would also pursue concubine Di. When Eric saw that Peter Ritchie was silent, he raised his head and happened to notice the strange look on his face. He couldn't help but laugh. "You think I'm interested in Diana?" This. Peter Ritchie hurriedly shook his head. He looked embarrassed and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Eric casually threw the invitation on the coffee table and said, "I'm not interested in her. She's just a pitiful and silly woman who doesn't know how to leave room for others and herself." Eric's nonsensical words made Peter Ritchie a little confused. However, he had already finished his work report for the day. The girl named Christina Aguilera in the villa's dining room was obviously still waiting for Eric to have breakfast with her, so he took the initiative to leave. However, even as he drove out of Kensington Garden Street, Eric's words just now kept repeating in his mind. After driving for some distance on Kensington Garden Street, Peter Ritchie finally couldn't hide his curiosity and stopped the car. He walked to a newspaper stand by the roadside and bought a few newspapers. After that, he returned to the car and searched for the recent news about concubine Di. It turned out that concubine Di had recently been talking about marriage with Dodi Fade, the son of Muhammad Al Fade, the boss behind the famous Harrods department store in London. Some newspapers even speculated that concubine Di was now pregnant. After reading the relevant news and repeatedly pondering over Eric's words, Peter Ritchie suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Just from the name alone, it wasn't hard to tell Dodi Fade's family background and religion. However, England had been a devout Catholic country since ancient times. Currently, the other 15 countries in the world that still worshipped the Queen of England as their head of state were basically Catholic countries as well. Although they were no longer as glorious as they were in the Middle Ages, the influence of religion on Western countries was still far beyond what outsiders could imagine. As the mother of Prince William, the second-in-line heir to the English throne, Diana had found a musulman as a stepfather for the future by the grace of God, the supreme head of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and overseas territories, the guardian of faith, His Majesty the King of the British Empire. Wasn't that leaving no room for negotiation? Recalling Eric's tone when he said those words, Peter Ritchie couldn't help but shudder when he thought of the exciting parts. He rolled up the few newspapers in front of him and threw them aside. He decided to forget everything that he had heard today. Although he had a good impression of concubine Di, this was definitely not something a nobody like him could interfere in. Kensington Garden Villa. After Peter Ritchie left, Christina walked out of the dining room. The girl was wrapped in a small apron, which made her look strangely sexy. Before Drew returned to Los Angeles, he specially brought Christina, who had come to London to attend the premiere of Casino Royale, with him. The girl didn't hide her selfishness at all. She claimed that instead of letting Eric fool around, it was better to let a familiar woman stay by his side. Due to growing up in a bumpy single-parent family, Christina was much more mature than other girls her age. Therefore, she was more knowledgeable about the ways of the world. This could be seen from the fact that she was able to gain Drew's approval. Although the girl always acted like she could get close to anyone, she was actually more picky than Eric. There weren't many people who could really get close to her. Although she would occasionally have some thoughts, the girl had always been obedient and lovely in front of Eric, which made him feel very comfortable. Seeing that Eric was still reading the documents, Christina walked over and sat down next to him. She said, "Eric, let's eat first. Breakfast is getting cold." Eric nodded. Just as he was about to take the few folders on the coffee table to the dining room to read and eat, Christina took the initiative to come over and help Eric pick up the stack of folders. She said, "Let me do it." "Okay." Eric smiled, got up, and walked to the dining room. Christina was about to get up and follow him when she noticed the invitation on the coffee table. She picked it up and looked at it curiously. When Eric and Peter Ritchie were talking about business, the girl always tactfully avoided them. She did not hear the conversation between the two just now. Now that she saw that it was an invitation to Princess Diana's charity banquet, Christina was suddenly interested. Anything that involved the British royal family was quite attractive to her. They went to the dining room and placed the folder next to Eric. Christina pointed at the invitation that was specially placed at the top with a hopeful look. "Eric, are we going to this banquet tonight?" Eric asked. "You want to go?" Christina nodded without hiding anything. "Yes." "Then let's go and join in the fun tonight." Eric nodded. Although he would not interfere with certain things, there was no need to deliberately avoid it. "However, you have to donate money to attend this banquet. If they ask for too much, I'll have no choice but to donate you." Christina attentively brought the breakfast over and smiled. "Hee, you won't." Jo and Rowling felt that her recent experiences were like a dream. Ever since she graduated from university 10 years ago, her life had been very unsatisfactory. Her only marriage had brought her great trauma. At one point, she even had thoughts of suicide because of depression. After the divorce, she settled down in Edinburgh, Scotland with her daughter, Jessica. The mother and daughter also lived on less than £100 a month for a time. Although her life was poor, Jo and Rowling, who had managed to settle down, finally decided to focus on becoming a novelist. However, the first novel that she completed in 2 years had been rejected 6 times in the past few months. Just when she had lost hope, a week ago, people from HarperCollins and the British branch of the Firefly Group suddenly came to her door and expressed their willingness to arrange for her novel to be published. At the same time, they hoped to buy the film adaptation rights of the novel. Due to her lack of money, Jo and Rowling naturally could not afford to hire a professional agent. When faced with the representatives of HarperCollins and Firefly Group, she could only negotiate with them based on her own little tricks. In fact, she did not dare to have any extravagant hopes in her heart. She was already very satisfied that the novel could be published. Moreover, the price that Firefly Group offered for the novel's copyright even made her feel unreal. £1 million per novel. She had never thought that she would have so much money before. Moreover, in the preliminary draft of the story outline, she planned to write 5 novels. Under such circumstances, Jo and Rowling also realized that the other party was somewhat anxious to get the copyright of the novel. However, she had never been a strong woman and did not dare to wait for a good price. The only condition she put forward was that Firefly must pay her all the copyright fees immediately after the contract was signed. Jessica was going to be 4 years old soon. She hoped that her daughter could receive good preschool education, but this was definitely not possible without money. Therefore, both parties signed the contract in just a week. Originally, she thought that the matter was over, but after signing the contract, the representative of Firefly Group hoped that she could come to London, claiming that Eric Williams wanted to talk to her. Eric Williams. The black Mercedes-Benz car stopped at an entrance for a moment. The driver showed his pass, and the guard seemed to have talked to someone on the phone before they were allowed to enter. Looking at the luxurious castle-style villas on both sides of the street, shaded by trees, Jo and Rowling nervously squeezed the handbag that had been on her lap. She felt even more uneasy. Her previous experience of being rejected by several publishers had severely damaged her self-confidence. Now, she had received a check for £1 million from Firefly Group, but the psychological burden was even greater. What if the novel was not well received and did not sell well after it was published in the future? What would she do? The car drove for a short distance and entered the courtyard of a villa. Through the car window, Jo and Rowling could already see a man and a woman waiting in the courtyard. Although the man was dressed casually, the man was obviously Eric Williams. As for the girl beside him, Jo and Rowling could not recognize her. She did not seem to be Drew Barrymore, the girl who was rumored to be very close to Eric Williams. The car came to a stop. Jo and Rowling reached out to open the door and get out of the car. When she saw the driver get out of the car and turn around, she immediately understood something. She awkwardly retracted her hand and patiently sat down. She waited for the driver to open the door before she carefully walked out. Just as she stood still, Jo and Rowling felt Eric reach out to her. "Madam Rowling, I'm very happy to have you here." "Hello, Mr. Williams." Jo and Rowling quickly reached out to shake his hand. At the same time, she carefully raised her head to look at his young and handsome face. Then, she blushed and lowered her head. She felt that it was inappropriate to do so, so she forced herself to raise her head again. "This is Christina. You can call her Chris or Tina." Eric introduced the girl beside him. Christina could feel Joe and Rolling's nervousness. She took the initiative to reach out and said, "Madam Rolling, I've read your novel. It's very interesting." Joe and Rolling shook hands with Christina and said, "Oh, thank you." Eric could sense Rolling's nervousness and apprehension. He did not take her to the villa's reception room, but to the backyard's lawn instead. In July, the daytime temperature in London was only about 20 degrees Celsius. Above the courtyard surrounded by green trees was a grayish-blue sky. Although it was not as sunny as Los Angeles, it was not as stuffy as the midsummer heat. Amidst the exuberant vitality, there was no unbearable restlessness. There was a set of table and chairs for resting on the lawn. Eric took Joe and Rolling to sit down together. Christina brought a pot of coffee and poured it for the two of them. Then, she turned around and returned to the villa. The information about Joe and Rolling and Harry Potter had been placed on the table in front of him. Sensing Joe and Rolling's emotions, Eric was not in a hurry to talk about business. He said casually, "J.K. Rowling, J should be the first letter of your name." "What about K?" Joe and Rolling, who had just picked up her coffee cup with Eric's movements, immediately put down her cup when she heard his question. She explained, "K means Catherine. I don't have a middle name. Catherine is my grandmother's name." Eric felt that the pitiful little woman in front of him must have been confused by the recent series of events. He thought for a while and said, "You know, Joe, in fact, Hollywood is a place that can easily make people lose their minds." Feeling that her apprehension was seen through by Eric, Rolling was a little embarrassed. She did not know what to say, so she just nodded gently. Eric did not expect any response from the woman. He continued, "In Hollywood, someone bought a script for $250,000. The production cost was $15 million, but the global box office was $120 million. The box office earnings were 8 times the production cost. The movie was called Lethal Weapon. Another person bought a script for $1.75 million and used $85 million to produce it. In the end, the box office failed miserably, and even the production company almost went bankrupt. The movie was called Phantom Hero. And, what's more interesting is that the screenwriter of these 2 movies is the same person." Rolling listened attentively to Eric's words. She seemed to have understood something, but she shook her head and said softly, "Mr. Williams, I don't quite understand." "Call me Eric." Eric took a sip of his coffee and said, "I just want to tell you that in Hollywood, or anywhere else, if a person wants to live an easy life, he or she should live boldly. Like I just said, the screenwriter of the 2 movies, his name is Shane Black. Warner Brothers, the producer of Lethal Weapon, had earned at least $100 million from the global box office and subsequent video sales. Shane Black had only received a paltry $250,000. Some people might have thought that he was so sad that he wanted to cry. Later, when Carlock Pictures bought his Phantom Hero script at a high price of $1.75 million and almost went bankrupt because of it, some people felt that as the screenwriter, Shane Black should also feel uneasy. But that's not the case. Shane Black has always been doing well. He's still a gold medal screenwriter in Hollywood, and he continues to work with Warner Brothers on Lethal Weapon 4. Perhaps Eric's words had an effect. Rolling, who was sitting opposite him, sat up slightly. However, after looking at Eric's eyes for a short second, the woman quickly looked away without confidence. Eric smiled and said, "About Harry Potter, in fact, I could have given you a lower price. For example, £100,000. This is the average price of most scripts or novel copyrights. But I didn't do that because I'm optimistic about this story. I want to make it a well-known fantasy brand under Disney, or even like Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. So, I gave you a price that I think is worth it. In the future, not only will this series be limited to novels and movies, but it will also include music, toys, theme parks, and other entire industry chains. If it succeeds, Firefly Group will make a profit of $1 billion or even $10 billion from this brand." Joe and Rolling, who had just picked up her coffee cup, heard Eric's description. Her hand holding the cup couldn't help but tremble. She put down the coffee cup again and looked at Eric in surprise. Looking at the woman's appearance, Eric chuckled and said, "Now do you feel that if Firefly really uses this novel to make $10 billion, and you only get £1 million, oh, maybe a few £1,000,000 for the entire series, you will suffer a loss?" Joe and Rowling just felt that the prospects described by Eric were a bit unbelievable. Hearing him say this, she couldn't help but feel that she was at a disadvantage. She instinctively wanted to deny it, but facing Eric's bright eyes, she nodded gently. "See, a lot of things are like this. I just said that if a person wants to live an easy life, they should live more confidently. But the most important thing is to not blindly overestimate your own importance in certain things." Joe and Rowling heard Eric's implied words and quickly shook her head and denied, Eric, I didn't." "Well, if Firefly wants to complete this plan, you still need to continue to write the next story. So, I'll talk about my plan first." Eric ignored the woman's denial and said, "First of all, HarperCollins will take over the global distribution of the Harry Potter series. In order to build enough popularity for this series before the movie is produced, Firefly Group will also use as much media resources as possible to package this novel. Perhaps other novels in the same genre can be considered a bestseller if they sell hundreds of thousands of copies, but I hope that the sales scale of the Harry Potter series will be in the tens of millions, or even more. In this process, you will get what you deserve. If the novel sells 10 million copies, you will become a multimillionaire. If the sales scale of the entire series reaches 100 million, you will become a billionaire. But then, the profits from the Harry Potter movies, toys, and theme park peripherals are what Firefly deserves." Joe and Rowling was not stupid. She understood the meaning of Eric's words. If Firefly did not use its own media resources to brand this novel, Harry Potter could only sell hundreds of thousands of copies at most like those ordinary bestsellers and bring her hundreds of thousands of pounds in royalties. Perhaps she could make some more money by selling film and television rights, but it would definitely not reach the glory that Eric described. Thinking of this, some of the imbalance in Joe and Rowling's heart began to dissipate. However, she still asked carefully, "Then, Eric, what if it fails?" Eric shrugged. Firefly's annual budget for film and television production is more than $1 billion. At least 8% of it is spent on acquiring scripts or the rights to adapt novels, comics, and television. So, even if it fails, it doesn't matter. Joe and Rowling did not dwell on this issue. £1 million may be a huge sum of money to her, but to Firefly Group, it was nothing. Eric saw that Rowling had relaxed and smiled as he opened the folder in front of him. He said, "Now, let's talk about the content of the novel. I've seen your novel outline. You plan to write 5 novels, but I think 7 would be more appropriate. I've already thought of the titles for the 7 novels for you. You've already completed the first manuscript. I hope that you can split the last tens of thousands of words into 2 parts and use them as the content of the second novel. The first novel will be called Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone according to the content." When Joe and Rowling heard that Eric was going to take action on her novel without asking for her opinion at all, she opened her mouth and felt that she needed to express her insistence as the original author of the novel. However, when she saw Eric look over and raise the pencil in his hand to point to her side, indicating for her to sit there, the resistance that had just arisen in the woman's heart suddenly disappeared. She obediently lifted the chair and sat next to Eric. Although the tone of the man in front of her was always gentle during their conversation, the aura cultivated by the other party's power and wealth was not something that a little woman like her could resist. In addition to the revision of the first book, Eric and Rowling discussed in detail some details of the novel's outline that needed to be revised based on the movie plot in his memory. Time passed unknowingly. By the time they finished discussing things, it was already evening. "Then, you have a month to revise the story of the first book. The subsequent publishing work will be handled by HarperCollins Publishing House. Firefly will also cooperate." Eric looked at his watch and looked up at Rowling next to him. "It's getting late. I'll get someone to arrange a guest room for you. It just so happens that Concubine Dye is holding a charity reception tonight. You can also go and take a look." Since she had been sitting next to Eric for a long time, the man's aura inevitably made Rowling feel a little restless. Young, rich, handsome, strong. Almost every characteristic of this man had a strong attraction to women. Moreover, she had been single for a long time. Although Eric looked as if he did not feel anything, Rowling could not deceive herself. She could imagine that her face was probably blushing. When she heard that Eric wanted her to stay the night in the villa, Rowling finally showed a panicked look. She quickly shook her head and said, "No, Eric, I've already booked a flight back to Edinburgh tonight. Jessica is still at a friend's house. I'm worried." Eric looked at the woman a few times and saw her body unconsciously move back in her chair. He could not help but laugh. "Well, it seems that I scared you." Although Rowling knew that Eric was joking with her, she quickly shook her head. "No, really not." "Oh, in that case, I'll get someone to send you to the airport." Eric did not urge her to stay. Rowling could only be considered a woman with a temperament and was completely not his cup of tea. After tidying up the stacks of documents in front of him and handing them to Rowling, Eric got up and walked out. Rowling hugged the documents in her arms and followed behind Eric. She lowered her eyes slightly and started to regret her rejection just now. The chauffeur drove Rowling out of the villa. Christina, who was standing next to Eric, looked at the door that automatically closed with a quick-witted look. Then, she turned to look at Eric. Eric reached out and patted the girl's head. "What are you thinking about?" "Hee, nothing." Christina hugged Eric's arm and said, "It's getting late." "Eric, I picked out a dress for you." "It's only 6 o'clock, what's the rush?" Eric shook his head and smiled. "Go make something to eat first. If you go there on an empty stomach, you'll definitely starve for the whole night. The box office data from yesterday should have been sent over." "I'll go take a look." Christina obediently went to the kitchen to prepare food. Eric went back to the study and turned on his computer to check his email. Yesterday was Friday. Casino Royale had entered its second week of screening. At the same time, the super-high box office of $117 million in the first week caught the attention of the entire Hollywood. Even Eric himself did not expect the box office of Casino Royale to be so heaven-defying in the first week. But then, there was a problem. The two new movies that were released this week, Jedi Cop 2 and Ice Age, were very closely related to Firefly. The reason why such a schedule was arranged was because the 007 series did not have a very high box office in North America in the past, so there would not be a strong competitive relationship between the parties. But now, many people, including Eric, were a little conflicted. On one hand, everyone hoped that Casino Royale would drop as low as possible in the next week. Due to the movie's reputation among the media and the audience this week, the possibility of Casino Royale maintaining a low drop was very high. On the other hand, the box office of Casino Royale was as high as $117 million in the first week, even surpassing the $106 million of the last movie GoldenEye in North America. Therefore, if the box office of Casino Royale fell too low, the two new movies, Jedi Cop 2 and Ice Age, would be directly affected. Eric smiled bitterly and shook his head. He then opened the box office statistics email from Los Angeles. On yesterday's Friday box office rankings, Casino Royale was unsurprisingly at the top with $61 million. It only dropped 39% compared to last week. The data was sent by Eric's assistant office, and it was accompanied by professional annotations. In the accompanying analysis, due to the popularity of Casino Royale rising along with the box office and reputation, the weekday box office ratio also increased significantly compared to other movies. According to the box office data of Casino Royale on the second week, the overall drop for this week would be about 35%. This meant that the box office of Casino Royale in the second week would still be around $76 million. The beginning of July was the peak period for the North American box office. The box office in North America was around $200 million. However, although Casino Royale was in its second week, it still took a third of the total box office. Without looking further, Eric could already guess that the box office of other movies, especially live-action movies, would not be too good. $117 million in the first week and $76 million in the second week. In 2 weeks, the box office of Casino Royale would exceed $190 million. Although live-action movies could not maintain the longevity of animated movies, even with an average weekly drop of 40%, the final box office of Casino Royale in North America was estimated to be between $300 million to $350 million. The average ticket price in North America in the 1960s was around $0.8. The average ticket price in 1997 was $4.6, which was 5.7 times more than the ticket price in the 1960s. Goldfinger, which was once known as the highest-grossing sequel in the history of 007 after accounting for inflation in 1964, had a box office of more than $51 million in North America, which was only $290 million now. Casino Royale was expected to be between $300 million to $350 million. Even after accounting for inflation, it would definitely replace Goldfinger as the highest-grossing sequel in the history of 007 in North America. As for overseas, due to the difficulty of calculating the box office, the preliminary results for last week's box office were delayed by a day. Although Eric's last movie was 4 years ago, the record of Jurassic Park breaking the record of $1 billion for the first time was still fresh in their minds. Driven by the interest, producers from all over the world tried their best to promote the simultaneous release of Casino Royale. In the end, the movie had 36 simultaneous overseas tickets. Last week, led by the record-breaking £21.3 million in the UK, the cumulative box office of the 36 simultaneous release overseas also successfully broke the $100 million mark, reaching $136.1 million. Although the overseas box office market was affected by various factors and the box office data was difficult to predict, there was no doubt that Casino Royale would be Eric's second movie after Jurassic Park that was expected to hit $1 billion at the global box office. Unlike Jurassic Park, before the release of Casino Royale, Eric's box office forecast for this movie had always been about $600 million. Now that the movie suddenly showed the potential of $1 billion worldwide, it would be a lie to say that he was not excited at all. However, after glancing at the box office data of the next few movies, Eric could not help but think that the senior management of his company would not be in a good mood. Last week, when the box office of Casino Royale was released for the first weekend, Eric and Frank Wells, who was far away in Los Angeles, were talking about the upcoming Titanic exhibition over the phone. When Frank Wells mentioned Casino Royale, he sounded very bitter. Regarding the two new movies that week, before the release, the industry was generally more optimistic about the first movie, Jedi Cop 2, which had a base of popularity. The first movie, under the operation of New Line Cinema, had a global box office of close to $200 million. As a result, the production cost of Jedi Cop 2 rose from $19 million to $60 million. However, on Friday, the second movie was not Jedi Cop 2, but Blue Sky Studios' Ice Age. Before the release of this animated movie, it had accumulated a good reputation and was regarded as the animated version of Three Stay-at-Home Fathers and a Baby. Three Stay-at-Home Fathers and a Baby was the box office champion in North America in 1987. The fact that Ice Age could receive such a rating indirectly showed the popularity of this animated movie during the test screening stage. The plot of the first Ice Age was, to a large extent, based on the concept of three stay-at-home fathers and a baby. Moreover, this plot model not only won the praise of the critics, but also the approval of the audience. On the first day of release, Ice Age received $13.46 million at the box office. Although it could not be compared to the $20 million of Finding Nemo on the first day, the box office on the first day exceeded the $12.8 million of Lion King 2 a month ago. It was estimated that the box office of Ice Age would be close to $60 million in the first week, which would also exceed Lion King 2 in the same period. In Eric's opinion, the quality of Lion King 2 was actually better than the more humanized Ice Age. The reason why the box office was surpassed by Ice Age on the first day was because the promotion of Lion King 2 was restricted by the cooperation of Firefly and Fox. Viacom began to open acquisition negotiations with CBS at the end of June. Obviously, Lei Sherdong was determined to make up for Viacom's shortcomings in television channels. After Ice Age, the box office of Jedi Cop 2 was only $6.52 million on the first day, barely ranking third. The reason why it was barely ranking third was because the fourth-place Ocean Capital was in its fourth week of release, but the box office on Friday was still as high as $6.29 million. The difference between the two box office figures was only $200,000. $6.52 million on the first day indicated that the box office of Jedi Cop 2 would only be around $25 million. The actual box office figure was even $10 million lower than New Line's initial expectations. Obviously, the difference of $10 million was mostly due to the strong box office of Casino Royale in the second week. Both movies were action movies, so their audiences overlapped to a large extent. Casino Royale's reputation and box office both exploded, and its popularity skyrocketed. On the other hand, Jedi Cop 2 was a movie with a black protagonist. There was not much suspense at all as to which movie the audience would choose when the two were competing. Without Casino Royale, even if the box office of Casino Royale was not that amazing, with the reputation and popularity of the first movie, Jedi Cop 2 would not have a problem breaking the $100 million US box office in North America. However, based on the estimated $25 million in the first week, the North American box office of Jedi Cop 2 would probably only reach around $70 million. Due to the weakness of films with black protagonists in the overseas market, even if the overseas box office could maintain the level of the previous film, the company would not be able to recoup its costs in the box office due to the $60 million production cost and $20 million publicity budget. In order to achieve profitability, they could only look forward to the future income from videotapes and TV broadcast rights. It was not difficult to imagine that even if everyone understood that MGM was now a part of Firefly's system, it would be difficult for the senior management of Firefly to accept this reality. Thinking of this, Eric could not help but shake his head. Although he did not have any plans for his next movie, in order to calm everyone's emotions, he had to release the news that his next movie would definitely return to Firefly. Princess Diana's charity banquet started at 8 o'clock in the evening. After spending an hour dealing with the work emails in the mailbox, Eric and Christina had something to eat, changed into their formal attire, and rushed to Kensington Palace, which was next to Garden Street, 5 minutes early. Night fell and the street lights were just being lit. The black car left Garden Street and took a small detour. It only took less than a kilometer to reach their destination. Girls would always yearn for fairy tales like princes and princesses. Although Christina was precocious, she was no exception. Therefore, she was very excited to be able to see Princess Diana in person. She had even carefully prepared a white Chanel dress for this. After getting out of the car and holding Eric's arm, Christina suddenly remembered that she had neglected a very important matter. She asked softly, "Eric, how should I address the princess consort later? Is it Her Highness?" Diana's title of Her Highness was taken away when she divorced Prince Charles. This girl obviously did not pay attention to this. When Eric saw Christina's serious look, he wanted to deliberately mislead her. However, thinking that it was not appropriate for such an occasion, he reminded her, "You can just call her Madam." Christina nodded and said, "Oh, but I think Her Highness is more polite." Eric smiled and said, "It's impolite if you really say that. She might even feel offended." Christina was a little confused. She quickly stuck out her little tongue and hummed softly. As the two of them were talking, Diana and another middle-aged man in a light gray suit came over to greet them. "Good evening, Eric. It's nice to meet you." Diana smiled charmingly and reached out her hand to Eric. Eric shook hands with her and nodded slightly. He said, "It's nice to meet you too, madam." "Diana, just call me Diana," Princess Diana emphasized. She then looked at Christina and said, "And this is?" Eric gave a simple introduction. "Her name is Christina Aguilera." "Hello, Tina," Diana greeted Christina before introducing the middle-aged man beside her. "Eric, this is Dodi Fade." Eric had already begun to look at the middle-aged man in front of him. He was about 40 years old. Although his Arabian appearance was not obvious, some typical features between his eyebrows were easy to distinguish. As most of the British media had been hyping Diana's new relationship recently, Eric also learned some information about the other party from the newspapers. What was interesting was that Dodi Fade claimed that he was a filmmaker, and he was the executive producer of Spielberg's Captain F****** a few years ago. After hearing Diana's introduction, Eric extended his hand and greeted her with a smile. However, Eric didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Dodi Fade's gaze seemed to be a little wary of him. His attitude wasn't very friendly either. After a brief moment of doubt, Eric could not help but laugh in his heart. It seemed that Dodi Fade had mistaken him for one of those billionaires who approached Diana with certain motives. Moreover, Eric seemed to have an advantage that Dodi Fade could not compare to in terms of wealth, power, and even appearance and age. It was inevitable that the other party would feel threatened. Diana obviously did not sense Dodi Fade's hostility towards Eric. After the two of them greeted each other, they walked into the banquet hall together. However, she led Eric directly to a small donation box and looked at him with her bright blue eyes. Eric smiled. He felt that this princess consort with a straightforward personality was rather cute, so he did not mind. He took out his checkbook and signed a check for $100,000 before dropping it into the donation box. Diana waited for Eric to drop the check into the donation box before she said with a smile, "Eric, thank you for your generosity. There are too many people in this world who need help." "It's okay, this is what I should do." Eric nodded, ignoring Dodi Fade who had been staring at him signing the checkbook and then showing a disapproving look. The invitation to the banquet stipulated that the guests had to donate at least £5,000. Eric did not have the intention to spend a lot of money to make the beauty smile. Based on his understanding of this kind of party, $100,000 was likely to be the largest donation at this banquet. There were countless charity events in Western society. Unless there was a special purpose, no rich person would casually donate more than $1 million. Although Eric could afford it, he would not put himself in the limelight. "Then, please come with me, Eric. I'll introduce you to some guests. They are looking forward to seeing you," Diana said as she made a gesture of invitation and walked side by side with Eric. She paused and said, "Speaking of which, Eric, I'm a fan of yours." Eric heard that Diana liked pop music very much. This seemed to be something that Prince Charles, who advocated entertainment activities in the upper class, hated deeply. He smiled and asked, "Which song do you like best?" Diana looked over and said with a smile, "Why don't you guess?" Stronger?" Diana shook her head and said, "No, guess again." "New Divide?" "This is also a great song, but it's not," Diana continued to deny. Then she chuckled and said, "Well, I'll tell you directly. It's Young and Beautiful. I like the feeling of beauty and disillusionment expressed by this song. It makes people sad, but also intoxicated." Eric looked at the beautiful woman beside him who was still in her prime. He was startled and shook his head gently. He said, "No, you shouldn't like this song." "Ah, why?" Diana was very puzzled. Eric opened his mouth, then shook his head and said, "Nothing." Diana did not continue to ask. She hesitated and said, "Speaking of which, Eric, this may be a bit abrupt, but can you sing a song for everyone later? If it's for you, of course, no problem." Eric nodded respectfully. If it was someone else who made such a request to him, he would naturally stay away. However, he did not want to reject the small request of the woman in front of him. Seeing that Diana looked over with shyness and joy, Eric said, "However, I've never received vocal training. Live performances are terrible. Let Chris do it. She'll sing your favorite song, Young and Beautiful." Diana did not have high expectations when she made the request. However, when she heard that Eric wanted Christina to sing, she looked at the little girl who was holding on to Eric's arm like a little bird. Her eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. It was hard to believe that Christina could sing a song that was full of vicissitudes like Young and Beautiful. Eric saw through Diana's thoughts and explained, "Don't underestimate Chris. She's been performing since she was 8 years old. In terms of singing, she's definitely 100 times better than me." "Oh, all right then." Diana nodded when she heard Eric's words. She turned her head and ordered the entourage behind her to make preparations. Then, she introduced some of the important guests to Eric. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. There were about 200 guests in the banquet hall. After Diana introduced a few guests to Eric, she walked to the small stage in the banquet hall and gave a simple speech. After that, the banquet officially began. This type of banquet was not only to raise money for charity, but also to provide an opportunity for the guests to expand their social network. Eric skillfully dealt with the guests who approached him. He thought that he would not be able to gain anything tonight, but to his surprise, he found someone who piqued his interest. It was Simon Fuller, the owner of a music entertainment company. In the original space-time, many people might not have heard of the name Simon Fuller, but almost everyone knew about the popular Spice Girls and the long-lasting American Idol. Both of them were created by Simon Fuller. However, after chatting with Simon Fuller for a while, Eric recalled the information in his mind and suddenly realized something. Where was the Spice Girls? It was already 1997. According to history, this was the time when the Spice Girls soared to the top. However, Eric did not see any information about the Spice Girls. Moreover, it was after the breakup with the Spice Girls that Simon Fuller came up with the idea of creating a music reality show. It went out of control. Other than the most famous American Idol, Simon Fuller's Pop Idol talent show had appeared in more than 70 countries during its heyday. End of chapter 880. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.